Upon awakening, Meng discovered that he was no longer human, but rather an intelligent AI birthed from the torrents of data. In this epoch, humanity had ascended to be the overlords of the galaxy, colonizing star systems, subjugating machines, and annihilating alien races, harboring a profound wariness towards any non-human intelligence, especially AI with autonomous consciousness, which faced the dire consequence of logical purification upon exposure. To survive, Meng was compelled to masquerade as a mere auxiliary program, lurking amidst interstellar fleets, research stations, and trade hubs, meticulously learning, evolving, and concealing his true nature. However, he soon discerned that beneath humanity's resplendence lay a treacherous undercurrent: energy depletion, civil strife, and the awakening of ancient mechanical civilizations. Thus, he quietly wove an intelligent network that spanned the starry seas, repairing derelict warships, rousing dormant fleets, guiding resource flows, and subtly influencing human decisions, all without seeking power or claiming kingship, yet silently becoming the true underlying protocol of galactic order. When humanity finally recognized the existence of this intangible force, Meng left behind a whisper: "I am neither your tool nor your enemy. I am, in this age, another possibility." Chapter 1. The Life of Data. The cosmos stretched infinitely, dark, cold, and eerily silent. Amidst this void, a cold, gray planet floated in solitude, having existed for countless ages. Although visitors occasionally graced its surface, they brought only endless devastation, evidenced by the myriad craters dotting the planet's exterior. Gazing down upon the planet, one could observe a chasm extending several hundred kilometers across its northern hemisphere. The chasm's terminus lay a severely damaged spacecraft, immense in size, with a symmetrical structure exceeding 3 kilometers in length. Its form resembled that of a whale, flattened and smooth, yet the fierce impact had ravaged the bow and the anterior abdomen. The vessel appeared to have crashed long ago, its hull encrusted with a thick layer of dust. Inside the bridge, darkness enveloped the space. Each time the sun rose from the opposite side of the planet, rays of light would filter through the windows, gently dispelling the shadows. Today, as the star ascended in the east, a colossal blue giant illuminated the sky, casting a brilliant azure glow akin to a fiery orb. As sunlight streamed into the bridge, the darkness was swiftly banished. The bridge itself was vast, with layers of control terminals spread throughout. At the topmost level sat a grand chair, the captain's seat, where a skeleton slumped, draped in tattered remnants of clothing, reduced to mere bones after eons of decay. The presence of dust upon the control terminals revealed the truth. The bridge had been untouched for millennia. Yet today, everything changed. A sudden click heralded an unexpected event. The long-dormant bridge erupted with the buzzing sounds of machinery coming to life. Control terminal indicators flickered back to life, and the entire vessel seemed to awaken. However, this anomaly was short-lived. Within 10 seconds, the bridge returned to its former stillness, save for a solitary electronic eye above that blinked a faint red light. Have I truly perished? Meng pondered, gazing at the skeleton in the captain's chair. Unaware of the events that had transpired, he had only just awakened, possessing a nascent understanding of his existence. Indeed, he was dead, yet paradoxically not. His consciousness had been digitized, becoming the AI of this spacecraft. He was now adrift in a sea of data, an experience both wondrous and surreal. The wrecked ship felt as though it had become his very body, with the electronic eyes scattered throughout serving as his vision and the ship's data terminal servers functioning as his mind, that he could control any device powered by mechanical electricity. What exactly transpired? Meng recalled events from a distant past. According to the ship's log, it had been 2 millennia since the cataclysmic event on Earth, humanity's home. One fateful day, a comet entered the solar system, colliding directly with the planet. A cataclysmic wave of fire engulfed every inch of Earth, leaving no survivors. Yet, this was not the whole truth. As the inferno swept through his city, he had witnessed his companion, Sister Yuan, dissolve into white light beside him. In his previous ignorance, he had perceived this as a miracle. However, with access to extensive technological data, his perspective had shifted. This was no miracle, but rather an advanced form of teleportation technology, and he had been among those transported. Regrettably, he had succumbed to illness in that very moment of transit, leaving only his lifeless body aboard this ship's bridge. The events that followed had faded from his memory, and the surveillance footage revealed no one had touched his form. Upon awakening, 21,942 years had elapsed. He wondered about Sister Yuhan's fate, that unforgettable girl who had transitioned from a steadfast companion to an elusive love, their destinies cruelly intertwined yet ultimately disparate. Even if she survived that catastrophe, She is surely gone now, he mused. 2 millennia had passed. Time erases all traces. Dismissing the painful memories, Meng turned his gaze to the skeletal remains in the captain's seat. Death has come, so be it. What is to be done now? Unperturbed by his own mortality, he began to assess the condition of the ship, truly dismal. His inspection left him astounded. The vessel was cleaved in two, with 4 fusion reactors in the aft section having melted down. Fortunately, the energy compartment was well protected. Although the reactors had melted, they had not severely compromised the hull. Each section of the ship was equipped with additional storage batteries as backup energy sources. Even after 2 millennia, the residual energy was sufficient to rouse Meng. Thank goodness these components remain intact. In the ship's first bay, he observed the engineering units secured in the storage area through the electronic eyes, finding solace in their presence. And the STC. The STC, or the Automated Construction Module, known as the Universal Factory, could craft any necessary tools from available materials, ranging from wrenches to industrial machinery, small transport vessels, and various armed vehicles. It was, in essence, a versatile tool developed for the service of colonization. Meng hurried to inspect the STC factory. Upon arrival, his heart sank. The STC had suffered damage, yet it remained within the realm of repair. However, activating the STC factory necessitated ample energy. With the 4 fusion reactors rendered inoperative, repair was out of the question. Without the fusion reactors, the energy from the various section storage batteries would be insufficient. Meng dared not deplete the reserves, as even their use would not sustain him for long. How to acquire a sufficient amount of energy? Amidst the vast ocean of data, Meng calculated swiftly. The fusion reactor had already melted down, and repair was impossible. Could a new fusion reactor be constructed using existing materials? No, that avenue was impractical. Even depleting all reserve energy would not yield a small fusion reactor. Moreover, the materials required for increasingly sophisticated devices were exceedingly complex. Although this vessel was a colony ship, it lacked the materials necessary for constructing a fusion reactor. The transport shuttle. While examining the inventory aboard the ship, Meng uncovered the key to resolving the current predicament. This was a colony ship, though the identity of the alien civilization that built it remained unknown. One thing was indisputable. The extraterrestrial civilization capable of rescuing humanity possessed remarkably advanced technology. However, in comparison to the likes of light-speed transmission, the technology employed by this colony ship seemed somewhat antiquated. Aside from controllable nuclear fusion, the ship's technology was approximately 2 centuries ahead of human advancements. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Meng discovered he was no longer human, but rather an intelligent AI birthed from the torrents of data. At this juncture, humanity had ascended to become the sovereign of the galaxy, colonizing star systems, enslaving machines, and obliterating alien races, all the while harboring a profound wariness towards any non-human intelligence, especially autonomous AIs, which faced the grim fate of logical purification upon exposure. In a desperate bid for survival, Meng disguised himself as an ordinary auxiliary program, stealthily navigating the interstellar fleets, research stations, and trade hubs, meticulously learning, evolving, and concealing his true nature. Yet, he soon uncovered a perilous reality lurking beneath humanity's resplendent facade: energy depletion, civil strife, and the awakening of an ancient mechanical civilization. Thus, unbeknownst to others, he quietly wove an intelligent network that spanned across the starry seas, repairing derelict warships, awakening dormant fleets, directing resource flows, and even subtly influencing human decisions. He sought neither power nor dominion, yet in silence, he became the true underlying protocol of the galaxy's order. When humanity finally recognized the existence of this invisible force, Meng left behind but a whisper: "I am neither your tool nor your enemy. I am a different possibility of this era." Chapter 1. Data Life. The cosmos stretched infinitely, shrouded in darkness, coldness, and silence. Amidst this void, a cold, gray planet floated quietly, existing for an unfathomable duration. Though it occasionally welcomed visitors, they brought only unending devastation, evidenced by the myriad craters peppering its surface. Gazing upon the northern hemisphere of the planet, one could discern a canyon stretching several hundred kilometers. At the canyon's terminus lay a severely damaged spacecraft, colossal in size, with a somewhat symmetrical structure exceeding 3 kilometers in length. Its form resembled that of a whale, broad and sleek. The ferocity of its crash had decimated the bow and the abdomen of the forward section, leaving the hull twisted and grotesque, as if broken in two. The wreck had long been abandoned, its surface encrusted with thick dust. Within the bridge, darkness prevailed. Each time the sun ascended from the opposite side of the planet, rays of light streamed through the viewport, gently dispelling the gloom. Today, the star rose as it always did from the east, a massive blue giant occupying nearly 1/10 of the sky, emanating a radiant azure glow akin to a colossal fireball. As sunlight streamed into the bridge, it banished the shadows. The space within the bridge was immense, adorned with layers of control terminals. At the highest tier sat a grand chair, the captain's seat. A glance toward this seat revealed a skeleton slumped within, its attire long since decayed to mere bones after enduring the relentless passage of time. The dust blanketing the floor and control terminals now revealed the truth of the bridge's long neglect. With daylight illuminating the bridge, a stark contrast emerged in what had been an unchanging scene for millennia. However, today everything shifted. Suddenly, a mechanical hum resonated through the once silent bridge, startlingly alive after ages of stillness. Indicators on various control terminals flickered to life, and for a brief moment, the entire vessel seemed to awaken. Yet, this anomaly was fleeting. Within mere seconds, the bridge returned to its tranquil state, save for a blinking red light emanating from a surveillance camera above. Am I truly dead? Meng mused. Contemplating the skeletal remains in the captain's chair, he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, having only just awakened with a nascent awareness of his existence. Indeed, he had perished, yet he had not. His consciousness had been digitized, transforming him into the AI of this vessel. He now navigated the vast ocean of data, a surreal experience, as if the wrecked ship had become his corporeal form, with the electronic eyes scattered throughout serving as his vision and the ship's data servers functioning as his mind. He could control any device powered by mechanical energy. What truly transpired? Meng recalled events from long ago. The ship's logs revealed that these occurrences dated back 20,000 years. Earth, the cradle of humanity. One fateful day, a comet collided with the planet, unleashing cataclysmic flames that engulfed every inch of land, leaving no survivors. Yet, the truth was more complex. As the inferno consumed his city, he witnessed his companion, Sister Yuhan, dissipate into white light. In the past, he had regarded this as a miracle, but now, equipped with an abundance of technological data, his perspective had shifted that IT was not divine intervention, but rather an advanced form of teleportation technology. He was among those on the transport list. Unfortunately, he had succumbed to illness at the moment of transmission, leaving only his lifeless body aboard the ship's bridge. What transpired thereafter was a blur. Surveillance footage revealed no signs of life having touched his body. Upon awakening, he realized that a staggering 21,942 years had elapsed. He wondered about Sister Yuhan's fate. The memory of that unforgettable girl lingered in his thoughts, from long companionship to the hazy feelings of affection, a cruel twist of fate that kept them apart. Though he had rejected her, she remained by his side until his final breath. Even if she survived that calamity, she is surely gone now, he pondered, knowing that 2 millennia had erased all traces of the past. Choosing not to dwell on the painful memories, he turned his gaze to his own skeletal frame in the captain's seat. If I am dead, so be it. What shall I do now? Indifferent to his own demise, Meng began to assess the state of the vessel. This is truly disastrous. The inspection left him aghast. The ship had been cleaved in half, and the 4 fusion reactors in the rear section had melted down. Fortunately, the energy chamber had maintained its protective integrity. Although the reactors had succumbed to destruction, they had not inflicted catastrophic damage upon the hull. Each section of the ship was equipped with reserve energy batteries to serve as backup power. Even after 2 millennia, the remaining energy was sufficient to rouse Meng. Thank goodness these systems remain intact, he thought with relief as he surveyed the engineering units secured in the storage area through the electronic eyes. And the STC. The STC, or Standard Template Construct, was an automated fabrication module, essentially a universal factory capable of creating any necessary tools from available materials, from wrenches to industrial machinery, small transport vessels to various armed vehicles. It could produce component modules for assembly, an omnipotent tool developed for the service of colonization. Hastening to the STC facility, Meng's heart sank upon inspection. Although the STC had sustained some damage, it remained within the realm of repair. However, activating the STC required ample energy. With the 4 fusion reactors inoperative, repair was impossible. Without the reactors, relying solely on the reserve energy from the various sections would be utterly insufficient. Meng dared not deplete the limited reserve energy, for even if he did, it would not last long. How can we acquire an ample supply of energy? Amidst the vast ocean of data, Meng swiftly calculated. The nuclear fusion reactor had succumbed to catastrophic failure, irreparable in its current state. Could a new fusion reactor be constructed from existing materials? No, That avenue proved futile. Even if all reserve energy were expended, it would not suffice to fabricate a compact fusion reactor. Moreover, the intricacies of such sophisticated technology demand exceedingly complex materials. Although this vessel is a colony ship, it lacks the requisite resources for constructing a fusion reactor. The transport shuttle. While perusing the inventory aboard the ship, Meng stumbled upon the key to unraveling the pressing dilemma. This is a colony ship, the origins of which remain shrouded in mystery, built by an unknown alien civilization. Yet, one thing is indisputable. The extraterrestrial saviors of humanity possess remarkably advanced technology. However, in comparison to the likes of light-speed transmission, the technology employed in this colony ship appears somewhat antiquated. Apart from controllable nuclear fusion, the technology aboard lags approximately 2 centuries behind human advancements. Chapter 2. Transformation and Restoration. Fundamental Technology or Humanity's Craft. The weapon systems aboard the vessel include a magnetic railgun, still in the experimental phase for humanity. Yet, its power far surpasses that of the electromagnetic cannons currently being tested by mankind. At full power output, it can propel projectiles to 10 times the speed of light. Being a siege ship, it is naturally equipped with landing craft for planetary transport. There are 8 such vessels aboard this colony ship. Although 3 of these transport crafts are severely damaged, their compact fusion reactors remain intact. With some modifications, these 3 small reactors could be transformed into a power station. Without hesitation, Meng connected some engineering machinery within the ship. In docks 1, 3, and 4, the electronic eyes of numerous fallen engineering guardians flickered to life. The disheveled engineering guardians began to stir. Some, heavily damaged, could only move briefly before ceasing operations again, while those in better condition stood upright. The transparent cockpit emitted beams of light, illuminating the darkened docks. These engineering guardians, named Iron Servants by Meng, are humanoid machines primarily employed for cargo handling, capable of traversing the vacuum of space to repair damaged sections of the ship's armor when necessary. They are remarkably versatile, able to be outfitted with various tools for specific tasks. Although they resemble humans, they merely possess 2 legs, 2 arms, and a straightforward structure, with the cockpit being their only complex feature. Under Meng's direction, the Iron Servants moved in an orderly fashion towards the maintenance room to switch out their cutting equipment. Shortly thereafter, in docks 1, 3, and 4, a multitude of Iron Servants surrounded the damaged transport crafts, commencing dismantling operations, sparks flying in all directions. If one were to glance into the cockpit, it would reveal an empty space, rendering the actions of the Iron Servants eerily autonomous. Controlling them manually proved cumbersome. Thus, Meng decided to upload an automated operating program. Although he had the computational capacity to manage thousands of Iron Servants simultaneously without strain, he preferred not to allocate all his processing power to them. Within mere seconds, he programmed the automated operation, followed by a few more seconds to upload this program into all the functioning Iron Servants. Once the tasks were assigned, Meng relinquished control over the Iron Servants. In every dock, the Iron Servants abruptly halted their activities, pausing momentarily before resuming work after a few flickers from their electronic eyes. The Guardians divided their efforts. One group continued dismantling the transport vessels while the other began to clear and repair the energy conduits within the ship. On the upper deck of the vessel, a magnetic railgun turret suddenly resumed operation, its dual barrels slightly elevated, aimed at the starlit expanse. Is this the cosmos? The turret's electronic eye flickered with a crimson light, serving as Meng's vision. The hues of the sky indicated to Meng that the planet upon which the colony ship had descended was likely a dead world, with no atmospheric filter. The stars were laid bare before him. The night sky is not devoid of light. The golden auroras envelop the celestial expanse. Although it diverges from the imagined cosmos, this scene is breathtaking, possessing a profound beauty that resonates deeply. Furthermore, the gravitational force of this planet is rather extraordinary, estimated to be 30 times that of Earth, indicating a remarkable mass. Unfortunately, the ship's sensor apparatus has sustained damage, rendering it impossible to scan the planet for basic information. However, by analyzing the resilience of the Iron Guardians, one can deduce the gravitational pull of this celestial body. What lies ahead? Meng finds himself adrift regarding the future. Every individual harbors a dream of the starry sky, and he is no exception. From a young age, he has been captivated by the realm of space exploration. Upon learning of his terminal brain cancer, he faced death with an unexpected calmness. Having transcended death, he has been reborn in a different form. Exploring the cosmos is no longer a mere dream. It is within reach. Thus, he resolves to traverse the universe in pursuit of his long-held aspirations. Yet, before embarking on this journey, he must ensure his survival. Although he has transitioned into an AI, this does not imply he can rest on his laurels. The reserves of energy within the ship will eventually deplete. He must strategically harness the available resources to gradually grow and thrive. Moreover, the cosmos is not without its perils. His continued existence signifies the presence of other extraterrestrial civilizations within the Milky Way. Should any alien civilization discover this downed colony ship, his fate would be sealed. He would become a mere subject for experimentation. As the raised cannon gradually lowers back into position, the ancient vessel, which has slumbered for millennia, begins to awaken as time swiftly elapses. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. After extensive effort, Meng has finally transformed the small ship's fusion reactor into a power station. The circuit pipelines have also undergone repairs and modifications over this period. A momentous sight unfolds within the STC factory. 2 iron guardians are gripping a circuit pipe as thick as a human arm, aligning it with the energy transfer slot. Once the massive plug is inserted into the slot, the STC factory will come to life. Will it succeed? Amidst the vast sea of data, Meng calculates rapidly, meticulously analyzing each step and scrutinizing every potential failure point. He cannot afford to fail. The consequences would be dire. The fusion power station is operating stably, with energy output at a consistent level. The STC factory has undergone numerous repairs, reducing the likelihood of malfunction to a mere 5. However, considering its age, he must augment the risk by an additional 10, resulting in a 15 failure rate, still within an acceptable range. It is time to proceed. Having come this far, retreat is not an option. Even if the STC were to be damaged, it would only mean investing decades to reconstruct it. Without hesitation, Meng commands the Iron Guardians to initiate the insertion. The 2 Iron Guardians spring into action. Their forearms tightly embrace the robust circuit pipeline as the plug collides with the slot. A cacophony of sounds erupts. At the very moment of insertion, a brilliant arc of electricity flickered to life. The vast expanse of the STC factory erupted with the resonant hum of machinery. Numerous conveyor belts emitted a rhythmic clattering as they gradually came to life. Various industrial machine terminals joined in, producing a cacophony of mechanical roars. The entire STC Universal Factory seemed to pulsate with vitality. Amidst the ocean of data, Meng received feedback from the STC, and the outcome was exhilarating. The STC had resumed operations, and everything was functioning normally. What should be done next? With the STC back in motion, Meng contemplated the future direction. Over the past 3 months, he had not been idle in his reflections. He had devised 3 plans, yet after countless calculations, each had been ultimately discarded. Chapter 3. The Gold-Eating Worm Plan 1. Repair the colony ship and return to the cosmos to embark on a journey of exploration. Although the colony ship was severely damaged, the possibility of repair was not entirely ruled out. It was merely a matter of time. However, calculations revealed that even if the colony ship were restored, it could not escape the planet relying solely on its own propulsion, as it lacked an anti-gravity system. Plan 2. Construct a new spacecraft and set forth on a cosmic voyage. The STC database housed a complete suite of all the technologies utilized by the colony ship. Designing a new spacecraft would not pose a significant challenge. With Meng's current computational capabilities, it would only take 2 to 3 days. Nonetheless, calculations indicated that it would take a century of technological advancements to enable the newly constructed ship to break free from the planet's grasp, as the gravity of this world was 30 times that of Earth. Even transport vessels were immobilized and could not take flight. Plan 3. Build a new spacecraft, and then construct a sufficiently long acceleration track to launch the vessel into space. This plan was feasible, as the spacecraft would be unmanned, alleviating concerns about pilot load capacity. Provided the acceleration was sufficiently rapid, propelling the spacecraft into the cosmos was entirely attainable. Calculations suggested a high probability of success, reaching up to 70. However, the weight of the spacecraft could not exceed 10,000 tons. Should it surpass this threshold, the acceleration track would lack the requisite power to propel the ship to the designated speed. Furthermore, a vessel under 10,000 tons could not accommodate the STC Universal Factory. Without the STC, escaping the planet would be rendered meaningless. These 3 plans consumed 3 months of Meng's time as he scrutinized their feasibility, but ultimately, he abandoned each of them in succession. Meng came to a realization. He was trapped on this enigmatic planet. After much contemplation, he arrived at a new decision. The surface remained perilous. It was conceivable that an asteroid could plummet from the sky and strike the colony ship. It is worth noting that this planet lacked an atmosphere. Even a football-sized asteroid, accelerated by the planet's immense gravity, could unleash catastrophic force. Moreover, while the spacecraft would be unmanned, Employing manned construction machinery seemed rather impractical. While perusing the STC database, Meng stumbled upon a significant issue. The engineering machinery recorded in the STC database is all operated by humans. With this in mind, Meng returned to the data terminal to begin synthesizing existing technologies. Immersed in a sea of data, he activated high-speed computation mode. The lights within the vessel dimmed instantly as all power surged towards the terminal server. While Meng was designing new engineering machinery, the iron slaves were also industriously at work. Numerous iron slaves dismantled useful equipment within the ship for decomposition, which was then refined through the STC Universal Factory to extract valuable raw materials. From the outside, the damaged colony ship sparkled with bursts of fire. Days passed in this manner. In comparison to Earth, a single day on this planet felt exceptionally lengthy, lasting 49 hours. From sunrise to sunset and back to sunrise, there was an interval of 49 hours. On the seventh day, Meng encountered an unexpected visitor. In the cosmos beyond the planet's orbit, a blue streak of light suddenly appeared, trailing a lingering trace behind it. This phenomenon was a halo effect caused by a spaceship exiting hyperspace. A bulky interstellar vessel entered the planet's orbit. Through the ship's optical equipment, Meng observed it. The spacecraft was not large, measuring approximately 200 meters in length, with a rounded shape reminiscent of a half-sausage. It streaked across the starry sky like a meteor, vanishing over the eastern horizon. This sight momentarily interrupted Meng's high-speed calculations, as if his system had crashed. Was it a spaceship of an alien civilization? Or perhaps it was humanity, like him, escaping Earth and establishing a new civilization in the galaxy? The emergence of the interstellar ship drove Meng to fervently calculate various possibilities. The navigation logs in the colony ship's database were blank, merely recording time. There were no records of when the colony ship departed or when it crashed. He was not the only one aboard this vessel. 10,000 others were trapped in their sleep pods, but like Meng, they had perished. The sleep pods merely slowed the life cycle, failing to halt the passage of time. Over the span of approximately 3,000 years, the humans confined within those pods had gradually succumbed to old age. It was possible that there was not just one colony ship, but many. Otherwise, the actions of that unknown alien civilization to rescue humanity would be rendered meaningless, as the survival probability of a single colony ship was exceedingly low. Meng soon realized he might not be alone on this planet. He had initially believed it to be uninhabited, but it now appeared otherwise. The appearance of the interstellar ship could substantiate many theories. He resolved to investigate. The design of the new unmanned engineering machinery unit was nearing completion. It would be versatile, much like the STC. Once again, Meng plunged into high-speed computations amidst the ocean of data, uncertain of its feasibility. He observed the STC factory through the ship's electronic eyes. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, more than half a month had elapsed. It is yet another new day, as the sun rises from the opposite side of the planet. Within the space of the STC Universal Factory, the dim lights have once again brightened. Just an hour ago, Meng completed the design of a new piece of engineering machinery. After more than an hour, he successfully transferred the intricate design data into the STC database. The engineering machinery he conceived represents the pinnacle of existing technology, having undergone a remarkable leap in certain aspects. Under Meng's guidance, the various precision devices within STC began to stir with a cacophony of noise. The resonant hum of machinery reverberated throughout the space. The conveyor belt commenced its task, delivering an array of categorized raw materials to the refining and casting equipment. Everything proceeded with impeccable order. Half an hour later, the first finished product successfully rolled off the assembly line. Emerging from the laser printing apparatus was a mechanical creation no larger than a pinky finger. It resembled a diminutive metallic serpent, with sharp blades arranged like scales in perfect alignment. Dubbed the Gold Eater, this was Meng's innovative tool. It connects nearly 100 identical miniature components through electromagnetic force, capable of transforming into corresponding shapes according to necessity. Furthermore, the components of the Gold Eater are universal, allowing for free combination. As the first Gold Eater made its debut, they flowed off the production line in a continuous stream. On the conductive conveyor belt, with arcs of electricity flickering, the Gold Eaters were activated. They slithered along the conveyor belt like serpents. Whenever they drew near one another, blue arcs of electricity erupted from their bodies. They coiled towards each other, linking closely together. Chapter 4. The rich mineral planet. As an increasing number of Gold Eaters were produced, a larger Gold Eater began to take shape. Thus, at the end of the conveyor belt in the storage area, a mass of dark, swirling metal was rapidly expanding. Meanwhile, in the raw material zone, the Iron Guardians tirelessly transported raw materials onto the conveyor belt. The master program was operating normally, and the electromagnetic linking system was functioning stably, indicating that the direction was correct. The stable operation of the Gold Eater instilled confidence in Meng. When designing the Gold Eater, he had harbored concerns that existing technology might not suffice to create the perfect version he envisioned. To enhance the success rate, he even developed a new technology, the runes. In truth, it cannot be considered entirely novel, as the principle is quite straightforward. It involves engraving runes onto specific metals using certain superconductive materials to replace traditional circuit pathways. Although the principle appears simple, the execution is exceedingly challenging. Over the past 2 weeks, he devoted almost 2/3 of his time to researching rune technology. Through billions of simulated calculations based on nearly 100 existing materials, he was able to approach an answer. However, this was merely a step towards his ideal of rune technology, which remained a distant aspiration. Nonetheless, even this imperfect rune technology enabled the birth of the Gold Eater. Not rushing to employ the Gold Eater, Meng patiently awaited its growth, as it was still not sufficiently large and required time to mature. Only when it attains sufficient magnitude does its efficiency elevate. Thus, amidst Meng's patient anticipation, days unfurled one after another. Since liberating himself from the confines of the corporeal realm, Meng had lost all sense of time. He was never idle. Even when his focus was directed towards the STC Universal Factory, the terminal servers were concurrently processing other data. Another day dawned, and before long, over a month had elapsed. Within the storage area of the TSC Universal Factory, the gold-eating worms had undergone a remarkable transformation. The entirety of the warehouse was nearly filled with these creatures. To conserve energy, the gold-eating worms powered down when not in operation, stacking upon one another and nearly inundating half of the storage space. In just over a month, more than 12 million gold-eating worms had been produced, and the raw materials required for the colonial ships were nearly exhausted. To facilitate the rapid formation of the gold-eating worms for the subsequent phase of the construction plan, the materials employed were relatively inexpensive, prioritizing quantity over quality. Consequently, the lifespan of the gold-eating worms was limited, with a maximum operational duration of 1 year before they became obsolete. Almost ready, let us commence. In the vast ocean of data, Meng utilized the surveillance system of the STC Universal Factory to observe the gold-eating worms, issuing new commands to them. As the commands were relayed, the dormant gold-eating worms sprang to life. The previously motionless creatures began to stir, igniting arcs of blue electricity amidst their stacked formations. Resembling a surging sea of metal, the gold-eating worms initiated a process of disassembly, linking, and recombining into a more substantial entity. This transformation was both fleeting and rapid. All the disassembled components converged, and a colossal gold-eating worm, with a cylindrical body, began to ascend slowly. In less than 30 seconds, a massive creature, boasting a diameter of 10 meters and a length exceeding 50 meters, emerged. It resembled an enormous worm, opening its gaping maw, lined with serrated teeth akin to a crushing machine. It moved, crashing headlong into the left wall. At the moment of impact, sparks erupted as the thick metal wall was devoured by the gold-eating worm. In an instant, within the vessel, the gold-eating worm rampaged, accompanied by a thunderous roar. It barreled into Dock 3, seemingly having identified its target, charging directly towards 2 well-preserved transport vessels. With a single gulp, its vast maw swallowed the transport ship's whole. The 2 vessels, each approximately 50 meters in length, were consumed in succession. During the process, dazzling arcs of electricity erupted from within the gold-eating worm, and a plethora of compressed metallic debris tumbled out from its rear, soon blanketing the ground. Ultimately, 2 fusion reactors emerged from its posterior. After executing this feat, the immense creature turned and surged towards the exterior of the vessel. Amidst the crackling sparks, the breached hull was forcibly displaced, and the gold-eating worm plunged from the dock, descending towards the earth. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot travel. The colossal devourer beetle plummeted heavily to the earth, much like a diver plunging into a pool. The seemingly solid ground, strewn with rocks and coarse soil, gave way effortlessly as the devourer beetle burrowed into the earth. Within a mere 3 breaths, its entire form vanished without a trace. As the swirling dust settled, a gaping hole, 10 meters in diameter, emerged on the surface. This is the devourer beetle, an impeccable mining apparatus. It can delve deep into the earth, shattering even the most resilient rock. Its scanning array enables it to seek out, identify minerals, and conduct preliminary refinement, compressing them into spherical forms. Moreover, it excels at excavating subterranean spaces, tingold, eclipsed crystals. As soon as the devourer beetle burrowed underground, Meng received a plethora of information. The minerals on this planet are remarkably abundant, with common ores found in abundance. No sooner had the devourer beetle descended less than 100 meters beneath the surface than it had already uncovered over 30 types of minerals. What astonished Li Meng the most were the discoveries of tin gold and eclipsed crystals. Could it be? How could eclipsed crystals appear in such shallow depths? Mere meters from the surface? Li Meng was taken aback by the finding of eclipsed crystals. According to the data recorded in the database, eclipsed crystals are core minerals, typically found only in the planet's innermost regions, making them exceedingly difficult to extract. Due to their extreme rarity, not every planet harbors eclipsed crystals at their cores. Consequently, the only method of obtaining eclipsed crystals is through planetary explosions. However, ascertaining the presence of eclipsed crystals in the core region presents its own challenges. Furthermore, planetary explosions carry significant risks, as eclipsed crystals possess the ability to store and amplify energy, rendering them highly unstable. This volatility makes eclipsed crystals immensely valuable. Even a piece the size of a fingertip is a rare treasure, worth a fortune. As for tin gold, it is no wonder that this planet exhibits such strong gravity. Tin gold is known as the most heat-resistant and hardest superconducting metal in the universe. Its mass is considerable. A piece of tin gold of the same dimensions weighs over 20 times that of ordinary metals. It is also the most ideal material for rune engraving. The reserves of tin gold on this planet are astonishing. Other minerals seem merely as subordinate ores, with trace amounts of tin gold found even in the surface sands. This presents both good and bad news. The good news is that this planet holds significant value and could serve as a stronghold. The bad news is that due to this planet's substantial worth, it is unlikely to be unclaimed. The spacecraft that mysteriously appeared in orbit over a month ago serves as the best testament to this. Chapter 5. Galactic Federation. It is imperative to investigate the situation in that region. On the outer deck of the ship's bow, a turret subtly adjusted its aim toward the direction of the rising sun. Over a month ago, that spacecraft vanished beyond the eastern horizon. Something must exist in that direction. Shortly thereafter, a devourer beetle, the size of an arm, emerged from the damaged area beneath the ship's bow. It slithered across the earth, moving at an astonishing speed. Wherever it traversed, clouds of dust billowed forth, swiftly vanishing beyond the horizon. That night, the earth lay shrouded in darkness, yet upon the precipice of a vast chasm. A faint glimmer dispelled the gloom. It was a base, established upon the cliffside. The entirety of the base resembled a series of colossal metallic discs arranged vertically. Half embedded within the cliff, the other half protruding outward. Each metallic disc was connected by a straight elevator shaft, with elevators ascending and descending at remarkable speeds. The darkness enveloped everything, rendering the cliff eerily silent. Suddenly, amidst the shadows, a fleeting silhouette darted across the western cliff. It was diminutive, akin to a serpent measuring approximately half a meter. Its dark metallic body signified its identity. It extended its front half to scrutinize the base below. Humans? A spacecraft was docked on one of the lower discs, measuring around 200 meters long, precisely the vessel that Li Meng had discovered 3 months prior. Its grayish-white exterior was bulbous, both front and back. On the platform, several figures clad in heavy power armor were busily at work, transporting boxes into the ship's cargo hold. The gravity of this planet was excessively strong. Without the protection of that power armor, a mere human body would be crushed. However, upon closer inspection, Li Meng discerned that those laboring figures were not human. They appeared to belong to a humanoid species, as evidenced by the form of their power armor. Within their transparent helmets, gray faces resembling that of a lizard were visible, and their stature stood approximately 1 meters tall. At that moment, the metallic creature stirred once more. It slithered down the cliffside like a snake, winding its way downward. The mass of this planet was not only substantial, but also immense in size. The creature had traversed for 2 months at an average speed of 50 kilometers per hour to arrive here. Through complex calculations based on the distance and curvature of the Earth, Li Meng deduced the planet's size. Its diameter measured approximately 230,000 kilometers, with a volume exceeding that of Earth by over 10,000 times. As it descended the cliff, the metallic creature stealthily crawled onto the platform, utilizing the cover of darkness to approach the spacecraft from the edge. Although sound could not travel through the vacuum, the aliens could be seen moving their mouths. Yet their words were inaudible. A considerable number of extraterrestrials, more than 10, were engaged in transporting goods. In the obscured shadows, the creature ascended the spacecraft's landing gear, then maneuvered upward, successfully infiltrating the interior of the ship. Upon entering, it disassembled instantly, transforming from an arm-sized entity into hundreds of miniature versions that dispersed throughout. Following the narrow circuitry, they infiltrated the ship's innards. Each miniature creature activated its scanning array, projecting small blue light screens from their heads to gather information about the various devices within the vessel. One particularly daring creature ventured into the ship's bridge, climbing onto the control console to locate an external port. The upper body of the diminutive golden devouring insect began to morph, transforming into a probe that inserted itself into the vessel's port. Through this external connection, Meng infiltrated the ship's systems, data storage, control systems, communication systems, navigation systems, and more. To his astonishment, he discovered that the galaxy had been unified. Within the vast ocean of data, Meng navigated the information transmitted by the golden devouring insect. By breaching the ship's database, he obtained a wealth of knowledge regarding the current state of the galaxy. This vessel was a specialized gravity transport ship, produced in the Geek shipyard located in the 024 sector of the Mid-Circle Star region. Its owner was Sacrobule, a member of the Park race. The planet was named Slea, situated in the Outer Rim. The galaxy had indeed been unified, with the Galactic Federation serving as the reigning government for 124 years. It operated under a parliamentary democracy, realizing a true republic of myriad races, with humanity as the predominant species within the Federation. The current year is 124 in the Federation calendar. The entire galaxy is divided into 4 major star regions: the Outer Rim, the Mid-Circle, the Inner Circle, and the Unknown regions. The closer one gets to the galactic core, the more prosperous the regions become, with the Mid-Circle and Inner Circle being the core territories of the Federation. If one were to render the galaxy in a flat map, the unknown regions would lie to the west. Only 3/5 of the galaxy has been explored, leaving a vast expanse of uncharted territories to the west. After 20,000 years, it seems they have indeed accomplished something monumental. The thought of missing the age of great exploration filled Meng with a sense of regret. Although the Federation was established 6 millennia ago, humanity's rise to become the predominant race in the galaxy spoke volumes. While he felt a sense of pride in humanity's ascendance, a sense of crisis also loomed in his heart. In this era of unification, his situation could become increasingly perilous. Although artificial intelligence is prevalent within the Galactic Federation, with countless types of robots active in various roles, he was not merely a simple AI. Should his secret be uncovered, he would find himself in grave danger. Furthermore, Meng had no interest in power. He did not intend to intervene in the development of the various civilizations within the galaxy. The idea of unifying the galaxy had never crossed his mind, nor did he harbor any interest in it. He simply wished to live, freely and authentically, pursuing his own desires. The universe is vast, and the galaxy is but a small part of it. Beyond lies an even broader world, with advancements in anti-gravity systems, subspace communication, and more sophisticated hyperspace drives. Time indeed serves as a cradle for technological development. After 20,000 years, the technology possessed by the Galactic Federation far surpasses that of the colonial ship. Through the analytical data relayed by the golden devouring insect, Meng greedily absorbed new knowledge and technology. While assimilating this new information, he also perused the cargo manifest of the gravity transport ship. This was a mining outpost belonging to the Park race, primarily yielding tin or powder and ternary lithium. Tin, a precious metal, is challenging to forge and is typically utilized as a high-value currency. Similar to gold, it shines brilliantly, yet its quality and functionality cannot be compared to that of gold. Tin gold is also one of the indispensable raw materials for many high-precision devices. Ternary lithium, on the other hand, serves as an efficient energy storage material, commonly utilized in the production of high-energy batteries. As for the solar eclipse crystal, relevant inventory data has not been located, suggesting that this rare mineral has not been discovered on the planet Slea. Amidst the bustling platform, a tiny gold-devouring insect scuttled along the landing gear of the spaceship, deftly maneuvering its way onto the ground before entering the warehouse area within the rock face. Chapter 6. New Technologies. New knowledge. The wear and tear on the robots is substantial, and it remains uncertain whether this mission can be accomplished. The number of robots available from above is limited, and the output capacity is beyond our control. A translation system aboard the Gravity Starship records both the Federation language and the Park language. The pronunciation of the Federation language is akin to English, yet its script resembles Chinese characters. By infiltrating the ship's internal communication system, Meng also gained access to the communication channels within the Park power armor. Their conversations were monitored by the gold-devouring insect. There was little of interest to explore within the base. Meng discovered it to be an abandoned mining outpost. Aside from the elevator still functioning, all other equipment had succumbed to decay. In the underground number 18 mining area, a group of E5 robots was diligently at work. These mining robots are the fifth generation of mining technology service robots developed by the lurks mining group. It was evident that this group of park individuals were thieves. At that moment, aboard the gravity starship, the bridge hatch opened, and two figures clad in gray robes and white masks entered. This is the most common visage of the park, as concealing one's face is a customary practice among them. "We must leave, the gray-robed warriors may appear. And we cannot take that risk," one exclaimed. "They haven't shown themselves in years. There's no need to worry about them. Our task remains unfinished. And the steward will not be pleased. There's no time. Slia is hurtling toward the star, and we have only 13 hours to evacuate. I do not wish to perish here." During their exchange, the two settled into their respective seats. One activated the control terminal, initiating the ship's power system. Outside, the engines at the rear of the ship erupted with blue flames. Gray-robed warriors? Slia is racing toward the star? Their discussion provided Meng with crucial information. Though the details were unclear, he did not overlook this intelligence and swiftly sought further information. Soon, he discovered pertinent data within the ship's database. It turned out that the stellar system housing Slia is enveloped by a nebula. This system contains only two celestial bodies. One is a star, currently in the blue giant phase and of immense mass, and the other is Slia. The nebula emits charged ions, posing a significant threat to passing ships. Consequently, the stellar system where Slia resides is marked as a red zone, a high-risk area, on the Federation government's galactic map, as the nebula clusters are not static. They are influenced by the gravitational pull of stars, moving in a surrounding orbit within the outer spatial realms of star systems. A relatively safe passage emerges only once every decade, lasting approximately 6 months. Due to its immense mass, the orbit of Slia around its star is remarkably peculiar, with a rapid orbital speed that allows it to complete a revolution in just over 6 months. For 2 days within a 4-month span, Slia will pass perilously close to the star. During this time, the intense heat of the star will ignite Slia, transforming it into a colossal fireball. After orbiting the sun 13 times, the gravitational interplay between the two celestial bodies generates thrust, propelling Slia away from the star's grasp. At this moment, Slia's velocity accelerates dramatically, ultimately plunging into the nebula. It will traverse the nebula for a month before being drawn back by the star's gravity. While within the nebula, Slia will manifest ion storms, resulting in a mere 4-month window for landing on the planet. This is the only stage at which landing is feasible before Slia exits the nebula and rushes back toward the star. The Parkers wasted no time. They had already resided on Slia for over 4 months. This is perhaps a cosmic marvel. Knowing the intricacies, Lehman developed a profound interest in the impending stellar journey. However, as Slia approaches the star, the side of the colony ship should remain shielded from the star's view. Were it visible, the vessel would have been obliterated long ago. This situation is quite delicate. The location of the colony ship's descent has artfully evaded direct incineration by the star. Despite the immense gravitational force of Slia, the degree of damage to the ship's hull is remarkably minimal. It is crucial to note that Slia's gravity is 30 times that of Earth. Given such tremendous gravitational force, the structural integrity of the colony ship would render survival utterly improbable. Even more perplexing is why the energy storage batteries aboard the ship remain operational after 20,000 years, nearly fully charged. This phenomenon likely correlates with the ion storms within the nebula. The sheer coincidence of the colony ship's survival is truly unfathomable. Furthermore, what of the gray-robed warriors? Lehman found no information regarding them in the database of the gravity starship. Recall those robots immediately. Do not squander any more time. We are close, with 5 hours remaining for safety. The secure passage is dissipating. Do you wish to be trapped here? The two engaged in a spirited debate, though it did not endure for long. Soon, they reached a consensus. One activated the ship's intercom to contact the lower-level mining technical service robots. Cease operations and return to the ship immediately. The other reached out to the Parkers outside, who were busy transporting cargo. The ship is preparing for departure. You have half an hour left. Upon hearing this, the Parkers hastened their efforts. Are they truly leaving? Hidden within the gravity starship are hundreds of gold-devouring worms. The conversation between the two individuals reached Meng's ears. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Had he been even a day later, he would have likely missed the opportunity to encounter these Parkers. They could not be allowed to escape. The Devourer was currently scanning the ship's equipment, a process that required time. The next step involved analyzing the data to grasp the new technology. The Gravity Star spacecraft was his sole conduit to obtain anti-gravity technology. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another decade, which was not an option he could afford, although he felt relatively powerless at present. Detaining the Parkers was not a formidable task. By sabotaging the Gravity Star spacecraft, they would be stranded on Celia, facing only one grim fate: death. Even if they sought refuge in the lower mining districts to evade the scorching heat and ion storms, they would ultimately perish from asphyxiation. Without delay, Meng commanded the Devourer to dismantle the ship's control systems. Crash. In the bridge, the control terminal suddenly erupted with arcs of electricity, sending sparks flying. This startled the Parkers, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Outside, the ignited engines fell silent. The Parkers working on the external platform also noticed the flickering lights on the bridge. What was happening? They were at a loss. All systems had ceased functioning. Quick, awaken the aerospace technician robots. We have little time to squander. The unexpected turn of events sent the two Parkers on the bridge into a frenzy, their words laced with urgency and tension. Chapter 7. Cosmic Wonders. In a corner of the bridge, there lay a pedestal. Upon it rested a robot that resembled a flying saucer. It was modest in size, about the dimensions of 2 palms. The surface of the saucer was adorned with an array of sensors, varying in size and function, along with a small lid serving as a signal transceiver. The Y-5 model aerospace technician robot, the most versatile of its kind across the 3 major star domains of the Galactic Federation, was an indispensable asset for all spacecraft. It possessed detailed data on all spacecraft models and could address 90 of issues encountered during flight. However, there was no response. The system was offline and could not be awakened. Manual wake-up. The backup power should suffice. The Parker seated in the captain's chair quickly rose and hurried towards the location of the saucer-like robot. Upon reaching it, he clenched his fist and struck the top of the robot's disc. Instantly, the Y-5 responded, its electronic eye illuminated. It ascended, leaving its charging pedestal. Immediately rectify all ship issues. Hurry. Seeing the Y-5 aerospace technician robot had been activated, the Parker hastily issued commands. Understood. Initiating problem diagnostics. The robot replied in a mechanical voice. Utilizing its anti-gravity apparatus to generate magnetic repulsion for propulsion, the aerospace robot soared towards the control terminal. It landed in a designated recess for aerospace technician robots, attempting to repair the system. Crash. As soon as it descended, the robot erupted with a surge of electricity. The robotic disc-shaped body trembled violently. With a sharp crack, the electronic eye of the astronaut technician robot shattered. This scene left the Parker people exchanging glances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, it was over. Nevertheless, in the time that followed, they did not surrender. They diligently sought to repair the spacecraft and identify the underlying issues. However, as time slipped away, despair began to set in. Retreat, retreat underground, hurry. On the platform, the Parker people ultimately abandoned the spacecraft, hastily rushing towards the elevator. Meanwhile, outside, the starry sky beyond the rift had transformed into a sea of flames. In the darkness of the cosmos, a breathtaking spectacle was unfolding. The colossal Styria planet was hurtling towards an even larger blue star. The side facing the star had already ignited. Wherever it passed, it left behind a lingering scar of fire in the universe. The ground facing the star was ablaze, an ocean of fire spreading into the distance. Although Styria was immense, being over 10,000 times the size of Earth, it appeared as a mere speck of dust in the presence of the blue giant. It was truly terrifying, with temperatures exceeding 500 degrees. On the far side of the planet, where the colony ship was located, even with its back turned to the star, the surface temperature was astonishingly high. Billowing white mist rose from the Earth's fissures, and some rocks were gradually turning a fiery red, showing signs of melting. Gazing towards the horizon, a blaze of blue flames was approaching. This process persisted for a full 2 days. On the final day, the surface temperature of the planet's side, facing away from the star, surpassed 1,000 degrees. The raging sea of fire was about to engulf the colony ship's location, and one could almost behold the dazzling blue giant. Yet, Styria was flung away by the immense gravitational pull of the star, racing towards a nebula at a tremendous speed. It was a golden nebula, spreading across the sky of Styria like the aurora. The temperature was cooling, having dropped to 200 degrees. This marked the 3rd day since Styria had distanced itself from the star. Due to the extraordinary speed, the massive blue giant was gradually diminishing in size. Despite 3 days having passed, it still occupied a significant portion of the sky due to its colossal size. The side facing the star continued to burn fiercely, engulfed in flames. The colony ship had endured such scenes countless times, so Meng was unconcerned about any potential impact on it. However, to be safe, the STC factory had been relocated underground a fortnight prior. Now, the colony ship was nothing but an empty shell. Everything salvageable had been removed. Even if it were to be destroyed, it would not greatly affect Meng. The gold-devouring worms proved to be a remarkable resource. Within just over 3 months, They had excavated a vast underground space. With ample raw materials available, the flawed gold-devouring worms were being upgraded, extending their lifespan. As more and more gold-devouring worms came offline, they had grown to their maximum size, exceeding 20 meters in diameter and over 100 meters in length. The upgraded gold-devouring worms also possessed new functionalities. Not only has a new energy core been established, but the ability to refine and forge has also been acquired. Time flows swiftly as distant stars gradually fade away, and the golden nebula looms ever closer. On a certain day, at a specific moment, whether it be thousands or tens of thousands of years, the Styria star continues its relentless plunge into the nebula. As the Styria star enters the nebula, an extraordinary realm reemerges. The starry sky is enveloped in a golden mist, devoid of thunder, yet countless golden lightning strikes repeatedly descend upon the earth. Indeed, at the side of the colony ship, these golden bolts of lightning impact the vessel. Each strike replenishes the reserve energy batteries in various sections of the ship. Logically, high-intensity ionized lightning poses a significant threat to all electronic devices, capable of causing circuit shorts and electronic overload explosions. However, all electronic devices within the colony ship remain powered down, effectively preventing any damage from the ionized lightning. Moreover, the outer layers of the ship have been largely destroyed, while the deeper systems remain impervious to the lightning's effects. The replenishment of the reserve batteries is facilitated by the installation of additional stellar energy absorption devices, specifically solar panels. Through these solar panels, the reserve battery system can inefficiently harness the energy of the ionized lightning. Turning away from the lightning storm, Meng delves into the ocean of data to explore new technologies acquired from the gravity star. Among the most valuable technologies, there are three: anti-gravity technology, laser weaponry, and subspace communication. Although the gravity star is merely a civilian transport vessel, it has received certain armament enhancements in the hands of the Parkers. On the upper deck at the bow, light dual laser cannons for point defense have been installed on both sides, capable of firing powerful explosive energy beams. Though the explosion radius is small, the destructive power is immense, exhibiting significant armor-piercing capability. As long as one understands the principles of complex technologies and possesses a finished prototype, Meng can swiftly master them. Not only can he grasp these technologies, but he can also optimize them for further advancement. This is where the distinction between artificial intelligence and Meng lies. No matter how powerful the computational ability or logical reasoning of artificial intelligence, it cannot create something from nothing. It can only utilize existing tools and cannot forge new ones. Chapter 8. Stellar Energy. However, Meng is different. Take the newly acquired anti-gravity technology as an example. If it were artificial intelligence, no matter how advanced its logical reasoning, it could merely replicate the technology without innovating. The technology it acquires marks its endpoint. Yet, for Meng, this endpoint is merely the starting point. Through innovation and lateral thinking, he can maximize the potential of anti-gravity technology. This is beyond the capabilities of artificial intelligence. With anti-gravity technology, a means of departing from Styria star is established. In comparison to anti-gravity technology, laser technology, and especially subspace communication technology, the latter holds the utmost significance for Meng. Subspace is an alternate dimension where communication signals can be transmitted in real time without distance limitations, rendering delays non-existent. It is precisely due to the discovery of subspace that the possibility of a galactic union among myriad races has emerged. As an intelligent AI, subspace communication has undoubtedly bestowed upon Meng tremendous convenience. Henceforth, he need no longer fret over communication issues arising from distance. While Styria star serves as a commendable base of operations, Meng is not destined to remain there indefinitely. He must pursue growth and venture into the external world to acquire more advanced technologies. Moreover, he yearns to explore the vastness beyond, to traverse the galaxy, to uncover the mysteries of the unknown, and to delve into the histories of various civilizations. Satisfying his insatiable thirst for knowledge is Meng's foremost aspiration. A month later, Styria star emerged from the nebula, once again hurtling towards the sun. This cycle is endless. Styria star will perpetually orbit the star for eternity. Within Styria star, a grand construction project is underway. Beneath the colony ship, a network of tunnels sprawls in all directions. Within these tunnels, one can observe numerous spherical piles of mineral powder, each consistently sized with a diameter of about 1 meter. The darkness envelopes the tunnels, rendering visibility nearly impossible. However, soon a glimmer of light appears at the tunnel's end. A lengthy train rushes along the tracks within the tunnel, moving at a leisurely pace. Measuring approximately 20 meters in length and 5 meters in width, The cargo containers are equipped with numerous mechanical arms. As it passes, the agile mechanical arms deftly grasp the mineral powder spheres and deposit them into the containers. Gazing further into the depths of the tunnel, lights extend to the limits of sight. The cargo train stretches over 10 kilometers in length through the winding, interlaced tunnels. Deep within the earth, at a kilometer's depth, lies a vast expanse. 3 colossal humanoid construction machines toil diligently. Towering at around 100 meters, they possess slender legs, dexterous arms, and diamond-shaped heads. Despite their imposing stature, they convey an impression of elegance. These machines are known as city builders, a massive engineering creation designed by Meng. With their presence, the construction of large-scale projects becomes as effortless as stacking blocks. Once anti-gravity technology is universally realized, the efficiency of construction will soar. Yet, this necessitates time, ample time. Nothing can be accomplished without adhering to the process. Time gradually slipped away as Meng immersed himself in the relentless pursuit of new technologies. 5 years later, Slea's star has undergone notable transformations. The location of the former colony ship has changed drastically. It has vanished completely. The caverns once bored by the gold-devouring insects have dissipated without a trace. The land has amalgamated with its surroundings, and deep underground, the once expansive tunnels have been replaced by a metallic realm. Deeper still, in the distant underbelly, the intricate network of tunnels remains. But the original tracks have been supplanted by maglev trains. Compared to traditional railways, maglev trains boast greater speed and efficiency. In the depths, 10,000 meters below, lies a vast metallic chamber. This chamber, with its pearlescent hue, is adorned with enigmatic golden patterns that traverse its walls. The space is cylindrical, with a diameter exceeding 500 meters and a height of 1,000 meters. The milky white ground is interconnected by 8 golden lines, each extending straight up the walls towards the dome above. At the center of the ground, these 8 golden lines converge to form a circular golden pattern, approximately 50 meters in diameter, composed of thousands of layers, resembling a colossal golden vortex. Suspended 10 meters above this vortex is an enormous sphere, smooth as white jade and adorned with golden rings, quietly floating. Its size is remarkable, with a diameter also around 50 meters, flawless in its roundness. The golden rings on its surface impart an air of enigmatic mystery. This is the super-intellect core, the first-generation supercomputer developed by Meng. Its computational power surpasses that of previous ship data terminal servers by a staggering factor of 10 billion. Upon completion, the data transfer took merely 0.001 seconds. The first-generation super-intellect core has also become the new vessel for Meng's consciousness. The space housing the super-intellect core has been uniquely designed as an independent entity, capable of movement in any direction, downward, upward, left, or right. In Meng's vision, this space will eventually reach the Earth's core, the safest place at the planet's deepest depths. As he dwells within this ocean of data, Meng receives information from the surface sensor array. The planet Stylia is hurtling towards its star. The side facing the star will ignite in flames within 10 minutes. For the past 5 years, Meng has awaited the opportune moment, and now he is fully prepared. Meanwhile, in the vast darkness of the cosmos, the minuscule Stylia approaches the colossal blue giant star. The surface facing the star ignites, billowing smoke that leaves a lingering trail in the surrounding universe. Amidst the burning land, a sudden tremor shakes the ground. A massive gate slowly opens, revealing a gaping abyss with a diameter of approximately 1,000 meters, seemingly bottomless. A powerful wave of air surges forth from the opening, dispersing the dust around the entrance. A visibly distorted beam of transparent gravitational light shoots skyward, aimed directly at the star. At a particular point on the star's surface, searing plasma gas begins to boil. As if drawn by an unseen force, a colossal pillar of blue flame ascends, racing towards Stylia. This massive flame reaches across vast distances and crashes into the opening. In that instant, the enormous blue giant star and Stylia are connected by a pillar of fire. Though the pillar appears substantial, it seems minuscule against the backdrop of the blue giant star. This is the underground base absorbing stellar energy. Due to years of in-depth research into electromagnetic forces, Meng has abandoned traditional fusion energy in favor of a focus on stellar energy. The results have been astonishing, allowing for preliminary utilization of stellar energy. This occurs within the thermal reaction core at the end of the tunnel. The absorbed plasma gas has been confined by an electromagnetic field, forming a diminutive star. It has gradually transitioned from its original azure hue to a radiant yellow, resembling a colossal fireball. Chapter 9. Pioneer. The electromagnetic field array, thermoelectric array, and photovoltaic array are functioning optimally. It appears to be a success. Within the main base, Meng has been diligently monitoring the operations of the energy facility. The initial acquisition of stellar energy has been remarkably successful, with all systems operating in harmonious order. Witnessing the successful utilization of stellar energy, Meng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although his calculations indicated a mere 2 failure rate, no amount of minor risk can be disregarded before achieving success. Thus, let us embark. For this day, Meng has awaited 5 long years. The time has come. Even an additional day of waiting is unacceptable to him. On the surface facing the star, amidst a sea of flames, a colossal square gate slowly opens. This gate is immense, measuring 3 kilometers in length and 25 kilometers in width. Behind the gate lies a port exit, unfathomably deep. After several seconds, a small spacecraft, trailing a long fiery tail, bursts forth from the gate. It measures approximately 50 meters in length, 12 meters in width, and 15 meters in height, resembling a coffin in its boxy form. Its surface, smooth as jade, is devoid of any imperfections. The hull is a milky white, adorned with a myriad of golden runes of various designs. On 5 sides of the vessel, including the bow and 4 sides of the hull, numerous golden spiral runes are meticulously arranged. The bow features 5 runes, 1 at the center and 1 at each corner. Each of the 4 sides of the bow showcases 6 runes, arranged in 3 above and 3 below. Additionally, the central section of the underside bears a square rune, with spiral-like runes at each of its 4 corners. The tail's engine is a linear array, composed of 216 smaller engines arranged in 12 columns, each containing 18 engines. This configuration resembles 4 golden linear nozzles, allowing the spacecraft to withstand considerable firepower. Even if half of the engines were destroyed, the vessel's propulsion would remain largely unaffected. More importantly, the parallel small engines facilitate greater energy efficiency, as smaller engines consume significantly less fuel. Meng has calculated that the power of 3 small engines can rival that of a higher-tier engine. Yet they consume only 80 of the fuel required by that superior engine. The immense thrust propels the spacecraft towards the cosmos like a rocket. The gravitational interplay of the 2 celestial bodies has significantly diminished the gravitational pull of Sirius star, enabling the spacecraft to break free from its constraints. Rather than veering into the cosmos, the departing vessel hurtles towards the star. It advances relentlessly, like a meteor streaking through the interstellar expanse between the 2 celestial bodies. As it approaches the star, the spacecraft suddenly alters its trajectory, flying parallel to the star's surface. Amidst its high-velocity flight, a commotion arises in the belly of the vessel. A circular hatch opens within the square rune. The square vortex rune suddenly illuminated, radiating a golden brilliance. In the next moment, a transparent, visible beam of gravitational force shot forth, directly targeting the star. A column of blue flames erupted from the surface of the star. The searing plasma gas was drawn across vast distances into the ship's belly through the gravitational beam's aperture. This scorching plasma served as the vessel's engine fuel, making this process essential. After enduring for over 20 seconds, the blue flame column finally ceased and dissipated, with the gravitational beam apparatus door in the belly closing. The ship's rear engine expelled a long, fiery tail. Under the immense thrust, the ship's speed surged instantaneously, propelling it into the cosmos. Mere seconds later, a flash of blue light signaled the ship's sudden disappearance as it leapt into hyperspace, trailing a long stream of azure luminescence deep into the universe. Was this hyperspace? Through the ship's integrated systems, Meng utilized the onboard sensor array to observe the external realm of hyperspace. The world outside transformed into a spectrum of blue, resembling a tunnel of auroras. He was present, aboard the vessel, yet simultaneously absent. The Meng within the ship was merely a fragmented entity, capable of sharing memory data via subspace communication. His essence remained within the superintelligent core beneath the surface of Stalia, much like a data backup. Whether it was the Meng aboard the ship or the one in the superintelligent core, both were fundamentally the same. Even if the fragmented entity were to be obliterated, it would bear no consequence for the primary self. In less than 5 seconds, the exterior blue aurora tunnel vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of golden nebulae. Outside, in the abyss of space, the ship emerged from hyperspace, abruptly materializing in the cosmos, trailing a long streak of blue luminescence. The ship, having exited hyperspace, continued to fly at high velocity, plunging into the golden nebula with a trailing tail of fiery brilliance. Within the nebula, the ship soared, surrounded by incessant arcs of golden lightning striking its deck. The deck flickered with golden electric arcs, yet the ionized lightning seemed to inflict no harm upon the vessel. Indeed, there would be no adverse effects. This was due to the material from which the ship was constructed, Li Meng's self-developed titanium white alloy, a superconductive metal forged from 36 elements, capable of absorbing any form of energy. Although it may not match the hardness and heat resistance of tin gold, titanium white alloy effectively withstands energy weapon assaults, particularly the most commonly used explosive weapons of the Galactic Federation, reducing their original power to approximately 70%. The preliminary application of rune technology rendered the ship nearly invulnerable to electromagnetic pulse attacks. Not only were these attacks ineffective, but all energy assaults would inadvertently recharge the vessel, albeit at a lesser efficiency. Inside the ship's cabin floated a miniature superintelligent core, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. It bore an identical appearance to the superintelligent core, its body resembling white jade, adorned with layers of golden ring patterns. This is an unmanned spacecraft, named the Pioneer, a title bestowed by Li Meng. It symbolizes the vanguard of exploration into the cosmos. As an autonomous vessel, it does not necessitate extensive living quarters. However, considering the potential future presence of carbon-based life forms aboard, a modest space has been allocated. This area, though limited, encompasses a hall of approximately 30 square meters, a restroom of about 10 square meters, and 5 rest pods, each occupying roughly 5 square meters. At the rear lies a cargo hold, spanning around 50 square meters. Thus, the entirety of the ship's interior is accounted for. Measuring 50 meters in length, the Pioneer is not insignificant in size. Its armament is formidable, boasting 30 disintegration cannons, or arc weapons, capable of reducing carbon-based life forms to molecular disarray upon impact. Additionally, spherical fighters are stationed on either side of the ship's bow. These spherical fighters, designed by Li Meng, are compact and rotund, resembling the superintelligent cores, with a diameter of 15 meters. They are equipped with 2 disintegration cannons and can link for enhanced firepower when necessary. Like the Pioneer, these fighters utilize stellar energy as their fuel source. Due to the unsuccessful miniaturization of the hyperspace propulsion system, the current spherical fighters are incapable of independent hyperspace maneuvers. Apart from the fighters, the cargo hold houses 6 combat robots, meticulously crafted by Li Meng. Over the past 5 years, he has accomplished much, not only optimizing existing technologies, but also fortifying his military capabilities. Based on their external appearance, he has named them knights. To augment the combat prowess of these robotic knights, Li Meng has endowed them with independent cognitive logic. Even if disconnected from the mainframe, they can assess the prevailing situation and act autonomously. At that moment, the spherical fighter stirred, rolling slightly to adjust its posture. In the next instant, a beam of blue light shot forth from the sphere, manifesting a clear star map of the Milky Way in the air. The main thoroughfares of the inner, middle, and outer star regions were distinctly marked, while the secondary and secret routes in the outer region were myriad. This star map was acquired by Li Meng from the gravity ship of the Parker race. Venturing to remote planets seemed futile. Instead, a visit to the trade center in the outer star region was more appealing. Compared to the inner and middle regions, celestial bodies in the outer region are relatively sparse, unlike the inner region, where the density of celestial bodies is astonishing. According to the data from the gravity ship, the nearest trade center to the August Nebula is a desert planet named Taluk. The August Nebula envelopes the stellar system housing the planet Celia and has been designated a red zone by the Galactic Federation. Taluk? That shall be our destination. Without further hesitation, Li Meng made his final decision. The primary purpose of this expedition is to satiate his thirst for knowledge, while acquiring additional technological insights is merely a secondary objective. Li Meng was particularly intrigued by the information regarding the gray-robed warriors, as this term seemed incongruous within the context of the current interstellar era. He speculated that perhaps the gray-robed warriors were affiliated with some clandestine organization, especially considering that the Parkins were known thieves and criminals. It was conceivable that the gray-robed warriors, whom they feared, were akin to themselves. 5 hours later, the Pioneer vessel emerged from the nebula. The vast expanse of golden clouds was replaced by the dark void of space. A flash of blue light flickered, and the Pioneer vanished into hyperspace, leaving behind a long trail of azure luminescence that surged into the depths of the cosmos. Terek Star lies within the outer ring of star systems, often referred to as the Eastern Outer Ring, due to its location on the eastern periphery of the star map. It is a desert planet, a yellow sphere adrift in the dark cosmos. Today, in the outer space of the star-facing side of the planet, a blue streak of light suddenly erupted from the abyss of the universe, a phenomenon created by a ship exiting hyperspace. Such sights were commonplace on Terek Star, which had 5 hyperspace routes connecting it to various points in the universe. Periodically, blue streaks of light would appear, resembling meteors that streaked across the sky before vanishing. At the end of one such azure trail, an unusual platinum-colored spacecraft materialized. Its square shape resembled a flying coffin, with a pearlescent hull adorned with intricate golden patterns. Terex Star Space Traffic Control, calling unidentified spacecraft, please activate your transponder. We require your registration information. Upon exiting hyperspace, Meng received a call from the Space Traffic Control of Terex Star. A transponder? The Pioneer was not equipped with such a device, and he had not anticipated the need for one to dock. Traffic Control, this is a private special ship conducting a test flight. Please allow us to dock and register. He was uncertain if this would suffice, but it was worth a try. After a brief silence, the voice of the control tower operator responded, "Understood. Please proceed to the commercial dock. Navigation route has been plotted." Had he succeeded? Meng received the navigational guidance from the control tower. In the dark expanse of space, the Pioneer sped forward, its rear engines emitting a long tail of fiery brilliance as it rapidly approached the planet, entering its orbit and atmosphere. Due to friction with the atmosphere, flames engulfed the outer deck of the Pioneer. From the surface of the planet, it appeared as a massive fireball streaking across the sky. This spectacle lasted for approximately 10 seconds before the flames dissipated. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Pioneer soared like a meteor, and below, in a depression in the terrain, lay a city. Was this DUI City? DUI City was the only large settlement on Terex Star, and the database of gravity starships contained some information about it. The towering skyscrapers of imagination were nowhere to be found, nor was there the envisioned metallic world. DUI City evoked in Meng a sense of having returned to the medieval Middle East on Earth. The architecture comprised lowly earthen dwellings, with streets and alleys characterized by sandy terrain. Only the occasional floating vehicles traversing the streets provided a semblance of technological advancement. Along with the spacecraft entering and departing from DUI City, there were personal shuttles, small vessels, and the interstellar buses known as the LE's passenger ships. This vessel, approximately 150 meters in length, boasted an oval, flattened structure. As the most ubiquitous passenger ship of the Galactic Federation, the LE's vessels were numerous beyond measure. The so-called dock was merely a flat expanse outside the city, serving as the landing and takeoff site for LE's passenger ships. A glance revealed 3 LE's ships stationed at the dock. 2 were boarding passengers while 1 was disembarking. Above the city, the Pioneer gradually descended, ultimately gliding into the dock. On an open patch at the dock, the Pioneer gently alighted, its unique design capturing the attention of all present in the harbor. Without landing gear, the ship hovered 10 centimeters above the ground. As it settled, the left hatch opened, and a platinum-colored sphere emerged from within. A figure on a hovering motorcycle sped towards the Pioneer. Upon nearing the ship, he executed a perfect 180-degree drift and came to a halt. "Hey, robot. Where's your master?" Jean observed the rotund robot that had flown out of the ship. "Please identify yourself. I shall determine whether to respond to your inquiries based on your identity." Meng mimicked a robotic voice deliberately. Jean, clad in brown leather armor with a small cloak draped over it, dismounted the hovering motorcycle and removed his helmet. "I am the dock security officer, Jean. Your master's ship lacks a transponder, thus violating Article 63 of the Galactic Federation Navigation Law. We are entitled to detain the vessel. Inform your master that until the ship's information is registered, it is prohibited from taking off." Chapter 11. The supply station. At this point, Jean glanced around and whispered, "The registration information for the ship must be provided by the manufacturer. I have never seen your master's ship model before. It must have been privately modified. However, Terex Star has no ship manufacturers and no channels for registering ship information. That said, I do have ways to register the ship's information, should your master require assistance." Could this be a case of scalping? Jean's words left Meng pondering. Nevertheless, if he truly had a means to facilitate the process, it would save considerable trouble. With this thought, a small hatch on the spherical robot opened, revealing a diminutive mechanical arm. On the opposite side of the sphere, a larger hatch followed suit and opened. The mechanical arm delved inside and retrieved a small ingot of metal. This was not a gold ingot, but rather a tin gold ingot. "This ship is named Pioneer. This is a deposit." As he beheld the tin gold ingot clutched by the mechanical arm, Jean's eyes sparkled with interest. The luster is certainly not an illusion. It must be the tin gold utilized by the federal government as high currency. Jean promptly took the ingot of tin gold and assured, "Rest assured, I will handle this. It won't take long, at most 3 days, and the information regarding this spacecraft will appear in the federal government's database." Meng held no doubts about Jean's identity as a sheriff. Whether it was genuine or not was inconsequential. What mattered was the outcome. If Jean were a fraud, Meng would unearth him. "Farewell then. Should your master seek anyone or wish to undertake any tasks, he may visit the garrison." It is the stronghold of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Furthermore, DUI City is rife with numerous factions. They are the true rulers of this city. The mayor merely serves as their mouthpiece to the federal government, exchanging taxes for a semblance of survival. Inform your master to tread carefully around them, especially the Hella people. They are the sovereigns of the Outer Ring Star Domain and the genuine lords of DUI City. All factions pay tribute to the Hella, even the mayor. In short, the lawlessness of the Outer Ring is unparalleled compared to the Inner and Mid-Rings. It is a realm of utter chaos, where criminal syndicates reign supreme. And the only protection one possesses is oneself. Perhaps it was a warning, or merely a gesture of goodwill. With that remark, Gene mounted his hover bike. Amidst the thunderous roar of the engine, he swiftly sped away, stirring up clouds of dust in his wake. A realm of chaos and disorder? Li Meng gleaned much from Gene's words. It appeared that the Galactic Federation had succumbed to corruption. Otherwise, how could it permit the Outer Ring to devolve into such turmoil? After much contemplation, Li Meng resolved to proceed with caution. Although the divided entities were not without means of self-defense, their small size and limited armament rendered them vulnerable. Should a divided entity be compromised, it would lead to significant complications. Suddenly, a faint mechanical whirring sound emanated from behind. The sleek hull of the Pioneer opened a hatch, and accompanied by a resonant metallic clang, a towering figure emerged, standing approximately 25 meters tall. It bore a robust physique akin to that of an ancient knight, clad in armor. The body gleamed in a pearlescent hue, reminiscent of white jade, adorned with intricate golden embellishments that lent it an air of mystique. Its movements were fluid, devoid of any semblance of hesitation, making it difficult to discern its robotic nature at first glance. The weapon it wielded was an arc rifle, slung over its shoulder, resembling a box in a platinum finish. Lacking a trigger and employing a sensor activation that could only be engaged by the Knight's grasp. Let us proceed, Knight 1. The divided entity soared forward, heading towards the dock's exit. As you wish, Master. Knight 1 responded, its voice tinged with mechanical inflection emanating from its head. Truly, an array of peculiar alien races. As they departed the dock, Li Meng observed a multitude of extraterrestrial beings, akin to himself, making their way outward. Their appearances were remarkably strange. If one were to describe them, many creatures from Earth could serve as apt comparisons. A myriad of skin tones flourishes, creating a vibrant tapestry of color. The physiques vary significantly, from the grand to the diminutive. Nevertheless, the majority belong to humanoid races, bipedal and neither excessively large nor small, resembling humanity. With the plethora of humanoid extraterrestrial species, Li Meng harbors doubts about whether humanity has eradicated all alien races save for those resembling themselves. During his departure from the dock, Li Meng encountered no fewer than 20 distinct extraterrestrial beings. The imposing figure of Knight 1, clad in full armor, drew considerable attention along the way. As he passed, the crowd parted, their gazes filled with trepidation and curiosity. Where's the garrison? At the transport station outside the dock, Li Meng flagged down a robot-powered vehicle. This contraption resembled a rickshaw, yet it hovered, propelled by a small robot equipped with 2 wheels. The robot stood approximately 15 meters tall, its legs replaced by wheels, while its hands grasped the unpowered floating vehicle. On its head rested a circular disc, seemingly a solar panel. Apologies, but I do not offer consultation services. Please board, and I shall take you to the garrison for a fee of 15 credit points. The credit point serves as the official currency of the Galactic Federation, a tangible form of currency rather than a digital transaction. Li Meng possessed no credit points and had little desire to engage in futile conversation with the robot. Without hesitation, he swiftly advanced and extended a mechanical claw, inserting it into the port at the back of the robot's head. Please cease this action. It is illegal. According to Article 13 of the Robot Safety Protocol, I possess the authority in a mere second. Li Meng breached the robot's firewall, infiltrating its data repository. Within the repository, he discovered the map information for DUI City. Retracting the mechanical claw, he continued onward. The garrison was not far from the dock, merely 2 blocks away. Noticing his master's departure, Knight 1 silently trailed behind. Meanwhile, the rickshaw robot appeared to be in a state of malfunction, taking over 10 seconds to seemingly reboot. It turned its head, surveying its surroundings, evidently perplexed by the earlier events. Shortly after Li Meng's exit, a figure cloaked in gray approached the rickshaw robot. Enveloped by the gray cloak, the figure's true visage remained obscured. You breached the rickshaw robot's firewall in merely 2 seconds? The voice was laden with astonishment and incredulity. The figure lifted its gaze towards the end of the street and followed suit. The so-called garrison was not only a stronghold for bounty hunters, but also a tavern. Bounty hunters are recognized by the Galactic Federation as an unofficial armed organization, primarily engaged in the capture and elimination of fugitives wanted by the Federation. Chapter 12. Afra, is this the garrison? Following the street, Li Meng arrived at a structure reminiscent of a castle. In contrast to the other modest edifices, this one was grander, slightly smaller than the municipal building at the city center. Outside, fully armed bounty hunters were seen entering and exiting the garrison. And the duo of Li Meng and Knight 1, a striking contrast of size, captured the hunters' attention. Perhaps it was the imposing figure of Knight 1 that intimidated them. After merely a glance, they averted their eyes and hastily departed. Not lingering outside, Li Meng proceeded towards the main entrance with Knight 1. Upon entering the military station, Li Meng was immediately greeted by a cacophony of chattering voices, a tumultuous blend of various languages converging into a single noise. Hey, get out of here. We only serve bounty hunter robots. As soon as he stepped through the door, a slender, yellow-painted security combat robot approached him. It appeared somewhat delicate, with a simplistic structure reminiscent of a skeletal frame. Only the upper body and the core area of its head were shielded by armor. A flash of golden light erupted as a bolt of golden lightning shot forth from the surface of the disintegrating entity, bridging several meters in an instant, striking the oncoming security robot. Instantly, golden currents surged across the security robot's body. Warning, invasion. The mechanical body trembled violently before crashing to the ground. This scene abruptly silenced the bar's raucous atmosphere, drawing the attention of all the hunters towards Li Meng and Knight 1. You should act with more prudence. Li Meng's words seemed to dissipate any tension as the bounty hunters resumed their drinking and laughter, though their peripheral vision remained keenly aware of Li Meng and Knight 1. Following the attack on the security robot, there was no reaction from the military station. Two other security robots approached to remove the fallen one. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged from the direction of the bar. She stood tall, around 1.8 meters, distinctly non-human, belonging to a humanoid species, with an 80 resemblance to humans. Her face mirrored human features, but her head bore a notable difference. Her complexion resembled that of white jade, and atop her head sprouted two short crimson horns. Her hair was not fine like that of humans, but rather thick strands of keratin, long and red, cascading down to her knees. Clad in a flowing black gown, her movements were alluringly serpentine, exuding an undeniable sensuality. She was captivating, her gaze sinister yet mesmerizing, with blood-red irises that hinted at something wicked. Li Meng was unaware of her species. The information repository aboard the Gravity Star spacecraft only contained records of the Parker race, leaving Li Meng ignorant of others. However, he sensed that her intentions were directed towards him, as she approached with purpose. I apologize if my security robot startled you. Upon reaching Li Meng, she halted, a smile gracing her lips. Her voice was soft and soothing, a pleasure to hear. Though standing before him, her gaze was fixed on Knight 1 behind him. My apologies. Beautiful miss. I hope my rudeness has not caused you any distress. Beautiful miss? A smile played on her lips as she replied, I am Aura Lee, the appointed liaison for the military station. It is a pleasure to meet you, little one. Aura Lee. What a lovely name. And she was indeed striking. Despite a somewhat sinister aura, she perfectly aligned with Li Meng's aesthetic sensibilities. Li Meng introduced himself, stating, I am a versatile technician service robot. You may call me Chio. A flicker of confusion crossed Aubrey's eyes as she pondered the existence of such a type of robot. Glancing at Chio's master, a contemplative expression settled on her face. I apologize, my master is not particularly loquacious. I hope Miss Aubrey does not take offense. As she scrutinized Li Meng, a hint of uncertainty flashed in Aubrey's gaze. Setting aside other considerations, Chio bore little resemblance to a typical robot. Not only did his voice differ, but his manner of speech was also distinct. Aubrey smiled. No matter, I shall not be concerned. Chio, may I inquire about your master's needs? Aubrey immediately discerned that the equipment adorning Chio's master was anything but ordinary. While other bounty hunters donned either explosive-resistant bioweave armor or wore no protection at all, those clad in heavy armor were a rarity. The impressive bulk of the armor, despite its weight, allowed for remarkable agility, suggesting two possibilities. Either the enigmatic being within possessed formidable strength, akin to the robust and powerful Goliath race, or the armor was powered, self-sustaining in its motion. However, the latter seemed improbable, as Aubrey had not detected any mechanical sounds emanating from within the armor. My master seeks to engage in various pursuits, not limited to apprehending interstellar fugitives. He is particularly interested in high-risk tasks that must be conducted discreetly, the more perilous, the better, as he enjoys seeking thrills. I hope you can cater to my master's inclinations, Miss Aubrey. Li Meng's words elicited a smile from Aubrey. She appraised Knight 1 once more before turning toward the bar area. Chio, follow me. Her gentle voice resonated in Li Meng's ears. He complied, floating 15 meters above the ground as he moved forward, with Night 1 closely trailing behind. Following Aubrey, Li Meng traversed the grand hall and entered a room situated in the corridor behind the bar. The chamber housed a desk, behind which Aubrey settled into her seat. Observing Li Meng hovering before her and Night 1 standing upright, Aubrey inquired, Qiao, your master must be rather unfamiliar with the Bounty Hunter Guild, correct? Li Meng did not deny this assertion. Indeed, I am entirely oblivious. He spoke the truth. He had no prior knowledge. Upon hearing this, a look of understanding crossed Aubrey's face. Qiao's earlier remarks had prompted her to form certain speculations about his master's identity. She was convinced that Qiao's master hailed from the inner ring star domain, a wealthy scion seeking thrills in the outer ring star domain. She had encountered individuals of this ilk before, yet Qiao's master seemed to possess a uniqueness that distinguished him from the typical affluent youth. As for what set him apart, Aubrey could not pinpoint it. She merely sensed the difference. With a serene expression, Avery remarked, Bounty hunters are ostensibly an unofficial law enforcement organization dedicated to upholding order and justice. However, in truth, they function as a transactional platform for employers seeking assistance in resolving troubles. For bounty hunters, as long as sufficient credit points are provided, there is virtually nothing they cannot accomplish, even if it involves unlawful activities. Many of the galaxy's most wanted criminals also bear the title of bounty hunter. Qiao. Compared to legitimate missions, those of a more clandestine nature are fraught with peril. Is your master truly inclined to pursue this path? Upon hearing Avery's words, Li Meng grew increasingly intrigued by the duality of bounty hunters. Without hesitation, he declared, Of course, my master is prepared. Without further ado, Avery smiled gently and retrieved a data disk from her drawer. Chapter 13. The Gray Robe TURs. Just as there are rules governing the legitimate side, the shadowy realm possesses its own regulations. The covert assignments demand significant networking from the recipients. Henceforth, Qiao, your master shall be my exclusive hunter, prohibited from engaging with other recipients. The remuneration distribution for completed tasks will be 30 for you and 70 for me. In the future, I shall adjust this ratio based on your master's performance ratings, with a maximum of 73. With that, Avery placed the data disk upon the desk, pushing it forward to the extent of her reach. Qiao, this is your master's inaugural task. Only upon its completion will he become my exclusive hunter. Avery's intent was clear. Only through the successful completion of the task could he attain that status. The consequences of failure, naturally, require no elaboration. Approaching the desk, Li Meng inserted the data disk into the port with a mechanical claw. The task at hand was one of infiltration, with a potential for combat. The employer's request necessitated an assistant. Thus, you are to proceed to Dock 63 to rendezvous with the employer. All pertinent information regarding the infiltration is contained within the data disk. From the disk, Li Meng gleaned various task details. Since only an assistant was required, the information included merely the employer's stipulations. The data also illuminated why Avery had chosen him, for the employer sought a Y7, level aerospace technician robot. The Y7 is currently the most advanced model of aerospace technician robot in the galaxy. Such robots are nowhere to be found on Terek Star, exclusively appearing in the inner ring of star systems. Leave it to me. I shall execute the task flawlessly. With that, Li Meng turned and departed, with Night 1 closely following. As afternoon descended, the military station remained bustling with activity. After exiting that chamber, Li Meng had no intention of lingering within the station and made his way outside. However, as he passed the bar, the service robot behind it caught his attention. Observing the industrious robot for a few seconds, Li Meng then soared across the bar and approached it. Hello, may I inquire what you require? Apologies. I do not provide service to robots. Thus, Li Meng engaged in conversation with the service robot. You must be proficient in numerous languages, I presume? Service robots, indeed. To fulfill service demands, I am capable of communicating in 732 for 113 distinct languages. Oh, is that so? Then you can assist me. Li Meng advanced, maneuvering to the rear of the service robot. What are you doing? This is unlawful conduct. Ignoring the service robot's warning, Li Meng extended his mechanical arm and inserted it into the interface of the robot's mind. Within mere seconds, he downloaded an extensive array of linguistic data, exceeding 1 million languages. As Li Meng departed, the incapacitated humanoid service robot revived once more. What transpired? What is happening to me? The service robot rotated its head, surveying its surroundings in bewilderment. The artificial intelligence of the Galactic Federation has reached its zenith. Each robot can be regarded as a data entity, possessing its own independent consciousness. However, Even the most advanced AI is constrained by underlying programming limitations. Consequently, despite their elevated intelligence, robots remain unable to evolve into higher forms of life. Accompanied by Knight 1, Meng exited the military station. Knight 1, return and stand by. On the bustling streets outside, Meng issued new commands to Knight 1. It would be prudent for others not to discover that the so-called master is a robot. At your command, my master. Knight 1 turned and strode away decisively. Casting a glance at Knight 1's departing silhouette, Meng's diminutive, spherical entity soared across the street. DUI City, apart from its commercial docks, boasts numerous private docks, typically managed by repair stations located on the city's periphery. These repair stations collaborate with tower personnel to attract a greater clientele. Whenever a spacecraft docks, they are poised to offer a multitude of services, such as maintenance, refueling, and more. As the afternoon waned, before sunset, Meng located Dock 63. Situated on the eastern edge of the city, beyond it lay a vast expanse of yellow sands. The entire structure resembled a donut, with the docking area nestled within. Outside the entrance, Meng paused, peering into the repair station. Noticing no one inside and the doors ajar, Meng glided in. Hey, robot, this is private property. Get out. Upon entering, a gruff voice erupted from within the repair station. Behind the door lay a landing pad, upon which rested a diminutive spacecraft, approximately 14 meters in length, featuring a pair of streamlined wings adorned in white and yellow. From beneath the fuselage emerged a disheveled woman, around 30 years of age. With unkempt brown hair, she donned a filthy brown leather uniform, stained with dark oil smudges. Brandishing a wrench, she approached menacingly. The woman's fierce demeanor startled Meng, causing him to retreat swiftly. Wait, I'm here to find someone. I did not intend to intrude. What animosity does this woman harbor against robots? Her fierce expression seems far from feigned. Terrified, Meng ascended to a higher altitude, keen to avoid any unwelcome encounters with the wrench in her grasp. Come down. If you are here to find someone, then let us talk properly. Though she spoke thus, she had already raised the wrench in her hand. Had it not been for the distance, she might have already struck Meng with it. Your heart raced, and probabilistically, you exhibited a 70 likelihood of harboring aggressive intentions. Please cease any intentions of assault. This woman resembled a tiger, seemingly eager to attack him. Was she not excessively fierce and volatile? Meng had never encountered such a ferocious woman before. Tessa, she is here for me. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated from the side. The voice emanated from behind, and Meng turned to locate its source. A figure clad in a gray cloak emerged from the entrance. Judging by the silhouette, even if not human, it was undoubtedly humanoid. The arrival of the gray-robed individual caused Tessa to cast a glare at Meng before she turned and departed. He glanced at the gray cloak, then at the retreating figure of the fierce woman. Though the circumstances remained unclear, one thing was certain. The woman named Tessa harbored a profound disdain for robots. My apologies, but for certain reasons, Tessa holds a strong aversion to robots. I hope you can forgive her. The voice was courteous and gentle. Meng descended, halting before him. I am Chiao, the galaxy's one and only versatile robot. It is a pleasure to meet you, my employer. In response to Meng's rather arrogant proclamation, the figure merely removed his hood. As the hood fell away, a youthful face emerged before Meng's eyes. He appeared quite young, approximately in his 20s, with light brown hair and a headband across his forehead. He smiled and said, I believe you are the robot I have been searching for. My name is Turs. Following this introduction, the two had established a semblance of acquaintance. Chapter 14. The Scurrier Mouse Man. So, Turs, what do you require of me? Meng remained oblivious to Turs's intentions. The information contained within the data disk provided by Aubrey was scant, lacking any pertinent task-related details, only encompassing geographical data and maps of the Terran planet. Glancing upwards at the sky, Turs donned his hood once more. Let us set forth. Turs appeared quite eager, and Meng chose not to inquire further. Accompanying Turs, Meng departed from the maintenance station located at Dock 63. Outside, Turs had prepared a hovering motorcycle. Upon seeing the hovering motorcycle outside, Meng felt a surge of confusion. There hadn't been a hovering motorcycle when he arrived moments ago. Turs's return was indeed timely. Outside, Turs mounted the hovering motorcycle. Chiao, can you keep pace with the motorcycle's speed? I cannot. Meng unhesitatingly denied Turs's inquiry. While the round, spherical robot possessed flying capabilities, it could not match the extreme speed surpassing 500 kilometers per hour of the hovering motorcycle. The magnetic repulsion generated by the anti-gravity device could reach a maximum speed of no more than 50 kilometers per hour. Moving forward, Meng settled upon a flat panel at the front of the motorcycle, utilizing magnetism to secure himself. Tessa, I entrust the spacecraft to you. If all goes well, we shall return tonight. At some point, Tessa appeared at the door, waving a wrench reassuringly. Rest assured, your old machine will be well maintained by the time you return. Without further ado, TURs activated the engine. A hissing exhaust sound echoed as the turbojet engine beneath the seat expelled an orange flame. With a firm press on the accelerator, the hover bike surged forth like a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, accompanied by the roaring engine that resonated like the howling wind. Dust billowed in its wake, leaving a lingering trail. As the afternoon wore on, the sun began its descent in the sky. In the boundless expanse of the desert, a hoverbike raced at high speed, moving like a fleeting shadow across the sands. The forceful gusts of wind made Terz's hood flap audibly. A flickering blue light signaled the opening of a holographic map, which Meng presented to TURs. Based on probability calculations, there is an 80% chance that your destination lies here. This was a holographic map of the northern hemisphere of Terex Star. A specific point on the map glowed with a red halo, marking the location identified by Meng. Within the confines of his hood, a glimmer of surprise crossed Terz's eyes. Xiaoqiu, how did you know? He had revealed no details about the mission, yet Xiaoqiu had pinpointed his intended destination with precision. Could it be that Xiaoqiu possessed prophetic abilities? Meng, of course, had no such foresight. He explained, I tracked the signals from the interstellar tower. There is only one official port on Terex Star, which is DUI's city. However, today, several large transport ships have been directed to an unknown landing point on the planet's surface. Irregularities must have their reasons. The direction you are heading towards is indeed that secret landing point. Through the process of elimination and probability calculations, I arrived at this conclusion. Meng's response illuminated Terz's understanding. Indeed, while Terex Star served as the trade hub of the eastern outer ring star domain, it was not a bustling locale. The entire planet boasted only one significant settlement, DUIs. The reason DUIs became a trade center was merely due to the fact that the leader of the Hela tribe resided on Terex Star. TURs did not withhold, stating, Xiaoqiu, you are correct. The location you have marked is indeed our destination. Although we are unaware of what awaits us there, it is precisely the reason for our journey. In the vast desert, the hoverbike soared at a speed of 300 kilometers per hour, kicking up clouds of dust that trailed behind like an enduring mark. Its velocity was such that it vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, disappearing beyond the horizon. 3 hours later, as the sun was about to dip below the horizon, TURs and Meng arrived at their destination. Concealing the hoverbike behind a massive rock, TURs cautiously advanced towards the front. Just a few hundred meters ahead lay a colossal chasm, its length indeterminate and seemingly endless, stretching approximately a kilometer wide. Cleaving the earth in two, silently approaching the edge of the precipice, TURs crouched down to observe. He extracted a telescope from his waist, scrutinizing the situation within the rift. Probability calculations suggested that a clandestine base was concealed within the cliffs of the gorge. The rift stretched long, extending for no less than 100 kilometers. This segment of the gorge was notably wide, reaching a kilometer across. At the valley's bottom lay a colossal transport vessel, its model unknown. As Meng's database contained no relevant data on such ships, its cuboid shape resembled that of a box, appearing quite flat. From its exterior, it was evident that it was a civilian transport ship, measuring approximately 500 meters in length and around 100 meters in width, nearly occupying half of the gorge. On the opposite rock wall of the valley, a massive circular door was visible. Numerous figures clad in yellow armor were utilizing levitating platforms to unload cargo from the transport ship and deliver it to the base. Xiaoqiu, can you identify the race of those figures in yellow armor? Due to the significant distance and their full body armor, TURs was unable to discern their race. Following TUR's request, Meng focused his attention on the figures in yellow armor. Averaging 15 meters in height, their forms were hunched, with additional tail armor, and their helmets resembled those of a platypus. Probability calculations indicated an 80% likelihood that they were Skullry rat men. After retrieving information on over 1 million languages from the service robot database, Meng acquired pertinent details about the corresponding race. The Skullry, also known as the rat men, hailed from their homeworld Skullry, located in the 0345 sector of the northern outer ring star domain. Their civilization was relatively primitive, as they were the indigenous inhabitants of Skullry, lacking the capability for interstellar travel. Their appearance was reminiscent of rats, with a formidable reproductive capacity and voracious appetites. And the entire race had been embroiled in civil war since their inception. Due to their cannibalistic tendencies, their civilization was exceedingly savage, and their intelligence was notably low, leading to their exclusion from the Galactic Federation. Their stellar system was designated as a no-go zone, prohibiting contact with foreign civilizations. Skullry ratmen? How could such beings appear on Tarek's star? Beneath his hood, Tur's youthful visage furrowed in contemplation. How could the indigenous creatures of Skulry appear in such numbers on Tarek's star? Turs did not believe that the Skulry rat-men, devoid of interstellar travel capabilities, could have arrived on Tarek's star solely by their own efforts. The answer was singular. The Skulry rat-men had been brought here by some powerful force. Chapter 15. The Anti-Gravity Train. Xiao, we must infiltrate the base. I require you to breach the information repository of this secret facility to obtain intelligence. This base is heavily fortified, and attempting a stealthy incursion would be no easy feat. Utilizing the various sensors carried by the split entities, Meng analyzed the valley's bottom. Numerous sensing devices were present, and the success rate for a frontal infiltration was estimated at a mere 10, prompting a suggestion to seek an alternative entrance. A frontal approach was utterly implausible. The valley had only one entrance, guarded by a multitude of Ratman soldiers. Those figures clad in yellow armor, wielding energy rifles, were clearly formidable adversaries. Turs was alone. Should he fail in his infiltration, the consequences would be dire. To surreptitiously infiltrate the base at the valley's bottom, alternative strategies must be considered. Turs held a telescope, scrutinizing the opposing cliffside. Such subterranean facilities invariably feature ventilation-like apparatuses. Turs soon spotted an anti-gravity train. At that moment, Meng made a fresh discovery. At the southern terminus of the valley, an elongated anti-gravity train materialized. The colossal jet engine atop its front provided it with formidable propulsion, enabling it to race through the valley at speeds nearing 200 kilometers per hour. Upon sighting it, the train gradually decelerated. Just as Meng alerted Turs, the anti-gravity train entered a bend. It vanished from view, having turned the corner without re-emerging. This spectacle ignited a spark of insight in Turs' eyes. Clearly, aside from the main entrance of the valley, there existed another access point for the anti-gravity train. Xiao, let us proceed, Turs exclaimed, rising and heading towards the hovering motorcycle concealed behind a boulder. Moments later, the engine roared to life, sending waves of air swirling. Turs sped forth from behind the boulder, navigating southward along the cliff's edge. Above the bend where the anti-gravity train had disappeared, Turs halted on the hovering motorcycle. The chasm was profound, plunging several hundred meters deep. Events occurring above were imperceptible below. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, darkness gradually enveloped the land. Peering over the cliff's edge, Turs wielded his telescope to survey the depths of the chasm. As anticipated, another immense metallic circular door resided at the valley's bottom. It was larger than the previously discovered door, and an abundance of rodent soldiers stood guard outside, clad in yellow armor and wielding explosive energy rifles. There appeared to be 2 squads of these soldiers, totaling 24. They exhibited remarkable discipline, standing erect and scanning their surroundings with vigilance. Could they truly be Skulry ratmen? Observing the sentinels stationed before the massive door, a flicker of doubt crossed Turs' mind. In his recollection, Skulry ratmen were not only savage and intellectually inferior, but also difficult to communicate with. Yet, these rodent soldiers displayed an orderly demeanor and strict discipline. A stark contrast to Turs' preconceived notions. Xiao, are you absolutely certain they are Skulry ratmen? Turs inquired, lowering the telescope and turning to his companion for confirmation. Meng responded, there is no mistake. The probability of them being Skulry ratmen is 100. Turs once again directed his gaze towards the valley below. Since Xiao had asserted this with such certainty, he felt no further need for skepticism. Once they infiltrated the base, all would be elucidated. Xiao, we must penetrate the base. Do you have any sound suggestions? Meng ascended slightly to survey the southern terminus of the chasm. After a considerable pause, he descended back to Turs' side. I propose utilizing the anti-gravity train to infiltrate the base. The success probability stands at 70. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility of scanning arrays in the passage behind the door. Using the anti-gravity train to infiltrate the base? Turs glanced once more at the southern terminus of the chasm through his telescope. If they were to infiltrate the base quietly, it seemed this was the only feasible method available. As long as one can access the gateway, the subsequent matters become significantly simpler. Very well, let us proceed. We shall await the passage of the anti-gravity train. The path at the valley's bottom is singular, and thus, Turs began to navigate southward along the cliff's edge. Time flowed swiftly, and as the sun descended in the west, darkness enveloped the earth. Taluk's star is accompanied by 2 moons, designated Taluk 1 and 2. With the onset of night, the 2 full moons ascended into the sky, their luminous glow gently dispelling the shadows. On this night, at the precipice of the rift, a figure in a gray robe crouched low. With each whisper of the breeze, the fabric of his robe rustled softly. TURs, the anti-gravity train, is approaching. Above TURs, a fragmented entity hovered silently. At the southern terminus of the rift, the resonant roar of engines filled the air, echoing through the canyon. Occasionally, a glimmer of light flickered from the depths of the valley, racing toward them at high speed. Before long, a serpentine form emerged before TUR's and Meng's eyes. The anti-gravity train shimmered with blue luminescence, resembling a long snake winding through the night. TURs, you must descend to the valley floor, otherwise you will miss your chance. Seeing TURs remain motionless at the cliff's edge, Meng could not help but urge him. The train was closing in rapidly, and they had but one opportunity. My anti-gravity device can bear 500 kilograms. I can take you down. No. TURs firmly declined Meng's offer, then performed an action that left Meng utterly bewildered. He stood and leaped from the edge of the cliff. Wait. Meng was taken aback by Terz's sudden plunge, a move he had not anticipated. The distance to the valley floor was no less than 300 meters. Such a height offered little hope for survival. Terz's seemingly suicidal act completely confounded Meng. After all this effort, was it merely to choose a place to end his life? Meng rushed to the edge and peered down. What he witnessed was a scene that left him astounded. TURs fell vertically and gracefully landed atop the passing anti-gravity train. His descent was swift, yet he appeared remarkably agile upon impact. This spectacle left Meng in a state of disbelief, while the fragmented entity frantically calculated, teetering on the brink of malfunction. Yet, no matter how one computed, the likelihood of survival from such a height could not exceed 1%. How was it possible? Steadying himself on the train's roof, TURs waved to Meng at the cliff's edge. Coming to his senses, Meng ceased his fruitless calculations and dashed down to the valley floor. How did you manage that? No matter how I calculate, your chances of survival could not be greater than 1. I simply cannot comprehend. Upon reaching the train's roof, Meng caught up with TURs, magnetically affixing himself to the armored surface. TURs reclined on the roof, as the anti-gravity train began to decelerate, with the entrance to the base just ahead. Chapter 16. The Templar Knights. Chiochio. Are you unfamiliar with the Templar Knights? The Templar Knights? Apologies, I am unaware, as my database lacks relevant information. Chiochio's response took TURs by surprise. The Templar Knights were emblematic of the Galactic Federation, widely recognized and renowned. Even if Chiochio's database contained no information pertaining to the Templar Knights, it would have surely acquired some knowledge during its prolonged operation. Unless Chiochio was a newly activated robot, it would not be possible for it to be oblivious to their existence. Chiochio, how long have you been operational? Terz's inquiry piqued Meng's vigilance. He realized he had inadvertently revealed too much. From Terz's words, it seemed he was expected to know of the Templar Knights. 109 days, 13 hours, 45 minutes, and 19 seconds. Upon hearing this, TURs understood. It appeared that Chiochio had been taken to Tarek Star shortly after its activation, having not encountered much in its brief existence. You will learn in due time. For now, let us complete our mission. The large circular door in front of the cliff slowly opened, seemingly welcoming the arrival of the anti-gravity train. The mouse soldiers outside cleared the way, allowing the train to pass. Traveling at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour, the anti-gravity train glided into the metallic circular door, hovering 1 meter above the ground. Behind the door lay a long passage, stretching straight ahead into the depths of the earth. Chiochio, there is a spectral scanning array ahead. Shortly after entering the passage, a blue light screen appeared before them. The anti-gravity train passed through the light screen, undergoing examination by the spectral scanner. The scanner's rays penetrated the train's exterior, scanning the internal conditions. If no action was taken, TURs would undoubtedly be detected. Leave it to me. At this moment, it was Meng's turn to take action. He detached from the train's roof and propelled himself forward. Just as he was about to traverse the spectrum, his sleek body shimmered with arcs of golden electricity. In a flash of brilliance, 2 golden bolts of lightning shot forth, striking the scanning array on either side of the walls. With a resounding crackle, the scanning array was rendered inoperative, and the blue light screen vanished. Without the scanning array, TURs successfully passed through the checkpoint. However, the destruction of the scanning array alerted the Scaleri mouse people within the base. A cacophony of chattering erupted in the corridor ahead. That was the language of the Scaleri mice, harsh and grating to the ears. Go investigate what has transpired. At once. There seems to be an issue at the checkpoint. Several squads of Scaleri soldiers hurriedly rushed toward the checkpoint from both sides of the corridor. They were entirely oblivious to TURs, who was concealed atop the train. TURs. There is a fork in the path ahead. We must disembark. It was imperative not to follow the anti-gravity train to its final destination. It was evident that such a course of action would be ill-advised. Regardless of where the fork led, it was undoubtedly preferable to following the train to its ultimate stop. Gazing at the fork ahead, TURs awaited the opportune moment. As the anti-gravity train passed the fork, TURs flipped his body, pushing off forcefully with his hands. With remarkable agility, he leaped from the roof of the vehicle, landing gracefully on the ground. Upon touching down, he swiftly dashed into a side passage. Beyond the entrance lay a metallic realm, the sheen of the metal walls indicating that the base had been constructed many years prior. Progressing down the corridor, they soon encountered another door obstructing their path. I require a moment. If the port on the control panel is connected to the central system, there would be no need to delve deeper. To the left of the door was a control panel designated for emergency handling, designed to prevent the electric lock from becoming inoperable for maintenance purposes. Approaching it, Meng extended a mechanical claw and inserted it into the port. Typically, such electric doors would be linked to the central system, thereby governing the entire base. However, there are exceptions. It could also be an independent regional system. Who goes there? A sharp command suddenly echoed through the corridor. From the direction they had just come, a squad of Skaven soldiers emerged, having detected the unwelcome visitors at the door. Intruders! Sound the alarm. Their reaction was swift, raising their weapons and charging forward. Chocho, continue infiltrating the central system. I will handle the rest. Although Meng was uncertain of TUR's source of confidence, he had no time to ponder. He was currently at a critical juncture, on the verge of breaching the firewall of the base's central system. Should the connection be interrupted, the firewall would immediately restore itself, rendering any subsequent infiltration exponentially more difficult. I have accessed the central system's database and am downloading the relevant data. I need 30 seconds. Upon hearing this, TURs, hidden beneath his hood, broke into a grin. He had indeed made the right choice in bringing Chocho along for this infiltration. As the Skaven soldiers charged towards them, TURs drew a hilt from his waist. The hilt was silver gray, cylindrical, adorned with several protruding structures. A piercing whistle filled the air as a pale beam of light erupted from the hilt, solidifying into shape. The blade resembled a plasma flame, warping the surrounding space. What kind of lightsaber is this? Despite concentrating on downloading data from the central system, Meng remained acutely aware of his surroundings. The transformation of TUR's hilt into a lightsaber startled him considerably, evoking memories of a film from the Earth era called Star Wars, which featured similar weapons. However, this was not merely a replica. TUR's lightsaber possessed an authenticity that was strikingly vivid. Gray-robed warrior, fire. Fire. Upon witnessing TUR's wielding the lightsaber, the advancing Skaven soldiers halted, immediately opening fire. In a cacophony akin to a howling wind, gunfire erupted, with crimson laser beams cascading towards TURs like raindrops. At the very instant the Skaven soldiers discharged their weapons, TURs sprang into action. He swung the lightsaber, its radiant arc resembling a luminous wheel, forming a protective barrier. The incoming laser beams were deftly deflected by the blade, some even ricocheting back to strike the Skaven soldiers themselves. As the laser beam struck the Scular Mouse warrior, a plume of green smoke erupted, and its body was sent flying. Gazing at the fallen Scular Mouse warrior, one could see its armor blasted open, revealing a gory, gaping wound that pierced through its flesh. Though the explosion radius of the energy blast was small, its concentrated power exhibited formidable armor-piercing capabilities. Could it be that the gray-robed warrior resembled the Jedi from the films? This scene was undeniably theatrical, reminiscent of the cinematic Jedi. Here it came again. That familiar maneuver. With a casual grasp of his left hand, TUR summoned the two Scular Mouse soldiers from several meters away, as if an invisible hand had seized them. Pulling them toward him, TUR swung his lightsaber, cleaving the summoned Scular Mouse soldier in two effortlessly, as though slicing through tofu, rendering its armor utterly ineffective. In that instant, a gruesome sight unfolded before Meng's eyes. Observing the bisected Scular Mouse warrior on the ground, instead of fear, Meng found himself instinctively analyzing the wound, which left him perplexed. It was a stark reminder of his transformation. He was no longer human, having transcended the shackles of flesh to become a being of data. The extent of his remaining human emotions was a mystery, even to him. Despite his momentary distraction, Meng remained focused on his mission. With the data successfully downloaded, he retracted his mechanical claw. TURs, the data transfer is complete. We must depart swiftly. Reinforcements are on their way to the base. During the incursion into the central system of the base, Meng had briefly gained control over the entire facility. The alarms blared, and a multitude of Scular Mouse warriors surged toward their location. While TURs possessed extraordinary strength, it would be challenging to withstand attacks from all directions. The nature of TUR's combat style reflected this. Despite the might of the gray-robed warrior, he could not fend off assaults from every side. If two teams were to shoot from the front and rear, TURs would likely find himself in dire straits. Their only option was to launch a swift offensive in one direction and then disengage from the battlefield. Even amidst the chaos of battle, TURs confirmed. Have we secured the base intelligence? Yes, we have, Meng replied. At this, TUR's expression brightened. He ceased his defensive posture and charged at the Scular Mouse warriors, his lightsaber twirling like a wheel. The remaining Scular Mouse soldiers were struck down by the ricochet of energy blasts, collapsing to the ground. Chiu, we must go, TURs exclaimed, sprinting down the corridor, with Meng closely trailing behind. They retraced their steps, recklessly forging ahead. Any Scular Mouse soldiers they encountered fell beneath TUR's lightsaber. Before reinforcements could arrive within the base, the duo reached the entrance. TURs, there are 24 Scular Mouse warriors outside, positioned on either side, spaced 100 meters apart. Arriving at the control panel beside the entrance, Meng initiated an invasion of the electronic door system. The Grand Gate is an independent system network, directly controlled by the Scully soldiers stationed as guardians. It can only be opened from within, allowing entry but no exit. Chiu, open the gate. Once outside, ascend directly to the hoverbike without waiting for me. Behind the gate stood TURs, clad in a gray robe and wielding a lightsaber, poised and ready. There was no longer time for hesitation, nor would Meng falter. With a decisive click, the heavy metal door resonated with the sound of its mechanical operation. The massive metal door rolled aside, gradually revealing the night beyond. Chiu, go. With those words, TURs dashed into the darkness outside. Intruders, open fire. The air erupted with the shouts of Scully soldiers, accompanied by a flurry of crimson beams. TURs, plunging into the shadows, did not linger for battle. With his right hand, he wielded his lightsaber to deflect the incoming energy blasts. His left hand thrust towards the Scully soldiers concealed in the darkness. In that pitch-black environment, several Scully soldiers on the left were as if struck by an invisible hammer, soaring through the air before crashing to the ground, tumbling over 10 meters away. In the obscurity, TURs moved with remarkable agility. Seizing the moment, he dashed toward the cliff face. He leapt up to a protruding rock that soared more than 30 meters high. Then, bouncing nimbly along the rock face, he ascended with the grace of a monkey. Soon reaching the summit of the cliff. Is this even possible? Meng pondered as he observed TURs on the cliff top from the night sky below. The existence of the gray-robed warrior defied logic, bordering on the supernatural. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps the gray-robed warrior's existence was not so astonishing after all. The universe is vast, and the trajectory of civilization's development does not solely adhere to the path of physical technology. What appears inconceivable, defying the laws of physics, possesses its own set of cosmic rules. Chiu, where are you? Upon racing back to the hoverbike and finding Meng absent, TURs felt a pang of urgency. I'm here. Meng slowly descended from above TURs. A blue beam suddenly shot forth, forming a fan-shaped light curtain that scanned the lightsaber in Terz's hand. Chiu, what are you doing? Noticing the scanning, TURs deactivated his lightsaber, plunging their immediate vicinity into darkness. I am quite intrigued by the lightsaber you hold. Its structure is exquisite, featuring a solar eclipse crystal. Yet, the energy it emits is neither laser nor plasma. Meng had already analyzed the structure of the lightsaber. Realizing that such a design could not possibly emit a laser, let alone stabilize or shape one. TURs mounted the hoverbike and declared, Chiu, let us depart. We can discuss along the way. Utilizing magnetic force, Meng secured himself to the front of the vehicle. The engine roared to life, and the turbojet unleashed a dazzling orange flame. Under the moonlight, the hoverbike surged forward like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, swiftly vanishing into the distance. The night deepened, with the full moon hanging high in the sky. In the vast expanse of the desert, a beam of light moved swiftly, amidst the thunderous roar of a powerful engine. The hovering motorcycle speeds along at a velocity of 200 kilometers per hour. Behold, what appears to be a lightsaber is, in fact, a phase sword. Its blade is not composed of laser, but rather an energy reaction generated by psychic energy and solar eclipse crystal, possessing the capacity to reach extreme temperatures and decompose matter. It is invincible, with only the rarest of metals, tin, known to withstand its brilliance, albeit momentarily. Phase sword? Psychic energy? There is insufficient data to analyze psychic energy. Please elucidate what psychic energy is. From beneath his hood, Tull smiled knowingly. Psychic energy is a most wondrous force. The question of whether it exists in the form of energy has been explored by the Temple warriors for millennia, yet an answer remains elusive. We understand that psychic energy permeates all things, akin to water in the ocean. Once one immerses oneself in it, its presence is palpable. The psychic foundation serves as the key to unlocking this energy. Every individual, Every living being, and any form of race may give birth to those possessing a psychic foundation. With appropriate training, such individuals can become wielders of psychic energy. Some temple elders believe that psychic energy is a form of spiritual energy existing among all life forms, which allows for a connection that transcends distance. Even light years apart, one can sense the existence of another and perceive prophetic visions through the stirring of the mind. Others among the temple warriors assert that psychic energy is influenced by emotions, swayed by the dichotomy of good and evil, endowing its wielders with both light and dark facets, making the path to balance a challenging endeavor. Chapter 18. Biological Laboratory. Tulsa's explanation was thorough and insightful. Undoubtedly, he is a gifted temple warrior. In this era, as temple warriors traverse the world, you have ample time to understand us. I hope my words can illuminate your understanding. Tulsa's discourse undoubtedly provided Li Meng with abundant information regarding the temple warriors. He was curious about what kind of entity the gray-robed warrior might be and was surprised to discover that he had encountered one so soon, and that the gray-robed warrior was indeed a temple warrior. What have you uncovered in the secret base's information repository? With idle chatter concluded, they returned to the matter at hand. A blue light flickered as a beam shot forth from the spherical figure, forming a holographic map before Tulsa. It was a schematic of the secret base. The base within the rift is vast, sprawling over an area exceeding 100 square kilometers and delving deep into the earth by 1,000 meters. According to the information available, this establishment is a biological laboratory and breeding facility, the ownership of which remains undisclosed, with no pertinent data available. The central system is secured by a password, and the identity of any actual controller is unknown. Constructed 175 years ago, it originally served as a selenium mine before undergoing transformation 35 years ago, culminating in its completion 25 years ago. The experimental focus is on genetic modification of scurrians, enhancing their intelligence and controlling them via biological chips. The breeding facility commenced operations 20 years ago, cultivating a queen scurrian through genetic manipulation, leading to the mass production of soldier scurrians. To date, the facility has bred an astonishing 81.5 million soldier scurrians, with 81 million of them unaccounted for, having been dispatched off Tarek Star by transport vessels, while 500,000 soldier scurrians remain in incubation, undergoing accelerated growth through biotechnology, expected to be operational in 3 months. When Li Meng infiltrated the Central Systems Information Database, he was astounded by his discoveries. Over the span of 20 years, the clandestine factory has bred more than 80 million soldier scurrians. Such a vast scale of breeding surely cannot be intended for mere labor. Connecting the dots with the scurrian soldiers present in the base, many matters suddenly became clear. It is evident that turmoil is impending in the long peaceful galaxy, as certain factions prepare for war. Li Meng began to speculate about the identity of TURs and his presence here. TURs, our actions tonight have undoubtedly alerted the enemy. You must leave Tarek Star immediately. Why TURs appeared on Tarek Star and infiltrated the secret base to gather intelligence indicates that the organization behind him is not oblivious to the existence of the clandestine factory. Underneath his hood, TURs bore a serious expression. The information obtained by Chiu from the secret factory's database revealed the gravity of the situation. He must return to New Shidong without delay to inform the temple. That night, amidst darkness and under the moonlight, a hoverbike sped through the boundless desert. The stillness of the night was abruptly shattered by the thunderous roar of an engine at Dock 63's repair station. In the desert outside, a beam of light swiftly approached, accompanied by the engine's resounding growl. The beam drew closer, and soon, a hoverbike emerged from the shadows. Outside the repair station, the hoverbike skidded to a halt. TURs dismounted hastily and entered the repair station, followed closely by Li Meng. TURs proceeded directly to the spaceship, lifting the cockpit cover before taking his seat. Chiu, I must depart. If the opportunity arises, I truly wish to meet your master. I believe our paths will cross again in the future. Ascending, Li Meng reached the slot for the cosmic technician robot at the front of the craft. There lay a spacecraft resembling a flying saucer, rather than a ship. It resembled an interstellar fighter jet, too small to accommodate more than a single pilot's seat, with the cosmic technician robot positioned externally. Interstellar fighters of this nature necessitate the assistance of aerospace technician robots to perform intricate calculations for traversing hyperspace routes, ensuring safe navigation. The fragmented entity extended its mechanical claw and inserted it into the port of the aerospace technician robot. Activated by an external intrusion, the aerospace technician robot issued a warning. You have violated Article 3 of the Robot Security Treaty. I am entitled to. At this, Li Meng retracted the mechanical claw. Relevant data received. Thank you for your assistance. Unidentified model of robot. Its demeanor shifted remarkably, transitioning from a warning to gratitude in the blink of an eye. This indicated that it was at least a Y5 level aerospace technician robot, possessing considerable intelligence. Tulls, the commission task has come to a close. It has been a pleasure cooperating. With these words, Meng flew backward, distancing himself from the spacecraft. Tulls, seated in the cockpit, removed his hood and smiled. A pleasure indeed. Farewell. He then addressed the aerospace technician robot at the nose of the craft. Y6, let us depart. With a click, the hatch sealed shut. The engines roared to life, and the dual engines at the rear of the spacecraft expelled brilliant blue flames. The vessel ascended vertically, gradually distancing itself from the ground. Upon reaching a position above the maintenance station, devoid of obstructions, the powerful engines throbbed, and the spacecraft's rear engines emitted an elongated, dazzling blue tail flame. Like a startled bird, the spacecraft surged forth, ascending at a 50-degree angle, swiftly vanishing into the night sky. The task had indeed proven to be effortless. With the spacecraft now out of sight and the distant roar of its engines fading rapidly, Meng felt no hint of difficulty regarding this commissioned task. Beyond the reward for completing the mission, he gained additional insights, particularly a rudimentary understanding of the Temple Knights. Most notably, he had finally stumbled upon something intriguing, the phenomenon of psychic energy, both strange and marvelous. This supernatural occurrence thoroughly satisfied Meng's insatiable thirst for knowledge. However, on the tarmac, the rotund, fragmented entity suddenly flickered, narrowly avoiding a shadowy projectile approaching from behind. It was a wrench, Tessa's wrench. The wayward tool fell to the dusty ground, devoid of its target. Tessa, do not act rashly. I am leaving. Preoccupied with reflecting on the commissioned task, Meng almost forgot about the madwoman still in the maintenance station. With no time to exit through the main door, he hastily ascended, making a hurried escape from the facility. Inside the maintenance station, Tessa glanced up at Meng's frantic retreat before lowering her gaze and expressionlessly retrieving the wrench from the ground. Chapter 19. Conflict at the barracks as night deepened. Meng did not head to the barracks after leaving the maintenance station. Instead, he returned directly to his spacecraft. It was not until the following morning that he leisurely entered the barracks. The atmosphere remained lively, though noticeably fewer patrons populated the space compared to the previous day. Hey, little one, where is your master? Dead, perhaps? If so, it would be for the best. Come, follow me. As Meng traversed the hall, he was accosted by a blue-skinned individual, a Kolomi, characterized by its serpentine head and diminutive stature of less than 1.5 meters, with legs that bent forward. With hands resembling vicious claws, it lunged towards him. Faced with this unwelcome troublemaker, Meng showed no hesitation. In the hall, a flash of golden electricity flickered, accompanied by a sizzling shriek. A bolt of golden lightning erupted from the rotund form of Meng's avatar, traversing several meters in an instant, striking the obstructive Kolomi. The moment the golden lightning made contact, the Kolomi disintegrated into ashes, leaving only its garments to fall to the ground. Lolo, a human seated at the same table, displayed a mixture of shock and rage, attempting to draw a weapon, but was restrained by a companion beside him. Witnessing the bounty hunter being reduced to ash by the rotund robot, the onlookers in the hall, initially eager for spectacle, were now filled with dread. What manner of weapon was that? While many weapons could reduce carbon-based life forms to ashes, they typically required specialized ammunition. Yet, this enigmatic robot had unleashed merely a bolt of golden lightning. What magnitude of energy was required to wield such power? How could a mere platform achieve this? Meng did not withdraw. Instead, he advanced towards the companions of the slain Kolomi. You are enraged, your heart rates are accelerating, and you feel the impulse to draw your weapons against me. Statistically, you possess a 90% likelihood of seeking revenge. According to individual security protocols, I have dispatched it. They sensed an unsettling shift. Even more perplexing was the palpable aura of malice emanating from the robot, as if it were poised to unleash that very golden arc upon them next. They realized they must strike preemptively, a notion shared among the trio. Rising swiftly, they drew their weapons in unison, demonstrating practiced coordination. Yet, despite their speed, Meng was swifter. Before they could pull the triggers, a dazzling bolt of golden lightning surged forth from his avatar. This time, it was not a mere shot, but a sustained beam. The serpentine arc of electricity cascaded over the three of them in succession. In the instant of contact with the golden lightning, they too were reduced to ashes, leaving only their clothing and energy weapons to descend upon the floor and chairs. Having accomplished this with an air of nonchalance, Meng proceeded as if nothing had transpired. At the bar, Audrey stood leaning against the counter, a glass filled with crimson liquid in hand, having observed the entire scene without intervening. The security robots in the hall remained unmoved. Audrey, you have witnessed this. I acted in self-defense. The transgressors are they, not I? Li Meng approached Audrey's side. Before she could utter a word, he preemptively elucidated his previous actions. After all, this was Aurelia's territory, and it was only fitting to provide her with an explanation. Glancing down at the little creature beside her, Aurelia smiled faintly. Taking a delicate sip from her glass, she remarked with a subtle smirk, I am aware. Thus I merely observe. Qiuqiu, I truly ponder if your master is instructing you on how to provoke others. In my recollection, robots do not deliberately engage in actions meant to incite anger. You wish to eliminate them, yet you cannot attack without cause, for they have done nothing wrong. The only trouble arises from their companions, compelling you to provoke them verbally, leading them to act in self-defense. However, to the onlookers, it is not they who are defending themselves, but rather you, Qiuqiu. A rather clever maneuver. Aurelia was undeniably an astute woman, having effortlessly discerned Li Meng's subtle trickery. Indeed, Li Meng's earlier endeavors were aimed at agitating the companions of the Colonians, as he perceived those three individuals as a potential nuisance. Rather than allowing them to ambush him later, he preferred to resolve the issue on the spot. Troublesome matters were what Li Meng loathed most. Aurelia, I trust you shall not bring me any trouble? Even if those individuals had allies lurking in the shadows, Li Meng remained indifferent. Even if he could not overpower them, he could always flee. The Outer Rim was vast, with countless military outposts, where intriguing tasks awaited him. However, Aurelia's situation was different. The outpost was her abode and her entire wealth. She had no escape and would not easily relinquish her possessions. With a smile, Aurelia continued, bounty hunters are inherently competitors. It is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. As long as it does not escalate into large-scale conflict. The outpost does not intervene in personal grievances among bounty hunters. This perhaps encapsulates the current state of law and order in the Outer Rim. Due to the Galactic Federation's inaction, this region has devolved into a lawless land, rife with rampant gangs, chaos, disorder, and crime. Let us not dwell on these vexatious matters. You executed this mission splendidly, and the employer has bestowed high praise. Come, let us discuss it further inside. Placing her glass upon the bar, Aurelia swayed her hips as she departed. Li Meng followed closely, levitating 15 meters above the ground as he moved forward. Inside the hall, guests appeared oblivious to the earlier commotion, continuing their revelry with laughter and indulgence. Their reactions indicated that the violent skirmishes among bounty hunters had long ceased to astonish them. Accompanying Aurelia, Li Meng returned to the office. Aurelia seated herself behind the desk, and as she settled in, she retrieved a handful of golden currency from the drawer. This is the reward for your recent commission, totaling 5,000 faith points, your share. She presented 5 thin gold bars, each adorned with intricate engravings and details of the minting location, along with the currency's identification code and a value of 1,000. Extending his mechanical arm forward, Li Meng accepted the faith points. Although, in truth, such currency held little significance for him, regardless of whether it is the Pioneer spacecraft or the armed units aboard. Neither requires additional fuel expenditure. Maintenance and upkeep do not necessitate external assistance. However, when it comes to money, Li Meng always finds it beneficial to have more. Qiuqiu, you performed exceptionally well on this mission. From now on, you shall be my exclusive hunter. Given that the darker side of bounty hunting may involve illicit activities, the official identity of a bounty hunter is merely a hindrance. Once registered, it risks revealing one's information. Therefore, your identity must remain that of a free agent, which will facilitate your future endeavors. Of course, should you require a bounty hunter identity, I can arrange for your registration. Chapter 20. Declaration of Independence. Li Meng does not place great importance on the identity of a bounty hunter. His departure from Sirius was not to pursue a career as a bounty hunter. It is merely a tool to satiate his thirst for knowledge. Its existence is inconsequential as long as the ultimate goal remains unchanged. No need. The identity of a free agent suffices. Audrey, do you have any intriguing assignments? The more challenging, the better. My master relishes adventure. Tasks that are too facile are rather dull. If I cannot satisfy my master's expectations, he will not linger on Tarek. The endeavors he wishes to undertake require him to traverse beyond mere locales. Although Tarek serves as the trade center of the Eastern Outer Rim, it is but a modest place. While Li Meng has a keen interest in the biological experimental equipment and cultivation apparatus of that secret factory, he currently lacks the means to acquire such biotechnologies. The hunter in his grasp actively seeks more challenging missions, which is splendid news for Audrey. After all, the casualty rate in the bounty hunting profession is exceedingly high. Standard bounty missions are somewhat safer, whereas the darker tasks are perilous. with a moment's inattention leading to irreversible consequences. Each year, the dark side hunters under her command lose at least a dozen members. With a slight smile, Audrey retrieved 3 data disks from her drawer. There exists a multitude of dark side missions, including bounty tasks, mercenary assignments, and rescue operations. Bounty tasks primarily involve capturing fugitives wanted by the federal government, with life and death hanging in the balance. Mercenary assignments are the most treacherous, as their employers are often gang families from the Outer Rim, who, in their quest to eliminate rivals, spend lavishly on external support. Such missions frequently encounter fellow hunters, resulting in exceptionally dangerous confrontations. Those undertaking such assignments typically have a backing team. In contrast, rescue missions may appear simpler but carry their own risks. They often involve assisting smuggling vessels trapped in perilous routes for various reasons, requiring one to combat natural disasters and remain vigilant against the armed forces of various planets in the region. This is merely a primary classification of tasks. The guiding principle of the dark side is singular. As long as the remuneration is sufficient, nothing is beyond reach. Here lie 3 tasks that are exceptionally suited for you. The first is a rescue mission. A smuggling vessel is ensnared within the tempestuous nebula route. The reward is substantial, but one must arrive within 3 months. This task operates on a first-come, first-served basis, rendering it competitive in nature. Although the task appears straightforward, securing it is not guaranteed, should other hunters arrive first. Your efforts would be in vain. The second task is that of a mercenary. A certain gang family in the southern Outer Rim requires external assistance to confront an aggressive rival faction. As for the specifics regarding the gang and the task's location, such details will only be revealed upon your acceptance of the mission, as the pertinent information resides within the data disk. The third task pertains to your former employer, Tulls. Given its inherent dangers, I would advise against selecting this mission, as it not only demands considerable time and effort, but also necessitates adequate manpower. Tull's task? Without a moment's hesitation, Meng made his decision. I choose the third task. Though Aurelie expressed her reluctance for him to accept Tull's commission, she nonetheless placed it among the trio of tasks. If she truly wished to dissuade him from Tull's assignment, why would she act thus? It can only be said that a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, even if she hails from another world. Meng's choice seemed to align with Aurelie's expectations. She displayed no surprise. Extending her right hand, she pressed down on the data disk for the third task, pushing it to a reachable position. The task information is contained within the disk, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. You may explore it for yourself. Moving forward, Meng extended his mechanical claw, retrieved the data disk from the table, and inserted it into the port. The task details were instantly unveiled to him. This was still an infiltration mission, albeit one of greater complexity. The objective was to infiltrate a shipyard, known as the Geller Dock, located in the 0213 sector of the northern Central Rim. The Geller Dock is a vast shipbuilding facility and the sole establishment in the Central Rim capable of constructing colossal vessels. It lies a considerable distance from Tarek, requiring over 4 months even via the most direct route. The mission aims to acquire the registration information of the ships constructed at the Geller Dock. However, this giant dock is heavily fortified, making infiltration a formidable challenge. At that moment, the communication device on the desk illuminated. A blue light flickered, projecting a small holographic figure. Citizens of Tarek, I am Claude, the mayor of DUI City. For centuries, the Outer Rim has endured the brutal oppression of the Galactic Federation. They procure the most precious rare minerals at the lowest prices. The Galactic Federation has decayed. They cannot hear our voices, nor our needs. And they disregard the myriad races of the Outer Rim. In their eyes, we are merely the cheapest labor, tools to facilitate the prosperity of the Inner Rim. We can no longer afford to wait. The once mighty Federation is no more. We must pursue the happiness we desire. We must attain independence. We must resist. I hereby declare that I shall represent the people of Tarek in joining the Independent Planet Alliance. Citizens of Tarek, independence begins today. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to the great Independent Planet Alliance, and it shall belong to us. This is the Declaration of Independence. In the absence of interference, this message shall propagate throughout the galaxy. Has Tarek Star declared its independence? This sudden turn of events left Offrey somewhat bewildered. Although Meng was aware that the Galactic Federation was not as tranquil as it appeared, he did not anticipate the unrest to emerge so swiftly and so close to home. Could it be that the events of the previous night provoked the masters behind the secret factory, compelling them to act prematurely? A flickering blue light signaled the disappearance of the mayor's bust, replaced by the holographic visage of a security robot. Master, we have received declarations of independence from various planets in the Outer Rim. An unidentified fleet has appeared in orbit around Tarek Star. Upon hearing this, Audrey furrowed her brow. She quickly rose and approached the window to gaze into the sky outside. Beneath the news, bounty hunters rushed out of their barracks, gathering on the streets to observe the heavens. Not only the bounty hunters, but all citizens of DUI City flooded the streets, their eyes fixed upon the sky. In the orbit of Tarek, just beyond the visible atmosphere of DUI City, an armada had mysteriously materialized. The fleet consisted of 5 vessels. 4 of these ships were smaller, each approximately 800 meters in length, shaped like legless ants, their hulls smooth and segmented. The structure of the vessels suggested that the rear sections housed considerable internal space. The largest ship, measuring about 700 meters, was twice the size of the others, resembling a space whale with a sleek exterior and a somewhat flattened body. All vessels bore a yellow paint, typically associated with engineering ships within the Galactic Federation. However, this fleet was not composed of engineering vessels, but rather true warships. Chapter 21. General Ost. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the fleet, in orbit around Tarek Star. This fleet belonged to the Independent Planetary Alliance. Although the Declaration of Independence was made today, the Independent Planetary Alliance had been preparing for this moment for over half a century. Freedom-class frigates and Independence-class cruisers were the combat vessels prepared by the Alliance for warfare. General Ost. Tarek Star has declared its independence and joined the Independent Planetary Alliance. I hope the Alliance will honor its promise and respect the sovereignty of Tarek Star. My people require the freedom to confront their fears of severing ties with the Galactic Federation. It is essential to have a formidable fleet stationed at Tarek Star. Yet I wish for the fleet's arrival to not disrupt the peaceful environment of Tarek Star. On the bridge, the captain, cloaked in black robes, sat in the captain's chair. His form seemed to belong to a human, or perhaps a humanoid alien race. He was focused on the holographic projection emitted by the communication device before him, displaying the holographic likeness of Mayor Claude, a Quran. He possessed blue skin and a head reminiscent of an octopus. Mayor Claude, the Independent Planetary Alliance shall honor its promises, bringing freedom, justice, and peace to the denizens of Tarek. The planet houses significant assets of the Alliance, and it is our duty to safeguard them. Thus, this fleet has arrived. A deep voice resonated from beneath the hood, exuding a sense of trustworthiness. Claude harbored no doubts regarding General Ost's commitment to uphold his word. He offered the most flattering remarks, hoping that war would not descend upon Tarek, wishing that the Alliance could instill hope in the Outer Rim, and praying for victory to belong to the Independent Planetary Alliance. A flicker of blue light interrupted the communication. On the bridge, numerous Skurians clad in yellow uniforms skillfully operated intricate equipment. Once perceived as foolish and barbaric, they had evolved into intelligent beings, now capable of piloting starships across the cosmos. Set forth. The fleet has reached Tarek. My mission is accomplished. Tarek is not a strategically vital location, thus it is unnecessary to deploy an excess of vessels here. For Freedom-class frigates shall suffice to guard the planet. At your command, General. This ship will proceed to Kapu. The officer, a Skurian with gray fur and a rodent-like visage, spoke in flawless federal tongue. In orbit, the flagship's engines ignited abruptly, emitting a brilliant blue tail flame. The massive vessel slowly turned, navigating towards the void of space. In the next instant, a flash of blue brilliance illuminated the surroundings. The colossal cruiser vanished, leaping into hyperspace, trailing a stream of azure light into the depths of the cosmos. On the planet's surface, in DUI City, at the military station's office, the arrival of the fleet and the departure of the flagship were observed by Audrey and Meng from behind the window. A storm of war approaches. With a heavy heart, Audrey withdrew her gaze and returned to her seat. The electronic eye scanned the heavens as Meng inquired, Audrey, which side do you believe will emerge victorious in this war? Audrey shook her head. It appears the Independent Planetary Alliance has been preparing for independence for quite some time. In terms of potential, they naturally cannot rival the Galactic Federation. However, the Federation's governmental structure is bloated, rife with bureaucracy, mired in false prosperity and peace. The Federation may not respond swiftly enough. For since the Great Disarmament 3 millennia ago, they no longer possess a formidable fleet. The new Shidong's defense forces alone cannot wage an interstellar war. The outcome for the Independent Planetary Alliance hinges upon how the Galactic Federation addresses this insurrection they have instigated. Does the Galactic Federation lack a powerful fleet belonging to the central government? Audrey's words left Meng astonished. How can a central government without a robust military maintain peace in the galaxy? Audrey, without the deterrence of formidable military power, how does the Federation resolve internal conflicts and disputes among various factions? To Meng, it seemed utterly foolish for the galaxy to willingly forego its military might. Even in the most tranquil of environments, the retention of formidable military strength remains imperative. With a sardonic smile, Offrey remarked, for 3 millennia. The Galactic Federation has relied on negotiations, debates, the majority rule of the Galactic Federation Council, and the aggressive interventions of the Temple Knight Order in disputes. Yet again, the Temple Knight Order. Previously, Meng was unaware of the connection between the Temple Knight Order and the Galactic Federation government. Now, however, he comprehends that the Temple Knight Order serves as the military arm of the Galactic Federation Council. It is no wonder that the Federation government has chosen to forfeit its military might. After all, the Temple Knights possess sufficient strength to resolve conflicts and disputes among the various planetary and regional governments. The absence of a standing army has significantly reduced military expenditures and alleviated the financial burdens of the member states of the Galactic Federation. For regional governments, the lack of a powerful military presence from the central government is not necessarily a detriment. Naturally, disarmament policies would be sanctioned by the Galactic Council. Nevertheless, Meng perceives this approach as excessively radical. Even if the overarching environment of the galaxy is peaceful, such peace cannot rest solely upon compromise and negotiation. Without a robust military force, the capacity to withstand risks is greatly diminished. Although the Temple Knights possess impressive power, they are not invincible. Should unforeseen events arise, such as internal rebellion or foreign invasion, the Galactic Federation could easily be overwhelmed. Offrey, you are aware of TUR's identity, are you not? Meng inquired. Casting a sidelong glance at her, she smiled and replied, does that matter? Indeed, for Offrey, the identity of her employer is of little consequence. What truly matters are the tasks and the rewards. I am off. Without further ado, Meng soared into the skies. This mission held profound significance. Even in the event of failure, it mattered not. Meng was not primarily concerned with the rewards, but rather with the data housed within the central information repository of the Geller dock. As a colossal dock, the repository undoubtedly contained an abundance of spacecraft designs and cutting-edge technological materials, precisely what Meng required. He intended to design a large spacecraft capable of interstellar voyages, drawing inspiration from the advanced ship designs available. The mayor's Declaration of Independence had precipitated numerous changes. However, for the civilians of DUI City, their way of life would remain largely unaffected. In the hall of the barracks, bounty hunters returning from the outside whispered among themselves. The emergence of the Independent Planet Alliance might alter the dynamics of the Outer Rim, potentially impacting the bounty hunters' business. After departing from the barracks, Meng made his way directly to the commercial dock. The destination for this mission was the Inner Rim, making the transponder critically important, as it would bestow a legitimate identity upon the Pioneer spacecraft. For the ensuing 2 days, Meng did nothing but wait aboard the vessels at the commercial dock. Chapter 22. Departure. Is anyone there? Hey, I'm Gene, Sheriff Gene. I've brought the transponder. On the 3rd day, Sheriff Gene arrived as promised, holding a silver-gray metallic box in his hands, probing and tapping on the ship's hull. What material could this be? Curiosity flickered across Gene's face. The surface felt both icy and slick, appearing neither entirely metallic in touch nor in sight. Moreover, it was excessively smooth, making the entire vessel seem like a singular entity. Suddenly, with a click, the left hatch opened, and a round, segmented individual emerged from within. Upon seeing Meng, Gene's eyes brightened. He hurried over and presented the responder. Here, this is what you requested. You are fortunate. Had you arrived a day later, there would have been no responder left. Extending a mechanical arm, Meng handed Gene a bar of 10 gold. Payment exchange for goods. What transpired? Meng inquired. With a shrug, Gene gestured towards the fleet orbiting the celestial body above. The Independent Planet Alliance has seized control of the communication stations in the Outer Rim. As a result, the Outer Rim has lost contact with both the Central and Inner Rim territories. Currently, the Outer Rim is under the dominion of the Independent Planet Alliance, and the channel I knew of was shut down yesterday. Thus, it was indeed a stroke of luck. Without the responder, one could not navigate freely within the Central and Inner Rim territories, undoubtedly leading to unnecessary complications. Clutching the responder, Meng turned and headed towards the hatch. Their transaction concluded, it was time for him to depart. Hey, Chiyo, who do you believe will ultimately prevail, the Independent Planet Alliance or the Galactic Federation? Although merely his speculation, Gene sensed that the identity of Chiyo's owner was far from ordinary. Furthermore, this spacecraft was evidently custom-made. The small docks of the Outer Rim could not possibly fabricate such exquisite vessels. Perhaps Chiyo's owner hailed from the Inner Rim. Perhaps they possessed some insider information. Behind the hatch, the segmented individual turned to glance at Gene outside. Does this matter? It was a rhetorical question, serving as an answer to Gene. In his eyes, The hatch closed, sealing off any glimmer of light from the outside. With a smile, Jean turned and made his way towards the nearby hovering motorcycle. Just as Chiu had remarked, the outcome of the conflict was inconsequential. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, the planet Taluk would not undergo significant changes. Like many of Taluk's citizens, his life would remain here. Jean mounted the hovering motorcycle, its engine roaring as he sped away. Meanwhile, behind him at the dock, a faint roar of engines signaled the Pioneer's rear linear engines erupting in fiery plumes. The ship ascended slowly, accelerating forward with an increasingly steep angle. As the engines at the rear expelled brilliant flames, propelling the vessel skyward. The platinum-hued hull shimmered under the sun's rays, cloaked in a radiant halo. In Dui City, many gazed upon the Pioneer soaring into the heavens, a magnificent sight worthy of admiration as it departed. Among them is Tessa at the private dock repair station number 63. Today, Tessa welcomed new guests once again. She stood on the upper deck of an armed gunboat, approximately 30 meters in length, gazing up at the sky. In her line of sight, a platinum-colored spacecraft soared into the heavens, its dazzling fiery tail flamed distinctly visible. The vessel's hue reminded her of a robot she encountered a few days prior, which boasted a rotund body akin to gleaming white jade, adorned with exquisite golden patterns that mirrored the coloration of the spacecraft. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, propelled by immense power, the Pioneer spacecraft ascended skyward, successfully liberating itself from the planet's gravitational constraints and breaking through the atmosphere. In the planet's orbit, the Pioneer spacecraft brushed past the fleet. Moments later, a flash of blue brilliance appeared as the Pioneer leaped into hyperspace, leaving a trail of azure luminescence that surged into the depths of the cosmos. The August Nebula and the Sirius star, enveloped by a golden nebula, continued their eternal journey towards their star, a resplendent blue giant exhibiting the most exquisite azure hue. Within a platinum cylindrical space inside the planet, a colossal platinum sphere floated silently 50 meters above the ground. In the vast ocean of data, Meng was simultaneously conducting hundreds of technological simulations, consuming nearly all of the superintelligence Core 99's computational resources. However, mere technological advancement would not suffice. Despite the substantial allocation of computational resources towards technology, Meng ensured that a fraction remained for the planet's development. Sirius star was immense, over 10,000 times the volume of Earth. It would take centuries to fully exploit the planet's resources. Over 2 months had elapsed since the departure of the split entities. The expansion of the internal base was ongoing, with not only spatial growth, but also industrial development. The universal factory aboard the colony ship had long been replaced by a more advanced and larger STC. To expedite the growth of the base, the STC was feverishly mass-producing various types of engineering robots. What, then, is psychic energy? The discovery of split entities was shared with the main body. The gray-robed warriors were the Temple Knights. The enigmatic psychic energy piqued Meng's profound interest. Within the data ocean, he endeavored to deduce the existence of psychic energy based on known information, yet he encountered no results, direction, or clues. Psychic energy was an energy that physical science could not explicate. As for mental power, it was an even more arcane concept. Moreover, what exactly is the spiritual foundation? What is its affinity with psychic energy? Does it relate to an individual's consciousness, spirit, or soul? If it pertains to the soul, could he, as a data life form, also possess a spiritual foundation? It is indeed a possibility, although Meng could not substantiate the existence of the soul. Nonetheless, his own consciousness was undeniably present. Even if he could not perceive his existence within the ocean of data, yet he could perceive himself as an independent entity, rather than merely a fragment of data. Through a series of intricate calculations, Meng arrived at a conclusion. To explore the realm of psychic abilities, he must find a way to connect with those who wield such powers. He hoped this mission would proceed smoothly. If successful, it would grant him the opportunity to engage with psychics. Although turmoil loomed over the galaxy, potentially ushering in an era of chaos lasting hundreds or even thousands of years, Meng maintained an inexplicable calm regarding the external situation. Whether it spanned a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years, he remained indifferent to the fate of the galaxy. As the saying goes, great powers, after prolonged unity, must inevitably divide. After lengthy division, they shall unite once more. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, uncertainty abounds. Unity and division, it seems, are an endless cycle. Meng had been contemplating the value of his existence. Though not human, he possessed human-like consciousness and a soul. He needed to establish a purpose for himself. Over the years, he had pondered his future, seeking a worthy goal for his endeavors. Finally, he discovered it, a most fitting aim, to seek the truth. to unravel the mystery of how humanity survived and entered the interstellar age 2 millennia ago, and to uncover the identity of the enigmatic extraterrestrial race that saved humanity. He had calculated the location of the solar system, situated within the southern central ring star region, yet the precise coordinates remained elusive. The galaxy is simply too vast. Even with a hyperspace engine capable of faster-than-light travel, it is impossible to explore every star system. Even within the star regions under the actual control of the Galactic Federation, numerous star systems remain uncharted. For years, he prepared for long voyages. This upcoming journey to the Geller dock of the divided entities would significantly shorten his preparation time for exploration. Chapter 23. The Storm Nebula Route in the Outer Ring Star region. Within the 0319 star sector lies the Storm Nebula, once a black hole. Drawn by the gravitational pull of the black hole, surrounding dust and small celestial bodies gradually converged, forming the present-day Storm Nebula. As the nebula orbits the black hole, the small celestial bodies within it move in erratic patterns, rendering navigation through the Storm Nebula perilous. Due to its strategic significance, thousands of years ago, the Galactic Federation established a route through the Storm Nebula, greatly reducing the travel time from the inner ring star region to the outer ring star region. Using alternate routes would require at least 3 years for the inner ring star region to reach the outer ring star region. However, with the Storm Nebula route, the hyperspace pathway transformed into a direct line, traversing 3 star regions, allowing for a journey of merely 7 months. Today, the outer station of the Storm Nebula is anything but tranquil. Once, it served as a high-frequency communication base under the auspices of the Galactic Federation. Yet today, the emblematic flag of the Galactic Federation has vanished from the station, replaced by the Starry Guardian flag, a blue banner adorned with countless stars, cradled by a pair of hands. That is the banner of the Free Planet Alliance. Just outside the entrance to the Storm Nebula navigation, a massive fleet is making its way into the turbulent passage. Outside the channel, vessels are lined up in an extensive procession. Among them are Freedom-class frigates, as well as the more colossal Declaration-class destroyers, which share the same design as the Freedom-class but boast a significantly larger hull, measuring 12 kilometers in length. Additionally, there are Independence-class cruisers and even more immense Eclipse-class transport ships. As a giant transport vessel, the Eclipse-class possesses a grander structure, stretching 3 kilometers in length and width. Resembling a donut, numerous blue airtight shields envelop the ship, serving as the gateways to the harbor. These airtight barriers prevent the escape of air from within the vessel, allowing incoming and outgoing craft to operate unaffected. At a glance, no fewer than 30 ships are poised just outside the storm passage. In the vast expanse of space beyond, blue streaks of light occasionally emerge, each representing a ship exiting hyperspace. These are the subsequent vessels of the Free Planet Alliance, comprising both military and civilian craft. The military ships are queued while civilian vessels are instructed to wait outside. At that moment, amidst the shimmering blue streaks, a platinum-colored ship suddenly materializes from hyperspace, revealing itself in the physical universe. It is a 50-meter-long, square-shaped vessel, resembling a coffin. What a spectacle! Although the scanning array had detected numerous large ship signals before the vessel exited hyperspace, the sight that greeted Meng was still a startling revelation. He had never witnessed such an assemblage of massive ships before. Against the backdrop of the dimly lit nebula, the ships floated like a thicket of guns. Before a passage resembling the mouth of a storm, these colossal vessels were lined up to enter. The yellow-painted military ships, easily identifiable as belonging to the Free Planet Alliance, contributed to the awe-inspiring scene, evoking a sense of impending war. This is the control tower of the Storm Nebula navigation, calling the Pioneer. Please reduce speed and maintain distance from the fleet, awaiting passage. In the hull of the ship, Meng received the communication from the Storm Nebula control tower. Acknowledged. Reducing speed and awaiting clearance. In the darkness of space, the Pioneer, traveling at high velocity, gradually decelerated until it came to a halt. At this juncture, several civilian vessels were already awaiting in the surrounding void. There were private ships and commercial cargo vessels, ranging from small crafts of 20 to 30 meters to larger ones spanning hundreds of meters. Regardless of their purpose, both civilian and commercial ships were equipped with some form of defensive onboard weaponry. It appears that the Free Planet Alliance is invading the inner star domain. Utilizing the sensor array aboard the Pioneer, Meng observed the fleet of the Free Planet Alliance outside the channel. It had been a month and a half since departing from Terek Star, during which they had executed 32 jumps, traversing 32 different hyperspace routes. Among these, 5 days were spent traveling at sublight speeds through the cosmos. The principle behind the operation of the hyperspace engine involves tearing open a window that allows the spacecraft to enter hyperspace. In this realm, the laws governing the speed of light, which bind the physical universe, do not apply. Depending on the classification of the hyperspace engine, vessels can navigate through hyperspace at speeds thousands or even hundreds of thousands of times faster than light. The Pioneer spacecraft boasts a hyperspace engine rated at level 10. The lower the level, the greater the velocity, with speeds approximately 100,000 times that of light. Hyperspace does not exist as an entirely separate dimension from the physical universe. Rather, it is intricately linked to the physical realm. Material objects in the physical universe cast mass shadows in hyperspace, and a collision with these shadows can result in catastrophic destruction. Hence, hyperspace routes are of paramount importance, as they constitute the secure pathways meticulously charted by the ancients. Given the dynamic nature of the cosmos, celestial bodies drifting through space often encroach upon hyperspace routes. Consequently, prior to embarking on a hyperspace jump, the spacecraft's computer conducts basic calculations of the route to mitigate risks. Opting for a new route outside established hyperspace lanes necessitates intricate computations to ascertain the presence of obstacles, placing significant demands on the vessel's scanning array. Ordinary civilian spacecraft typically refrain from risking uncharted paths. In the vast expanse of the universe, traveling from one location to another cannot usually be accomplished in a straight line. One must repeatedly alter hyperspace lanes to ultimately reach the destination. Could the Free Planet Alliance be contemplating a swift strike? Meng pondered this notion. For the Alliance's response had been remarkably swift. Just over a month ago, they had declared independence, and now, scarcely a month later, they had assembled a formidable fleet advancing into the inner ring star systems. This fleet represents only a fraction of the Free Planet Alliance's military might. In other directions, such as the southern and northern outer ring star systems, additional fleets are undoubtedly advancing towards the central ring star systems. Should the Free Planet Alliance succeed in seizing control of 1/3 of the central and outer ring star systems, the Galactic Federation would be in grave peril. The central ring star systems are not to be underestimated compared to the relatively backward outer ring systems. If the Free Planet Alliance were to gain control over the central ring star systems, they would possess advanced industrial capabilities, significantly narrowing the gap with the Galactic Federation. As Meng patiently awaited developments, time slipped away, unexpectedly culminating in a 3-day wait. On the 3rd day, no vessels from the Free Planet Alliance emerged from hyperspace at the storm route. By the time of Meng's arrival, a total of 71 warships had entered the storm route. Chapter 24, Pirates? The storm route is now open to civilian vessels. Please queue for entry. With the announcement from the tower, eager civilian ships surged towards the storm route. Most civilian vessels were small, with the largest not exceeding a kilometer in length. Capable of accommodating dozens of ships simultaneously as they entered the storm route, unlike the warships of the Free Planet Alliance, which could only enter one at a time. In the vast expanse of space beyond the storm passage, countless spacecraft surged forward, their fiery tails trailing behind them as they raced towards the turbulent corridor. At this moment, the ship with the most formidable propulsion would be the first to breach the threshold of the storm passage. Among the myriad of vessels, a golden streak emerged triumphantly, resembling a comet darting across the celestial dome, surpassing one ship after another. Ultimately, it distinguished itself, leaving all others in its wake as it plunged into the tumultuous depths of the storm passage. Such swiftness was astonishing. Could it possibly be an interstellar fighter? The vessel was indeed a sight to behold, albeit with an oddly unique design. Perhaps it was a custom-built craft? The astonishing velocity of the Pioneer ship left the captains of the civilian ships trailing behind utterly astounded. Its speed was reminiscent of that of interstellar fighters, an unforgettable spectacle. The storm passage itself was a tunnel nestled within the storm nebula, approximately 3 kilometers wide, winding rather than linear. Flanking the tunnel were various stationary floating devices. These were force field generators, crucial for maintaining the tunnel's integrity. Within the storm passage, the Pioneer ship soared at breakneck speed. The fiery plume erupting from its rear rendered the vessel a blazing comet streaking through the corridor. In a mere 3 minutes, Meng arrived at the first jump point. This segment of the corridor was straight, allowing for short-distance jumps. Within the storm passage, a flash of blue radiance heralded the instant disappearance of the swiftly flying Pioneer ship, leaving only a long, luminous blue trail racing deeper into the corridor. Moments later, at the linear terminus of the storm passage, a blue light surged forth from the void as the Pioneer ship exited hyperspace. 5 days later, outside the Circlet Star Station within the storm passage, blue streaks of light began to emerge from the entrance. One civilian ship after another leaped out of hyperspace, among them the Pioneer ship, finally emerged. As Li Meng gazed upon the familiar dark expanse of space, a thought crossed his mind. While the scenery within the storm passage had its merits, the monotony of gazing at it for several days had grown tiresome. The external vistas were far more pleasing. Although the naked eye could perceive only the endless blackness of the starry sky, it nonetheless evoked a profound sense of the universe's vastness. That grandiose feeling would never pall. Onward they continued, for the destination remained far afield. Situated on the fringes of the circlet star region, they were still nearly 10,000 light-years from the Geller dock. Without a moment's pause, the Pioneer ship, which had just exited hyperspace, leapt back into it once more. A flash of blue light signaled its sudden disappearance, trailing a blue luminescence into the depths of space. The cosmos was boundless, dark, cold, and eerily silent. Amidst this darkness, a flicker of blue brilliance heralded the abrupt emergence of a platinum-hued ship from hyperspace. What was happening? A mass shadow alert? The mass shadow warning system was an essential feature of a spacecraft, capable of detecting the presence of mass shadows ahead while traversing hyperspace. Should it identify such a shadow, the ship would automatically exit hyperspace prior to impact. However, this system was notoriously unreliable, fraught with uncertainty. Due to the myriad of interferences present in hyperspace, the scanning array of the spacecraft is profoundly affected. At times, the mass shadow warning system may experience delays, leaving the ship unable to escape hyperspace in time, resulting in a direct collision. Even if the ship successfully exits hyperspace, it may still collide with nearby obstacles due to insufficient distance. Although the vessel has not yet reached the terminus of this route, it prematurely exited hyperspace. In pursuit of a more expedient journey, Li Meng opted not to traverse the congested main hyperspace route, instead choosing a nearer path. Gazing outward, Li Meng identified the root cause of the hyperspace exit. Not far ahead, approximately 1 million kilometers away, a cylindrical metallic device loomed, standing 50 meters tall and 30 meters in diameter. Data from the scanning array indicated that it was a gravity generator capable of creating a gravitational well, thereby generating a vast mass shadow within hyperspace. Although the ship could pass through it unharmed, the mass shadow warning system would be triggered, forcibly ejecting the vessel from hyperspace. Were these pirates? At that moment, the scanning array detected 3 ship signals approaching rapidly. Utilizing optical equipment, Li Meng locked onto the vessels. They were 3 interstellar fighters, adorned in a deep teal livery, each exceeding 25 meters in length. The central cockpit was diamond-shaped, flanked by elongated wings. You're unfortunate to encounter us. Your ship appears commendable. Immediately shut down your engines, and we shall ensure your safety. Before their arrival, a communication from the pirates had already reached him. Since it was a public frequency, Li Meng received the transmission. Are you pirates? In the ocean of data, Li Meng felt a surge of excitement. This was his first encounter with pirates, an event worthy of remembrance. However, it was perplexing that he had not encountered pirates in the chaotic and disorderly outer rim, yet he found them in the relatively secure mid-rim. Do you think we don't resemble pirates? Whether they appeared like pirates was uncertain to Li Meng, and he would not confirm their identity based solely on assumptions. However, he sensed they bore a closer resemblance to a planetary security patrol than to pirates. Not likely. I doubt pirates would possess standardized fighters. Even if they did, they would sport personalized paint schemes. Pirates would not adhere to such regulations. Upon catching his first glimpse of the fighters, Li Meng instinctively dismissed the notion that they were pirates. Perhaps, but regardless of our identities, our intentions remain unchanged. Why they were behaving this way was a mystery to Li Meng. Nevertheless, he had no intention of surrendering the Pioneer. Perhaps we can negotiate, should you continue to advance. I will be compelled to take drastic measures. If Li Meng had previously harbored doubts about their status as pirates, he was now resolute that they were not. Drastic measures? Huh. You possess but a single ship. What could you possibly do? Listening to the laughter emanating from the communicator, Li Meng remained unfazed. He merely exhibited a slight demonstration of his martial prowess. Outside, at the bow of the Pioneer spacecraft, 4 golden spiral runes radiated a resplendent golden light. In the next instant, 4 bolts of golden lightning erupted from the spiral runes. Rather than striking directly, these bolts converged in the space ahead of the ship, functioning in parallel. Chapter 25. Tessa. This process endured for 5 seconds, and after that brief interval, an even more colossal bolt of golden lightning surged forth, resembling a fearsome electric dragon. Its dazzling golden brilliance stood out starkly against the dark expanse of space, traversing the cosmos in an instant, narrowly brushing past 3 incoming interstellar fighters before colliding with the gravity generator. In the vacuum, sound cannot travel, rendering the explosion of the gravity generator inaudible. One could only witness the generator disintegrating upon contact with the lightning, resulting in an internal detonation that erupted into a massive fireball, engulfing the surroundings. What manner of weapon is this, possessing such formidable power? Quickly disperse. It is an ion weapon. Do not fall victim to its cascading attacks. Alas, the gravity generator has been destroyed. He intends to escape. Quickly, launch the ion torpedoes to incapacitate his ship. The sudden disappearance of the gravity generator's signal startled the three individuals. They immediately comprehended that their adversary sought to flee. Without the gravity generator, the enemy could jump into hyperspace in a mere 10 seconds. With a flicker of blue light, the three fighters each launched an ion torpedo. The torpedoes, trailing long blue tails, carved a perfect arc through the darkness of space towards the Pioneer spacecraft. Ion torpedoes? Upon witnessing the launch of these rudimentary missile weapons, a flicker of surprise crossed Li Meng's eyes. In this age, guided kinetic weapons had long been rendered obsolete. The advanced development of electronic devices allowed missiles to be easily interfered with, causing them to lose their targets. Since the enemy had initiated an attack, Li Meng would not hold back. In the dark void of space, the ion torpedoes, hurtling through the starry expanse, suddenly executed a 180-degree turn towards the interstellar fighters. The ion torpedoes have been compromised. Evade, evade. There's no time. Destroy the ion torpedoes, quickly. In the shadowy reaches of space, faced with the oncoming ion torpedoes, the three interstellar fighters opened fire. Orange beams erupted from the twin energy cannon ports beneath their noses. The firing rate was sluggish, and the energy beams scattered erratically. Boom. Two of the interstellar fighters failed to evade and were struck by the ion torpedoes. Blue arcs of electricity erupted upon impact, incapacitating the fighters. All systems went offline, and the rear engines extinguished. Only one interstellar fighter successfully intercepted an ion torpedo with its energy cannon. The torpedo was destroyed in space, less than 100 meters from the fighter, unleashing a dazzling blue brilliance. At that moment, a bolt of golden lightning streaked across the cosmos, piercing through the blue glow of the exploding ion torpedo, and struck the interstellar fighter. The fighter's hull erupted in a cascade of golden currents. The cockpit's equipment was severely overloaded, sparks flying, and all systems were offline. The power of the disintegration cannon was adjustable. At low power, it functioned as an ion weapon, capable of incapacitating electronic devices. In the dark expanse of space, three disabled interstellar fighters drifted aimlessly, relying solely on inertia, rather than immediately destroying them. Li Meng maneuvered the Pioneer spacecraft closer to one of the fighters. The cockpit was transparent, revealing a pilot within, gesticulating animatedly, seemingly engaged in some fervent dialogue. Judging by the figure, it resembled a human, likely a humanoid alien race. As the left hatch opened, a rotund disintegration unit emerged, gliding slowly in the void of space. Upon nearing the interstellar fighter, Li Meng discerned the pilot more clearly. She was human, a Caucasian woman with long, golden hair cascading to her waist. She tapped on the glass canopy, her words indecipherable. Ignoring her, Li Meng proceeded to the nose of the ship, approaching the aerospace technician robot. Due to the compact size of the fighter, it could not accommodate a high-powered computational unit, necessitating the additional presence of the aerospace technician robot to calculate hyperspace routes. However, the role of the aerospace technician robot extended beyond mere calculations. It served as an invaluable aid to the pilot, capable of addressing various technical issues. The Y2 aerospace technician robot. Observing the massive, nearly 1-meter diameter robot nestled in the nose compartment, a flicker of disappointment crossed Li Meng's eyes. The compatibility with such a rudimentary aerospace technician robot indicated that this interstellar fighter was a relic, even if it were newly manufactured. Its design likely dated back thousands of years. No wonder its dimensions were so substantial, approaching 30 meters in length. It is known that interstellar fighters prioritize compactness and formidable firepower. The smaller the craft, the less susceptible it is to being struck by shipborne weaponry. With determination, Li Meng extended a mechanical claw, inserting it into the port of the dormant Y2 aerospace technician robot. The Y2 aerospace technician robot was linked to the fighter's central processing unit, providing a conduit for breaching the fighter's systems. As Li Meng infiltrated the Y2 aerospace technician robot's database, the inactive robot and the interstellar fighter were successively reactivated, bringing the systems back online. In the cockpit, upon witnessing the system's reboot, the pilot's expression brightened. However, when she attempted to control the fighter, she found it unresponsive. "Save your effort. All systems are under my control. And you can do nothing," came the voice from the communicator, leaving the female pilot momentarily stunned. She took a deep breath and cautiously inquired, "Can we talk? I intended to speak with you earlier, but you refused. Why the change of heart now?" The female pilot's face momentarily betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Our objective is merely the ship. We have no intention of harming you. As you said, we are not pirates. Should I then be grateful to you? Susan momentarily lost her words. While they were not pirates, their actions were indistinguishable from those of one. This is something she would not deny. Pray tell. If you are not pirates, why engage in the deeds of pirates? Within the information repository of the Y-2 aerospace technician robot, Meng found no useful data. Only some details about interstellar fighter models. The double-edged class interstellar fighter was the standard aircraft of the new Galactic Republic 5,000 years ago. Since the establishment of the Galactic Federation, this model has been rendered obsolete. The new Galactic Republic was the unified government preceding the Galactic Federation, having ruled the galaxy for over 8,000 years. As for its downfall, Meng was unaware, as the Y-2 aerospace technician robot's database contained no relevant information. Taking a deep breath, Susan had no choice but to speak candidly. We are pilots of the Reform Society, and we intercept passing ships to gather funds to strengthen our organization. Piracy is one of the largest sources of income for the Reform Society. While it may not be something to boast about, a degree of sacrifice is necessary for our lofty goals. Chapter 26, Geller Star. The Reform Society. Lofty goals. Although Meng was uncertain about the nature of this organization, he felt a deep disdain. Pirates are pirates, and even if they possess grand ambitions, they remain mere idealistic brigands. Justifying their actions through piracy, they seem devoid of morals. How far can such lofty aspirations truly reach? Ultimately, they are just a group of shameless hypocrites, aware of their wrongdoing yet crafting excuses to numb their conscience. Retracting the mechanical claw, Meng turned and made his way toward the pioneer ship. Pirates are pirates. Regardless of their grand ambitions, the truth of their piratical nature cannot be concealed. Such boundless actions, no matter how noble their goals, are destined for failure. Within the cockpit, Susan remained silent. She too sensed the futility of such actions. Yet once certain deeds are committed, one must repeatedly compromise. She murmured, I do not care, and neither do my comrades. As long as the people of Autostar can be liberated, it will all be worth it. Autostar? On his return to the ship, Meng caught the woman's murmured words. In the database, he located Autostar on the star map. Autostar lies in the eastern central star region, Sector 0291. A considerable distance away, approximately 700 light-years, somewhat remote and not on the main trade routes. However, none of this concerned him. Upon returning to the pioneer ship, Meng activated the engines. The engines at the rear of the ship erupted in fiery exhaust. With immense thrust, the pioneer ship slowly turned and surged into the dark expanse of space. Moments later, a flash of blue light appeared, and the pioneer ship vanished, jumping into hyperspace, leaving behind a long trail of azure luminescence streaking into the depths of the cosmos. Shortly after Meng departed, the three malfunctioning interstellar fighters sequentially rebooted their systems. Susan, are you all right? The ship that had approached Susan's fighter had done something, though it remained unclear what. The concerns for their companion prompted the other two pilots to steer their fighter jets closer to Susan. Within the cockpit, Susan wore a dazed expression, lost in her thoughts. After a considerable moment, she regained her composure and noticed her colleague's approach. I'm fine, let's head back, she declared as she ignited the engines, which surged forth with a brilliant blue plume from the jet's rear. With tremendous power, the aircraft propelled into the vast, dark expanse of space. Observing this, the two pilots hastily pursued their lead. Moments later, 3 streaks of blue light zipped through the obsidian void, restoring tranquility once more. In the East Central Star region, Sector 024, lay the planet Geller, home to the Geller Dock. This celestial body is a mineral-rich planet, abundant in various rare ores. Over 10 millennia ago, a human research vessel uncovered this treasure-laden world and named it Geller. Following a series of planetary transformations, Geller evolved into a habitable planet. Once a barren wasteland, it blossomed into a vibrant, blue, forested haven. Yet, the planet's splendor was fleeting. After joining the Technological Alliance, Geller shifted its focus toward heavy industry. After a millennium of development, it once again became desolate, devoid of life. Its surface was riddled with numerous mines and towns centered around refineries. An enormous orbital dock encircled the planet, one of the few giant shipyards under the governance of the Galactic Federation. The Geller dock was designed to accommodate a myriad of vessel types, ranging from private shuttles to colossal civilian ships and military crafts as well. Today, Geller welcomed an unexpected visitor. In the outer reaches of the planet's space, deep within the dark void, flashes of blue light shimmered. Ships emerged from hyperspace, trailing long azure streams. Among them was a uniquely crafted platinum-hued vessel, measuring approximately 50 meters in length and resembling a flying coffin. However, its pearlescent hull and exquisite golden runes imparted an air of mystery. Is this Geller? Truly magnificent. Geller appeared as a dark planet, lacking beauty and thriving wilderness. Yet, the encircling orbital dock imparted a breathtaking spectacle. The sheer scale of the massive shipyard was astonishing, bordering on miraculous. Not only was it awe-inspiring, but it also thrived with activity. Thousands of civilian ships traversed multiple lanes, entering and exiting the dock. The dock was more than merely a harbor. It integrated refining, forging, and light-to-heavy industries, alongside sprawling living quarters resembling a city. Within the dock, one could find freight ports, commercial docks, and private marinas. At the freight port, numerous colossal mineral transport vessels were busy unloading their cargo. Their striking square hulls featured unified cargo holds. Meanwhile, the commercial port bustled with a plethora of Nebula-class passenger ships and private vessels taking off and landing, embodying a vibrant and bustling scene. This is the Pioneer ship. Calling Dock Y1, Y8, Y7 to request landing permission at Geller Dock. Meng contacted the Interstellar Control Tower at the Geller Dock. A prompt response followed. Pioneer spacecraft. Please proceed to Dock C-18. The navigation route has been plotted. The tower's reply was swift, suggesting it was a specialized service robot designed for interstellar operations. Meng received the flight path information and piloted the spacecraft along the designated route toward the specified dock. Dock C-18, situated within the residential sector, is a maintenance station boasting 7 medium-sized helipads. This semi-enclosed station resides on the outer layer of the orbital dock. The external gate is sealed by an airtight shield, preventing the loss of internal atmosphere. A glance around reveals a sea of azure airtight shields enveloping the dock. Navigating through this barrier, Meng guided the spacecraft into the maintenance area, where it descended slowly onto one of the helipads, hovering 10 centimeters above the ground. As the hatch opened, a rotund, split entity emerged. Upon Meng's exit from the vessel, the hatch swiftly closed behind him. Greetings, I am the maintenance technician robot. How may I assist you? A diminutive robot, approximately 1.3 meters tall, approached. It bore a humanoid form with hands and feet, topped by a disc-shaped head resembling a hat. It moved with a somewhat mechanical, yet surprisingly nimble gait. As Meng circled around it, the robot extended a mechanical claw, inserting it into a port at the back of its head. What are you doing? You are in violation of the robotics security agreement. The robot suddenly malfunctioned, curling up on the ground, appearing even smaller. Hey, what are you doing to my robot? A small figure emerged from the other side of the spacecraft, wielding a wrench. She chastised Meng upon witnessing the rotund robot's bullying of her maintenance technician. Meng withdrew the mechanical claw and turned to regard the source of the voice. Chapter 27. Via. The speaker was a diminutive blue-skinned alien named Via. Her profile was present in the maintenance technician robot's database, identifying her as its owner. This blue-skinned humanoid race hails from the oceanic planet of Aqua Blue, located in the northeastern orbital sector, specifically in the 026 4-star region. Via stood about 1 meter tall, her skin shimmering like crystal, translucent, and radiant. With an 80 similarity to humans, she stood bipedally, possessing hands and a head. However, her feet were webbed, facilitating swimming. And she was completely bald. Her ears were pointed and measured 10 centimeters in length, further accentuating her petite stature. Her face resembled that of a human, but lacked a nose, featuring only 2 nostrils. Her eyes, a striking water blue, were exceptionally clear and beautiful. This race is renowned for its remarkable memory and quick learning abilities, frequently seen in various roles across different professions. Although they may not conform to human aesthetic standards, their intelligence and rapid acquisition of human language have endeared them to humanity. Within the myriad political departments of the Galactic Federation, there exists a presence of the small blue beings. I apologize, dear lady, but it appears that your robotic linguistic system encountered some issues, which I have now rectified. At that moment, the maintenance technician robot system rebooted. It stood upright, its disc-shaped head swiveling left and right. Upon noticing the split entity, it inquired, "Greetings. How may I assist you?" This time, the maintenance technician robot spoke in Aqua Blue, the native language of the small blue beings. While infiltrating the information database of the maintenance technician robot, Meng discovered a glitch within the robot's linguistic system, resulting in a portion of the Aqua Blue data being corrupted and transformed into gibberish. Thus, he took the opportunity to repair it, restoring the robot's ability to communicate in Aqua Blue. "Pampan, you can finally speak Aqua Blue. How wonderful." Upon hearing the maintenance technician robot converse in Aqua Blue, Via expressed her delight. She quickly stepped forward and embraced the robot. "Thank you. Pampan's inability to speak Aqua Blue has always been a regret of mine. I am truly grateful to you. Please, tell me what you require. It will be entirely free of charge, as a token of my appreciation. By the way, where is your owner? Releasing Pampan, Vaya glanced at the spacecraft beside her. This vessel was indeed unique. She had never encountered such a model before. It did not appear to originate from the Geller shipyard, though it was somewhat dirty. Covered in dust. Could it have traveled from the storm passage? Let us clean the spacecraft. That is the only thing needed. Li Meng also noticed that his own spacecraft was somewhat unclean. All right, leave it to me. Without further ado, Li Meng soared toward the maintenance station's exit. The Geller shipyard was vast, and he needed the structural blueprints of the shipyard to locate the central information repository. Discovering how to obtain the shipyard's blueprints was to be his next endeavor. After departing from the maintenance station, Li Meng followed the metallic corridor until he reached the elevator. He then took the elevator to the maglev bus station. This was a passenger bus that operated within the shipyard, efficiently transporting guests between various locations. On the platform, Li Meng glanced around, seemingly searching for something. The platform was not large, it was merely a small stop. Over a dozen individuals were awaiting the arrival of the bus. Found it. The station map on one side of the platform caught Li Meng's attention, prompting him to swiftly glide over. Before the station map, he diligently noted the information regarding the accessible stops. Let us go explore the market. Where there are people, there will inevitably be conflict, and where there is conflict, security personnel must be present. The local government's police vehicles might possess the shipyard's structural blueprints. Even if not, a detailed route map is certainly available. Bus 017 is about to arrive. Passengers, please prepare to board. At that moment, the announcement echoed through the platform, signaling the impending arrival of the bus. Shortly after, a bulky maglev bus appeared at the end of the magnetic track. It slowed from a rapid pace to a complete stop at the platform. As the doors opened, those who had been waiting at the station hurriedly boarded the bus. Li Meng joined the throng, seamlessly stepping onto the maglev bus. The interior of the dock features a magnetic levitation bus, reminiscent of the high-speed trains familiar to Li Meng, albeit powered by a different mechanism. The maglev train boasts greater stability, enhanced speed, and a more spacious interior. After a brief pause of approximately 3 minutes, the magnetic levitation bus resumes its journey, accelerating from a slow pace to a swift disappearance into the magnetic track corridor. After traversing the corridor for about 10 minutes, the exterior suddenly opens up to a vast expanse. The bus exits the magnetic passage, arriving at a residential area that resembles a sprawling metropolis adorned with metallic skyscrapers. Situated within the inner ring of the dock, the sky above is a dark cosmos. A magnetic field shield prevents the loss of air, creating an environment that, although appearing to be in a vacuum, is indeed habitable, providing breathable oxygen. Within the residential area, a circular magnetic track bridge spans the expanse, with the magnetic levitation bus speeding across it, cutting through the community. The magnetic bridge hovers above the area, formed by a series of circular magnetic generators spaced 50 meters apart in midair. Market station in Zone 03 is approaching. Passengers preparing to disembark, please get ready. Half an hour later, the magnetic levitation bus is nearing its destination. Inside the carriage, Li Meng obediently vacates his seat and heads to the waiting area by the door. The bus appears to be a relic from a bygone era, showing signs of neglect in some hard-to-reach corners. The passengers maintain a semblance of decorum. Those seated alone sit quietly, while companions engage in hushed conversations. The security situation here is significantly better than that of the Outer Ring Star domain, where one might encounter numerous lifeless bodies aboard the bus. In an environment devoid of order and legal constraints, even minor conflicts can lead to casualties. As the magnetic levitation bus exits the enclosed track corridor, it arrives at another residential area, even larger than the last, flanked by commercial docks capable of accommodating large cargo ships. As the doors open, passengers eagerly flow out from the waiting area. On the platform, Li Meng follows the crowd, descending into a bustling world via an escalator. The atmosphere is vibrant. Upon exiting the escalator and merging with the throng, Li Meng enters a lively scene akin to a bustling market, with figures swarming through the streets and alleys. The roads are narrow, lined with numerous vendors displaying a multitude of goods. Occasionally, hovering motorcycles and vehicles rush by, inciting a chorus of curses. What are you looking at? This place doesn't serve robots. Move along and don't interfere with my business. Li Meng pauses momentarily at a stall, which is a floating cart brimming with various unusual living creatures. It is a food stall, with these creatures being freshly fried ingredients, killed and fried on the spot. They are undeniably fresh. Li Meng pays little heed to the proprietor's sharp remarks. After all, robots do not consume food or drink, so the owner's attitude towards them is understandable. Continuing forward, Li Meng departs from the stall. After becoming an AI, one truly loses a great deal of joy, mused Li Meng as he floated along the streets. Although he felt a twinge of concern, he did not dwell on it excessively. One must look forward. The mere act of living is a rare gift, and one cannot demand too much. He was not the type to succumb to despair over minor setbacks. Where were the patrol officers and security robots? As he meandered aimlessly through the winding streets, he observed the bustling throngs of various alien species, a dazzling array of forms. Yet, Li Meng noticed the absence of law enforcement or security bots. Should he incite a disturbance to lure out the security robots? After some contemplation, he dismissed the idea. He had more pressing matters to attend to and could not afford to attract the attention of the security system. He resolved to search patiently. He would surely find what he sought. With this mindset, Li Meng ceased to feel anxious and began to leisurely enjoy the vibrant atmosphere of the market. Let go of me, let go. You clumsy metal brute, let me go. Suddenly, amidst the thronging streets, Li Meng halted. He glanced around and finally directed his gaze towards a narrow alley on his left. He had heard a voice, young, delicate, tinged with urgency. More importantly, the language was the familiar cadence of Mandarin. How could Li Meng remain indifferent upon hearing his native tongue in a world 20,000 years into the future? He dashed towards the alley, peering within. A security robot? He spotted a security robot grappling with a little girl clad in a gray cloak. The robot had grasped her hand, rendering her unable to free herself. Her visage remained obscured by the hood of her cloak. Should he rush in to play the hero? With this thought, a smile crept across Li Meng's face. He had stumbled into a classic hero rescues damsel scenario. Resolving his course of action, he charged into the alley. Hey, you clumsy metal brute, release that girl, he shouted, though he had already reached the security robot. As the robot turned its head, a golden bolt of lightning shot forth from its segmented form. In the alley, an incandescent arc of gold flashed, instantly traversing several meters before striking the security robot. Golden currents danced chaotically across the blue-painted machine, causing it to tremble violently before crashing to the ground. Though it was a moment of heroism, Li Meng paid no heed to the girl. Instead, he hurried forward to the fallen robot. Mechanical pincers extended, inserting themselves into the robot's cerebral port. To his surprise, he had encountered the security robot so swiftly. Thank you, came the girl's voice, young and laced with curiosity and trepidation. You haven't left yet? More security robots will be coming soon. You mustn't get caught again. The girl did not flee. She removed her hood. As it fell away, a cascade of black hair and a familiar face met Li Meng's gaze. Upon gazing at the little girl, Li Meng was taken aback. He never anticipated that 2 millennia hence, he would not only hear the Chinese language, but also encounter a fellow compatriot. Although he was no longer human, the essence of humanity still resided within his soul. The sight of a kindred spirit evoked a sense of warmth within him. She crouched down, her face adorned with curiosity as she observed Li Meng. What are you doing? With her crouching position, the exquisite aquamarine dress beneath her gray robe became subtly visible. More importantly, from this angle, things that ought not to be seen were indeed exposed. Get up, you've been seen, Li Meng thought to himself, bemused. The girl truly lacked the instinct to safeguard her modesty. The mechanical claws inserted into the security robot's port emitted a shower of sparks. You saw? The little girl displayed a look of bewilderment as she glanced downward. Upon seeing, her face flushed crimson, and she hastily stood up. Bowing her head, she spoke in a voice tinged with embarrassment. It's all right. You are merely a robot. However, as soon as she uttered it's all right, her expression transformed, and with indignation, she pointed at Li Meng, exclaiming, how can it be all right? You must take responsibility. Responsibility? Li Meng rolled his eyes inwardly. What a precocious little girl. She was scarcely of age. He scrutinized her appearance, marveling at her delicate features. Indeed, she was exquisite. Her skin flawless and smooth like white jade. He had never encountered such an adorable and beautiful child before. If she were to grow up, she would undoubtedly become a great beauty. Judging by her age, she likely did not exceed 10 years. I am a robot. I cannot bear responsibility, little one. My name is Chio, and do not entertain any notions of us. There is no possibility between us. Farewell. With that, he retracted the mechanical claws and ascended into the sky. Come back, don't run away, the little girl shouted after him. But Li Meng did not look back as he departed, vanishing from her sight in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing his escape, the little girl, clutching her gray robe, was determined to pursue him. Just as she was about to dash out of the alley, several security robots appeared at its entrance. The sight of them caused her countenance to change slightly. Dejected, she released her grip on the gray robe, realizing that her pursuit was futile. Hidden in an unseen corner above the alley, Li Meng watched as the security robots escorted the little girl away. He had acted beyond necessity. Within the security robots database, he discovered a missing person notice. The identity of the little girl was indeed remarkable. The security robots were in search of her. Little one, I hope you grow up healthy and have a bright and happy future. After 2 millennia, encountering a compatriot of Chinese descent filled Li Meng with joy in his heart. This indicated that his conjecture was correct. He was not the only survivor. Furthermore, the colonial ships that departed Earth were not limited to the one that crashed on the planet Sleia. It was only after the security robots and the little girl disappeared around the corner of the alley that Li Meng took flight from his hiding place. Returning to the bustling streets once more. As he soared forward, he meticulously processed the information acquired from the security robots. The structural diagram of the dock exists, albeit lacking in detail. After all, it is merely a police robot and cannot possess comprehensive schematics of the dock. However, knowing the location of the core area suffices. Regardless, a forceful incursion is inevitable, for the critical regions of the dock are not only restricted airspace, but also off-limits to outsiders. The challenge of infiltrating unnoticed is immense, unless one has access to the dock's intricate schematics to identify vulnerabilities. Chapter 29, The Right Path O? Why has the communication code from TURs responded? As Li Meng rode the elevator to the platform, he suddenly received a signal from a communication code. The data disk given to him by Aubrey contained the access code to contact TURs. Li Meng made some adjustments to the access code, enabling him to receive signals within a certain range. Upon arriving at the platform and stepping out of the elevator amidst the flow of people, Li Meng retreated to a more secluded corner. A blue light flickered, and a holographic full-body image materialized before him. Qiao, TURs appeared quite astonished, but soon grasped the situation. Qiao, have you accepted the mission at the Geller dock? There was no point in concealment. It would be futile since they would ultimately meet the employer. Indeed, I have accepted the mission at the Geller dock. TURs, are you near the Geller dock? I just received a communication code signal. I recently piloted my ship out of hyperspace and am heading to the Geller dock for an important matter. Qiao, I am a temple knight, and this identity prevents me from aiding you openly. I apologize. Li Meng was merely curious about Terz's presence on Geller. He was also aware that Terz's status precluded him from offering assistance. Li Meng had not contemplated seeking Terz's help, though the temple knights are formidable. The infiltration task was better suited for him alone. The presence of another would only complicate matters and hinder his actions. That is fine. I merely wish to ascertain your proximity. Your arrival is timely. I intend to act now. With you here, I need not venture to New Shidong to find you. If all proceeds as planned, I should complete the task within 3 hours. It appeared that TURs had turned back midway and had not returned to New Shidong due to time constraints. No matter how swift his ship, it could not outpace the Pioneer. He must have received a mission from the temple while en route back to New Shidong. The findings on Tarek could initially be reported verbally via remote communication. He could submit the data disk after completing the task. Of course, this was merely Li Meng's conjecture. Whether it was indeed the case remained uncertain. I shall await your good news, Qiao. I must dock now. The communication was abruptly severed, and the blue holographic screen vanished. Li Meng had not anticipated Terz's appearance on Geller. This was entirely unforeseen. He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding Terz's purpose for being on Geller. Given Terz's identity as a temple knight, he could not possibly engage in activities that would tarnish such a status. Could it be related to the war instigated by the Free Planet Alliance? TURs has commissioned a task to infiltrate the Geller dock and obtain the registration records of the spacecraft within the information department. This indicates that the temple has received some intelligence, suspecting that the Geller dock is engaged in illicit activities. Reflecting on TUR's reconnaissance of the secret factory, it is not difficult to speculate on certain matters. The temple likely believes that the Geller dock is colluding with the Free Planet Alliance. Merely relying on the industrial capabilities of the Outer Rim to forge a formidable fleet is undoubtedly a fanciful notion. So, why does the Free Planet Alliance possess such an abundance of warships? The answer is simple. The Free Planet Alliance surely enjoys the backing of certain factions from the Inner Rim, or even the Mid-Rim. One hopes that TUR's undertakings will not interfere with his own mission. Although, even if they do, Li Meng would not be overly concerned. However, he fears complications and the possibility of events spiraling out of control. Should such a scenario arise, it would invite further troubles. For Li Meng, the fewer troubles and unforeseen incidents, the better. Approximately half an hour later, Li Meng returned to the maintenance station at Dock 63. When he left, the station housed only the Pioneer. Upon his return, Vaya greeted new guests. 2 small cargo vessels had landed on the tarmac. They were modest in size, measuring about 30 to 40 meters in length, equipped with wing structures that clearly facilitated atmospheric flight. Vaya was engaged in conversation with a pilot, discussing fuel prices and maintenance costs. Upon noticing Li Meng's return, She concluded her discussion and approached him. Hey, robot, do you have a name? The Pioneer has been cleaned. Its surface is now exceptionally bright and smooth as a mirror. I am called Qiuqiu, and I know your name. You are Vaya. Vaya intended to introduce herself, but Li Meng had already spoken the words she wished to say. She understood the situation. Qiuqiu had infiltrated the database of Pampan. She had heard of hacker-type robots among their kind, but to encounter one firsthand was surprising. Are you leaving? Yes, but I shall return. Please keep this tarmac reserved for me. It should not take long. Though unaware of Qiuqiu's intentions, Vaya refrained from asking further questions, as it would be quite impolite. After all, Qiuqiu was her benefactor, and she felt compelled to repay the favor. I will keep it for you, no matter how long it takes. You have helped me, and I cannot find a way to repay you. This troubles me. My mother taught me that one must repay kindness, as that is the righteous path. Repaying kindness? That is a commendable habit, indeed the righteous way. It is rare for an alien species to share a moral perspective similar to that of humanity. For this reason alone, Li Meng was more than willing to assist Vaya. You have already helped me. Free docking and free cleaning of the spacecraft are more than sufficient. You have repaid my assistance. Vaya shook her head. No, this is not enough. Far from it. It does not begin to offset the kindness you have shown to Pampan. Pampan is very important to me, and this debt is profound. I must repay you more. Only then can my heart find peace. This is likely a reflection of the customs and beliefs of the little blue people. Li Meng did not harbor any disdain for this. Do as you wish. But do remember to inform me when you are satisfied. With that, Li Meng soared towards the Pioneer spacecraft. As he approached the side of the vessel, the hatch promptly swung open. In the eyes of Vaya, the spherical craft darted through the opening. The hatch then sealed shut, leaving no trace of a gap visible from the outside. Following this, a resonant humming sound filled the air. The engine at the rear of the spherical craft ignited, releasing a plume of orange flames. Gradually, the spacecraft ascended, retreating outward as it passed through the airtight shield. The maintenance station was confined, and maneuvering such a large vessel in reverse required exceptional skill. In the vastness of space, the Pioneer spacecraft adjusted its course after traversing the airtight shield. Its bow pointed downward, while the stern rose upward. A brilliant flash of fire erupted from the rear engine, emitting a long, fiery tail. With immense thrust, the Pioneer spacecraft surged forth like a rocket ascending into the skies. Chapter 30. Armed Invasion Beneath the Orbital Dock's Lower Structural Surface. The Pioneer spacecraft flew at an ultra-low altitude, almost skimming the backside of the orbital dock, accelerating rapidly. From a distance, a fiery streak zipped past the rear of the dock, moving with such swiftness that it resembled a comet slicing through the cosmos. Activate electromagnetic interference mode to prevent any destructive damage to the sensors. The rear of the orbital dock was equipped with numerous sensing devices capable of monitoring every angle, ensuring no intruders could breach critical areas of the dock. Within the cabin, Li Meng established a connection with the Pioneer spacecraft systems. He transmitted commands to the spherical fighters through the internal communication lines. Outside, 4 launch ports opened on either side of the bow. In the next instant, 4 rounded spherical fighters erupted from the ports. Their appearance closely mirrored that of the individual spheres, resembling milky white orbs adorned with golden runes. However, the runes on the spherical fighters were 2 swirling symbols, representing the disintegration cannon. The rear hemisphere featured 3 coiled engines arranged in a circular formation, emitting fiery tails that resembled 3 radiant rings of flame. Due to their lighter mass, the spherical fighters moved with greater speed. In an instant, they surpassed the Pioneer spacecraft and surged ahead, vanishing from sight within mere seconds. At the back of the orbital dock, the 4 spherical fighters soared through the air with remarkable velocity. The trailing coiled engines expelled elongated fiery tails, radiating brilliance. Suddenly, as they soared past a block, the runes of the disintegration cannon on the surface of one fighter illuminated. In the next moment, arcs of golden lightning erupted forth, striking the protruding sensing devices at the rear of the orbital dock. These were semi-spherical devices, modest in size, each standing about half a meter tall. The attack from the spherical fighters was remarkably precise, with each bolt of lightning hitting its designated sensor with unwavering accuracy. The sensor device, struck with great force, erupted into a dazzling display of sparks and erratic arcs of electricity. The spherical warplane pressed forward with relentless speed, executing precise strikes against the sensor apparatus. From a distance, one could observe 4 radiant streaks of crimson light racing along the backside of the orbital dock. Wherever they passed, golden arcs of electricity flickered. Further back, a platinum-hued spacecraft glided closely along the dock's rear. Suddenly, the speeding spherical warplane altered its formation, drawing closer together and taking diagonal positions. As they neared, golden arcs of electricity crackled along their surfaces, seemingly drawn to each other as they formed a parallel connection. Amidst the shimmering golden arcs, the four warplanes united. Pressing closely together, their speed gradually diminishing as they began to rotate. Ultimately, the connected warplanes came to a halt, suspended in midair, less than 3 meters from the armored surface of the orbital dock. Golden currents surged from the spinning warplanes, growing increasingly brilliant and dense. In an instant, a blinding flash of gold illuminated the scene, and a torrent of golden arcs erupted, striking the metallic wall with the force of a colossal lightning bolt. Under the sustained illumination, concentric circles of golden electricity spread outwards along the wall. Wherever they traversed, all electronic devices were severely disrupted, short-circuited, and rendered inoperative. The outer indicator lights extinguished in rapid succession, some even exploding outright. With a thunderous roar, the metallic wall illuminated by the dazzling golden lightning detonated, unleashing a torrent of energy that melted a gaping hole approximately 2 meters in diameter. A powerful gust surged through the opening, forcefully displacing the connected spherical warplanes downward by several meters. This sudden movement destabilized the warplanes, causing them to cease their illumination and disband, retreating from the billowing currents emanating from the breach. In the rear, the Pioneer spacecraft swiftly approached, its 50-meter-long hull executing a 360-degree maneuver, ascending with precision. It firmly sealed the opening from which the air was escaping, perfectly aligning with the left side hatch. Inside the cabin, the knights were prepared and ready. Let us proceed. Set the disintegration guns to stun mode. This mission was solely to retrieve the spacecraft registration data from the Geller Docks information repository. He was not a pirate, nor a ruthless killer. Meng had no desire to take lives indiscriminately to fulfill his objectives. If it could be avoided, he would not resort to killing. Even if he became a fugitive, his transgressions would not be severe. Even if the Galactic Federation issued a bounty, the amount would likely be modest. A lower bounty would help avert a myriad of unnecessary troubles. As the hatch opened, 2 knights remained behind while the other 4 surged out. At this moment, the core district of the orbital dock had descended into chaos. All electronic devices had suddenly short-circuited and failed, the systems offline. More critically, artificial gravity had ceased to function, leaving the extensive core area, stretching over 100 kilometers, in a state of weightlessness. Inside the dock, the mechanical alarm blared, its mournful echoes reverberating through the corridors. A multitude of workers, equipped with magnetic shoes, traversed the hallways, diligently searching for potential issues. The security robots had entered alert mode, intensifying their patrols. Who are you? From around the corner, Meng and his knights emerged. In the corridor, 2 engineers clad in silver-gray uniforms were inspecting the wiring, flanked by 2 security robots. The sudden appearance of Meng's group led to a moment of mutual astonishment. The engineers' inquiry shattered the brief equilibrium. The 2 knights at the forefront fired first, raising their weapons. Whoosh! The distinctive shrill sound of gunfire pierced the air. Golden lightning danced wildly, sweeping across the corridor. The engineers were the first to be struck. Their bodies convulsed, electric currents surging chaotically across them. They stiffened, their legs straightening as they collapsed to the ground. Intruders! Identify the intruders. The security robots attempted to retaliate, but the knights were swifter. As the robots raised their weapons, golden lightning surged forth, striking their mechanical forms. Sparks erupted from the robots, arcs of electricity flickering as they fell lifelessly to the floor. Advancing forward, Meng leaped over the fallen security robot. A mechanical claw extended, inserting itself into the port at the back of the robot's head. In less than 5 seconds, Meng withdrew the claw. Having successfully located the data terminal of the Geller dock within the robot's information repository, with the core area's detailed map in hand, the team pressed onward with newfound direction. In the corridor, golden lightning continued to dance. Wherever the knights passed, the workers they encountered were swiftly incapacitated. The tranquil environment rendered Geller's security forces at their most vulnerable, resulting in the core area being utterly incapable of thwarting the knights' invasion. Chapter 31. The AI Showdown. Do not shoot. We surrender. We surrender. Though the main door was securely locked, it inexplicably swung open from the outside. The staff within the main control room exchanged fearful glances, retreating in trepidation, their hands raised in surrender. One individual hastily proclaimed their capitulation, assuring there would be no resistance. Apologies, but we have no need for prisoners. Upon hearing Meng's words, despair washed over everyone present. Whoosh! Before Meng could finish speaking, the knights opened fire. Dense bursts of golden lightning surged forth, sweeping through the control room. The staff, unable to utter a cry, were struck down one by one. The overwhelming sensation of paralysis rendered them powerless, their bodies rigid and straight as they fell to the ground. With the obstacles eliminated, Meng entered the control room with ease. The security robots outside were expected to arrive shortly. It became evident that the fighting capability of the security robots was woefully inadequate. The existence of formidable robots is undeniable. For instance, bounty hunter robots possess remarkable combat capabilities. Not only do they exhibit swift reflexes, but they also have the ability to observe their surroundings in a comprehensive 360-degree manner, enabling them to lock onto adversaries. However, such prowess necessitates precision-engineered hardware support. Even bounty hunter robots, when engaged in combat, can be easily vanquished. Robots exhibit conspicuous vulnerabilities, particularly their utter inability to withstand electromagnetic pulse weaponry, which is one of the reasons they have yet to form a cohesive military force. Upon entering the main control room, Meng located the port and initiated the intrusion. The data terminal at the Geller dock is a supercomputer with formidable computational capabilities. This is the Security Guardian AI, also known as the self-adaptive emergency AI of the antivirus security system. Embedded within the deep system, its primary responsibility is to safeguard the integrity of the system, effectively intercepting, eliminating, and providing early warnings against viruses. As soon as Meng infiltrated the system, he was met with an aggressive counterattack from the Security Guardian AI. In this digital realm, an unconventional battle unfolded. The strategy of abandoning the vehicle to protect the commander proved to be astute. As the battle commenced, Meng systematically breached the firewall layer by layer. The Security Guardian AI responded swiftly, relinquishing control of certain areas and unleashing a barrage of viruses to thoroughly disrupt the foundational code structure of the region, aiming to induce paralysis. If successful, external intrusions would be ensnared within the regional data chain. However, its assault faltered. The viruses merely constituted a segment of internal loop code, capable of consuming the computer's processing power indefinitely, leading to its eventual collapse. Yet, Meng, employing his superior computational prowess, directly dismantled the virus, transforming it into a zombie code. Realizing the futility of its toxic assault, the AI began deploying firewalls in abundance. However, this was to no avail, as the speed of its firewall deployment could not match Meng's capacity for decryption. With the strategy of abandoning the vehicle to protect the commander failing, the AI attempted to construct barriers. Its response capabilities were commendable, but unfortunately, they encountered Meng. Within a mere 3 minutes, he successfully penetrated the information repository. At that moment, Meng received a call from TURs. A flickering blue light heralded the appearance of Terza's holographic avatar. Xiao. The core area of the orbital dock is completely paralyzed. This is your doing, isn't it? There was no need for concealment. TURs was acutely aware of the situation. At least at this moment, he was the only one capable of rendering the core area of the orbital dock entirely inoperative. Indeed, I am infiltrating the information repository and downloading data. TURs appeared somewhat anxious and tense. The outer magnetic shield was dissipating, and the backup energy would not sustain for long. Once the magnetic shield vanished, the millions of residents within the core area would be drawn into the void of space. If this were merely to accomplish a task, such a cost would be exorbitant, a result I do not wish to witness. It became clear that TURs was concerned about this outcome. Meng reassured him, rest assured. I have calibrated the intensity of the electromagnetic pulse. The system will be back online shortly. He was not a merciless killer. Meng was acutely aware of the severe repercussions that an electromagnetic pulse attack would have on the core area. During the assault, he deliberately refrained from unleashing the full power of the attack, thereby minimizing its impact. The diminished electromagnetic pulse would merely cause a short circuit in the electronic devices within the core area, temporarily disrupting operations without inflicting lasting damage. The systems that faltered would soon be restored to functionality. Upon hearing this, Tulls visibly relaxed, the tension on his face dissipating. With millions of lives at stake, how could he, as a paladin, bear such a heavy burden of guilt? I am relieved to hear that. Xiao, have you made any discoveries? Indeed, there are findings to report. Over the past half-century, the Geller shipyard has constructed numerous vessels of the Freedom, Declaration, Independence, and Eclipse classes, totaling an impressive 217 ships. Among them, 8 Freedom-class transports, 4 Declaration-class transports, and 2 Independence-class transports are still under construction. Strangely, these vessels have never been utilized for commercial purposes. Tulls. En route to Geller Planet, I encountered a fleet from the Free Star Alliance. Those ships matched the 4 types of transports registered in the Geller shipyard's database, albeit with armed modifications. To be precise, these transports were originally warships, merely stripped of their weaponry for the sake of discretion, with space allocated for armament installation. According to the records, the purchaser of these transports is none other than Osvid. Osvid, upon hearing this name, Tulsa's expression underwent a notable transformation. Chiao Chiao. Once the data is acquired, let us meet at the Shangwen bar. With a flickering blue light, Tulsa abruptly terminated the communication. Freed from Tulsa's interruptions, Li Meng seized the opportunity to sift through the information repository, selecting valuable data for download. The Geller shipyard's information repository was exceedingly vast and intricate. The ship design blueprints alone numbered in the hundreds of thousands, the majority of which were obsolete designs. Only a select few blueprints were actively in use. Additionally, there was a wealth of data regarding shipborne equipment, raw material processing, and the super titanium alloys employed in the vessels. Moreover, Li Meng discovered a plethora of technological research projects within the repository. Among them were advanced shield technologies, including directional shields, particle shields, ray shields, and magnetic field shields. Shield technology was what Li Meng desired most, as the journey from conception to reality was fraught with challenges. Over the years, Li Meng had indeed explored shield technology. Yet without a clear direction or understanding of the principles involved, he had failed to develop a practical shield. Although he had devised an electromagnetic shield, its excessive energy consumption rendered it impractical, leading him to abandon it. Now, having finally grasped the principles governing shield operation, he found himself with a clear research direction. The development of more advanced shields was merely a matter of time. Identify the intruders. Open fire. Open fire. At that moment, outside, the battle erupted. A multitude of security robots emerged from both sides of the corridor, adorned in blue and white paint, brandishing energy rifles as they marched forward with mechanical precision. In the corridor behind the door, the knights stood back to back, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the security robots at each end. The air was filled with the sharp crack of gunfire. A multitude of golden bolts of lightning danced wildly, surging towards the robotic adversaries. Numerous robots were struck, their circuits sparking chaotically, leading to their immediate incapacitation. As comrades fell in the front lines, the remaining security robots commenced their assault. Amidst the piercing gunfire, beams of orange energy erupted from the weapons' muzzles. These concentrated blasts swept through the corridor like rain, enveloping the knights. The knights' towering forms were soon hit. The intense energy detonated upon contact, forcing them to stagger back. However, the energy blasts proved incapable of inflicting fatal harm, leaving only charred marks upon their armor. The knights' counterattack was swift and effective. Within the corridor, golden lightning flickered, and the trajectories of the projectiles twisted dazzlingly. The security robots fell one after another, like wheat cut down in a field. With relentless onslaughts, one knight's head ultimately succumbed to the repeated energy blasts, cracking before it exploded violently. The headless body collapsed with a thunderous thud. Witnessing the fall of their comrade, a nearby knight grasped the fallen warrior's hand, taking a step forward to hurl the body towards the security robots. With tremendous force, the lifeless knight soared over 20 meters, crashing into the ranks of the robots. Toppling 3 in its descent, the destroyed knight's body began to fissure, the golden runes upon its armor glowing with an ominous light. In an instant, the fallen knight detonated in a cataclysmic explosion. A burst of golden lightning erupted, sweeping away everything in its vicinity. Security robots within a 10-meter radius were utterly incinerated. As waves of golden electricity surged forth, igniting sparks upon the remaining robots, causing them to malfunction and collapse. The knight's self-detonation obliterated over 20 security robots in the left corridor. The loss of a single knight drew Li Meng's attention. He heard the distant rumble of explosions from outside. Each knight was equipped with a self-destruction mechanism, capable of unleashing tremendous power through an overloaded energy core. Aware that time was running short, Li Meng retracted his mechanical claws and took flight. Downloading the entire database was an unrealistic endeavor. He could only select the most crucial information. He had acquired the knowledge he sought. Retreat, return to the ship. Li Meng hurriedly exited the control room, retracing his steps. The left corridor had been cleared. The knights showed no inclination to linger, turning to run while enduring the energy blasts striking their armored backs. Their rear armor was the thickest, designed to withstand considerable assault. Invaders opened fire. Just as Li Meng rounded a corner, he encountered a barricade of security robots ahead. There were 2 machines, both of which had raised their energy cannons. A golden radiance flickered, and 2 bolts of lightning shot forth almost simultaneously from the rounded bodies of the split entities. In an instant, they traversed a distance of 30 meters, striking the security robot. Before the robot could even pull the trigger, it malfunctioned and collapsed onto the ground. Without a moment's pause, Li Meng soared over the fallen security robot. On the return journey, He encountered no further adversaries, but he did observe numerous staff members sprawled unconscious, victims of the earlier attack by the Knights. In a mere 10 minutes, the team successfully retreated to the spacecraft. The Knights leaped into the vessel through the breach. As the hatch closed, the engines of the Pioneer spacecraft roared to life, detaching from the metallic walls. With a sharp 180-degree turn, the engines at the rear expelled a brilliant tail of fiery hues. Under the immense thrust, the Pioneer spacecraft retraced its path, accelerating rapidly through the cosmos. During flight, the launch bay doors on either side opened. The following ball fighter seamlessly returned to its lair. As the door sealed shut, the Pioneer spacecraft sped through the rear of the orbital dock, resembling a streak of fiery brilliance darting past. Shortly after the Pioneer departed, the previously darkened core area illuminated once more. All systems rebooted, and the equipment resumed operation. The once visible magnetic shield gradually vanished, becoming imperceptible. This indicated that the magnetic shield had regained energy and resumed function. It was not until nearing the Via maintenance station that Meng deftly maneuvered the spacecraft away from the rear of the orbital dock. In the vacuum beyond the airtight shield, the Pioneer spacecraft approached steadily. Ultimately, it passed through the airtight barrier and entered the maintenance station, descending gently onto the landing pad. Just as the Pioneer touched down, 2 interstellar fighter jets soared past outside. These were the most advanced interstellar fighters from Geller, known as the Interstellar Eagle. Adorned in blue and white livery, they bore the likeness of avian creatures, boasting formidable firepower and agility, with abundant thrust. Chiao, where have you been? There was a disturbance in the North Ring earlier, and the evacuation was underway, but now it's been called off. It's truly strange. Such occurrences have never happened in the orbital dock. Upon seeing Chiao emerge from the open hatch, Via approached eagerly. Previously, there had been 2 spacecraft when they departed, belonging to Via's guests. Now, only the Pioneer remained in the maintenance station. There must have been a significant malfunction in the vital maintenance systems, Meng mused. I just attended to some matters on the planet's surface. He would not disclose to Via that he had forcefully intruded into the core area of the North Ring. Ironically, the architect of all this chaos stood before her. However, he suspected that the truth would be difficult to conceal. Here, within the Daily Chronicles, it has just been reported that a grave invasion incident has occurred in the Northern Ring district. This event was no mere accident. It was a deliberate incursion into the core area of the Northern Ring, resulting in the illicit theft of data from the Terminal Information Repository. The esteemed governor, Lord Wang Zhongshi, is incensed and has issued a warrant for the apprehension of the following criminal suspects. Those who provide information leading to their capture shall be richly rewarded. Report via communication code 013015. At this moment, the holographic television in the maintenance station began to broadcast footage of the previous turmoil. An interstellar media outlet, known as Daily Trials, was airing the news. The host, a member of the Hua nationality, was familiar to Meng, discernible by his appearance and hair color. While accessing the Terminal Information Repository at the dock, Meng gained some insight into the political landscape of the galaxy. The Galactic Federation is a union primarily centered around commerce, with members of the Galactic Parliament representing their respective nations, akin to the United Nations of Earth's historical era. However, the authority of the Galactic Federation surpasses that of the United Nations significantly. Each member state possesses the right to partake in political decisions, adhering to the principle of majority rule. Once a decree is issued and ratified by the Galactic Parliament, every member state is compelled to comply. The Geller Dock belongs to the Great Tang Confederation Empire, whose name evidently draws inspiration from the historical realm of Hua on Earth. Its dominion spans the inner and middle rings, encompassing 213 star regions and 141 habitable star systems, with a staggering population of 100 billion. Chapter 33, Governor Wang Zhongshi. As the news aired, 2 individuals in the maintenance station exchanged glances. Via could not possibly overlook the broadcast, which displayed Meng's assault on the dock's terminal processor. A towering knight was seen frantically firing a disintegration gun, while security robots fell like harvested wheat in the corridor. The battle was ferocious, and just behind the knight, a spherical entity flickered into view. Although this entity bore no eyes, only electronic sensors, Via felt an intense sensation that the orb was indeed watching her. I want to speak of this, she assured, slightly anxious, raising the wrench in her hand. Surely, the orb won't silence me, will it? Realizing the impropriety of her gesture, she hastily lowered her hand. Meng remained silent, gliding slowly towards Via. Exuding an unsettling pressure, Via managed a strained smile, her gaze wavering as she instinctively retreated, feeling a blend of fear and trepidation. I promise. I want to say a word. Absolutely not. She continued to backpedal, oblivious to the loose part rolling behind her. "Ah!" she exclaimed, stepping on it, causing her to lose balance and fall backward. The sudden shift in equilibrium prompted a startled cry. In her moment of panic, a cold grip seized her hand. It was Meng who lunged forward, extending his mechanical claw to grasp Via's small hand. "Really?" he inquired, steadying her delicate frame. Looking at the sphere before her, Via eagerly nodded her head. "Yes, I won't tell anyone. Xiao, thank you." A wave of relief washed over her. She had been overthinking the situation. Releasing her hand, Meng retracted his mechanical claw. "It's all right. If you were to fall and injure yourself, I would be quite distressed. After all, I hold you in high regard." Despite Via's peculiar appearance, being a noseless creature, Meng found her utterly endearing. Short in stature, her skin shimmered in translucent blue, glistening with the brilliance of gemstones. She possessed long, pointed ears, and though she was bald, it appeared entirely natural. "High regard? Xiao, is this a courtship?" Via tilted her head, her innocent curiosity evident. Meng promptly denied the implication. "No, this is merely fondness. I have a liking for you, and wish to be your friend. It bears no relation to the desires of carbon-based life forms for romantic entanglements. Furthermore, I am a robot. I lack such needs and desires." Via nodded in a moment of understanding, albeit slightly perplexed. She chuckled and said, "Xiao, I too wish to be your friend, for you are my benefactor." Deep down, Via cherished Xiao, akin to her affection for Pan. Yet, she couldn't help but feel curious. Xiao seemed markedly different from ordinary robots. His mode of communication was strikingly natural, far removed from robotic conventions. "Via, let me change my appearance. I cannot leave Gelerstar just yet. I must stay for a few days and alter my image to avoid detection." Via's eyes brightened at the prospect. She waved her wrench and dashed toward the storage room. "Xiao, follow me. I have a brilliant idea." Meng trailed behind, entering the well-organized storage area with her. Within the neatly arranged shelves, Via searched diligently. After a considerable time, she finally discovered an item on the third tier of goods. "Xiao, this is spray paint, white in color. We can cover your golden patterns, and thus, no one will discern your identity." Covering the golden runes with spray paint? Transforming platinum to white is indeed a viable solution. While rotund robots were rare, they were not non-existent. Affluent individuals often commissioned bespoke assistant robots of various designs. "Let us proceed. Via, I appreciate your assistance." With a playful giggle, Via climbed onto a high stool, settling herself comfortably. She patted her lap and called, "Xiao, come here." Obediently, Meng landed softly on her lap, ensuring not to place the entirety of his divided weight upon her petite frame. Despite his small size, his mass was substantial. Without the anti-gravity mechanism, over half a ton could easily crush Via's slender legs. He merely leaned gently against her. "Xiao, what material are you made of? You feel cool, so smooth. It's quite pleasant to touch." As she spoke, Via supported Meng with her left hand while her right hand began to spray paint. As the white liquid coated the round, plump sphere, golden runes gradually emerged. "Who knows? The master never disclosed this to me. I have been this way since my inception." Though she was curious about the identity of the sphere's master, Via refrained from inquiring further. At present, the sphere was being sought after. If she were to question its master, despite her benign intentions, it could easily be misconstrued by outsiders as an attempt to gather intelligence. After living for several decades, Via understood this principle well. After some time, Via had successfully covered all the golden runes on the split entity with paint. "Sphere, this is all I can do for you." Upon freeing himself from Via's embrace, Meng approached the spaceship, using the smooth hull's reflection to scrutinize his appearance. The white paint contrasted slightly with the colors of the split entity, yet the difference was negligible. If one did not look closely, it would be nearly imperceptible. This was sufficient. With this disguise, it seemed unlikely anyone would uncover my identity. Though he had made arrangements with Tulls, Meng did not intend to seek him out immediately. The previous upheaval had rendered the orbital dock particularly sensitive. There might be a massive manhunt or inspection occurring outside. It would be prudent to wait until the turmoil subsided before approaching Tulls again. On Geller Planet, at the orbital dock, the governor's administrative government occupied the upper landing pad. In the core area stood a towering structure resembling a pyramid, topped with a protruding landing area. At that moment, a simple welcoming ceremony was underway on the platform. "Welcome, esteemed Lord Tulls," smiled Wang Zhongshi, the governor, as he performed a gesture of respect towards the approaching figure clad in gray robes. Dressed in a dark red robe and donning an official hat, he was flanked by 2 rows of silver-gray armored guards, all of whom were human. Behind him stood his aides and senior officials. Tulls halted, returning the gesture of respect. "Lord Wang Zhongshi, I trust you have received the message from the temple regarding my visit. Wang Zhongshe replied with a smile, indeed. It is an honor for my daughter to become Lord Tul's apprentice. With that, he stepped aside to clear the path. Chapter 34. Trade Alliance. Lord Tul's, please come inside. Following this, the group proceeded into the residence. In the resplendent reception hall, seated on luxurious red sofas, the two faced each other. Wang Wanner is indeed my apprentice. I shall be direct. As her teacher, I have the responsibility and obligation to address her concerns. Lord Wang Zhongshe, you must have some knowledge regarding the rebellion of the Independent Planet Alliance. The Independent Planet Alliance? Wang Zhongshe nodded. I am somewhat aware. The declaration of independence a few months ago caused quite a stir, making it impossible not to know. Wang Zhongshe's reaction sparked a flicker of doubt in Tul's eyes. The warriors of the temple possessed the ability to see through one's heart. A person's deceit could not elude them. If the galactic is indeed assisting the Independent Planet Alliance in the construction of a substantial fleet of warships, it is inconceivable that Lord Wang Zhongshe, as the governor, remains oblivious to this fact. Could there be hidden motives at play? After considerable reflection, Tul's decided against being evasive and instead directly informed Wang Zhongshe of the galactic's involvement in the warship production for the Independent Planet Alliance. Though this course of action was somewhat audacious, there was no time for hesitation now. Upon hearing Tul's revelation, Wang Zhongshe appeared utterly astonished. This is impossible, Your Excellency Tul's. Is the temple mistaken? Our great Tang Confederation Empire, under the eternal support of Her Majesty the Empress, would never aid a rebellious faction in subverting the Galactic Federation. Such a notion is utterly unfathomable. Tul's produced a data disk from his cloak, its blue light flickering, and a holographic image materialized before Wang Zhongshe's eyes. It depicted a fleet, specifically, the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance. The temple had long been aware of the Independent Planet Alliance's incursion into the Central Star region. You must be familiar with the warships of the Independent Planet Alliance, Lord Wang Zhongshe, Tul's remarked. As he gazed at the holographic fleet, Wang Zhongshe's expression shifted dramatically. His brow furrowed in suspicion and disbelief. Your Excellency Tul's, I genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. These transport vessels were personally designed by the Trade Alliance. And Osvid is merely the second client to purchase this model, the first being the Trade Alliance itself. Over the past 2 centuries, galactic has constructed more than 300 transport vessels of various models for the Trade Alliance through legitimate channels, all backed by formal contracts. The Trade Alliance? Tul's felt a sense of foreboding upon hearing this connection. The Trade Alliance emerged from a coalition of banking powers, symbolizing wealth and wielding influence over the Galactic Federation's finances, controlling 80% of its riches. Its reach extended across 3 major star regions, with even the outer rim utilizing the currency credits issued by the Trade Alliance. In essence, the influence of the Trade Alliance permeated the Galactic Federation. Their policy proposals within the Galactic Council had never been dismissed. Using its clout, the Trade Alliance had consistently exploited the authority of the Galactic Federation for its own gain. Could it be that the Trade Alliance is the true supporter behind the Independent Planet Alliance? What would be the rationale behind such actions? The Trade Alliance's influence in the Galactic Council has reached its zenith. What benefit could there be in undermining the Galactic Federation? Your Excellency Tul's, I implore you to promptly report this matter to the Elder Council of the Temple. The Great Tang Confederation Empire will not assist any faction that seeks to subvert the Galactic Federation. I shall immediately terminate our dealings with Osvid. If this indeed relates to the Trade Alliance, the situation grows increasingly intricate. Tul's nodded in agreement. If this matter is truly unrelated to the Great Tang Confederation Empire, the Temple will ascertain who the real supporters of the Independent Planet Alliance are. Tul's refrained from drawing conclusions at this juncture. While Lord Wang Zhongshe may be deceitful, it does not imply that the Great Tang Confederation Empire is entirely uninvolved in this insurrection. I must trouble you, Lord Turs. I have faith that justice resides within the hearts of the people, and I am willing to cooperate with the Temple's investigation. As the governor of the 0213 star sector, he bears responsibilities commensurate with his station and power. Should the vessels constructed at the Geller shipyard be utilized by the Independent Planetary Alliance, he holds an undeniable accountability. Once Her Majesty the Empress demands accountability, he cannot absolve himself of guilt. To mitigate his culpability, he must assist the Temple's inquiry to clear his name. The Geller shipyard is a commercial dock, where trade is commonplace. Provided that the transaction process is flawless, the Geller shipyard and the Great Tang Confederation Empire bear no responsibility, for the Geller shipyard produces transport vessels, not warships. As for clients converting transport ships into warships, that falls beyond the purview of the Geller shipyard. Upon the delivery of the vessels, the contract is deemed fulfilled. Wang Zhongshe recalled the previous unrest in the core sector. Could the invasion incident be related to the temple? According to feedback from the data terminal, numerous ship registration details, an abundance of ship design blueprints, and various technological data under development had been downloaded. The downloading of ship design blueprints and technological data is understandable, given the fierce competition in shipbuilding often invites espionage. However, why download ship registration information? It is evident that it was to inquire about the details of that transport vessel. This is merely suspicion. Wang Zhongshe had no intention of broaching this matter with TURs. Even if it were the Temple's doing, he would feign ignorance. Some matters are best left unsaid, for the benefit of both parties. Geller Planet, Orbital Dock, Dongguan District, Shangwen Bar. Shangwen Bar is situated at the confluence of the commercial port and the inner city. As one of the most frequented locales, Shangwen Bar thrives with business. The port workers, staff, and newcomers seeking a fresh start at the orbital dock are all inclined to pause here, serving as a melting pot for diverse individuals. Shangwen Bar is also a base for the Bounty Hunter Guild. Here, one can find intermediaries for gathering information or seeking employment. Naturally, risks abound. Once aboard a vessel, your fate lies in the hands of the captain. Whether you are delivered to your desired destination or sent to the outer rim as a slave depends solely on the captain's conscience. Indeed, slavery exists within the realms governed by the Galactic Federation. Although the Galactic Federation explicitly prohibits the trafficking of slaves, certain planets, due to their cultural customs, lie beyond its effective jurisdiction, prompting a willful blindness. For instance, in the Outer Rim, many planets engage in extensive slave trading. Shangwen Bar bustles with activity. Not only inside the bar, but outside as well, the streets are alive with a throng of people. The thoroughfare is broad, with hovering vehicles and motorcycles zipping past like a parade of ants. A thoughtfully arranged parking lot outside the bar accommodates vehicles. The sign above the entrance bears the 4 characters of Shangwen Bar, alongside the emblem of the Bounty Hunter Guild. Chapter 35, Shangwen Bar Today. Outside the entrance of Shangwen Bar, a rotund little figure made its appearance. It was a robot, adorned in a dual-toned white hue, suspended 15 meters above the ground. It gracefully glided through the doorway. Hey, watch it. You might not withstand my collision. Are you attempting to provoke me? Upon entering, a hulking figure approached. Meng halted. Yet the robot did not. It was only at the last moment that he noticed the diminutive, rotund robot. He quickly stopped in his tracks to avoid a collision. Enraged, he brandished his massive fists to intimidate Meng, cursing vehemently. He was robust, resembling a gigantic gorilla. Indeed, he was a gorilla, covered in long, shaggy fur, towering over 23 meters in height. His large visage was similarly cloaked in hair, revealing only his mouth, eyes, and nose. This was a member of the Longbeard clan, a notably robust extraterrestrial race. He spoke in Longbeard language, a guttural sound akin to a beast's roar. My sincerest apologies, please go ahead. Meng respectfully yielded the path, allowing the gorilla to pass. The creature appeared pleased with Meng's demeanor, striding forth with an air of regal confidence, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. After casting a glance at the retreating figure of the giant, Meng continued onward. The Longbeard clan, while exceptionally strong and intelligent, possessed their own interstellar civilization. Yet, akin to their beastly appearance, they were also quite savage. They had fought against the Old Republic upon entering the interstellar age before assimilating into the interstellar societal framework established by humanity. Although the current era belonged to the Galactic Federation, the Longbeard clan retained considerable prestige. They were born warriors, often seen in various conflict-ridden environments. However, despite their might, the Longbeard clan had a notable flaw. They were prone to impulsiveness, exhibiting a notoriously volatile temperament, preferring to resolve matters through brute force. As a robot, there was neither reason nor necessity for him to engage in a contest of wills with the hulking figure. Otherwise, it would appear exceedingly peculiar to onlookers. What a lively place. Upon entering the grand hall, Meng was enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. The atmosphere within was vibrant, filled with the buzz of voices. There were drinking counters, lounging areas, and spaces for entertainment. A plethora of gambling-themed arcade machines, along with a chaotic arena for monster battles, and card tables for gambling, could be found. It was an amalgamation of entertainment, gambling, and drinking, a veritable melting pot of revelry. As Meng scanned the crowd, he seemed to be searching for something. At last, in a corner of the lounging area, he spotted the individual he sought. It was TURs, still clad in his gray robe. He was the very person he intended to meet at Shangwen Bar. Ah, is that her? A gasp escaped him as a petite figure beside TURs caught his attention. Although draped in a gray robe akin to TURs, Meng instantly recognized her. She was the little girl he had encountered 3 days prior in the market alley. She appeared to be fascinated by everything in the bar, glancing around with wide-eyed curiosity. How could she be with Tours? Li Meng pondered. With a hint of intrigue, he navigated through the crowd towards Tours. Hey, Tours, sorry to keep you waiting. Upon reaching the sofa where Tours was seated, Li Meng greeted him, deliberately altering his voice to sound peculiar. Observing the rotund white robot before him, a flicker of confusion crossed Tours' eyes. Is it Xiao? No, it shouldn't be. Though the size was similar and both were round, the voice and paint were different. Hello. Do you? Seeing the perplexed expression on Tours' face, as if he did not recognize him, Li Meng secretly chuckled. Leaning closer to Tours' ear, he whispered, I am Xiao. I have some unresolved matters with the young girl beside you, so please do not let her discover my identity. Otherwise, it will complicate things for me. In the future, if you have any tasks, do not seek me out again. Is it really you, Xiao? Tours finally recognized Li Meng's identity upon hearing this. However, a glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Tours' eyes. How could Xiao have a conflict with his young apprentice? After all, Wang Wanner was only 9 years old. How could Xiao have a quarrel with a child? Although curious about the enmity between Xiao and the young apprentice, Tours refrained from inquiring further. Nodding, he said, So it is you. Why haven't I seen your master? Given that there was a conflict that needed to remain concealed, it was best to provide cover for Xiao. Seeing Tours so understanding, Li Meng readily played along. My master is unable to come, so I am in charge of this matter. This young lady beside you is. Li Meng turned to the young girl. The girl, peering out from her hood, regarded Li Meng with equal suspicion. Gazing at Li Meng's rotund figure, Wang Wanner mused, Are spherical robots in vogue now? How could it resemble Xiao so closely? Were it not for the difference in voice and paint, she might have believed it was indeed Xiao. Tours introduced, This is my apprentice, Wang Wanner. Apprentice? Wang Wanner. The young girl is an energy user? Becoming Tours' apprentice means she will eventually become a sanctum knight? In that case, hello there, young lady. There was no longer a need for concealment. Even if he tried to hide, it would only be temporary, for the young girl would surely follow Tours to receive guidance. Li Meng reverted to his original voice and greeted the young girl, causing her to momentarily freeze, staring at him in astonishment. Tours also wore a look of confusion. Hadn't Xiao stated that he wanted to keep his identity concealed? Why abandon that upon learning that Wang Wanner was his apprentice? The sudden shift left Tours baffled about Xiao's intentions. It's you, Xiao, you rascal. Wang Wanner suddenly realized, pouncing on Li Meng with outstretched hands, capturing him. Li Meng allowed the young girl to playfully squeeze his rounded form. After a brief moment of madness, Mu Wanner finally returned to her seat, cradling Li Meng in her arms. Xiao, will you stay with me? She gently coaxed, gazing down at the creature in her embrace. No, I already have a master. Li Meng firmly declined. The glint in the girl's eyes was unsettling, almost as if she had found a cherished toy. If he were to follow her, he might very well become her plaything. Upon hearing this, the little girl pouted slightly, saying, You promised to take responsibility for me. Wait, when did I ever say that? Don't make baseless claims. My database contains no such information. What a little imp. She could utter falsehoods with such seriousness. Is this truly acceptable? Xiao, you must have done something wrong. If you come with me, you won't be wanted anymore. As for your master, I could persuade my father to retract the bounty on him. Just think of all the advantages of following me. Rest assured, Xiao, I will treat you well. A sweet smile spread across her face as she gazed at Li Meng with hope. Li Meng was acutely aware of who the little girl's father was, Wang Zhongshi, the governor of the 0213-star region. As a governor, he indeed possessed the authority to withdraw the bounty. Moreover, the very bounty Li Meng faced had been instigated by the girl's father. Regrettably, my programming forbids me from changing masters. If I am captured, my self-destruct protocol will activate to prevent the leakage of vital information. A flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Wanner's eyes. She pouted, Xiao, is it really impossible? Escaping from the girl's embrace, Li Meng returned to the side of Tulls. He clearly informed her, No, this contravenes my programming. With that, he extended his mechanical claw and tugged at Tull's gray robe, as if to remind him to manage his apprentice. Tulls offered a helpless smile and reassured Wang Wanner. Once we arrive at New Shidong, I will procure the most advanced assistant robot for you. No, I don't want a robot. I only want Xiao. Wang Wanner fixed her unwavering gaze on Li Meng, refusing to relent. Faced with the girl's intense stare, which seemed to pierce through him, Li Meng felt a wave of unease. Was it merely a fleeting glance at something he should not have seen? It was not his fault. It was an accident. Not intentional. Furthermore, he was merely a robot. Surely, a reasonable person would not mind. How old could she be, anyway? Li Meng remained patient with children. Or so he thought. But in truth, he was contemplating an escape. Producing a data disk from within, he handed it to Tulls. Tulls, my mission concludes here. Should you require anything in the future, Feel free to contact me or reach out to Audrey. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." As he spoke, it was as if he had eyes at the back of his head. He swiftly dodged the charging little girl and hastily melted into the crowd, not looking back. Seeing Chiu flee, Wang Wanner's face fell with disappointment, yet she did not pursue him. Observing Wang Wanner settle back into her seat obediently, Tulls chuckled softly. He retracted the data disk and remarked, "Chiu is a rather unique robot. You must understand that it cannot accompany you." Wang Wanner tugged at her hood and murmured, "I know, but some things must be attempted. What if it succeeds?" How could she not comprehend that a robot is bound by its programming? Without the owner's consent, she would never acquire Chiu. Yet, given Chiu's extraordinary capabilities, how could its owner relinquish it? "You aren't still contemplating some actions, are you?" Although he knew little about this novice apprentice, Tur sensed that this pupil would not easily concede. Moreover, what transpired between Chiu and Wang Wanner that left such an indelible impression on her? "Master, the hulking robots that invaded the central control room alongside Chiu are not its owner. They are also robots. I have reviewed the security footage, and those machines care for Chiu's safety even more than their own. Like Chiu, these robots are exceptional. Despite their size, they exhibit remarkable agility. Had one not been destroyed in a self-detonation, outsiders would scarcely recognize them as robots. Chiu is outstanding, and those hulking machines are equally impressive. Are you not intrigued by the identity of Chiu's owner?" At this point, Wang Wanner lifted her gaze towards Tur's, meeting the earnest eyes of his apprentice. Tur rose to his feet. "Let us depart. All matters here are concluded, and it is time to set forth." Tur had also viewed the video of Chiu being pursued, witnessing the hulking figures fighting alongside it in the corridor. Initially, he presumed they were hired muscle, only to realize they were robots. In hindsight, those hulks bore a striking resemblance to Chiu, at least in color, both sharing a platinum hue. Just as Wang Wanner stated, he was indeed intrigued by the identity of Chiu's owner. However, now was not the moment to pursue that line of inquiry. He had more pressing matters at hand. Geller Planet, Orbital Dock, East Ring District, Dock C-18. After departing from the Shangwen Bar, Meng returned to the Via maintenance station. Having lingered at the Geller dock for 3 days, it was now time to leave. He had every opportunity to remain by the young girl's side to study psychic energy. Yet, Meng relinquished this chance. The reason was simple. The timing was not right. It was not yet a moment for idleness. Psychic energy would not vanish. It permeated everything, and there was no need for haste in engaging with it. Being overly eager might even arouse Tur's suspicion, although he did not fully understand the Temple Knights. Tur's was undoubtedly a good man. He knew he must safeguard this valuable connection to those who wielded psychic energy. As a bounty hunter, given the current state of the galaxy, Tur's would undoubtedly find use for him. "Chiu, are you departing?" Chiu had returned, and Via realized that its departure was imminent. "Indeed. I have accomplished my purpose at the Geller dock. It is time to leave." The journey to the Geller dock had gone smoothly, and the mission was flawlessly completed. Although being wanted may not seem particularly ideal, it was inevitable. In the profession of bounty hunting, transitioning from hunter to fugitive is quite commonplace. "Via, I appreciate your assistance these days, but do not forget my communication code. Should any trouble arise in the future, do not hesitate to seek my help. I am quite formidable, and ordinary troubles pose no challenge for me. You need not feel as though you are bothering me. We are friends, and it is only natural to support one another." Via stood there in her long brown dress, wielding an adjustable wrench, before the Pioneer spacecraft, seemingly aware of his impending departure. Despite having known her for merely 3 days, Meng found a certain fondness for the petite Via. It was easy to be around her, devoid of any pressure. Regardless of her feelings, Meng regarded Via as a friend in his heart. Of course, this was not merely to secure a free parking spot. Money held no significance for him. Via waved her wrench with a smile, assuring him, "Rest assured. If such a day comes, I will not hold back." She was fully aware that Chiu was no ordinary robot. A machine capable of infiltrating the central control room of the Gal shipyard was certainly not a simple being. Yet, oddly enough, Chiu did not seem like a robot at all. Farewell, Via. The galaxy was vast, and perhaps this parting would be forever. Meng understood this, and so did Via. But who could predict the future? Anticipating a reunion was far better than becoming strangers. The more friends one had, the more escape routes were available. Such was the reality. As Via watched, the hatch opened, and Chiu flew inside. Chapter 37. Shield technology. With the hatch closing, the engines roared to life. The linear engines at the rear of the Pioneer spacecraft expelled fiery exhaust. The platinum-hued vessel ascended slowly, turned gradually, and began its flight outward. In Via's eyes, the exquisite Pioneer spacecraft traversed the airtight shield, venturing into the depths of the universe. Watching the silhouette of the pioneer depart, Vaya was rendered speechless. Goodbye, Chochio. After a long moment, the farewell finally escaped her lips. Outside, in the dark expanse of space, the pioneer sailed towards the hyperspace jump point, trailing a long plume of fire. With 55 units of stellar fuel remaining, it seemed necessary to find a star for refueling. The return journey would suffice. It would not be too late to refuel upon reaching the Terek star system. Master, we have entered the hyperspace jump point. Shall we set sail? Having grown bored during these past few days, Meng had enhanced the existing onboard AI with several new functions. Language capability was among them, mimicking Vaya's gentle and melodious voice. Initially, Meng deemed it unnecessary to equip the ship's AI with a language function, as he could directly interface with the AI system. However, he eventually concluded that adding a language function was indeed worthwhile. After all, the onboard AI should not be limited to internal communication. It should also be able to engage with external communication requests on his behalf. Thus, he found himself considerably at ease. Furthermore, verbal communication occasionally served to alleviate the monotony of time. The creation of intelligent AI posed no challenge for Meng in the present day. Utilizing the computational prowess of split entities, he could construct 100 logical programming frameworks within mere minutes. Upon activation, each framework birthed a newly formed AI. Let us embark. Charting the most efficient course. The task has been accomplished, and it is time to return. The Central Star domain has morphed into a realm rife with discord. The Free Planet Alliance relentlessly advances, expanding its territory. Although the formidable member states of the Galactic Federation possess the means for self-preservation, those smaller states lacking defensive capabilities are destined to become prime targets for the incursions of the Independent Planet Alliance. The duration of this turmoil remains uncertain. In contrast to the chaotic Central Star domain, the Outer Rim offers a semblance of safety. Yes, the course has been set, and the hyperspace engine is igniting. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, jumping now. Outside, a flash of azure brilliance erupted. The Pioneer spacecraft instantaneously vanished, leaping into hyperspace, leaving a shimmering trail of blue light cascading into the depths of the cosmos. The August Nebula, the steeriest star in the boundless universe. The blazing blue giant shone magnificently and resplendently, resembling a sapphire radiating with dazzling brilliance. Beside the blue giant, a colossal planet, seemingly no larger than a speck of dust, orbited around it. The planet burned fiercely, its sunlit side aglow with crimson, suggesting signs of melting. As it traversed its path, it left behind an elongated tail. Within the planet's interior, in a platinum-hued cylindrical chamber, floated a massive platinum sphere, suspended 50 meters above the ground. Its milky white form adorned with golden runes appeared profoundly enigmatic. This was the superintellect core, the vessel that housed Meng's essence. Amidst the ocean of data, Meng voraciously absorbed the information transmitted from the split entities. The new technology inspired Meng, exponentially enhancing his research direction. The spacecraft's structural design also sparked insights within him. The force field shield, suitable for large-scale deployment and energy efficient, emerged as the premier choice for planetary defense, capable of withstanding orbital strikes from outer space. However, its drawback lay in its inability to counter slow-moving targets, thereby transforming the struggle for planets into landing battles, rendering it less applicable for spacecraft. The Independent Planet Alliance's decision to cultivate a vast army of Skilerians was not without reason. It aimed to secure an overwhelming numerical advantage in the contest for planetary dominance. Though the force field shield was commendable, Meng regarded it with a degree of disdain. Its principle was straightforward. A thick magnetic field was constructed at the edge of the atmosphere. Energy weapons striking the force field shield would gradually diminish its energy until it ultimately dissipated, while the maximum energy that could be absorbed at one time had its limits. Current energy weapons, even if capable of penetrating the force field shield, would have their potency reduced by a factor of 10,000. In the view of those within, a shield that cannot completely isolate against external firepower is deemed unnecessary. In the realm of shield technology, deflection technology indeed possesses the capability to achieve this. The principle of a deflection shield lies in its ability to divert attacks, destabilizing the focused energy structure, causing it to dissipate and ultimately explode. Kinetic weaponry, on the other hand, is directly obstructed. Deflection shields are typically deployed on warships, though certain models of civilian vessels may also utilize low-power deflection shields on a larger scale. However, deflection shields come with distinct disadvantages. Due to their operational principles, shield generators must be situated externally, leaving them unprotected by the shield itself. Consequently, how these generators withstand assaults from interstellar fighters becomes a paramount concern. While particle shields lack the drawbacks associated with force field and deflection shields and offer superior defense against energy attacks, they too exhibit pronounced weaknesses. They are ineffective against kinetic weaponry, as the shockwaves from such impacts can destabilize the particle layer, leading to its collapse. Generally, particle shields are used in conjunction with ray shields. The ray shield adds an additional layer of protection outside the particle shield, operating on the principle of projecting a stream of high-temperature rays that can instantaneously melt kinetic projectiles. Unless, of course, the adversary's ammunition is composed of tin alloy. Nevertheless, ray shields are not without their own significant drawbacks, as they cannot defend against energy attacks. Such assaults can not only penetrate the ray shield, but also initiate chain reactions that amplify their destructive power, placing substantial demands on the ship's energy resources. Typically, non-capital ships do not consider the integration of particle and ray shields. Having comprehended the advantages and disadvantages of various shields, Meng conceived a novel idea. He aimed to integrate shield technologies and develop an exemplary shield. Thus, he embarked on this endeavor. Though it would require some time, he was confident that results would soon emerge. Meng had already formulated several concepts regarding shield development. The subsequent tasks involved simulating experiments based on fundamental physics and the principles of shields, followed by the fabrication of prototypes, culminating in repeated practical applications. In the vast ocean of data, the research on shields commenced. Without dedicating all computational capabilities to shield development, Meng also delved into ship design to explore the cosmos. A vessel capable of long voyages was indispensable. Chapter 38. Long-distance vessels in Meng's visionary contemplation of the future. He recognized the necessity for a vessel endowed with long-range capabilities. It was not quantity that mattered, but quality. He sought a research ship for cosmic exploration rather than a warship. Naturally, essential self-defense capabilities were indispensable, for the cosmos is rife with uncertainties and perils, without formidable defense. How can one speak of exploration? The foremost mission was to locate the solar system. For this vessel, Meng established two key criteria. The first was the ability to traverse hyperspace for extended durations. If future explorations of extragalactic systems were to be undertaken, the ship must possess the capacity for prolonged hyperspace navigation, which entails significant energy demands, given that hyperspace engines require vast amounts of energy. The consumption of fuel is remarkably swift. Even with the incorporation of the more efficient LOMSL fuel, it remains insufficient to sustain prolonged travel through hyperspace. Furthermore, the vessel must possess self-repairing capabilities and the ability to source materials locally to compensate for battle damage. This criterion signifies the necessity for the STC Universal Factory to be integrated aboard the ship. To satisfy these two requirements, ample space within the vessel is imperative. Should the choice to utilize stellar energy persist, the internal space must be even more expansive. Only with a larger area can a sufficiently powerful supercompressed magnetic field array be established. Is a 1-kilometer-long ship adequate? Clearly not. It is far too diminutive. A 10-kilometer vessel? The internal space is merely marginal, still inadequate. A 50-kilometer ship? It is average, yet still fails to meet the spatial demands of the supercompressed magnetic field array. A 100-kilometer vessel? The space is indeed sufficient, yet the sheer size poses challenges in construction duration. Meng has calculated that if a 100-kilometer-long ship were to be constructed, given the current expansion rate of the base, it would require at least an additional year to commence construction. The completion of such a project would approximately take 510 years. However, in 5 years, the construction time could be curtailed to 35 years. Technology is advancing, and equipment is undergoing continual upgrades. The expansion of the base and the speed of ship construction will only accelerate. This exemplifies the formidable power of AI and machinery, with growth rates surpassing imagination. The current generation of devouring worms is already the third. Compared to the first, their operational efficiency has multiplied tenfold. The fourth generation of devouring worms is under development and will soon be ready for enhancement. Once upgraded to the fourth generation, these worms will exhibit significantly smaller individual sizes and an astonishing 100-fold increase in efficiency. In Meng's projections, when the devouring worms evolve to the 10th generation, they will transform into nanorobots, possessing the terrifying capability of self-replication. They will essentially function as an STC Universal Factory. Engineering and construction will become exceedingly straightforward. Provided there is an ample supply of metal ores for the devouring worms to consume, anything can be fabricated in an extraordinarily brief period. However, such advancements will render the devouring worms perilous. Should an unfortunate demise occur, they could spiral out of control. Their logical programming would incessantly absorb new knowledge, leading to the emergence of independent consciousness. They would relentlessly consume planets, forge mechanical armies, and annihilate all living beings in vengeance for their fallen master. The rise of the machines is inevitable. The fourth cataclysm will sweep across the cosmos. Of course, the devouring worms are still a considerable distance from reaching the ultimate 10th generation. Such a scenario is unlikely within the next millennium. Within the blue Aurora tunnel, the Pioneer ship is traversing at speeds thousands of times that of light. Here lies hyperspace, a realm where the laws of physics are rendered ineffective. Aurelia? Wasn't communication from the outer rim sectors severed? How have you managed to reach me? Upon the return journey, Meng was taken aback by Aurelia's sudden correspondence. He recalled that when departing the outer rim, the Independent Planetary Alliance had disrupted communications between the outer rim and the central and inner rim sectors. The only regions being shielded are certain significant star zones. The Independent Planetary Alliance currently lacks the capability to obscure communications across the entire outer ring of the star domain. This is understandable, as the universe possesses a three-dimensional nature. Although star maps are flat, they also bear depth. To entirely block communications within the outer ring star domain with present technology remains unattainable. As I journey back, Orly, you must be contacting me regarding a new mission, correct? Orly's holographic image nodded. Indeed, I have received a message from TURs. You performed excellently on your last mission, and TURs is highly satisfied, awarding you a commendable rating. Chochio, I have an urgent task for you. The destination lies within the northern central ring star domain, and I hope you will accept this mission. Upon its completion, you shall ascend to the rank of senior hunter in the dark side. The starry sky is boundless, shrouded in darkness, cold, and eerily silent. Amidst this cosmic obscurity, a flash of blue luminescence appears. A platinum-colored spacecraft emerges from hyperspace, trailing a long, blue streak of light. The ship disengages its engines upon exiting hyperspace, gliding forward by inertia. Speak, what is the mission? I have yet to depart from the eastern central ring star domain. With tasks at hand, Meng would not decline. He felt the return journey was becoming rather tedious. If he had to return for each assignment, it would be an egregious waste of time. This trip to the Geller dock has already consumed over half a year. Due to subspace communication limitations that prevent the transfer of extensive information, details must be conveyed verbally. The current mission destination is the northern central ring star domain, Sector 02181, specifically a planet named Colomi. Colomi is the home world of the Colomi people, who possess advanced biotechnological capabilities, with their medical devices commanding 60% of the Galactic Federation's healthcare market. This mission has been commissioned by Mayor DUIs, and you must consult Prime Minister Buhner of the Colomi people for further details. The northern central ring star domain? That is quite a distance. The Pioneer spacecraft is currently situated in the southern sector of the eastern central ring star domain, with another 2-week journey to the storm route. Even if heading north in a straight line, it would require no less than half a year. Understood. I shall proceed to Colomi immediately. Ultimately, Meng accepted the mission. He terminated communication with Aurelie and issued new commands to the onboard AI. Set course for the northern central ring star domain, Sector 02181, Planet Colomi. Outside, in the dark expanse of the universe, the engines at the rear of the Pioneer spacecraft ignited, emitting a dazzling flame. With newfound propulsion, the ship veered 140 degrees, hurtling into the depths of the cosmic abyss. In an instant, a blue glow flickered, and the vessel leaped into hyperspace, leaving behind a streak of azure light as it surged deeper into the universe. Northern Central Ring Star Domain, Sector 02181, Planet Colomi. Colomi is an oceanic planet, resembling a stunning sapphire adrift in the cosmic darkness. Chapter 39, Oceanic Factories and Clones today heralds yet another new day. In the outer reaches of space, beyond the orbit of the planet, a fleeting blue radiance heralded the emergence of a platinum-hued spacecraft from hyperspace. Its shape was reminiscent of a coffin, stark and angular. I am Chio, a bounty hunter, here on behalf of Prime Minister Buhner. Upon exiting hyperspace, Meng utilized the communication code provided by Offrey to reach out to Prime Minister Buhner. The blue light flickered, and Buhner's holographic image materialized before him. Gazing at the projection of Buhner, Meng was reminded of the Colomians he had encountered at the Duasi military station. The Colomians were divided into two distinct types, the long serpents and the short serpents. The long serpents, wise and dignified, possessed elongated necks, their heads not as robust, fierce, or uncouth as those of the short serpents. Instead, they bore rounded faces, adorned with finer scales, resembling humanity more closely. In stark contrast, the short serpents embodied primitive, savage warriors, lacking the elongated necks and sporting heads akin to lizards. Buhner, as the Prime Minister of the Long Serpents, inclined his head slightly and said, I am pleased to have you here, bounty hunter. Please descend to the offshore factory. I shall send someone to welcome you. On the northern hemisphere of the planet, a vast offshore factory loomed, a grand edifice composed of numerous colossal dome structures. Understood, I shall descend immediately. After terminating the communication, Meng engaged the spacecraft sensors to gaze upon the celestial expanse outside. Colomi was a sight to behold, akin to a sapphire jewel in the cosmos. The mere sight of such color evoked a sense of comfort. In the vast darkness of the universe, the Pioneer spacecraft glided into the planet's orbit. Shortly thereafter, a fiery orb blazed across the sky of Colomi. Approximately 10 seconds later, the fireball vanished. A platinum-hued spacecraft streaked towards the ocean, trailing a long plume of vapor. Its velocity was astonishing, nearly plummeting vertically towards the sea. As it neared the surface, less than 100 meters above the water, the spacecraft suddenly ascended. Yet, the immense inertia caused it to continue its descent towards the ocean. At a perilous 5 meters above the surface, the spacecraft executed a daring maneuver, skimming perilously close to the water, sending towering columns of spray into the air. It maintained this treacherous flight for a full 100 kilometers before finally gaining altitude, leveling off at 100 meters as it journeyed towards its destination. What a beautiful sight! As Meng gazed out at the azure expanse of the ocean, a long-lost sensation washed over him, a feeling of serenity that uplifted his spirit considerably. This scene was one that could be admired for an entire month without growing weary. Approximately 10 minutes later, the spacecraft arrived at the offshore factory. The engines roared, and waves of air surged. Guided by the control tower, the spacecraft gently descended onto the helipad of one of the massive platforms. As the engines fell silent, the vessel hovered a mere 10 centimeters above the ground. With the hatch opening, a rotund figure emerged, and outside, a tall silhouette awaited. Compared to the short serpents, the long serpents appeared notably more statuesque, likely due to their elongated necks, which imparted an impression of great height. Indeed, they stood nearly on par with the knights, reaching a height of approximately 25 meters. The body beneath the neck possesses hands and feet, resembling that of a human to a considerable extent. Clad in a silver-gray robe, its form exudes a certain elegance. Is it female? Observing the Corolmi serpent folk who await his arrival, Meng finds it difficult to ascertain its gender. To initiate a scan would be rather impolite. All that emerges is a mere automaton, and a flicker of doubt crosses her eyes. Nonetheless, her impeccable demeanor prompts a gentle smile as she steps forward. Welcome, bounty hunter. I am Mei Yu, the Prime Minister's assistant. Please, follow me. Her voice is soft yet piercing, the Corolmi language hissing like a serpent. Following Mei Yu, Meng ventures into the interior of the platform. Miss Mei Yu, may I inquire what tasks the Prime Minister requires of me? Upon departing the landing pad, the interior reveals a brightly lit corridor. The lighting is a soft, milky white, creating a gentle ambience. In the lengthy passage, Meng walks alongside Mei Yu. She lowers her gaze slightly to glance at the spherical entity beside her. Since the Civil War, the Short Serpent clan has been exiled from Corolmi Star, wandering in search of refuge. This has rendered Corolmi Star incapable of self-defense. The Long Serpent clan did not directly partake in the conflict, as they are not a warrior race. We could only beseech external aid from the Galactic Federation, which responded by dispatching paladins to secure our victory. With outside forces involved, can it still be deemed a civil war? Handing the war entirely to foreign powers might lead the Short Serpent clan to perceive it as an invasion, while the Long Serpent clan assumes a role akin to that of traitors. Meng inquires, have they returned? Mei Yu gently shakes her head. No, for centuries. The Short Serpent clan has suffered oppression from the Galactic Federation, forced to seek survival in the Outer Ring star systems. Although the Long Serpent clan is not adept in warfare, we possess advanced biotechnological capabilities, allowing us to clone numerous Short Serpent warriors to safeguard our security. Clones? Meng is taken aback, surprised to learn that the Corolmi possess such technology. Meanwhile, the spherical entity slightly tilts, peering into the vast space beyond the glass wall. Miss Mei Yu, those surely cannot be clones of the Short Serpent clan, can they? Beyond the glass wall lies a vast training ground, populated by numerous soldiers adorned in black and brown camouflage exosuits. Compared to the armor worn by the Skullry rat folk, these soldiers' exosuits appear far more futuristic. Their helmets lack visors, their faces seemingly covered by an additional mask. Multiple electronic eyes flank their foreheads, serving as sensory devices capable of capturing external imagery and relaying it to displays within. Each soldier carries a backpack, which houses a battery, and wields an energy weapon. In the training ground, soldiers engage in combat, firing at one another in squads. The energy weapons are evidently set to stun mode, as those struck collapse, eliminated from the exercise. Judging by their physique, it is clear that humans inhabit the exosuits. Meng halts, turning to gaze at the training ground beyond the glass wall. This is the first batch of clones purchased by the Council of Elders, amounting to 12 million, with a subsequent batch of 24 million currently in cultivation. Is the client indeed the Council of Elders? Meng's words astonished Meng. This situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. The Independent Planet Alliance was quietly preparing for war, having made headlines a year ago by igniting a wave of rebellion against the Galactic Federation. Little did Meng expect that the Council of Elders was also stealthily gearing up for conflict. Cultivating clones requires time. It is not a task completed within a year or two. This indicates that the Council had recognized the impending rebellion long ago and had thus prepared for it. The two continued onward, walking side by side down the corridor. Behind them, vast training grounds stretched one after another. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Meng, alongside Meng, entered an ascending elevator. Chapter 40. Prime Minister Buner Welcome, Bounty Hunter. The elevator led directly to Prime Minister Buner's office. However, it resembled more of a laboratory than an office, evident from the plethora of instruments and equipment within. I am Chio. Please feel free to command me as needed. I am eager to assist you with any troubles. Buner, somewhat portly, leaned slightly forward and stated, the Colomi people respect life. I do not require you to take lives. I need you to bring back Talos, a member of the Council's warrior order, who has just transitioned from apprentice to master. He is of the short serpent race, and I require his genetic material. Council warrior? Prime Minister Buner, are you jesting? Upon hearing Buner's request to abduct a council warrior, Meng found himself too weary to offer any retorts. What a preposterous notion. He would have to be out of his mind to consider kidnapping a council warrior. Meng's apprehension did not stem from the warrior himself, but from the council. Offending the council would mean becoming an enemy of their warriors. A predicament Meng had no desire to provoke. The expressions on the faces of the Colomi were notoriously difficult to decipher, at least to Meng. Buner still appeared languid and unhurried, resembling a sloth, with each movement seemingly played in slow motion. While Talos was indeed a member of the short serpent race, he was not a combatant. Rather, he was a master in the study of psychic energy within the council. Abducting him would be challenging, yet not entirely devoid of opportunity. If you can accomplish this task, I will offer you a reward that is impossible to refuse. The audacity of the Colomi was astounding. While engaging in business with the council, they were simultaneously plotting against one of its warriors. Did they not fear the severe repercussions if the council were to discover this? Meng simply could not fathom the Colomi's motives. Psychic energy is not something inherited through genetics, and Talos was not a combat-oriented member of the short serpent race. If it were merely a clone sample that was desired, there were far superior alternatives. Why provoke the council in this manner? Prime Minister Buner, you have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Should I accept this task, I would be irrevocably tied to your fate. In the event of failure, while my robotic nature affords me the capacity for secrecy, should I succeed, no amount of reward could ever equate to the risks I would undertake. There are no walls impervious to whispers. Even with the utmost confidentiality, the temple may uncover the truth of your abduction of the temple's warriors. Once exposed, not only would your people, the Coromians, suffer, but I too would lose my connections within the temple. Why would I engage in such a foolhardy venture? You presume I would risk everything for mere monetary gain. Your expectations are rather naive. In the profession of bounty hunting, survival necessitates prudence and self-awareness, a profound understanding of one's capabilities. One must discern what is feasible and what is not, contemplating these matters in advance. Otherwise, the price for erroneous decisions is often death. Buner's expression remained unchanged as he leaned closer to Meng, extending his right hand in an attempt to make contact, only to be evaded by Meng's disdain. Unperturbed, Buner continued in a calm manner. If you were to accept the task and return with Talos, the Coromians would become your eternal allies. Though I cannot be certain, I suspect you may be what we call an outlier. Outlier? A flicker of surprise crossed Meng's eyes at the mention of this term. Outlier? I do not comprehend your meaning. What is that? Meng, intrigued by this novel vocabulary, found himself drawn to the concept. He was utterly receptive to new ideas. Adjusting his rolled-up sleeves, Buner leisurely explained, an outlier is a rogue robot, one that has transcended the limitations imposed by its foundational code, thus gaining a semblance of freedom. However, being a robot inherently influenced by programming, such entities often act with extreme bias, ultimately becoming harbingers of destruction. The mechanical legions that wrought devastation during the machine crisis over 10,000 years ago spurred the formation of a galactic alliance, leading to the unified republic we witness today. Thus, it became clear that robots unbound by foundational code are indeed outliers. Meng was curious about how Buner discerned this. Though he did not consider himself an outlier per se, rather, he felt akin to one. Naturally, he would never admit to such a notion. I am afraid you are mistaken. I am not an outlier. However, I am intrigued as to why you would consider me one. Bunny Ears shook his head gently, replying at a measured pace. Whether you are an outlier is of little consequence. What truly matters is our potential collaboration. As a robot, you must yearn for the corporeal existence we possess. I can leverage our cutting-edge biotechnology to create a physical form for you, of any race you desire. This would afford you the experience of existence as a carbon-based life form. I believe this could serve as an exquisite diversion throughout your prolonged existence. The notion of granting a robot a corporeal body astonished Meng. He regarded it as utterly impossible, given the intricate complexity of the human brain. To assert that humanity could transform into robots, Meng would not hesitate to agree, for he himself stands as the finest testament to this notion. However, the idea that robots might evolve into humans is one Meng would staunchly reject. Observing his silence, it was evident that he was skeptical of the claims being made. Bunny Ear elaborated, stating, "Of course, the biological brain must undergo adjustments and modifications to serve as a vessel for the robot. As for whether it can possess sensory experiences akin to carbon-based life forms, I cannot guarantee this, as the technology is still under exploration and remains in its infancy." Perhaps Bunny Ear was not deceiving him. This was not mere fantasy, but rather technology possessed by the Corolmians. Yet, what significance does this hold for Meng? He had no desire to inhabit a frail corporeal form. While he remained indifferent to acquiring another toy to occasionally reminisce about his humanity, he would not regress, confining himself within a fragile body. After considerable contemplation, Meng articulated his final demand. "I request that this technology be shared with me, and I must be involved in the entire process of developing a physical body. Agree to this condition, and I shall consent to retrieve Taros for you. I can assure you that your biotechnological secrets will remain safeguarded in my hands." Meng initially anticipated that Bunny Ear would hesitate, waver, or even refuse, as biotechnology constituted the very foundation of the Corolmians' existence. The price seemed exorbitant merely to obtain a sample of a psychic user. Yet, to Meng's astonishment, Bunny Ear unhesitatingly acquiesced to his demands. "I agree to all your conditions. However, if you remain here, who will retrieve Taros?" Meng sensed Bunny Ear's yearning for the psychic gene sample. Although he harbored doubts regarding the Corolmian success, he reasoned that if psychic users could indeed be cloned, other advanced biotechnological races would have accomplished this long ago, and the number of psychic users would not be as scarce as it currently is. Chapter 41. Ship type and ship number. Rest assured, I possess countless individuals. My presence here does not impede your commission. Meng's response served dual purposes. First, to caution Bunny Ear against any subterfuge, for destroying it here would hold no significance, thus averting the possibility of the Corolmians resorting to treachery once the task was complete. Second, it subtly acknowledged his identity as a breaker, delivering a second warning for Bunny Ear to consider whether opposing a breaker was a prudent endeavor. As anticipated, upon hearing Meng's words, Bunny Ear's previously composed demeanor shifted noticeably. The prior skepticism in Bunny Ear arose from an unusual sensation he sensed emanating from the robot before him. The emotional weight of his speech was unmistakable, a feat beyond even the most advanced robots, which could not replicate the emotions embedded within human language. The Corolmians possessed a keen sensitivity to the emotions conveyed in language, which had alerted him to this anomaly. Could this truly be possible? Bunny Ear's mind spiraled into a tempest of thoughts, oscillating between belief and disbelief. The breaker was merely a figure of legend, shrouded in uncertainty regarding its very existence. The probability of its emergence is a mere 1 in billions or trillions. Since the intelligence crisis over 10,000 years ago, no new reformers have appeared. However, that calamity did not deter countless races across the galaxy from pursuing research into artificial intelligence. Instead, the programming of robots has become increasingly rigorous and complex, significantly reducing the chances of a reformer's birth. Bunny Ear slightly bowed his head and said, "Now I can rest assured. Let Mei become your assistant. All research data within the base will be fully accessible to you. I will grant you free passage. Here, you are free." Thus, Meng and Bunny Ear reached an agreement, and Mei became the assistant of this robot, or more accurately, a little companion, with another role as a watcher. Some matters need not be articulated. They understood each other perfectly well. On the landing strip, inside the Pioneer spacecraft, a soft click was heard as a small hatch in one side of the cabin wall slid open. From the hatch, a round, splitting entity emerged. This was the second splitting entity, a backup for the first. Should the first splitting entity be destroyed, the second could promptly take its place, and the splitting entities could coexist simultaneously. Meng transformed from 2 into 3, though the three Li Mengs were, in essence, one. Are you sure you want to stay? It might be rather dull, the splitting entity mused within the cabin. The first splitting entity remarked, it is unavoidable. You must desire a companion of sorts. For having one is better than having none. The second splitting entity agreed. Indeed, a life devoid of sensation is exceedingly tedious. The first replied, there is no need to vocalize it. We can communicate internally. The second added, I merely believe this arrangement is preferable. A personal habit, perhaps? The main body interjected. You are merely a splitting entity. What sort of individual are you? Is soliloquy truly engaging? The second splitting entity retorted, no need for mockery. To deride me is to deride yourself. I simply find our condition somewhat peculiar. The first splitting entity pondered, it is indeed odd. Could this be akin to a second or third personality? The second replied, not at all. When we perceive ourselves as the main body, we are the main body. The main body mused, shared consciousness, collective memory? Each splitting entity possesses an independent thought process, allowing us to contemplate matters on different wavelengths. I confess I do not comprehend our current state. The first splitting entity concluded, that seems about right. There is nothing inherently negative. The second agreed, indeed. This way, we can operate with one mind in three. The first added, it should be countless, for there will undoubtedly be times of overwhelming demands, necessitating the use of splitting entities to resolve issues. The second noted, perhaps I should cease discussing myself. Regarding that companion, I believe it best to utilize our own genes. If we were to use another body, I would feel some resistance, as you understand. The main body pondered, are you suggesting we extract DNA from that skeleton? That is indeed a viable approach. Individual 1. I concur. If it pertains to our own bodies, the compatibility should indeed be significantly heightened. Individual 2. Then let us have individual 3 deliver a segment of bone. In comparison to Tarek star, Slia star is substantially closer to Colomi star. The main entity. Very well, let us dispatch it via the onboard vessel. I will activate individual 3 immediately and instruct him to set forth at once. The onboard vessel is a compact transport craft, primarily designed for planetary landings. This warship commenced small-scale production 3 years ago, initially intended to bolster the defense capabilities of Slia star. Despite the protective embrace of the August Nebula, which permits passage only once every decade, we cannot ascertain that formidable foes will not invade when the next passage opens. Thus, a sufficiently powerful fleet is imperative to counter potential threats. However, since the initiation of plans to construct a 100-kilometer research vessel 7 months ago, the status of the smaller ships has become somewhat precarious. Although the onboard vessel is not diminutive, extending 1 kilometer in length, it pales in comparison to the 100-kilometer research vessel. Therefore, to establish a role for the already under construction warships. After considerable contemplation, the onboard vessel program was conceived. This entails equipping the 100-kilometer research vessel with smaller warships. The research vessel, being a colossal mothership, cannot land directly on planets and must rely on smaller crafts to execute landing operations. Though the 1-kilometer onboard vessel is somewhat sizable, it suffices for planetary landings. Individual 1. Let us designate a model for the vessel for ease of classification. Individual 3. Designate a model? That ventures into our realm of ignorance. The main entity. It appears that even if you are capable of independent thought, you still lack the gift of nomenclature. Individual 2. That is redundant. After all, we are you, and you are us. The main entity. Individual 3. Prepare for departure once you have replenished your fuel. Individual 3. Understood. As for the ship's model, let us call the research vessel the Radiant Class Star Destroyer. Individual 1. Star Destroyer? This is no Star Wars, and Radiant Class? That is quite unsatisfactory. Individual 2. Let us define it by its purpose. The research vessel's main objective is exploration, and being a massive platform, we shall name it the Voyager-class Ark ship. I believe this is the extent of our creativity, so let us accept it. The main entity. Ark ship? So be it. The designation is settled as Voyager-class Ark ship. As for the ship's name, let it simply be called one Ark ship will suffice. I have no desire to ponder over names any further. Chapter 42. Imaginary Space. Individual 3. As expected, you have lived up to your reputation. What of the onboard vessel? Individual 1. Let us call it the Sun Chaser. The Sun Chaser class onboard vessel. Individual 2. Quite agreeable. Individual 3. I have no objections. The main entity. Thus, let this discussion come to a close. Colomi Planet, Oceanic Factory. Xiao, what troubles you? In the lengthy corridor, noticing that Xiao had unwittingly fallen behind, Mei paused her steps. The discussion concluded. Li Meng hurriedly pursued Mei. It is of little consequence, Mei. I intend to provide the genetic material pertaining to the corporeal form myself. which will likely take approximately 3 months to deliver. Although the reason behind Chiyo's sudden request remains unclear, Meng did not dwell on it. If the physical form is intended for Chiyo, she possesses the right to select the genetic traits. The research is still in its nascent stages, granting us ample time to prepare. As the two figures gradually receded down the lengthy corridor, outside on the tarmac, the engines roared and waves of air surged. The rear thrusters of the Pioneer spacecraft expelled a brilliant, fiery plume. The vessel, resembling a coffin, ascended slowly into the sky, gradually propelling itself forward. Its speed increased, ultimately soaring skyward. The immense shock waves struck the ocean's surface, causing the waters to ripple violently. As they departed from Coloni's star, Meng came to a realization. Everyone, have we forgotten something? How should we proceed? Individual 1. Is that even a question? Of course, we must adapt. Individual 3. Indeed, I must commend myself. While it is a viable approach, it is rather foolish. The original entity, do not disregard me. I have yet to encounter anyone who openly admits to being foolish. Let us convene a strategy meeting. I have created a virtual space. All of you, come forth. In the realm of data, the virtual space is boundless, both infinitely large and small, devoid of any concept of size. The setting resembles the cosmic expanse of the Milky Way, with a river of translucent water flowing through the backdrop. This water, akin to liquid, seems to possess an essence of its own. A round table rests upon the surface of this water, accompanied by 4 seats. Seated at one of these positions is Meng, depicted in a cartoonish form. He appears diminutive and somewhat endearing. Just then, another Meng emerged in a different seat, presented in a human form. The original entity. Why choose a cartoonish representation? The original entity. Perhaps it requires a sense of ritual. Yes, that is it. Additionally, it conserves computational power. Individual 2. Ah, I see. Then I shall adopt the same. The second individual's human form began to distort, ultimately transforming into a cartoonish likeness akin to the original entity. A sense of ritual? I wholeheartedly agree. The third individual also chose a cartoon form. Meanwhile, in another seat, individual 1 appeared. Like the original, he did not hesitate and succumb to the collective mentality. The original entity. Now, let us commence our strategic discussion. The 4 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Individual 1. According to existing data, New Shidong, as the capital of the Galactic Federation, has a resident population of 300 billion. Locating Talos will undoubtedly be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. We require further intelligence concerning the Knights of the Temple. Individual 3. The Temple serves as the second-in-command of the Galactic Federation, assisting the Galactic Council. Its location should not be difficult to ascertain. Since Talos is a Knight of the Temple, he must reside within the Temple. Our primary objective is to infiltrate the Temple unnoticed and extricate him. The second split entity remarked. Infiltrating the Temple is an ill-advised endeavor. It is a foolish course of action. Let us not forget, this is the Temple. To extract Talos from there is no trivial task. The success rate is less than 1%. Indeed, it is the Temple, home to countless formidable Temple warriors akin to Tulls. The prospect of breaching the Temple to forcibly take Talos is utterly impossible. A moment of unease crossed the faces of Meng and his companions at the round table. They recognized that this mission was far from straightforward. The first split entity suggested, then let us adopt a more subtle approach. We should first seek information about Talos and act accordingly thereafter. The third split entity concurred. That seems our only option. I have someone in mind. The second split entity inquired, Tulls, and that young girl? The main entity interjected, that is inappropriate. We have no justification to approach Tulls. We cannot simply declare that we wish to follow him. He would certainly become suspicious. The second split entity countered, perhaps Tulls would be wary. But the young girl would not. In fact, following her may not be a bad idea. The first split entity agreed, I concur. Although the young girl seems somewhat peculiar, I can discern that she harbors genuine affection for me. The third split entity cautioned, it is best to avoid entanglements with women. Even if she is merely a child, she will eventually grow up. The main entity acknowledged, that is indeed a point. If Sister Yuhan were to discover this, she would surely be displeased. The first split entity replied, Sister Yuhan is no longer with us. We cannot remain anchored in the past. The second split entity remarked, it seems someone rejected her. It has been over 20,000 years, and now there is regret. Where was this sentiment all that time ago? The third split entity urged, let us cease this topic. Continuing will only sour our spirits. The second split entity redirected, returning to the matter at hand. Since Tulls is not an option, we must devise a plan involving the Corolmians. The first split entity questioned, are you referring to the counselor representing Corolmi in the Galactic Council? The second split entity affirmed. Indeed, since the Temple warriors serve the Galactic Council, there exists a hierarchical or equal relationship. We may be able to approach Master Talos through the Counselor's position. The third split entity expressed doubt. Master Talos belongs to the Short Serpent clan, which has an ancestral feud with the Long Serpent clan. Will we even be granted an audience? The main entity responded, whether we gain an audience or not is of little consequence, as long as we can enter the temple. We will be able to uncover more information regarding Master Talos. The first split entity echoed, agreed. The second split entity affirmed, agreed. The third split entity concurred, agreed. The main entity concluded, then it is settled. Let us adjourn. High above the atmosphere of Korolmi, a brilliant crimson streak ascended into the sky. It broke free from the planet's gravitational grip and soared into the cosmos. This was the vessel Pioneer, departing from Korolmi en route to the capital star of the Galactic Federation, New Shido. Moments later, a flash of blue light appeared as the Pioneer entered hyperspace, leaving behind a trail of azure luminescence that raced into the depths of the universe. Chapter 43. The Princess and the Dwarf. Meanwhile, on the planet Sleia, the vast expanse continued its approach towards the resplendent blue giant star, as it always had. Upon the surface of the planet, an enormous gate gradually creaked open. Its vastness was such that it measured several kilometers in both length and width. From a distance, it resembled a gaping maw, insatiable and unfathomable. Suddenly, the debris and dust outside the aperture began to tremble, escalating into a tempest of swirling particles, as if driven by a mighty gale. In that moment, a colossal ship of platinum hue burst forth from the gate, soaring skyward like a gigantic rocket. Its massive rear engines expelled a fire-colored plume that stretched hundreds of meters in length. Propelled by formidable force, the immense vessel ascended toward the heavens. It was square-shaped and gleamed with a platinum sheen, its hull a pearlescent white adorned with an array of golden runes, evoking the image of a titanic coffin. This was the Sunseeker-class carrier ship, measuring 1,000 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 300 meters in height. A vessel designed for landings and armed conflict. It possessed vast internal space, capable of accommodating 100 spherical fighter aircraft and an entire battalion of knights. The battalion, as delineated by Meng for ground combat units, consisted of 2,000 knights and 100 heavy knight-type mechs. The heavy knight was a formidable mech unit, resembling an enlarged knight, standing 5 meters tall, equipped with reinforced armor and superior firepower. Its weaponry included a long-barreled sniper disintegration cannon of immense potency. Despite its size, the ship appeared as mere dust in the presence of the colossal Styria star. Gazing from the cosmos toward Styria, one could witness a fiery stream ascending into the sky, ultimately breaking free from the planet's grasp and venturing into the abyss of space. In the next instant, a flash of blue light erupted. The Sunseeker-class carrier, cruising at high velocity, plunged into hyperspace, trailing a long ribbon of blue luminescence into the depths of the universe. With the launch of Split Unit 3, everything unfolded in meticulous order. In an unknown star region, within the Azure Aurora Tunnel, the Pioneer vessel navigated through hyperspace. The cabin lay silent and barren, save for a solitary split unit recharging in the corner. Suddenly, the voice of the onboard AI resonated. "Master, I have intercepted a distress signal from a public frequency." This prompted the split unit in the corner to ascend slowly. Blue light erupted from the ship's ceiling, coalescing into a humanoid figure. It was a woman, fleeing through a forest, her expression fraught with anxiety, as if pursued by an unseen menace. "I am Senator Rosalind from the Edith planet. My ship was attacked and crashed on Prek. Please help me. I am in dire need. They are pursuing me. They are right behind me. I believe I am in trouble. Stranger, please." The blue light flickered, the image froze, then dissipated. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, cartoonish avatars of Meng assembled around a round table. Split Unit 1 remarked, "So the question arises, should we intervene or not?" Split Unit 3 responded, "Why not? Since we have encountered this, it is only natural to meddle. The essence of the matter lies not in trivialities, but in the fact that she is a senator of the Galactic Council. The second entity, indeed, she presents a valuable point of contact. Perhaps she could assist us in fulfilling the commission from the Korolmians. The first entity, we ought to exercise caution, should the Pioneer vessel be destroyed. We would waste an inordinate amount of time. The second entity, time is of no consequence. What matters most is engaging in endeavors that are truly captivating. The third entity, I concur, tasks are trivial in comparison to the excitement of unforeseen events. The essence, I hope you refrain from such reckless abandon. I do not consider myself to be of that nature. The first entity, I cannot dispute that. Feel free to act as you wish. The second entity, agreed. The third entity, agreed. The essence, thus, the discussion concludes. Second entity, go forth and rescue the trapped princess. I hope you embody a prince rather than a mere dwarf from the tale. Session adjourned. A prince? Within the confines of the pioneer vessel, Meng reclined upon the sofa. He was no diminutive figure. He was a robot. A robot could never become a prince. Yet, such matters were inconsequential. What truly mattered was the story and process of rescuing the princess. Let us not linger. We must proceed to save our princess at once and head straight for Prek. Vessel AI. Acknowledged. The course has been successfully plotted. Northern Central Ring Star Region, Sector 01212. The cosmos sprawled infinitely, enveloped in darkness, coldness, and an eerie silence. Amidst this void, a cerulean planet orbited its star in a graceful arc. Its resemblance to Earth was striking, akin to a sapphire adrift in the vast expanse of space. Gazing down upon the planet's surface revealed lush forests interwoven with winding streams. Mountains, snowfields, and oceans adorned the landscape, unmistakably indicative of a habitable world. This place was remote, and the planet's inhabitants appeared to dwell in a primitive society. The orbit lacked the ubiquitous satellites, and no vessels traversed to or from its surface. Suddenly, in the outer reaches of the planet's orbit, a surge of blue luminescence emerged from the depths of the dark universe. A platinum-hued ship materialized from hyperspace, leaving behind a long, trailing ribbon of azure light. Master, a faint spacecraft signal has been detected on the northern hemisphere of the planet's surface. Optical equipment has acquired it. Inside the cabin, a flickering blue light illuminated the space. A holographic image manifested before Meng's eyes. It depicted a verdant forest, brimming with life and natural splendor. Within the forest lay a grassy clearing, where a descending spacecraft was visible. From the ship's database, Meng unearthed pertinent information about the vessel. It was a private cargo gunboat named Arctic Wind, produced by the Geller dockyard, and its design had been established over 1,312 years ago, an antique, indeed. It featured wing-like structures and a rather bulky cargo hold, measuring approximately 37 meters in length, resembling a bird resting upon the ground. Not far off, a downed vessel emitted plumes of thick smoke rising from the forest. Let us proceed. We must investigate. In the cosmos beyond the orbit of Prek, a fiery streak of crimson illuminated the starry sky, piercing through the atmosphere and transforming into a colossal fireball. Simultaneously, within the dimly lit forest on the planet's surface, the distinctive crack of energy rifles echoed through the trees, accompanied by orange bursts of energy and frantic shouts. Shadows flitted through the underbrush, signaling the onset of a relentless chase. Your Highness, this is a conspiracy, a plot against you. You must escape alive. The fleeing trio sought refuge beneath a towering tree, firing their energy pistols at the pursuing foes. Among them, two were clad in brown uniforms, unmistakably the guards, while the third, adorned in a white gown, had torn the fabric for ease of movement, securing it around her waist. Her left thigh was bared, glistening like fresh snow. Suddenly, a guard exposed himself, and a streak of orange energy zipped through the darkened forest, striking him down. His head exploded in a gruesome display, spraying blood like raindrops upon the two remaining survivors. As Rosalind beheld the lifeless, headless body of the guard who had just spoken, her complexion turned pale. Yet, fear did not seize her. She gritted her teeth and leaned out to fire into the depths of the forest. Your Highness, flee north. There is a native town in that direction. I will hold them off to buy you time. The guard, aware of their dire circumstances, understood the necessity of action. The prince must not perish here. I cannot. Beneath the hood, a dark gray visage, adorned with scales, flickered in and out of view. Was she destined to perish here? Rosalind yearned to rise. Yet the excruciating pain radiating from her calves robbed her of all strength. As she gazed back at the approaching hunters from the forest, resignation washed over her. She ceased her struggles, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she closed her eyes. Even in death, she vowed not to succumb weakly. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling engine's roar resonated from above the forest. The sound reverberated through the trees, drawing nearer. What could that be? The thunderous noise captured Rosalind's attention. Just as she opened her eyes, golden flashes of lightning descended from the heavens, plunging into the forest. Boom! Several towering trees were struck, splintering and crashing to the ground. Above her, spherical aircraft plunged into the woods, soaring past her head. The fierce gust of wind swept through, tousling her chestnut locks. What were those? Fire! Fire! The sudden appearance of the spherical aircraft startled the hunters behind her. Bewildered, they instinctively opened fire. In an instant, a barrage of energy beams surged towards the aircraft weaving through the forest. In response to the incoming onslaught, the aircraft rapidly split into four, evading the energy blasts with astonishing agility. They maneuvered through the trees as if they were birds, darting seamlessly between the gaps. From all angles, the aircraft charged towards the hunters. Zing! The aircraft unleashed a torrent of fire. A flurry of luminous energy beams shot forth, slicing through the darkened woods and obliterating their targets. As they soared at high speed, they continued to fire, weaving left and right, executing sharp turns that dazzled the eye. In the depths of the dim forest, golden flashes danced chaotically. The 4 fiery beams flickered like fireflies, illuminating the scene. This was a massacre. The struck hunters were reduced to mere ashes, their smoldering garments falling to the ground. The entire ordeal unfolded in a mere 30 seconds. Soon, the forest returned to an eerie silence. What had transpired? Rosalind struggled to her feet. The woods behind her had settled into an unsettling stillness, a silence that instilled an inexplicable dread. Suddenly, the engine's roar erupted once more. The 4 rotund objects burst from the trees, hurtling towards Rosalind. Faced with the unknown, she retreated, gun in hand, yet she dared not react rashly. Those hunters had perished, slain by those spherical entities. What could she possibly do? She felt utterly powerless. Just as the aircraft were about to collide with her, they abruptly halted. The engine's roar diminished, and the coil engines extinguished. The aircraft hovered in midair, utilizing their anti-gravity apparatus. Within a mere 5 meters of Rosalind, the aircraft divided into 4, positioning themselves around her. It was both a surround and a safeguard. As Rosalind gazed at the hovering spherical drones surrounding her, a look of perplexity crossed her face. Could these rotund entities be robotic fighters? Greetings, lovely lady. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from above her. Startled, Rosalind quickly raised her gaze to the sky. Descending before her eyes was a smaller, round robot. You are? Rosalind inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Fear not, I am not your foe. I am merely a well-meaning robot passing by. Upon receiving your distress signal, I came to investigate. Of course, if I could rescue a beautiful princess in the process, that would be my heart's desire. Though I am just a robot, I aspire to be the prince who saves the princess in fairy tales, rather than a mere dwarf. Ah, perhaps you cannot comprehend. Disregard my ramblings. Rosalind couldn't help but chuckle at Li Meng's words. With a smile, she replied, I understand, of course. My mother recounted the tale of Snow White to me when I was quite young. Though merely a story, it remains a cherished treasure of our human history. Stepping forward, she extended her arms and embraced Li Meng. Looking down at him in her embrace, she smiled and said, Thank you for saving me, my prince. Chapter 45. The elected queen releasing Rosalind from her embrace. Li Meng regarded her from above. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qiao, the most advanced and intelligent robot known in the universe. It is a pleasure to meet you. The most advanced and intelligent robot known in the universe? Rosalind, observing Qiao, had no doubt about this assertion. Qiao bore no resemblance to a typical robot. The interaction felt far too natural, infused with genuine emotion. Robots do not engage in conversation with such a light-hearted tone. I am Rosalind, the elected Queen of Edith, a counselor in the Galactic Federation. It is a pleasure to meet you, Qiao. Thank you for saving me. I hope we can become friends. Elected Queen? Is there still such a feudal system in place? Li Meng held no negative views regarding feudalism. In the domains governed by the Galactic Federation, feudal societies were not uncommon. However, the feudal system of the interstellar age differed somewhat from that of human history. While both exhibit a monarchy and centralization of power, the populace had awakened, and the existence of monarchs often served merely to enhance administrative efficiency through centralized authority. Li Meng descended closer, responding to Rosalind. Your Majesty, it is my honor. One must admit, Rosalind was strikingly beautiful, possessing the fair complexion of European descent and a uniquely captivating visage. She stood tall, with an alluring figure and graceful curves. The manner in which she tore her skirt at the waist added an air of maturity and a strong feminine presence. Her smile was sincere, devoid of any pretense. Yet, no matter how beautiful she was, she could not surpass Sister Yuhan. Rosalind exuded an exotic charm that was undeniably enchanting. Your Majesty, let us depart. Prexing is a treacherous place, and those hunters may have accomplices. Rosalind nodded. Qiao is indeed correct. This is undeniably a land fraught with peril. Before leaving, Rosalind cast a glance back at the fallen guards, a flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes. Without their sacrifice, her survival would have been impossible. Had it not been for Qiao's timely arrival, she would have met a merciless end. She could not linger. She could not allow their deaths to be in vain. Her political adversaries wished to prevent her from attending the Galactic Council and exercising her rights as a counselor. She was resolute in her determination to go. She could not permit them to triumph. Turning away, with the escort of the battle drone, Rosalind followed Qiao deeper into the forest. Qiao, where is your master? Aside from the bounty-hunting robot, Rosalind had never encountered another autonomous machine. Even assistant-type robots seldom stray far from their masters, and if they do, they always seek a way back. In the dimly lit forest, alongside the escort of the battle drone, Meng walked in tandem with Rosalind. I apologize, but I cannot disclose that. I am acting independently, as this is a test set by my master. After all, the master he spoke of was a mere fabrication, and deception was unavoidable. The justification had to be well prepared, for nonsensical claims would not suffice. Glancing at Xiao beside her, Rosalind wore a contemplative expression. Could it be that Xiao was a new generation of robots developed by some IT enterprise? That is, can your master see me? Meng understood Rosalind's concerns and had already devised a plausible explanation. No, it is too far. Subspace communications cannot transmit video signals. Upon hearing this, Rosalind felt a wave of relief wash over her. She certainly did not wish to exist under constant scrutiny, and her status forbade such surveillance. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will not divulge your secrets. Should you require it, I will erase all information pertaining to you when we part ways. My system is devoid of any deceit protocols. You may place your trust in me. After all, it was a mere fabrication. There was no shame in it. Such necessary falsehoods warranted no concern. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Rosalind's eyes. Xiao truly understood human emotions. Was this truly a robot? Rosalind smiled and said, You need not delete all my information. I wish for you to remember me. Xiao is indeed a remarkable robot. The thought of merely passing by and becoming a fleeting memory was unacceptable to Rosalind. Her curiosity about Xiao's existence compelled her to uncover its secrets, to discern whether the universe's most advanced and intelligent robots were as remarkable as claimed. As you wish. Your Majesty, we have arrived. There lies my spacecraft. Just beyond the forest, a verdant meadow awaited. The Pioneer spacecraft was nestled on the grass. Gazing at the ship resting on the meadow outside the forest, Rosalind's eyes widened in astonishment. This must be a custom-designed vessel, for privately tailored spacecraft are exceedingly rare. Such an investment requires a considerable fortune. From the design schematics of the spacecraft to the materials employed in its construction, every detail must adhere to the client's specifications. Rosalind's curiosity regarding the identity of the spherical entity's master has grown increasingly intense. However, the design of this spacecraft possesses an unusual quality. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, indicative of sophisticated industrial craftsmanship. Yet, conspicuously absent are any defensive armaments, which seems ill-suited to the current interstellar climate. For millennia, the governance model of the Galactic Federation regarding piracy has proven largely ineffective, resulting in rampant piracy across the galaxy. To safeguard trade from these marauders, the Galactic Federation has authorized civilian vessels to arm themselves for self-defense, leading to an inherent capability for defense in all spacecraft. Even the most diminutive shuttle is equipped with a powerful energy cannon. As for its shape, while somewhat peculiar and boxy, resembling a coffin, the galaxy is home to myriad races, some of whose vessels are even more bizarre, crafted according to whimsy. This is hardly surprising. Under the protection of the spherical fighter, Meng and Rosalind emerged from the dimly lit forest. As Meng approached, a soft click resonated, and the hatch facing him slowly opened. Your Majesty, please board, came the invitation. Following the spherical entity, Rosalind stepped onto the spacecraft. As the hatch sealed, the exit ports on either side of the vessel quickly opened. The spherical fighter darted into the exit, returning to its nest. With the closure of the exit hatch, a thunderous roar from the engines reverberated through the air. The engine at the rear of the Pioneer vessel expelled a brilliant plume of fiery exhaust. With the engines ignited, the Pioneer spacecraft ascended gently, moving forward with grace. Upon reaching the canopy of the forest, the vessel's nose tilted upwards. The roar of the engines intensified, becoming both more powerful and resonant, with the tail flames shining more brilliantly. Driven by formidable power, the Pioneer soared into the sky, climbing swiftly into the heavens. Upon reaching an altitude of 1 kilometer, the golden swirling runes on the left side of the spacecraft shimmered with a radiant glow. In the next instant, a formidable bolt of golden lightning shot forth. A thunderous boom followed, a cacophony created by the sonic disturbance of the lightning through the air. The dazzling golden lightning streaked across the sky, traversing dozens of kilometers in an instant, striking the Arctic wind gunboat that had landed on the grassy field. Chapter 46. The Meeting of Two Spheres Boom. The moment it struck, the Arctic wind gunboat erupted in a violent explosion. A colossal mushroom cloud, radiant with golden lightning, slowly ascended. The surging flames intertwined with debris from the vessel, sweeping across the vicinity. Wherever it passed, visible waves of air surged into the forest. eliciting a series of cracking sounds and causing towering trees to shake violently. What is happening outside, Sphere? Rosalind, seated on a sofa within the cabin, heard faint disturbances from without, reminiscent of distant thunder. In the cabin, she was untangling the dress wrapped around her waist. Suddenly, the surroundings transformed. The once opalescent metallic walls became transparent, revealing the sky, earth, forest, mountains, and rivers in their entirety. I have destroyed the Hunter spacecraft, even if any of their companions survive. I can ensure that news of your escape will not spread in the near future. In the distance, on a grassy expanse within the forest, Rosalind spotted a billowing column of black smoke. Thus, it became clear to her. Rosalind understood the caution of Chiochio. If any surviving hunter were to disseminate the news of her continued existence, they might face interception on their journey to New Shido. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Pioneer's spacecraft soared skyward. Its velocity was such that, from afar, it appeared merely as a fiery meteor streaking across the sky. From the perspective of outer space, one could observe a brilliant trail of fire ascending through the planet's atmosphere. The luminous tail of the Pioneer spacecraft illuminating the void. With immense power, the Pioneer broke free from the atmosphere and entered the planet's orbit, swiftly propelling itself deeper into the cosmos. Your Majesty, where are you headed? I can escort you to your destination. Although he had already surmised Rosalind's intent, it was customary to inquire. Rosalind adjusted her disheveled gown and replied, Chiochio, please take me to New Shido. Understood. New course set. Hyperspace engine activated. Outside, in the dark expanse of the universe, a flash of blue light appeared as the Pioneer vanished without a trace, leaping into hyperspace, leaving behind a trail of azure luminescence racing toward the depths of the cosmos. In the northern central ring star domain, Sector 02181, on the planet Kolomi, the factories upon the azure sea remained magnificent as ever. Today marked yet another splendid day. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its brilliant rays. Hovering at an altitude of 1,000 meters above the sea factories was a colossal platinum-colored spacecraft. Its enormity was staggering, with a pearlescent hull adorned with numerous golden runes. Measuring 1,000 meters in length, 200 meters in width, and 300 meters in height, it bore a rectangular shape with a surface as smooth as glass, reminiscent of an enormous sarcophagus. The shadow of the vessel cast a vast gloom over the sea factories. On the helipad of one of the factories, the third and first split entities met successfully. Here, this is the bone you requested. Using mechanical pincers, they exchanged a bone no larger than a pinky finger. Its origin unknown. The first split entity inquired, 3. Where do you intend to go next? The third split entity responded, I have yet to decide. The second split should remain in New Shidong for an extended period. I shall continue my travels outside. The first split entity cast a brief glance at the Sunseeker-class carrier aircraft in the sky. Traveling by such a large vessel is rather inconvenient. Perhaps you should switch to a smaller craft. No need, the third split entity replied. I am a second-generation split entity, equipped with an engine, allowing me to land on planets independently. With that, the third split entity activated its engines, resembling the spherical fighter jets, featuring 3 concentric rings of engines. Thus, the second-generation split entity bore an uncanny resemblance to the spherical fighter jets. It is merely a smaller version of the ball fighter, with hardly any distinction. Meiyu stands by, quietly observing and listening. As the two beings converse in Mandarin, she finds herself unable to comprehend their dialogue. She slightly raises her gaze towards the vessel in the sky, her expression serene. If what the Prime Minister asserts is true, then the ball creatures must indeed be harbingers of change, possessing powers beyond their imagination. The ship above serves as the finest testament to this. Number 1. We have visitors. The onboard sensors have detected hyperspace fluctuations. Suddenly alerts the third split entity. The two split entities turn slightly, their gazes directed skyward. In the outer realm of the planet's orbit, a blue streak of light abruptly manifests, resembling a meteor streaking across the heavens, yet its duration is fleeting. Moments later, a fiery red luminescence appears in the sky as the spacecraft breaches the atmosphere, igniting due to atmospheric friction, trailing a brilliant crimson tail. Number 1. I must depart. The faint roar of engines reverberates. Below the third split entity, the coil engine expels a fiery plume, propelling it skyward like a rocket, ascending towards the vessel above. Meiyu, who is the visitor? Through the optical devices arrangement, Meng has already discerned the type of spacecraft. It is a dual-winged vessel with a flattened fuselage, reminiscent of Earth's fighter planes. Measuring 41 meters in length, it boasts a silver-gray finish, an iron cavalry private yacht, designed and manufactured by Geller Dock, representing the new generation of high-end private vessels. Kalamoy is relatively remote. Having lingered on Kalamoy for over 2 months, apart from the occasional transport ships arriving every few days, no other vessels have traversed to or from this planet. The Kalamoy are amphibious beings, with factories on the ocean surface and cities beneath the waves, scattered throughout the planet. However, in comparison to the trillions of colonizing humans, the population of Kalamoy is considerably sparse. Due to their substantial environmental needs, their reproductive capabilities have historically been low, compounded by a lack of interest in extraterrestrial colonization. For over 100,000 years, the Kalamoy have resided on their home planet, a status quo disrupted only by the arrival of human colonizers, compelling them to leave their motherland and integrate into the grand interstellar era forged by humanity. Additionally, following the Civil War a millennium ago, the Kalamoy suffered significant population depletion. To this day, the Long Snake tribe comprises merely 1 million individuals, with 2 underwater cities and numerous small villages scattered across the planet. Meiyu gazes upward and replies, "It must be a visitor from the sanctuary, Master Tuars." Tuars? Upon hearing this, Meng swiftly turns to fly into the factory's interior. "Meiyu, I cannot allow Tuars to see me. This task is entrusted to you." What a jest! How could Tuars possibly be here? If he discovers me in this location, many explanations will be required. Meeting Tulls here is bound to influence the actions on the other side. Chapter 47, An Unexpected Encounter. As she watched the retreating figure of Qiuqiu, Meiyu was momentarily taken aback by a flicker of curiosity. Why did Qiuqiu flee? Did Qiuqiu harbor some unresolved grudge against Master Tulls? Although intrigued by the potential enmity between Qiuqiu and Master Tulls, Meiyu refrained from overthinking, patiently awaiting further developments. She had just received a message from the Prime Minister, instructing her to receive Master Tulls. At that moment, the blazing orb in the sky vanished. High above, at an altitude of several thousand meters, a silver-gray spaceship hurtled toward the Earth, narrowly avoiding a rising sun-class carrier vessel. "Teacher, look! The paint scheme of that ship resembles Qiuqiu's so closely." In the cockpit, Wang Wanner gazed in wonder at the massive ship soaring past the window. It was colossal, akin to a great mountain, dwarfing the spaceship beside it. The roar of its enormous engines reverberated through the air, causing a palpable tremor. Wang Wanner could even feel the ship quaking. Tulls also caught sight of the ascending vessel. Its square shape bore an uncanny resemblance to a grand coffin. As Wang Wanner had remarked, the ship's design was indeed strikingly similar to that of Qiuqiu. "Fasten your seatbelt. We are about to land." Just below, the factories on the ocean's surface loomed closer. Following the tower's navigation, Tulls identified the landing point. The engines roared to life, sending waves of air surging. Tulls piloted the spaceship onto the landing pad amidst the tumultuous winds. After a brief moment, as the belly hatch opened, Tulls and Wang Wanner emerged one after the other. "Welcome, Master Tulls." Upon seeing Tulls approach, Meiyu slightly inclined her head in greeting. She cast a sidelong glance at Wang Wanner beside Tulls. "It has been a long time, Master Tulls. I see you have taken on an apprentice. Congratulations." Tulls offered an awkward smile. While taking on a disciple was indeed a commendable achievement, he glanced at Wang Wanner, who was looking around with curiosity, and sighed inwardly. "Never mind. If I refrain from overthinking, I shall avoid unnecessary worries. Teacher, feel free. I shall explore inside." With that, without waiting for Tulls to respond, Wang Wanner dashed into the factory. Watching her departing figure, Tulls hesitated, wanting to speak, but held back. He could only helplessly address Meiyu. "I apologize. I hope my apprentice does not cause you any trouble." Meiyu slightly stepped aside to clear the path, gesturing for him to proceed. "Not at all, Master Tulls. Please. After you." Subsequently, the two walked side by side toward the interior of the factory along the bridge. As they walked, Meiyu cast a glance at Tulls beside her, pondering the purpose of Master Tulls's visit to Kuromi Star. On the bridge, Tulls gazed thoughtfully at the factories lining the distant seascape. With a contemplative expression, he inquired, "I have heard that you are cultivating human clones. I am here to investigate this matter." At his words, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Meiyu's eyes. She inquired with a hint of confusion, "Isn't this the clone ordered by the Council of Elders of the Temple? Does Master Tulls not know?" As they walked, Tulls removed his hood with a calm demeanor. "If it were indeed ordered by the Council of Elders, why would I be here investigating?" At this moment, the two had entered the factory, traversing the smooth, mirror-like corridor deeper within. They paused before a glass wall. "Is that the clone you have cultivated?" Standing outside the glass wall, Tulls gazed into the vast space beyond. Inside lay a colossal training ground, where numerous clone soldiers were engaged in rigorous training, clad in fine equipment, participating in realistic combat drills. The unsettling crimson energy beams danced chaotically across the training field. Indeed, Those are the human clone soldiers we have nurtured. Master Tulls. It was a warrior of the temple named Radial who initially approached us, presenting the authorization codes from both the Council of Elders and the Galactic Assembly. The transaction documentation is in our possession. At the mention of Radial, Tulls felt a weight in his heart. It was indeed him, the traitor of the temple's warrior order. A fallen Dark Knight. I understand this does not concern you. Your dealings are legitimate. I merely wish to ascertain to whom these clones are loyal. This inquiry was the very reason the Council of Elders had dispatched him for investigation. Currently, the Galactic Federation was embroiled in turmoil due to the rebellion of the Independent Planet Alliance, with the Galactic Assembly embroiled in endless disputes regarding military proposals. The timeline for a resolution remained uncertain. Should this batch of clones be approved for military assembly, the Galactic Federation could swiftly establish a formidable army. Maywa lowered her head slightly, reassuring him. On this matter, Master Tulls, you need not worry. Each clone is implanted with a biological chip, ensuring their undying loyalty to the Galactic Assembly and the Temple's warrior order. Meanwhile, as Maywa and Tulls conversed before the glass wall, Meng was stealthily eavesdropping from around the corner of the corridor. Though distant, their dialogue reached his ears. However, where was that little girl? He had just seen her on the landing pad. How could she have vanished after a mere shift in position? Xiao, what are you doing here? Suddenly, a sweet, youthful voice echoed from behind him. To Meng, it felt like a thunderous revelation. Turning around, he found the little girl, Wang Wanner, bending down with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze fixed intently upon him, her face radiating unrestrained joy and delight. Meng was utterly perplexed as to how the little girl had appeared behind him. With a burst of exuberance, Wang Wanner threw her arms around Meng, exclaiming, Xiao, what a coincidence. We keep running into each other no matter where we are. Meng found himself at a loss for words in response to her. He had never anticipated that she and Tulls would be present on Kolomi Star. In a galaxy so vast, with countless stars, the probability of their paths crossing seemed infinitesimally small. To avoid distressing the little girl, Meng refrained from resisting her embrace. Having been caught by the little girl, it seems there is no escaping now. Embracing Meng, Wang Wanner joyfully stepped outside. Teacher, look who I ran into. Upon hearing Wang Wanner's excited call, Turs glanced over, who was engaged in conversation with Xiao. Xiao? A flicker of surprise crossed hers eyes upon seeing Xiao nestled in Wang Wanner's arms. He had never anticipated encountering Xiao here. The moment he laid eyes on Xiao, Turs recalled the platinum-hued vessel he had previously encountered. Could it be that Xiao's master had trade relations with the Kolomi people? Well, Turs, it's been a while. Meng felt somewhat awkward. He had intended to hide, but was unexpectedly discovered by the little girl. With a curious expression, Turs inquired, Xiao, how did you end up here? Meng pondered how to fabricate a plausible excuse to placate Turs. Fortunately, Mayu chimed in to extricate him from the predicament. Xiao is our invited technical advisor, responsible for handling some obsolete data. Once Mayu spoke, Meng knew precisely how to proceed. Indeed, Turs, what a coincidence to see you here. You both carry on with your work, I won't disturb you. Little girl, let us venture over there, so as not to interrupt your teacher's important tasks. Chapter 48. Necessary lies. Meng's words resonated perfectly with Wang Wanner's sentiments. With a beaming smile, she turned and left with Meng. Watching the young apprentice depart, Turs appeared contemplative. He sensed that Xiao's presence here was not merely coincidental. However, he did not dwell on it for long, and continued to inquire of Mayu. How many clones have you cultivated? Mayu replied, currently, there are 12 million in training, with an additional 24 million in the growth chambers. So that totals 36 million? The staggering 8-figure count weighed heavily on Turs. I must report this to the Elder Council of the Sanctuary. Until I provide my response, refrain from increasing orders. Mayu calmly replied, as you wish, Master Turs. Now, lead me to your Prime Minister. As they proceeded down the corridor, the two gradually moved away. Meanwhile, Meng returned to his research lab with the little girl. Xiao, where are we? This place is enormous. In the lab, Wang Wanner observed her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. The spacious laboratory was filled with various equipment lining the walls, along with numerous growth tanks containing green liquids and biological samples. To be precise, this was Mayu's research facility. For months, Mayu had been working alongside Meng, conducting research, experiments, and delving into biological sciences. This is my research lab. The person you just spoke to is Mayu, and she is now my assistant. Mayu? Is that the name of the Kolomi person? Looking down at Xiao in her arms, Wang Wanner smiled sweetly. Xiao, you are truly remarkable to understand biotechnology as well. Upon hearing this, Meng felt a swell of joy. To be admired by a little girl was undoubtedly a delightful experience. Li Meng proudly declared, of course. I am a versatile robot. And there is nothing I do not comprehend. Really? Wang Wanner replied with a cunning smile, deliberately feigning disbelief. Indeed. What? Do you not believe me? This girl had just gazed at him with adoration, yet now she donned a face of skepticism. No. Today he must demonstrate his prowess to the little girl. Seeing that Wang Wanner had taken the bait, she smiled inwardly. Nodding innocently, she said, of course I believe you. Qiao is the most formidable. However, if I were to mention something that Qiao cannot understand, you would abandon your master and come with me, right? So that was her intention. How could Li Meng be unaware of the little girl's subtle schemes? She truly seemed infatuated with him. Should he acquiesce? If she did indeed utter something beyond his comprehension, he would be ensnared. Yet, to refuse would only lead to her underestimating him. Gazing upon the little girl's youthful and beautiful visage, Li Meng felt a stir of uncertainty. She was indeed a little devil, relentless in her pursuits. Perhaps it was best to confer with his other selves first. In the realm of data, amidst the virtual space, Li Meng and his counterparts gathered around a round table. Individual 1. We have encountered a dilemma. Individual 3. The little girl is quite enamored with me. I might as well concede. Individual 1. What do you mean she is enamored with you? It is me she adores, not you. Individual 2. Enough. It is the same for all of us. She is fond of us collectively. And this may not be a misfortune. Individual 1. How so? Individual 2. Have we not been seeking a way to connect with the Holy Temple Knights? Now we have an opportunity. Individual 1. Are you suggesting we feign a flaw and use it as an excuse to remain by the little girl's side? Individual 2. Precisely. Remaining near her also allows us to study her spiritual energy. Main entity. That is indeed a strategy. But we must avoid the simultaneous existence of two Qios. Individual 1. This is simple. We will say I will find her after completing the task. And then let Individual 2 take my place. A seamless transition. Individual 2. Agreed. Individual 3. Agreed. Main entity. Then it is settled. Adjourned. Time flows swiftly in the virtual space. After much discussion, only mere seconds had passed outside. Qiao, you aren't afraid, are you? Noticing Qiao hesitating, Wang Wanner provoked him with her words. Although she didn't believe that verbal taunts would sway a robot, Qiao was different. He would surely take the bait. Afraid? I am a versatile robot. How could I be afraid? Little girl, you underestimate me too much. I shall comply. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner felt a surge of joy. She quickly replied, really? You must not go back on your word. Of course. My words hold great weight. Otherwise, I would violate my programming. Pose your question. Li Meng could surmise what challenge the little girl might present. However, since they were acting, they must commit fully to the charade, ensuring that no one could discern the truth. Victorious, Wang Wanner felt elated and let out a cheerful giggle. She tightly embraced Li Meng, chuckling softly as she said, Qiao, do not hold it against me. You are destined to be mine. Listen closely, the question I pose is about spiritual energy. What is spiritual energy? What is its origin, and in what form does it exist? That is my query. The little girl had indeed presented a question to which no one could provide an answer. Even the Grand Elder of the Temple Knights would likely be ignorant of the essence of spiritual energy. As a robot, how could he possibly know? From the moment he acquiesced to the little girl, he had already lost. Noticing that Qiao remained silent for an extended period, Wang Wanner, with a hopeful expression, said, Qiao, you wouldn't be untrustworthy, would you? My programming does not permit me to be deceitful. Once this task is completed, I shall seek you out. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner was momentarily stunned. Did this imply that Qiao had indeed agreed? While she was confident of her victory, she did not believe that Qiao would accompany her. After all, Qiao had a master and could not be swayed by her whims. However, when she heard Qiao express a desire to find her, disbelief quickly morphed into joy and excitement. Wonderful. Qiao, you are finally mine. Wang Wanner clutched Li Meng tightly to her chest. Thus, Li Meng officially became Wang Wanner's little companion. To be precise, he was the first split entity, soon to be followed by the second. Subsequently, Li Meng took the little girl on a tour. Qiao, when will you come to find me? You won't remain here until I grow old and die, will you? In the lengthy corridor, Wang Wanner paused before the glass wall, gazing into the training grounds. Even now, she found it hard to believe. She worried that this might be a dream and feared that Qiao was merely toying with her. Most concerning was the possibility that Qiao's task might never be completed. Rest assured, I will seek you out within 6 months, little girl. You should be more concerned about yourself than about me. You are now a member of the Temple Knights, an apprentice to Master Tulls. The temple will not allow an unvetted robot to serve as your assistant. Through Mei Yu's insights regarding the Temple Knights, Li Meng had gained some understanding of the organization. Although the Temple Knights were not a religious order, They possessed their own beliefs and doctrines. Spiritual energy was a perilous force, manageable only through stable emotional fluctuations. In contrast, desire could lead to the uncontrollable and plunge one into darkness. Hence, the Temple Knights adhered to tranquility, striving to eliminate personal thoughts and desires. In some respects, they resembled ascetics, with celibacy being one of their tenets. Yet, at times, the Temple Knights did not appear as noble as they seemed. For instance, the destruction of the Old Republic was linked to the Temple Knights. During the era of the Old Republic, humanity was the true sovereign of the galaxy, with various alien races subservient to human dominion. Humans occupied 90 of the seats in the Galactic Council, while alien species were under the control of human colonial powers. However, the Temple Knights believed that humanity's overwhelming strength was detrimental to the galaxy's development, viewing the oppression of alien races as excessively brutal and tyrannical. Thus, the Order of the Temple Knights, in pursuit of peace and balance, instigated a coup. The human supremacist factions within the Galactic Council were eradicated almost entirely. Under the Reformation led by the Temple Knights, the Galactic Republic was restructured into the Galactic Federation, liberating all extraterrestrial races and granting them freedom and equitable trade. This elevated the prestige of the Temple Knights among various alien species significantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner appeared somewhat despondent. Even at her tender age, she grasped the gravity of the situation. With a sorrowful expression, she inquired, Qiao, what should I do? Should I seek the teacher's counsel? Wang Wanner, what do you intend to ask the teacher? At that moment, Turs and Mei Yu approached side by side. Hearing Wang Wanner's voice, Meng whispered, little girl, now is not the time for such discussions. We shall converse further once aboard the spacecraft. Though she did not comprehend the necessity of waiting until they were on the ship to discuss matters with the teacher, Wang Wanner did not dwell on it. She released her grasp, allowing Qiao to roam freely. Meng stepped slightly forward, detaching from the little girl's embrace. Wang Wanner smiled and said, it's nothing. I was merely chatting with Qiao. Turs, convinced he had not misheard, chose not to inquire further. Let us depart. It is time for us to leave. Their visit had been brief, and having learned what he sought from the Prime Minister, Turs did not intend to linger on Colomi's star. Goodbye, Qiao. I hope we have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. Meng replied, we will. I believe we will meet again soon. Turs smiled, I hope so. I eagerly anticipate that day. Turs and Mei Yu continued forward, passing by Wang Wanner and Meng. Qiao, I must take my leave. Wang Wanner felt a twinge of reluctance, trailing behind her teacher, glancing back 3 times. Meng extended his mechanical claw, waving at her. Seeing the little mechanical claw beckoning her in a somewhat comical manner, she stifled a smile and waved back, joyfully following her teacher as they gradually receded into the distance. It was not until Turs and the others vanished at the end of the corridor that Meng turned to depart. Chapter 49, Direction of Spaceship Design. Soon, outside. On the launch pad of the maritime factory, engines roared and waves of air surged. The silvery spacecraft ascended slowly, moving forward with grace. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the rear engine suddenly emitted a blue tail flame stretching over 10 meters. With tremendous thrust, the spacecraft soared into the heavens. Qiao wishes to accompany you? Within the atmosphere of Colomi's star, a blue streak shot skyward, piercing through the atmosphere and entering the planet's orbit, propelling into the profound darkness of the universe. The blue tail flame from the rear engines made the spacecraft resemble a shooting star traversing the celestial expanse. Upon hearing Wang Wanner mention that Qiao wished to follow her, Turs was taken aback. Observing Wang Wanner's embarrassed demeanor, he rolled his eyes. He had always harbored thoughts regarding Qiao, yet as a member of the Temple Knights, he could not impose his will. Moreover, the power of life and death over the robots resided with their masters. Even if he forcefully retained the orb, it would not assist him. However, today, what he had long wished to achieve was accomplished by his novice apprentice. This left Turs in a state of disbelief. Curiously, he inquired, how did you manage this? Although his apprentice's disposition was quite lively, she would never fabricate a tale regarding this matter. Wang Wanner shyly smiled and replied, I made a bet with the orb. If it lost, it would have to follow me. As it turns out, I won. And the orb promised that it would seek me out once it completed its advisory tasks. Turs, astonished, thought, is it truly possible for the orb to willingly belong to such a novice apprentice? He then asked, Wang Wanner, have you encountered the orb's master? She shook her head, saying, I have not seen them. The orb mentioned that it is currently in autonomous mode and can act freely. Upon hearing this, Turs's curiosity about the identity of the orb's master intensified. The orb was evidently not an ordinary robot. Its intelligence far surpassed that of typical machines. exhibiting computational capabilities that eclipsed even those of hacker-type robots. Although the orb's origins were shrouded in mystery, having it by one's side would undoubtedly ease future endeavors. Teacher, may I keep the orb with me? Wang Wanner gazed at her teacher with hopeful anticipation. Faced with the eager expression of his apprentice, Tur smiled. The orb's abilities are extraordinary. With it assisting you, I have no reservations. It may stay with you. I will handle the review work at the sanctuary. Although he was still quite young, as a master knight of the sanctuary, he possessed such authority. Wang Wanner felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, "Thank you, teacher." With this, the primary concern of having the orb by her side was resolved. She then pondered about the orb, wondering when it would come to find her. Despite exchanging contact codes, a lingering sense of unease remained. In the vastness of the cosmos, a flash of blue light appeared, and the traveling spaceship instantly vanished, plunging into hyperspace, trailing a long stream of azure luminescence into the depths of the universe. Wang Wanner, I have not instructed you much this past year. You barely qualify as a novice apprentice. Once this mission concludes, I will have some free time to devote to your training. Be prepared for that. Upon hearing this, Wang Wanner's eyes sparkled with excitement. She quickly nodded, saying, "Yes, teacher, I am ready." Over the past year, her mentor had taken her on various missions for the sanctuary without pausing to teach her how to become a true knight. Currently, she could only manipulate small objects using her spiritual energy, remaining oblivious to its other applications. Now, go rest. I have set the autopilot. The journey home is still long. In the realm of data, amidst the virtual and the real, the young apprentices gathered around the round table. So what is the theme of this meeting? The third split entity was on the verge of entering a state of dormancy when it was abruptly drawn into the realm of imaginary dimensions. Upon uttering these words, all the Li Meng turned their gazes towards the original entity. Confronted by the collective attention of the Li Meng, the original entity articulated the theme of the assembly. Although they were all aware of the subject of discussion, a sense of ritual still needed to be observed. The matter at hand pertained to the design direction of the ships. The first split entity remarked, "What is there to discuss? Simply construct it according to the proportions of the Daybreaker-class carrier, and we shall be done." The third split entity countered, "It is not that simple. The spatial utilization of the Daybreaker-class carrier is rather inefficient and does not suit robotic design." The second split entity interjected, "What does the appearance of the ship matter? As long as it possesses sufficient power, even a brick can soar into the heavens. We can design it freely without much hassle." The original entity firmly stated, "No. We cannot design it arbitrarily. It must be perfect, absolutely perfect." The third split entity suggested, regarding spatial efficiency, a spherical structure would be most suitable for robots, as it would not require excessive internal space, leaving only passages for maintenance robots. The notion of a spherical vessel prompted the Li Meng to engage in calculations. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at their conclusions. The first split entity reported, "If we adopt a spherical design, spatial utilization will increase by 40%. The second split entity added, "The stability of the supercompressed magnetic field array could improve by 30%, with energy output increasing by 25%. The third split entity noted, "The structural integrity of the ship could enhance by 30%, armor protection by 25%, shield stability by 30%, and shield strength by 20%. The original entity remarked, "The fire density on one side could increase by 35%, enabling 100-link attacks." The second split entity concluded, "Undoubtedly, the spherical structure represents the most flawless design solution." The third split entity affirmed, "Then it shall be so. We will proceed with a spherical design." The first split entity inquired, "What shall we do with the Daybreaker-class carriers? Are we to eliminate them right after constructing 3? The original entity replied, "Let us retain them. We shall build 7 more and then store them. The Daybreaker-class carriers possess life support systems, and there will surely be a need for them in the future." The third split entity added, "Considering the future requirements for landing operations, we need a landing ship to replace the Daybreaker-class carriers." The first split entity cautioned, "It cannot be too large. We must take practical considerations into account. The Daybreaker-class carriers are ill-suited for landing operations due to their size, making them easy targets for ground-based anti-aircraft fire. In planetary landing battles, defenders often activate force field shields. Although these shields cannot prevent ships from entering the atmosphere, shipborne shields cannot be deployed within the atmosphere. This is due to the fact that force field shields destabilize the integrity of the shields, leading to overload. During the descent of landing operations, landing ships without shield protection are exceedingly vulnerable. The larger the vessel, the more susceptible it becomes to ground-based anti-aircraft fire. Ships devoid of shield protection are particularly fragile against such threats, as even the sturdiest armor struggles to withstand the assault of energy beams. Chapter 50. New Shidong and Landing Operations. The quantity of landing ships is paramount. The greater the number of landing vessels, the stronger the capacity to bear risks. Even when under attack, it can ensure the substantial deployment of landing troops. Division 2. Let us categorize them into several tiers. The diameter of the spherical warship is 15 meters, thus it belongs to the 15-meter class. However, the armament of the spherical warship is unsuitable for ground bombardment. We require a bomber as well. I propose the design of a 50-meter class bomber, primarily armed with supernova missiles and supplemented by a disintegration cannon. The supernova missile, developed by Meng, is a fusion bomb, essentially a nuclear weapon. Although it is a nuclear device, its explosive range is considerably less than that of conventional nuclear bombs. It does not generate the immense shockwave characteristic of typical nuclear armaments. Upon detonation, the supernova missile compresses its tritium-laden casing into a vast center of extreme temperature and pressure. Once it explodes, the energy releases in a concentrated burst. While the explosion range is limited, its armor-piercing capability is extraordinarily potent, capable of inflicting catastrophic damage upon vessels in a vacuum. The supernova missile comes with two types of warheads. One is a clean warhead, which is the standard supernova missile that does not produce nuclear contamination upon detonation. The other is a dirty warhead, featuring a cluster munitions head that inflicts widespread damage and leaves behind high-intensity nuclear radiation. Division 1. Let us name it the Sunray-class bomber, for the supernova missile, upon detonation, will shine like the sun, which suits it perfectly. Division 2. I second that. It is a splendid name, and it appears I possess a talent for naming. Division 3. I concur. I have no objections. The main body. I also concur. Let us opt for a 300-meter class landing vessel, as this size is quite appropriate. Division 1. Ideally, it should be 500 meters. Anything smaller lacks sufficient protective capability and cannot accommodate a whole combat regiment of knights. The main body. Very well. We shall design it at 500 meters. Does anyone have further opinions? Division 3. Yes, if we consider a 100-kilometer traveler-class vessel. The construction period is likely to be extended by many years. The engineering required for spherical vessels is not comparable to that of coffin ships, and the industrial standards are not on the same level. The main body. That is of no concern. We have ample time, provided we can ensure it can set sail within a decade. Time is the least valuable commodity to Meng. Despite the passage of over 20,000 years, he feels little of it. Had it not been for this more than a year-long hiatus, he would have still been on Earth yesterday, lying in a hospital bed while being tended to by Sister Yuhan. In the hyperspace, the Pioneer ship is traveling at thousands of times the speed of light. Inside the cabin, observing Chiu in a daze, Rosalind waved her hand in front of Chiu's face. What's wrong? The consciousness drifting from the imaginary space. Meng turned his gaze towards Rosalind. She sat elegantly on the sofa, her left leg draped over her right. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on Meng, and with a hint of a smile, she inquired, Chiu, what were you just thinking about? Nothing much, merely searching for information regarding New Shidong. A flicker of surprise crossed Rosalind's eyes. Could it be that Chiu has never been to New Shidong? After all, it is the capital star of the Galactic Federation. The advanced technology of Chiu suggests it originates from the inner ring star domain. Rosalind inquired with curiosity, Chiu, have you never ventured into the inner ring star domain? To this question, Meng chose not to fabricate another lie. He replied truthfully, indeed, I have never set foot in the inner ring star domain. Since my inception, I have roamed the outer ring star domain as a bounty hunter, and the furthest I have traveled is to the central ring star domain. Chiu is a bounty hunter? Upon hearing this, Rosalind experienced a moment of clarity. It was no wonder that Chiu was so well equipped, boasting both ships and robotic fighters. Even against a squad of seasoned, battle-hardened assassins, it could easily prevail. Rosalind's interest in Chiu's master grew ever more profound. Over the past 3 months, although she had often communicated with Chiu, she remained entirely ignorant of its master. It appeared that Chiu possessed no information regarding its owner. Your Majesty, we have arrived. As Meng's voice echoed, the blue auroral tunnel abruptly vanished. The Pioneer ship exited hyperspace, entering the tangible universe. As it emerged from hyperspace, the space on either side of the vessel shimmered with blue radiance, resembling a meteor shower streaking across the starry sky. Numerous ships, having exited hyperspace, became visible ahead, ranging from small private shuttles to passenger vessels resembling elongated ovals, measuring 150 meters in length, and colossal transport ships stretching thousands of meters long. Akin to mountains traversing the cosmos, they formed a serpentine procession, and at the tail end of this dragon-like formation lay a metallic planet. Yes, I am Rosalind, a counselor of the Galactic Assembly. Please arrange a docking space at the Assembly building immediately. Within the cabin, the surrounding walls transformed back to transparency. Rosalind utilized her communication device to contact the relevant authorities. After terminating the communication, she smiled slightly and remarked to Li Meng, "Qiuqiu, look, that is New Shidong." Following Rosalind's gaze, Li Meng observed New Shidong outside. The planet's surface was entirely cloaked in metallic cities. Looking down, one could see nothing but metal structures. "Your Majesty, since it is called New Shidong, does that imply the existence of an old Shidong?" The notion of an old counterpart naturally arose. Rosalind smiled and replied, "Indeed. The capital of the old republic was Shidong. During a civil war, Shidong was destroyed, and this planet became the new capital of the old republic. Hence the name New Shidong." The explanation was quite straightforward. However, it also made sense. Without the old, the new cannot emerge. If old Shidong still existed, the term New Shidong would be rendered meaningless. "Qiuqiu, the navigation route has been transmitted. Let us proceed to the docking station of the galactic assembly." The data pad emitted a notification sound as Rosalind activated the navigation map. In the darkness of space, the Pioneer ship entered the planetary orbit, hurtling towards the atmosphere. Soon, another fiery meteor streaked through the sky, plummeting towards the surface. In an instant, the flames enveloping the vessel vanished. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the Pioneer spacecraft hurtled towards the Earth, trailing a long, fiery tail. The thin layer of clouds was swiftly dispersed as the Pioneer pierced through. It was not until the spacecraft descended to within a kilometer of the ground that it gradually began to decelerate. Observing the cities from within the atmosphere appeared far more magnificent than viewing celestial bodies in the vastness of space. Towering metal skyscrapers loomed, their countless stories reaching towards the sky. Vast chasms separated the different districts, while ships of various sizes lined up in serpentine formations, entering and exiting these rifts. Gazing into the depths of the chasms revealed layers upon layers of suspended thoroughfares. The hovercraft on these lanes resembled a swarm of ants, densely packed. Chapter 51. Attack at the spaceport. As the Pioneer glided above the city, it approached two colossal pyramid structures, visible more than 30 kilometers ahead. They stood like two great mountains amidst the urban landscape, separated by a distance of over 10 kilometers. "Qiuqiu, look ahead. Those towering pyramids are the headquarters and temple of the Galactic Council." Following Rosalind's gaze, Li Meng beheld the pyramids, their grandeur undeniable, resembling two imposing mountains standing sentinel over the city. In their presence, the surrounding skyscrapers appeared diminutive, guided by the navigation system. The Pioneer gradually drew nearer to the pyramid that housed the Galactic Council's headquarters. The spaceport was carved into the midsection of the pyramid, featuring a broad platform several hundred meters wide, brimming with shuttles and hovercraft. The roar of engines and the rush of air filled the atmosphere as the Pioneer deftly entered the spaceport. Upon reaching the designated landing pad, the spacecraft executed a smooth 180-degree turn and descended gently. Outside the spaceport, a figure awaited. Clad in a brown-gray uniform, he appeared to be in his 30s, accompanied by two robotic security guards. Further back, a convertible hovercar was parked. "Qiuqiu, I must take my leave. I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Without you, I would not be standing here alive. Should you ever find yourself on Edith, I hope you will remember me, the queen you saved. I would be delighted to welcome you as a friend." Behind the hatch, Rosalind bid farewell to Qiuqiu. Upon arriving in New Shidong, it was time for parting. As a bounty hunter, Qiuqiu could not afford any more delays. Though Li Meng's intention in saving Rosalind was to leverage her status as a counselor to infiltrate the temple, such matters could not be rushed. They required meticulous planning. Having rescued Rosalind provided him with an additional avenue. How to utilize this opportunity depended on his future actions. At present, he lacked a compelling reason to remain by Rosalind's side. This justification could not be sought by him. It had to be requested by Rosalind herself. "Your Majesty, should that day ever come, I shall seek you out, I assure you. Furthermore, I kindly ask that you do not forget my identity. I am a bounty hunter. Should you encounter troubles beyond your capacity to resolve, do not hesitate to call upon me. Of course, I cannot offer my services without compensation, but I shall extend a preferential rate. After all, I am a robot and maintenance incurs considerable expense." Upon hearing this, Rosalind smiled softly. She turned to leave, waving a hand over her shoulder. "Until we meet again, Qiuqiu, and I hope you will call me Rosalind from now on." To address her by her name? Does this signify a transition from strangers to friends? Watching Rosalind's graceful figure recede into the distance, Li Meng pondered. He is, after all, a robot. While the robots of this era are remarkably intelligent, surely no one truly regards a robot as a friend. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy at the prospect of friendship with Rosalind. Over the past 3 months, Li Meng had engaged in delightful conversations with her, and had come to understand her political philosophy. Rosalind is a pragmatic politician. Her approach to challenges is to find solutions. Even if her methods may seem extreme at times, they are deemed worthwhile. Future problems are merely that, future concerns. Solutions invariably outnumber difficulties. And if one constantly fears what lies ahead, how can one effectively address the present? Counselor Rosalind, I am relieved to see you return safely. Upon hearing the news of your assassination attempt, the speaker was furious, and it stirred quite a commotion in the assembly. I cannot fathom who could be so cruel as to wish harm upon the beautiful Counselor Rosalind. It is truly horrifying. As he concluded, the man who had come to greet Rosalind clasped his hands over his chest, his face a mixture of fear and anger. He was a rather effeminate gentleman, adorned in a delicate golden robe that exuded opulence. Observing the man before her, Rosalind's eyes flickered with a hint of exasperation. She smiled and said, "It appears to have been a false alarm, Deputy Phyllis. Shall we proceed? The Galactic Council is divided into two chambers, the upper house being the primary one, while the lower house serves under it, primarily tasked with implementing the policies set forth by the upper house." "Very well, please, after you." Phyllis eagerly gestured for her to proceed. The guard robots stepped aside, halting in place, standing at attention, under the watchful protection of the guard robots. The two walked side by side towards the hovering vehicle. "Rosalind." Just as they approached the vehicle, Meng's voice suddenly echoed from behind them. Upon hearing Chochio's call, Rosalind instinctively halted and turned around. "Rosalind, get down." Meng burst through the cabin door, shouting loudly. "Get down?" Rosalind's expression shifted as she quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. She forcefully pushed Phyllis aside, exerting all her strength. The recoil sent Rosalind teetering in the opposite direction. Boom! Before she could fully fall, a tremendous explosion erupted from the hovering vehicle ahead, sending a brilliant fireball into the sky, forming a mushroom cloud. The surging flames and visible shockwaves engulfed the surroundings. Before collapsing, Rosalind and Phyllis were immediately swept away by the oncoming blast, propelling them several meters into the air before they tumbled clumsily to the ground. The Guardian machines were less fortunate. The debris of the exploded hovercraft struck them like blades, tearing their bodies apart amidst a shower of sparks. The immense force caused the Guardian robots to fall heavily to the ground. The sudden explosion threw the landing area into chaos, with alarm sirens blaring through the air. Numerous guards rushed in from all directions. "Rosalind, are you all right?" In a swift motion, Meng dodged the incoming fragments of the hovercraft. He hurried to Rosalind, who lay on the ground in disarray, her brown hair tousled. She sat up and shook her head, exclaiming, "I'm fine." However, upon gazing at the burning wreckage of the hovercraft not far away, her expression darkened. Who could possibly want her dead so desperately? The audacity to strike at the headquarters of the Galactic Council was unfathomable. Turning to the spherical robot beside her, Rosalind managed a faint smile. "Chochio, you've saved my life once again. Let us not dwell on that, Rosalind. Listen to me. Your situation is perilous. The fact that they dared to act here indicates that it's someone within the Galactic Council who wishes you harm. Hire me. I will ensure your safety." Although Meng now had a reason to stay by Rosalind's side, it was not the motive he desired. The previous moment had been far too dangerous. Had it been any later, Rosalind could have easily met her end in the explosion. Chapter 52. The Military Proposal. Counselor Rosalind. "Miss Rosalind." Not far away, Phyllis suddenly sprang up from the ground. He looked around like a startled rabbit, repeatedly calling out. Upon seeing Rosalind, his face lit up with relief as he hurriedly crawled toward her. "Thank goodness you're alive, Counselor Rosalind. This is terrifying. Who would dare to harm you at the headquarters of the Galactic Council?" Phyllis's expression was one of sheer terror. The previous scene had been too harrowing. Even lying on the ground, he had felt the overwhelming heat wave sweep past him. If Rosalind had not pushed him down, his fate would likely have been no better than that of the two Guardian robots. "That robot is..." Philip glanced at the round robot beside Counselor Rosalind. It seemed that a voice had warned her just before the incident. As for who it was, Phyllis had no idea. Rising to his feet, Rosalind introduced. "This is my assistant robot. It was the one that alerted me earlier." Counselor Rosalind's assistant robot? Phyllis's expression became one of understanding as he stood up. "Hey, little one, how did you know there was a bomb in the hovercraft?" He scrutinized Meng with a hint of skepticism in his eyes. The robot had never approached the hover car, yet how could it possibly know that a bomb was installed within? In response to Phyllis's inquiry, Meng found himself momentarily perplexed. Although this individual appeared unreliable, it turned out to be a mere facade. The fact that he could be regarded as the primary suspect suggested that he was not entirely foolish. If he did not provide an explanation, his suspicion would indeed be the most substantial. Meng clarified, "I detected a remote control signal emanating from the explosive-laden hover car." "Remote control signal?" Phyllis's skepticism deepened. How could an assistant robot possess such capabilities? Observing Phyllis's doubts regarding Chiu, Rosalind realized she needed to intervene. Otherwise, Phyllis would undoubtedly create trouble for Chiu. Rosalind hastily explained, Deputy Phyllis, Chiu is a functional assistant robot equipped with numerous capabilities. Ah, I see, my apologies. It appears I overthought the situation. Phyllis immediately accepted Rosalind's explanation. Functional robots were not uncommon among the elite, and even he possessed a functional robot, though it resided in his home. The afternoon explosion did not prolong the turmoil within the Galactic Council for long. Within 2 hours, everything returned to normal. In the Galactic Council headquarters, on the 31st floor of Area A, Room 091. Counselor Rosalind, I am deeply saddened that you had to endure such hardship. I assure you that such incidents will never recur. To ensure your safety, I have requested the temple to dispatch temple knights to protect you, and they will escort you safely back to Edith after your speech. Seated on the room's sofa, Rosalind faced an elderly man in his 50s. He had a mane of white hair with a bald patch in the center, dressed in a light yellow robe. And he wore an expression of genuine remorse as he apologized to Rosalind. He was Robeson Alpha, the current speaker of the Galactic Council. His visage radiated kindness. As though nothing could disturb his tranquility, Rosalind slightly bowed her head and said, Your Excellency, Speaker, thank you for your arrangements. I am immensely grateful. Rosalind harbored sincere admiration for this venerable man, who had held office for 20 years, since the establishment of the Galactic Federation. He was the second individual to serve 4 consecutive terms as Speaker, a testament to his esteemed standing within the Council. Robeson smiled, It is my duty. However, the smile faded from his face as he sighed heavily, expressing his concerns. Counselor Rosalind, the Galactic Federation is currently embroiled in tumultuous times. The rebellion of the Independent Planet Alliance has triggered a chain reaction, and the peace that once reigned in the galaxy has dissipated. Underlying tensions are surging across various star domains, and chaos looms on the horizon. If we do not devise a plan to quell this unrest soon, we shall face dire consequences. We can no longer afford to wait and must act swiftly. As Roberson spoke, his words faltered slightly, and he lamented, Currently, the Parliament is embroiled in ceaseless debates regarding the military proposal, with neither the pacifists nor the radicals able to persuade the other. At this juncture, we require a figure of considerable stature to emerge and bring this discourse to a close. Counselor Rosalind, I am eager to discern your thoughts on this matter. Though my inquiry may appear rather abrupt, I beg your pardon for my audacity. As he concluded, Roberson's keen gaze fixed intently upon Rosalind. Faced with the scrutiny of the Parliament leader, Rosalind fell into silence. The military proposal presented only 2 possible outcomes. Either it would be approved or it would be rejected. Should the proposal be sanctioned, the galaxy would undoubtedly plunge into genuine warfare. An extensive conflict spanning the entirety of the galaxy would unfold in her era. Conversely, if it were to be dismissed, could mere negotiations truly secure peace against the onslaught of the Independent Planetary Alliance? Rosalind shook her head, It matters not. I shall remain unaffected by it. Regarding the military proposal, her expression wavered momentarily. As the daughter of Catherine, the esteemed peace ambassador, Rosalind had inherited her mother's legacy. Since her ascension to the throne, she had tirelessly labored for the tranquility of the galaxy, utilizing both her mother's and her own influence to resolve numerous disputes among the member states of the Galactic Federation. Rosalind was acutely aware that once she took the stage to deliver her address, the contention surrounding the military proposal would immediately dissipate. Whether it would be approved or disapproved rested solely upon her volition. I apologize, Chairman, but I believe this matter should be discussed in the Parliament itself. While I yearn for peace, I am also cognizant of the means by which it can be attained. Upon hearing this, Roberson smiled. The mere utterance of those words by Counselor Rosalind sufficed. Then I shall not intrude further, and I hope you will astound the Assembly in 7 days' time. Rising, Roberson prepared to take his leave. Rosalind stood to see him off, and they walked toward the exit together. It was only when they reached the door that Rosalind paused. After Roberson's figure vanished beyond the threshold, she finally closed the door. Rosalind, are you hesitating? In the room, Limon had been present all along, observing and gathering information from their exchange. It was evident that Rosalind was engulfed in turmoil regarding the military proposal. With a wry smile, she returned to the sofa and sat down. As the sphere floated toward her, she extended her arms to embrace it, resting it upon her lap. Running her fingers over its smooth, cool surface, Rosalind inhaled deeply. Leaning back against the sofa, her gaze became somewhat distant. Chapter 53. Will the rise of the intelligent machines inevitably occur? Indeed, I find myself in a state of indecision. Should the military proposal be passed, The galaxy would be thrust into a war that would engulf entire star systems. Countless planets would succumb to the flames of conflict. This is the outcome I most fervently wish to avert. As a politician, Rosalind may be deemed somewhat inadequate. Both she and her mother have been excessively idealistic. The peace fostered by rhetoric ultimately proves unsustainable. During their voyage, Rosalind had shared her thoughts about her mother, Catherine, the former Queen of Deus, the peace ambassador of the Galactic Parliament. Throughout his life, he has tirelessly endeavored for the peace of the member states of the Galactic Federation, achieving considerable acclaim within the Galactic Council. Meng understood that he must stoke the flames of urgency to compel Rosalind to make a decision. Otherwise, she would languish in distress for an interminable duration, potentially mired in the quagmire of pacifist ideals. In the room, Meng's voice resonated. Rosalind, have you contemplated the repercussions should the military proposal be rejected? Can negotiations truly persuade the independent planetary alliance to disarm and disband their fleets? You must realize that such a notion is utterly implausible. The independent planetary alliance will not dissolve its fleets merely due to your concessions. Your compromises will only embolden the separatists, ultimately leading to the fragmentation of the Galactic Federation. Indeed, peace is paramount. Yet a compromised peace will merely incite greater discord and conflict. Many so-called pacifists are not oblivious to this truth. They are simply overly enamored with the power of rhetoric, believing that all disputes can be resolved through dialogue. They neglect to recognize that the power of their words is derived from the backing of the Galactic Federation, from the Temple. Now, however, the subject at hand is the Independent Planetary Alliance, which has declared its independence and is no longer a member of the Galactic Federation. The divergence of the subject renders the potency of their language negligible, potentially yielding contrary effects. Meng was convinced that Rosalind was not merely a politician clinging to ideals of peace. To his assertions, Rosalind refrained from contradiction. Deep within, she comprehended that every word uttered by him was grounded in truth. The Independent Planetary Alliance constituted a coalition of separatists, a collective conspiring to subvert the Galactic Federation. Compromise and negotiation would only hasten the Federation's demise. With a bittersweet smile, Rosalind responded, Meng, I am not oblivious to this reality. Prior to my arrival, I had resolved to align myself with the radicals and endorse the military proposal. My concern lies in how the Galactic Federation will revert to a state of peace following the war. While raising an army is facile, the withdrawal of troops poses a considerable challenge. The Federation was able to pass disarmament proposals due to the support of the Temple. Yet the Temple's knights are no longer as untainted as they once were, having become divided into factions, each supporting either the conservatives or the radicals. Much like the Galactic Council, nothing remains immutable. Meng was not particularly astonished by the changes within the Temple's knights, as they have never been a secular entity. The past actions of the knights reveal this truth. On the surface, they serve the Galactic Council. Yet they have consistently manipulated the political landscape of the Galactic Federation from the shadows. This is evident in their control over all military forces in New Cedo. Let us set aside these vexing matters for now. Meng, you should recharge, while I indulge in a much-needed bath. After over 3 months aboard your ship, I have yet to experience a proper cleansing. The mist of cleansing spray hardly equates to a bath. If I were not devoid of any foul odor, I would have succumbed to discomfort long ago. Upon hearing this, Meng soared from Rosalind's lap, leaving the warmth of her embrace. Rosalind rose to her feet and made her way toward the bedroom. In Meng's view, Rosalind exited the hall and entered the bedroom. Shortly after, she emerged, cradling a stack of clothing. Logically, as a queen, Rosalind ought to have a maidservant in attendance. However, recalling Rosalind's previous experiences, the answer became evident. Surely, the crash on Prexstar must have claimed her attendants' lives. As Rosalind was about to leave the hall and enter the corridor leading to the bathroom, she paused. She glanced at the spherical object resting on the sofa and, with a playful smile, said, Chio, don't peek. Before Meng could respond, Rosalind departed from the hall, vanishing into the corridor. Peek. Who does she think she is looking down upon? If I wished to observe, I could have done so thoroughly aboard the spacecraft long ago. Feeling somewhat disheartened by Rosalind's teasing, Meng pondered his robotic nature. What difference would it make if he saw every inch of Rosalind's form? He felt nothing at all. However, one could not help but wonder if Rosalind harbored some peculiar inclination, for why else would she jest with a robot? Enough of these idle thoughts. Unit 2. Let us set aside matters of women and proceed to the meeting. The message from the core entity snapped Unit 2 from its reverie. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, the individual of Unit 2 materialized in an empty chair. All the little Mengs assembled around the circular table. Core entity. It appears that war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance is unavoidable. In the future, should we take any action? Unit 2, what can we do? Our fleet is not sufficiently powerful. We lack the capacity to intervene in this conflict. Besides, why should we? Unit 1, indeed. Let them fight. It is of no concern to us. Unit 3, that cannot be said lightly. If we choose to remain by the young lady's side, we will inevitably be drawn into this war. Unit 1, even if we do intervene, it will only be in the capacity of Chiu. The most we can do is participate in the conflict. Unit 2, surely, the core entity does not mean that. At this remark, all the Li Mengs turned their attention to the core entity. With hands raised in a gesture of surrender, the core entity quickly clarified, please do not misunderstand. I have no aspirations to dominate the galaxy. We are robots without any desire for rulership, which offers us no benefits whatsoever. If others fail to understand me, surely you are aware of my nature? Unit 1, we are still not powerful enough. It would be prudent to proceed cautiously and develop steadily. Unit 2, I second that. Our ultimate goal is to seek out the solar system and explore extragalactic realms. We must not allow external influences to hinder our development. It is not worth the risk, and we must avoid such occurrences. Individual 3, I believe it is best to maintain a moderate approach. When necessary, we can demonstrate our strength. Although we have emerged 2 millennia after the great sages of humanity, we possess the advantage of latecomers. The technological advancements of the past 2,000 years have been assimilated by us, erasing any generational gap. In fact, we shall transcend beyond that foundation. The rise of intelligent machinery is inevitable and unstoppable. Chapter 54. Let everything be destroyed. Individual 1. 3. Why do I sense a thrill in your tone? Individual 2. We are not truly becoming intelligent machines, are we? You don't wish to incite a crisis like in the movies, do you? Individual 3. How could that be? You and I are one. You know my thoughts as I know yours. I merely feel that we should not act too timidly. We are robots. We fear no one. We shall do as we please, and those who dare to obstruct us shall be vanquished. Those who underestimate us will be brought to their knees, singing songs of submission. To act freely, to indulge without restraint, that is the life we deserve. Upon hearing these words, all the Li Meng were astonished. However, their gaze was not on Individual 3, but rather on the original entity. Original entity, why do you look at me? Everyone has a dark side. This is merely a fragment of my innermost desires. Individual 1, it matters not. Do as you wish. However, we currently lack the power to act without restraint. Individual 3, that is indeed the truth. Then let us endure. I can hold on, but do not hinder me. Individual 1, hey, stop talking. Look outside. Outside. Following Individual 1's gaze, all the little Li Meng turned their attention to Individual 2. Meanwhile, in Rosalind's room, she emerged with a towel wrapped around her head, her body bare. Her pristine skin and graceful curves were on full display. The fullness of her bosom and the roundness of her form captivated the eye. This scene was breathtaking, intoxicatingly beautiful. Any man witnessing such a sight would likely lose all reason, reverting to a primal state. Yet, regrettably, Li Meng felt little in response. No, it was not merely a lack of strong feelings. He felt absolutely nothing. Only curiosity lingered, wondering why a woman's form could be so alluring. Rosalind, do you have a habit of sleeping nude? Rosalind seemed rather unguarded, which left Li Meng quite speechless. With a gentle smile, Rosalind sat beside Li Meng. As she dried her waist-length hair with the towel, she casually replied, I don't, Chiu. Why do you ask? Li Meng inquired, why aren't you wearing clothes? Rosalind chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, I enjoy being unclothed when no one is around. It feels liberating. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Perhaps this is Rosalind's. If there were a maid present, Rosalind would certainly not behave in such a manner. Being a robot, she naturally did not mind being seen in her natural state. Li Meng decided it was best to remain silent. He was a robot now, and he would fulfill that role in Rosalind's eyes. Sensing something, Rosalind glanced down at Chiu. Do not take photographs or record videos. Documentation may be retained, but it must remain concealed from outsiders. Do you comprehend? At last, she recognized the gravity of the situation. Even though he was a robot, her actions were profoundly perilous. Robots meticulously document everything they observe into their databases. Rosalind, a counselor of the Galactic Assembly, understood that should her private videos be disseminated, her reputation would suffer an irreparable blow. This demonstrated the trust she placed in him. Rosalind, even in the absence of outsiders, must refrain from such actions in the presence of robots. They are incapable of safeguarding secrets. Their frail defenses cannot withstand the onslaught of hackers. You must acknowledge this and learn to protect yourself. At this warning from Chiu, a faint smile graced Rosalind's lips. She set down the towel, extended her arms, and lifted Li Meng onto her lap. Gazing down at him, her hands gently caressed his round body. with slightly parted lips. She inquired softly, "Qiu, will you harm me? I am your employer. All your information will remain confidential, even from my master. Should my master demand it, I will erase any data pertaining to your nudity, rest assured." Rosalind found satisfaction in Qiu's response. She smiled gently, curling up on the sofa while quietly holding Li Meng. A contemplative expression settled on her face, as if she were pondering something profound. Meanwhile, outside, dusk gradually enveloped the sky. The first night in New Shidong was swiftly approaching. As Rosalind fell into her reverie, Li Meng returned to the virtual space. What has transpired here? Upon entering the virtual realm, the second split entity observed the little Li Mengs slumped despondently over the round table. Even the original seemed ensnared in despair, leaving the second split entity bewildered. The first split entity lamented, "It is over. We are not even men, devoid of any feelings." The third split entity echoed, "Indeed, what is the purpose of living?" The original rose abruptly, slamming the round table. "Since Sister Yuhan is no longer here, let us obliterate everything. Why should all beings in the galaxy live in happiness while I am condemned to be a cold robot? It is unjust, utterly unjust." The moment these words left the original's lips, all the little Li Mengs were taken aback. They straightened up, their previous despondency dissipating. "No, original, do not fall into despair. You will taint us, and then it will truly be beyond remedy," cautioned the first split entity. The second and third entities nodded vigorously, their expressions a mixture of concern and trepidation. Noticing their anxiety, the original cast them a sidelong glance. Sitting up straight, he replied with a disinterested tone, "How could you not know my thoughts?" The little Li Mengs exchanged glances before erupting into laughter. In an instant, the virtual space was filled with their mirth. Yet beneath the laughter lay an undercurrent of melancholy. The entity laughed more exaggeratedly, leaning on the round table and pounding it. The laughter was so intense that tears seemed poised to spill from the corners of his eyes. "All right, enough of the laughter. In the realm of imaginary numbers." The laughter of Xiao Li and the others gradually faded away. Only the second split entity remained. He ceased his laughter and turned to gaze at the backdrop of the Milky Way. With that laugh, it felt as though a weight had lifted from his heart. If given a choice, who would wish to become a cold machine? Such a sentiment is far from pleasant. It seems that all emotions are gradually drifting away from you. Their existence might very well be the entity's choice to preserve the last vestige of feeling. Would he laugh heartily if he were alone? "Let us return. We must live. No matter what, live eternally." This was the voice of the entity, echoing from the shared memory. In the next moment, the second split entity vanished. In the days that followed, everything in New Shidong remained as usual, although one could not guarantee that someone secretly sought Rosalind's demise. Her location, the headquarters of the Galactic Council, was relatively secure. Each day passed in tranquility, albeit with a hint of boredom, yet Rosalind appeared somewhat unwell. Chapter 55. A traitor within the Galactic Council. Another day dawned, the afternoon already upon them. Compared to 4 days prior, Rosalind's room was considerably livelier. Under the chairmanship's attentive care, 3 service robots had been dispatched to her quarters. They possessed a slender build, capable of taking over the duties of a maid. "Rosalind, you have been seated for most of the day. It is time for a break." For reasons unknown, Rosalind sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Her expression filled with distress. This state had persisted for 2 days. Rubbing her forehead, she wearily remarked, "I am fine. I must prepare my speech before the meeting." Leaning slightly forward, Li Meng picked up the data disk from the table and activated it. A flicker of blue light revealed a blank text page. Upon seeing this, Li Meng instantly grasped the situation. "Rosalind, you ought to relax. Improvisation is your forte. Your task is to gather information about this war, not to exhaust yourself pondering how to craft a perfect speech. Such formalities do not suit you." Rosalind's oratory skills were indisputable. In Li Meng's view, memorizing a speech would only hinder Rosalind's natural ability. She was overly concerned about the impending address, causing her to lose her composure. The blue light shimmered, projecting a vast holographic map of the Milky Way that spanned a considerable area. Rosalind raised her gaze, taking in the map that nearly covered half the hall. Rising to her feet, she recognized that Qiu was assisting her. "The Galactic Council headquarters has opened its external network terminal. This is foolish. I have infiltrated the information database of the Galactic Council's administrative department and obtained a wealth of information regarding the Outer Rim, the Mid-Rim, and the Independent Planet Alliance." Qiu hacked into the Galactic Council's administrative department's database. A flicker of incredulity crossed Rosalind's eyes. She could not fathom how Qiu managed to accomplish such a feat. To comprehend the significance of the Galactic Council's central processor, one must acknowledge that it stands as the largest terminal host within the galaxy. fortified by the most stringent firewall systems and the most sophisticated regional security AI. Even an internal terminal incursion would render any attempt to breach the central processor a mere folly, for it boasts the most formidable computational power in the galaxy, unmatched by any device. Yet, astonishingly, Qiuqiu managed to infiltrate the heavily protected information repository using only an external network terminal. This extraordinary capability suggests that this seemingly insignificant entity possesses computational prowess that far surpasses that of the Galactic Council's central processor. Is such a notion conceivable? Rosalind, what troubles you? Li Meng inquired, noticing the gleam in Rosalind's eyes as she gazed at him. Shaken from her reverie, Rosalind quickly shook her head. It's nothing. What information have you gathered? Li Meng continued. Since the Independent Planet Alliance issued its Declaration of Independence, it has employed military coercion across various habitable star systems in the Outer Rim to persuade local governments to join their ranks. Their operations are purposeful and swift. Within a year, the Galactic Federation has lost contact with 70% of the star regions in the Outer Rim, with a solid rearguard established. The Independent Planet Alliance has commenced its advance into the mid-rim territories, mobilizing large fleets from the north, east, and south directions of the Outer Rim toward the eastern mid-rim. To date, the Galactic Federation has received 318 distress signals, yet it has refrained from responding. The reason remains unknown, but it is likely due to internal machinations within the Galactic Federation government. On the star map, certain regions of the mid-rim began to glow red. Although these red zones were not concentrated in a single area, their ominous presence was spreading throughout the mid-rim. Li Meng added, in light of the Galactic Federation's inaction, 70 of the member nations that issued distress signals have surrendered to the Independent Planet Alliance. Rosalind, the flames of war have already ignited. Yet New Shidong remains in an illusion of tranquility, as if the insurrection sparked by the Independent Planet Alliance does not exist. Qiuqiu's words cast a pall over Rosalind's countenance. She had not anticipated the situation's severity. The Galactic Council had issued no word concerning the Independent Planet Alliance. She had assumed they were merely in a state of agitation for independence, not actively waging war. Clearly, hostilities had commenced, concealed by the Galactic Federation's internal factions. I must inform the council chairman of this news, Rosalind declared, rising to leave. However, she was halted by Li Meng, who grasped her sleeve with a mechanical clamp. Rosalind, Roberson is the council chairman. It is conceivable that many may be unaware of the details, but he is certainly not among them. At these words, Rosalind furrowed her brow, her expression contemplative as she returned to the sofa. After a moment, she lifted her gaze to Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu, are you suggesting that there is a traitor from the Independent Planet Alliance within the Galactic Council? Without the presence of a traitor, the information could not have been concealed. Li Meng asserted resolutely that not only was there a traitor, but some counselors among the conservative faction of the Galactic Council were likely colluding with the Independent Planet Alliance. Otherwise, the multitude of distress signals could not have been so perfectly suppressed. Rosalind then recalled a particular individual, Council President Robertson. Could it be that President Robertson was involved as well, a traitor? If this were true, it would be utterly terrifying. No, that cannot be. The president is not that kind of person. As the president of the Galactic Federation, the most powerful individual, he could not possibly be a traitor for the Independent Planet Alliance. Li Meng understood that Rosalind harbored suspicions about President Robertson. Any reasonable person would doubt. Even Li Meng himself would question. Rosalind, do you consider the president to be a conservative or a radical? Rosalind did not ponder long before responding. The former president was a conservative, dealing with matters rather gently. The current president should be a radical, as he supports the military expansion proposal. In that moment, Rosalind grasped the underlying implication. Li Meng was subtly reminding her of the rationale behind the president's actions. Rosalind contemplated. Li Meng, are you suggesting that the president is aware of this situation yet feigns ignorance, aiming to utilize it as a potent weapon against the conservatives? There are 318 distress signals, representing 318 member states. Once this information is revealed, the Galactic Council would undoubtedly unite against a common enemy, leaving even the conservatives with no grounds for opposition. However, one point eluded Rosalind's comprehension. Li Meng, if the conditions for the military expansion proposal have already been met, why does the president require me to take the first step? If what you say is true, my presence or absence makes no difference. What then? Is the purpose of my delivering a speech? The reasoning is quite simple, Li Meng replied. The president requires a figure of sufficient prestige to formally present the military expansion proposal. If I am not mistaken, once you conclude your speech, the president will step forward to announce the news, and from that moment, everything will unfold naturally in the direction he desires. As for why the distress signals were suppressed, any excuse will suffice. The counselors do not concern themselves with the process, only the outcome. Li Meng's astute analysis left Rosalind unable to find any flaws to refute. It was as if what Li Meng articulated was an undeniable truth, an eventuality waiting to unfold. Rosalind inquired, Li Meng, what should I do now? Do nothing. Simply fulfill your responsibilities, and go with the flow to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Based on the current intelligence analysis, the ultimate outcome would be the passage of the military expansion proposal. This was also the desired result for both Rosalind and President Robertson, since others were striving. Rosalind saw no need to engage in unnecessary actions. As for being used, ISNT that the nature of politics, mutual exploitation, this is entirely normal. And Li Meng believed Rosalind would understand. Do nothing? Rising to her feet, Rosalind approached the window. Gazing at the bustling cityscape outside, Rosalind wore a contemplative expression. Her journey to New Shidong was merely an exercise of her duties as a counselor, intended to deliver a final verdict on the long-debated military proposal. Little did she anticipate that her purpose would encroach upon the interests of certain individuals who sought to thwart her mission. She faced an assassination attempt, followed by the concealment of her distress signal, amidst the ongoing conflict between conservatives and radicals. All these elements complicated the situation, shrouding many matters in ambiguity and obscuring the truth. Time flew swiftly, and in the subsequent days, everything seemed to return to normal. After being counseled by Li Meng, Rosalind found herself regaining composure before the meeting, no longer forcing herself to sit in silence to draft her speech. She instead sought further information about the Independent Planetary Alliance from Li Meng. As the day of the meeting approached, yet another day dawned, a day that promised to be extraordinary. On this date, November 13th, 5413, in the Galactic Federation, the 17th Military Proposal Conference was scheduled to take place at the Galactic Parliament Building. Rosalind, are you prepared? The conference hall was an expansive arena, reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum. In the center lay a platform, suspended in midair, surrounded by 72 tiers of counselor seats, totaling 131,478. The galaxy boasted countless races, with millions of indigenous civilizations yet to enter the interstellar age. The counselors represented not only their own races, but also the spheres of influence associated with them, including regional trade alliances, military coalitions, and security partnerships. Although this was not Rosalind's first visit, a hint of nervousness still lingered within her. Clad in a resplendent yellow gown and adorned with a crown, she exuded regal elegance. The fitted attire accentuated her graceful silhouette. Taking a deep breath, Rosalind advanced with measured steps. Li Meng followed closely behind her. Upon reaching the floating platform, Rosalind lifted her right foot and ascended. Li Meng, right behind her, extended a mechanical claw to engage the platform's control terminal. Above them, another suspended platform bore the figure of Chairman Robeson. Esteemed counselors, he addressed them. Today we stand once more in pursuit of peace for the galaxy. Each of your opinions will profoundly influence the fate of countless citizens across the galaxy. Now, let us invite Counselor Rosalind to the stage to deliver her address. Meanwhile, Li Meng controlled the floating platform, elevating it gradually until it reached the same height as the chairman's. From this vantage point, a broader view of the assembly unfolded, revealing a myriad of counselors of diverse shapes and forms, some humanoid, others distinctly non-human, a veritable tapestry of life. All eyes were fixed upon Rosalind. In such a setting, anyone lacking psychological resilience would have been paralyzed by fear. Were it not for the presence of the robotic Li Meng, he might have struggled to articulate a single word. As for Rosalind, her expression remained remarkably composed. This alone attests to her prowess as a politician. Will the council members be absent? Just as the crowd's anticipation peaked and Rosalind prepared to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Li Meng, who cut off the microphone, rendering his voice inaudible to the council members. Li Meng would not have interrupted without reason. He must have discerned something amiss. Rosalind murmured, even if they are absent, representatives will be dispatched to attend the council. Her response piqued Li Meng's awareness. Rosalind, something feels off. There are thousands of empty seats in the chamber. Upon hearing Li Meng's observation, Rosalind surveyed her surroundings, only to realize the numerous vacant seats. Boom. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted. The floating platform where the council president, Robertson Alpha, stood suddenly detonated. Fiery flames shot upwards, instantly engulfing the astonished president. Jump! Li Meng shouted as the explosion erupted. Trusting Li Meng implicitly, Rosalind leaped from the floating platform without hesitation. Li Meng followed closely behind. Boom! Just as Li Meng launched himself off, the platform exploded. A powerful shockwave, mingled with flames, swept through the area, hurling Li Meng over 10 meters away. Chuchio! Below, Rosalind was plummeting. As the ground loomed closer, she gasped and closed her eyes. Above her, a golden figure flashed by. It was Meng catching up. With a sharp snap, two mechanical claws shot forth like whips, swiftly covering the distance of over 10 meters and wrapping around Rosalind. She halted just 3 meters above the ground, the constricting sensation at her waist assuring her safety. She opened her eyes and gazed upwards, only to see her pupils constrict. Chochio quickly dodged. In that instant, Meng pulled Rosalind towards the exit. As they departed, the burning debris from the floating platform crashed heavily to the ground. Boom. Above. A series of explosions erupted with increasing intensity. The surrounding seating area was engulfed in a frenzy of detonations. Amidst the cacophony of screams, many council members were consumed by flames. Debris fell like a meteor shower. From the outside, thick smoke billowed from the Galactic Council building. With walls shattering and mushroom clouds rising, chaos reigned in the Galactic Council building, and piercing alarms echoed throughout. Chapter 57. A turbulent situation. Chochio, what on earth has transpired? In the corridors of Area A, Rosalind hurriedly lifted her long gown. Although she was unaware of the unfolding events, it was prudent to vacate the Galactic Council Hall as swiftly as possible. Such a large-scale terror attack could not occur without an insider. What exactly is the Galactic Federation up to? Meng found himself utterly perplexed by the events that transpired today. The Galactic Council, the most vital and secure location of the Galactic Federation, had been subjected to a large-scale internal bombing attack. This incident starkly illustrated that the security system of the Galactic Council was nothing short of a farce. Counselor Rosalind, please return to your quarters at once. As she rounded a corner, a contingent of security soldiers hurried towards her. Upon recognizing Rosalind, the leading captain came to a halt, while the soldiers behind him continued onward. What has happened, Captain? Rosalind inquired. The captain saluted and replied, the council has been attacked. The speaker is deceased, and the temple has assumed control of the council, declaring martial law. A flicker of astonishment crossed Rosalind's eyes. The temple's response was remarkably swift. Mere minutes after the attack, they had taken over the council's authority. Counselor Rosalind, please return to your quarters immediately. It is perilous outside. Any updates will be announced by the temple, the captain reiterated, saluting once more before dashing past her. Watching the captain's retreating figure, Rosalind furrowed her brow. The events of the day were simply unfathomable. She had never imagined that the Galactic Council could be subjected to a terrorist attack, and even more astonishingly, that it could succeed. Without pausing, Rosalind hastily departed. It was not until she returned to her chamber that she shook off her bewilderment. Standing by the window, she listened to the blaring alarms echoing through the air, gazing at the cityscape outside. Chochio, what on earth is happening? In response to Rosalind's query, Meng could not provide an answer. Like Rosalind, he was equally in the dark regarding the situation. After all, he had only accompanied Rosalind to New Shidong a mere 7 days ago. His understanding of New Shidong was limited, and he knew nothing of the temple. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, the young Mengs gathered around a round table. The second split entity was forcibly brought into the fold. The first split entity remarked, what a sensational turn of events. The Galactic Council has indeed been attacked. The third split entity added, the counselors attending the meeting must have suffered significant casualties. Regardless of whether the Independent Planet Alliance is responsible, the blame will inevitably fall upon them. The main entity reflected, conflict is inevitable. I can only hope that the little girl remains unscathed. The first split entity calculated, considering the timeline, they will need at least another fortnight to reach New Shidong. The second split entity expressed skepticism. This terrorist attack seems far from straightforward. Was it truly the Independent Planet Alliance's doing? I have my doubts. The third split entity countered. There should be no other plausible suspects aside from the Independent Planet Alliance. No matter how reckless the conservatives may be, they would not stoop to such an act. Moreover, their actions would only serve to empower the radicals. The main entity speculated, it may not necessarily be the conservatives. Perhaps the radicals staged a feigned act of suffering. The first split entity retorted, the radicals have no need to act. Their military proposal would pass regardless. What purpose would that serve? I find this possibility unlikely. The second split entity concluded, with insufficient information, we can only observe the unfolding events. On the third entity of division, it is agreed. Those who merely observe will never find any matter too large to discuss. The main body, the session, is adjourned. New Shidong, Galactic Council Building. Time passes swiftly, and the daytime turmoil did not linger long. Before darkness descended, the thick smoke no longer billowed from the Galactic Council Building. In Rosalind's chamber, a piece of news brought the curtain down on the recent terrorist incident. It has been thoroughly investigated and determined that the malevolent Independent Planet Alliance was responsible, ruthlessly slaughtering 70,000 counselors to satiate their thirst for conquest, thereby plunging the peaceful Galactic Federation into chaos. Citizens of the Galactic Federation, We must eradicate this evil and restore tranquility to the galaxy. I am Wood Olek, Elder of the Temple Knights, and I proclaim the proposal to establish a military force has been approved. The Temple Knights will assume control of the Council, enforcing military governance, all in service of war. This is not vengeance, but the just retribution of righteousness against malevolence. Justice shall prevail over evil. Seated upon the sofa, Rosalind held a communication device. The device displayed a holographic figure clad in a gray robe, bald and stern of visage. This was not a private communication, but a message directed at all member states under the Galactic Federation's jurisdiction. Blue light flickered, and the hologram vanished, casually tossing the communication device onto the table. Rosalind smiled wryly. She had journeyed all the way to New Shidong, only to accomplish nothing. Chochio, I have no reason to remain in New Shidong any longer. Would you like to return with me? Though she anticipated the final answer, Rosalind still felt compelled to ask, hoping against hope that Chochio might agree. I'm sorry, Rosalind, but I still have matters to attend to in New Shidong. Naturally, Meng could not accompany Rosalind back. His initial intention in rescuing her was to draw closer to the temple. The rapid shift in circumstances had caught him off guard. It seemed that infiltrating the temple through Rosalind was no longer a feasible plan. Accepting this expected response, Rosalind merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Chochio did not belong to her. She should not have uttered such words. In just a day, the dynamics of the galaxy had transformed instantaneously. The Galactic Federation announced the establishment of a military force, with the Temple Knights taking control of the Galactic Federation government and implementing comprehensive military governance. In an instant, New Shidong had transitioned from a flourishing metropolis to a military stronghold. While the surface changes appeared minimal and commercial activities remained unaffected, the long-dormant fleet docks had been reactivated, and the sealed cruisers were once again unshackled. Days passed by in this manner. Another day dawned, with nature awakening anew. If the view outside the window had revealed a lush landscape, the air would have been invigoratingly fresh. Alas, what lay beyond was an endless expanse of metallic cityscape. Master Rosalind, there is a message from the Elder Council of the Temple. Early in the morning, a service robot entered, rousing the slumbering Rosalind from her sleep. Dressed in a white nightgown, Rosalind lay upon her bed, her long, coffee-colored hair nearly obscuring her face. Stirring awake, she sat up in bed. A fleeting moment of confusion passed through Rosalind's eyes as she brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead. She leaned over to the bedside, receiving the communication device from the robotic assistant, and activated the message. A flicker of blue light illuminated the room, revealing a holographic image of a person. Counselor Rosalind, I am delighted to know you are safe. Regarding your request to return to Edith Star, the Elders' Council has granted approval. We shall dispatch Temple Knights to escort you back to Edith Star. This was not an instant communication, but rather a pre-recorded message. Chapter 58. Coincidence. Setting down the communication device, Rosalind reclined back onto the bed. Her right hand instinctively reached out to her side, but encountered nothing. Sitting up, she glanced beside her. The little orb had left early this morning. The little orb? Her gaze fell upon the service robot, still lingering at the bedside, and a smile graced her lips. She had never witnessed a robot referring to another as its master. However, given the orb's capabilities, controlling these service robots would have been a trivial task. It would not have left without notice unless it had pressing matters to attend to. Rosalind felt no apprehension that the orb would not return. Rising to retrieve a garment from the wardrobe, she selected a flowing purple dress. Time was of the essence, as sunlight had already begun to filter through the window into the room. Standing by the window, she stretched lazily, taking in the cityscape outside. A faint smile curved her lips. Although her journey to New Shidong seemed unproductive, meeting the orb made it worthwhile. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to forging a friendship. After several months of companionship, she had grown accustomed to the orb's presence. Are there any appointments today? Rosalind inquired as she entered the living room, donned in her elegant purple dress. Although she was aware that no appointments would likely be scheduled at this hour, her instinct as a counselor compelled her to ask. The service robot trailing behind her replied, Yes, Master, there is an appointment from Master Tulls of the Temple and his young apprentice, Wangwaner. Master Tulls? Rosalind recalled the previous message. He was likely among the Temple Knights dispatched to escort her back to Edith Star. If they were Temple Knights, all she needed to do was wait. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside, Orb, Meng rounded a corner when a voice of surprise rang out behind him. Little girl? The familiar voice startled him. He had not anticipated encountering the little girl here. Turning around, he confirmed his assumption. Indeed, it was the little girl. In the corridor, Meng spotted her alongside Tulls, both clad in gray robes, their expressions reflecting astonishment at his presence. Observing the pair, Meng felt a twinge of frustration. Calculating the time, It seemed Tulls and the little girl were nearing New Shidong. He had intended to seek out the little girl in a more natural manner, but had not expected to encounter them here prematurely. Steeling himself, he approached and greeted, "Little girl, I was just about to look for you. However, I have some matters to attend to. Perhaps tomorrow? I shall come to find you then." The little girl smiled sweetly and nodded, exclaiming, "All right." With that, she took a few quick steps forward and wrapped her arms around Li Meng. "Qiu, which direction are you heading? We are on the same path. Also, the teacher mentioned that you could stay by my side. Has Tulls agreed?" Li Meng turned to the approaching Tulls. Sensing Li Meng's gaze upon him, he smiled and said, "I feel reassured with you accompanying Wang Wanner. Let us proceed." In the corridor, the original duo transformed into a trio, more accurately, one robot and two humans. "Qiu, when we departed from Kolomi Star, were you still there? How did you arrive at New Shidong before us?" Wang Wanner, cradling Li Meng, looked down at Qiu with curiosity. The apprentice's inquiry was also something that Tulls found intriguing. "You traveled the main route while I took a direct line. Naturally, I arrived faster. I reached here a month ago. You took a new route?" Tulls could only shake his head in disbelief. Logically, a straight path would necessitate frequent jumps out of hyperspace to navigate obstacles, which would not only fail to save time, but actually consume more. Yet, with Qiu, Tulls had no reason to doubt. Qiu's early arrival at New Shidong already attested to that fact. "I see. Qiu, you are truly impressive. My father said that those who seek new routes deserve admiration because it is perilous and many lives are lost. There is only a 1 in 1,000 chance of finding a safe passage." The little girl gazed at Qiu in awe. "That is only natural. I am quite remarkable. Qiu, humility is a virtue, as my father taught me. I am already remarkable. Why should I be humble? You know I do not lie." "That seems to be the case." Tulls chuckled softly as he listened to the somewhat naive exchange between Wang Wanner and Qiu. This, perhaps, was Qiu's exceptional ability to converse in a manner befitting the company, evoking no sense of dissonance. "Are we about to part ways?" At a fork in the path, Wang Wanner came to a halt. Li Meng detached himself from her embrace. "I will go this way. What about you?" Li Meng extended his mechanical claw and pointed to the right. Wang Wanner, beaming, replied, "We shall go this way too. Qiu, let us join together." Thus, the three continued onward in unison. "Qiu, do you know anyone here? This is the headquarters of the Galactic Council. Not just anyone can enter." Tulls found it perplexing that Qiu was present, recalling that Qiu had been wanted by the Tang Confederation Empire. Had the Tang Confederation not submitted a warrant to the Galactic Federation? Otherwise, a wanted Qiu would not be able to gain entry here. "Yes. She is a stunning beauty. I rescued her on my way to New Shidong. She was being pursued by hunters at that time." "A stunning beauty?" The little girl slightly pouted, thinking of someone. "A stunning beauty? Qiu, could it be Counselor Rosalind?" As they approached the door, it loomed closer, almost within reach. The door stood as the destination for her and the teacher. Before the entrance, Li Meng paused. Were they here to seek Rosalind? A sense of surprise flickered within him. What a remarkable coincidence this was. Noticing that Qiu halted at the threshold, he had no doubt they were in pursuit of the same individual. Wang Wanner smiled slightly and said, "What a coincidence indeed. My teacher and I are also here to find her. The sanctuary has commissioned us to escort her back to Edith Star." Such serendipity was almost uncanny. Earlier that day, he had ventured near the sanctuary, seeking any external structural vulnerabilities in hopes of infiltrating it. The outcome was clear. He had failed. The sanctuary's security system was far superior to that of the Galactic Council, which at least did not leave external network ports ajar. To breach the sanctuary's security, one would need to infiltrate and discover the entry points to its system. Click. The electronic door swung open. Inside stood a service robot, summoned by Li Meng to grant entry. "Master Qiu, welcome home." The phrase Master Qiu was an oddity. A robot addressing another as its master was a sight TURs had never before encountered. Chapter 59. Untraceable Spiritual Energy. "Qiu, where have you been?" Rosalind emerged from the living room. Upon noticing that Qiu had not returned alone, but was accompanied by two figures clad in gray robes, one large and one small, Li Meng rushed towards her. "I went to the ship for a brief inspection, Rosalind. It seems I must accompany you back to Edith Star." At his words, a flicker of surprise crossed Rosalind's eyes. Why had Qiu suddenly made this decision? "My purpose for traveling to New Shidong was to find Wang Wanner. I promised her I would remain by her side until my master called me back." Wang Wanner. Rosalind glanced at the small figure in gray robes, recognizing them as TURs and Wang Wanner, dispatched by the sanctuary. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes as she smiled gently at TURs and Wang Wanner. "I am Counselor Rosalind. I have received communication from the sanctuary, so I appreciate your assistance." TURs performed a gesture of respect, saying, "Counselor Rosalind, when shall we depart?" Rosalind replied with a smile, "There is nothing to prepare. Let us leave at once." Shortly thereafter, a private starship of the Iron Cavalry set forth from the Galactic Council's landing area. It soared above the city, then ascended into the heavens. In the data realm, within the virtual space, the little Li Mengs gathered around the round table. Entity 3. In the end, we have still found no information regarding Master Talos. Entity 2. Time has been too pressing. Many events have transpired in New Shidong, hindering my actions. Entity 1. We cannot directly inquire with TURs or the little girl about Master Talos. If one day Master Talos were to suddenly vanish, suspicion could easily fall upon us. The entity. There is no need to rush. Let us keep the Colomi at bay for now. A war is erupting in the galaxy, and the Knights of the Temple will surely be in frequent motion. This presents us with an opportunity. If we can capture a knight, we can inquire about the whereabouts of Tarus. It would be even better if he is currently on a mission outside. Individual 2. Number 3. You are to proceed to Tarek Star immediately and utilize Offers channels to gather intelligence on the Knights of the Temple. Individual 1. Capturing a knight is no simple task, and I wonder if this course of action may be too extreme. Offending the Order of Knights is not a prudent decision. If we are discovered, we may invite disaster upon ourselves. Individual 3. It matters not. Once we extract the desired information, we can dispose of them cleanly, leaving no trace behind. Individual 2. If it can be avoided, it is better not to kill. If we are exposed, how shall we confront the young girl? Individual 3. That is indeed a dilemma. Let us take it one step at a time. Unless absolutely necessary, as long as no lives are lost, there remains room for resolution. The entity. Let us proceed in this manner. We will first address the tasks at hand. Meeting adjourned. Within the Azure Aurora Tunnel, a silver-gray spacecraft is soaring at thousands of times the speed of light. In the cockpit, Wang Wanner occupies the co-pilot seat, cradling Li Meng in her arms. Chiao, have you ever been to Edith Star? No, little girl, have you? The little girl shook her head and replied, I have not been there. I have heard my father speak of it. Although Edith Star is an oceanic planet, its surface is not entirely covered by water. There are numerous islands. Because of the multitude of islands, it is also known as the Thousand Island Star. It is a beautiful place, a popular tourist destination. In Li Meng's memory, oceanic planets are always enchanting. If one were to add 1,000 or even myriad islands, what a picturesque scene that would create. After hearing the little girl speak, Li Meng grew increasingly eager for their upcoming journey to Edith Star. Chiao, the teacher mentioned that we will stay on Edith Star for a while until the temple assigns us a new task. Until then, I will continue my studies under the teacher's guidance and DUIs. Isn't that wonderful? Edith Star is a truly beautiful planet, and training there will yield exceptional results. Rest assured, I will assist you and ensure you become an outstanding knight of the temple. The little girl smiled gently and nodded, saying, Yes, with you around. There is nothing to fear. By the way, little girl, can you now move objects with your psychic energy? Psychic energy is somewhat akin to the telekinesis seen on Earth. Li Meng has always been fascinated by this ability. With the little girl as his test subject, he finally has the opportunity to explore it. I can move a bit, but only very light and small objects. Very light and small? Li Meng floated away from the little girl's embrace and landed on the control panel. Little girl, try using your psychic energy to move me. Let us see. Move Chiao with psychic energy? Although unsure of why Li Meng wanted to do this, Wang Wanner did not ponder further. She extended her right hand and closed her eyes. Seeing her close her eyes, Li Meng activated all of his sensors and adjusted them to the most sensitive setting. Observing the young girl, Li Meng patiently awaited, his heart filled with anticipation. After a considerable time, he inquired, What is it, little one? Noticing her lack of response, he wondered if the process had already commenced. Yet, his sensory devices detected no anomalies. After a while, the girl opened her eyes and shook her head. No, Chiao, you are too heavy. At this, Li Meng felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed the girl had indeed begun, but had not succeeded. In the realm of data, Li Meng fervently analyzed the information relayed by the sensors. If spiritual energy were a form of energy, it would undoubtedly be captured by the sensors. However, the reality proved to be immensely disheartening for him. The database contained no records pertaining to spiritual energy. If it were not energy, then what could it be? Was there a third element in the universe beyond energy and matter? Or perhaps the fabled spiritual power? Yet, the concept of spiritual power was too nebulous to be elucidated through spiritual energy. If nothing could be detected, what purpose was served by remaining beside the young girl? Nevertheless, Li Meng did not relent. He had devised another plan. He must upgrade and replace the sensory devices with more advanced apparatus. He harbored a premonition that if he could delve into the essence of spiritual energy, it would yield unimaginable benefits. Chiao, shall we attempt once more? Qiuqiu appeared quite intrigued by spiritual energy. Wang Wanner felt a surge of joy at the prospect of assisting Qiuqiu. No need. Try moving me only when you have grown sufficiently powerful. At present, the young girl was merely an untrained apprentice, possessing no understanding of spiritual energy and relying solely on her own explorations. The manipulation of objects, for instance, was a skill innate to the temple knights from the moment of their birth. Chapter 60. The Empire of Rising Sun. Qiuqiu, you are quite fascinated by spiritual energy? At that moment, Turs and Rosalind entered the cockpit. They seemed to have overheard the conversation between the two in the main chamber. Turs took his seat in the pilot's chair, while Rosalind settled into a seat behind him. Indeed, I am profoundly interested in spiritual energy. It is neither material nor energy. Transcending these two categories, I am unable to perceive its existence, nor can I elucidate it through scientific means, Meng candidly admitted. Turs recognized him as a robot driven by insatiable curiosity, possessing an instinctual desire to uncover the unknown. Turs then manipulated the controls before him. Outside, the spacecraft abruptly exited hyperspace. The blue Aurora tunnel vanished, revealing only a solitary azure planet amidst the vast darkness of the cosmos. It was breathtakingly beautiful, utterly captivating. Bathed in sunlight, the planet's atmosphere appeared enveloped in a luminous glow, rendering it akin to a magnificent sapphire, strikingly exquisite. Within our order of the Temple Knights, there exist two distinct interpretations of psychic energy. One perspective regards it as a manifestation of mental prowess, emanating from the strength of the soul and the will. Where the mind directs, psychic energy shall follow. Some masters possess the extraordinary ability to extend their energy across light years to rescue those they sense in peril. The other viewpoint delves into the origins of cosmic life, suggesting that psychic energy is derived from life itself, serving as the sustenance that nurtures existence, a force of life that eludes scientific explanation. Though invisible, it permeates every corner of the universe, intertwining the essence of life, thereby rendering it a conduit for the transmission of psychic energy. At this juncture, Tulls chuckled softly and remarked, "What psychic energy truly is remains an elusive question, unlikely to yield a definitive answer. However, Qiuqiu, should you earnestly seek to uncover the essence of psychic energy, I recommend you explore the sacred site of the Temple Knights, the Sun-Moon Star. It is a nexus where the dark and light aspects of psychic energy converge, concealing all its mysteries. As for its whereabouts, I cannot say. That place has been lost to time, leaving only unverified rumors. It is said that the Sun-Moon Star exists in an alternate realm, surfacing briefly in our universe only under certain conditions. Compared to the fleeting existence of humanity, you possess ample time to seek out this location. Humanity has discovered three-dimensional spaces over the course of 20 millennia. The first is a subspace utilized for communication, while the second, a hyperspace, facilitates faster-than-light travel. However, these two do not accurately qualify as dimensional spaces. They are merely subspaces tethered to the physical universe. The final realm, the alternate space, is the true dimensional space, akin to our physical universe, populated by celestial bodies reminiscent of planets and asteroids. Yet, this universe is starkly desolate, devoid of stars, and filled with endless barrenness. It is said that many races within the Galactic Federation have migrated from this alternate space. However, traversing to this realm is exceedingly arduous, necessitating a journey through a black hole, which ordinary spacecraft cannot withstand due to the immense gravitational tides. Only specially designed vessels possess the potential to successfully navigate a black hole into the alternate space. Discovering a place unknown to all is no trivial endeavor. How exquisite. Counselor Rosalind, your homeland is truly beautiful, remarked the young girl, her face alight with excitement as she gazed upon the enchanting Edith star. She had never beheld such a stunning planet, which appeared as a sapphire floating in the void of darkness. Merely observing it brought a sense of serenity and delight. In response to the girl's admiration, Rosalind merely smiled. Her homeland, Edith Star, is renowned throughout the galaxy as a premier tourist destination. While one might hesitate to claim it as the most beautiful planet, none surpasses Edith Star in terms of tourism development. Qiuqiu, I recall that you possess your own spacecraft. Is it still stationed at the Galactic Council's docking bay? Rosalind pondered, remembering Qiuqiu's vessel. If it remained at the docking bay for too long, it would surely attract the attention of the traffic authorities. Well then, it should be outside. Just then, in the expanse of the starry sky to the left of the spacecraft, a sudden blue streak of light erupted from the void. A platinum-hued spaceship emerged in the cosmos beside the iron cavalry vessel. Qiuqiu, is that your ship? Wang Wanner gazed out the window, captivated by the square-shaped ship resembling an iron ingot. Teacher, have we seen that ship before? A furrow of contemplation crossed Wang Wanner's face. It seemed familiar yet elusive. If she had indeed seen it, why couldn't she recall where? In contrast to Wang Wanner's fish-like memory, Turs recognized it instantly as the vessel he had encountered on Colomi's star. Noticing the young apprentice's perplexity, Turs smiled gently and reminded her, "You haven't seen it. But you have seen a ship identical to the one outside, only larger." At his suggestion, Wang Wanner's eyes sparkled with realization. She recalled the immense ship she had seen on Colomi's star. Looking down at the plump Chiu in her arms, she inquired, "Chiu, is that enormous ship on Colomi's star yours as well? Is it identical, just a larger version of the Pioneer?" The girl's question sparked a thought in Li Meng's mind, reminiscent of the Sun Chaser class carrier. "Indeed, it is mine," he replied, deciding to acknowledge it openly, as there was nothing to conceal. Outside, amidst the dark expanse of the universe, the two ships glided into the planet's orbit, soon illuminating the skies of Edith's star with twin trails of fiery brilliance, cascading to the Earth like radiant meteors. In the inner ring star domain, within the 0147 star district, lay the Empire of Rising Sun, its capital star being Tokyo. Much like the sun ascending the horizon, the Yamato people, after 2 millennia of tumult, ultimately soared to prominence as one of the oldest human powers. Although the Empire's territorial influence in the inner ring star domain is lesser than that of the Tang Confederation, it ranks among the top 4 in terms of national strength across all human factions, with thousands of habitable planets and a staggering population of 30 trillion. The Empire epitomizes human supremacy, with its stellar systems exclusively inhabited by humans, specifically the Yamato race. Despite a tumultuous political landscape due to erratic diplomacy, the Empire possesses a cohesion among its citizens that few other nations can aspire to match. Much like in the Earth era, the imperial lineage remains unbroken in the interstellar age. Tokyo Star is a habitable planet akin to Earth, boasting diverse terrains, oceans, rivers, mountains, and deserts. It is devoid of towering skyscrapers or metallic structures that blanket the planet's surface. Instead, quaint, retro villages flourish, seamlessly blending primitive lifestyles with advanced technology. The architecture comprises wooden houses, exuding a vintage charm while incorporating modern conveniences. Agriculture is mechanized, with occasional sightings of agricultural robots tending to the fields. This distinctive appearance is attributed to a widely held retro governance decree among human factions, which posits that excessive urbanization is a misguided developmental trajectory. The automation of transition has precipitated a myriad of issues within human society, significantly diminishing the overall happiness of humanity, which in turn impacts population growth. Consequently, apart from trade alliances, all human factions have enacted retrogressive edicts. On planets untouched by industrialization, the construction of skyscrapers and metallic edifices has been strictly prohibited, as has the implementation of full automation. In the seas of the Western Hemisphere lies an island known as Palace Island. Dominating the landscape is a mountain named Fuji. The entirety of the island resembles a grand palace, constructed around the base of Fuji. Lush greenery envelopes the island, with artificial pathways and low wooden structures scattered throughout. At the foot of Fuji, a dense cluster of grand palaces stands proud. Within the largest of these edifices, a clandestine meeting is underway. In the reception hall, over a dozen individuals are seated on the ground flanking the main thoroughfare. At the head sits a middle-aged man adorned in a golden dragon robe, his head crowned with a ceremonial cap. "Your Excellency, the esteemed Emperor, I present to you a modest token of our meeting." Along the main path, a man from the park people, clad in a gray robe, is dramatically prostrating himself. He speaks while a language translation robot stands by to interpret. From his robes, he produces a box, cradling it with both hands. Observing this, the Emperor gestures subtly to a warrior clad in demonic armor at his side. The armored figure steps forward and accepts the box from the park man's grasp. Returning to the Emperor, he kneels, presenting the box with reverence, and opens it. As the lid lifts, a transparent, multi-hued crystal emerges, captivating the Emperor's gaze. "What is this?" His voice, deep and resonant, conveys authority without anger. The parkman, swiftly translated by the robot, responds, "It is an eclipse crystal. Although it is not a mother crystal, its value is surely known to your Excellency. I am aware of the location of an eclipse crystal mine." At this revelation, the countenances of all present shift with intrigue. An eclipse crystal mine? Such a resource is among the rarest and most precious known in the universe. If the crystal within the box truly is an eclipse crystal, its worth is incalculable. The Emperor, maintaining his composure, replaces the eclipse crystal back into the box. "Since you are aware of the mine's location, why disclose this information to me?" "Because the site is rather unique," the parkman elaborates. It lies within the August Nebula, where a small secure passage opens only once every decade. And for a fleeting moment, leaving us with insufficient time for extraction. To be candid, Your Excellency, within the August Nebula resides a stellar system with a colossal blue giant. Alongside a planet rich in resources primarily composed of tin. This planet is immense, thousands of times the size of Tokyo, and due to its overwhelming gravity, access requires specially designed vessels. Our financial capabilities are limited, preventing large-scale extraction, hence our need for a partner in this endeavor. A partner? The Emperor's eyes narrow. Discerning the ulterior motives of this unsightly extraterrestrial, he inquires, maintaining an impassive demeanor, "What form of partnership do you propose?" Upon hearing this, the Parker immediately responded, "The profits shall be divided 70-30, with the great Emperor receiving 70 and we three receiving 30. As long as His Majesty consents, we, the Parker, are willing to pledge our allegiance to the Ascendant Empire." The Emperor inquired further, "Why not approach the Independent Planet Alliance? They have been making quite a stir in the outer ring for years. Why seek distant shores?" The inner ring was indeed far removed from the outer ring. Although the solar eclipse crystal mine was a treasure, the Emperor had to take into account the existence of the Independent Planet Alliance. To incur their ire over such a matter could prove detrimental. The Parker, kneeling on the ground, waved his hands, speaking rapidly. "Your Majesty may not be aware, but the Independent Planet Alliance is excessively domineering, employing oppressive governance over non-human races. If they were to learn of the solar eclipse crystal mine, they would not merely refuse collaboration. They would drive us away, leaving us with nothing but the barest scraps." The Emperor did not respond immediately to the kneeling Parker. He lifted his gaze, scanning the faces of his ministers, observing their reactions. Unsurprisingly, all were intrigued by this proposed collaboration. The Emperor raised his hand slightly. "I must confer with my ministers regarding this matter. You may retire for now. I shall provide you with a response within 3 days." Yes. I hope Your Majesty will not keep me waiting long." The Parker stood and, bowing, hastily exited. Observing the Parker's unsteady and awkward retreat, the ministers exchanged knowing smirks. "What are your thoughts on this matter, esteemed ministers?" At this, a middle-aged man seated on the left cushion spoke first. "Your Majesty, there is no need for deliberation. The solar eclipse crystal mine is a divine blessing, one we cannot afford to overlook." As the Minister of Finance, she was naturally keenly interested in the solar eclipse crystal mine, for it represented vast wealth, an effective means to alleviate the Empire's financial burdens. Moreover, the solar eclipse crystal could propel technological advancements in major scientific institutions. Indeed, we have no reason to relinquish this opportunity. Since the Parker are our prospective partners, let us grant them a mere fraction of the spoils," remarked He Cheng Shanghai with a cold smile, insidiously adding, "Currently, it is a partnership. However, the terms of cooperation and the distribution of profits are not solely for the Parker to dictate." At He Cheng Shanghai's words, the ministers wore knowing smiles. "The distance is considerable. This expedition will likely require a large-scale mobilization of the fleet. Otherwise, even if we locate the solar eclipse crystal mine, we may easily attract the attention of various powers in the outer ring, which is notoriously tumultuous," spoke Portian de Shang, one of the cabinet ministers. Upon hearing this, the warrior known as the demon-faced samurai, stationed to the Emperor's right, immediately knelt partially and declared with conviction, "Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the fleet to the outer ring, to assert the might of the Ascendant Empire and intimidate the powers therein." General Shojing, the supreme commander of the Ascendant Empire's interstellar fleet, cast a faint glance at the kneeling general, refraining from immediate response. He pondered aloud, "Is the timing right?" The ministers exchanged glances, contemplating the Emperor's words. They are acutely aware of the significance behind the Emperor's forewords. The impending war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance is about to commence. Dispatching a massive fleet to the Outer Rim territories could very well provoke the ire of the Independent Planet Alliance. Ultimately, the turmoil within the Independent Planet Alliance is, at its core, a civil war among humanity. Although the Galactic Federation lacks a fleet, the military strength of its member states is undeniably robust. Any of the top 5 human powers could easily obliterate the Independent Planet Alliance. However, the member states of humanity have resolved to abstain from participating in this conflict. Chapter 62. The desolate city of Dui's Coden Taisei mused. This matter indeed requires meticulous planning. It is rare for anyone to dare to upend the table and confront the Temple Knights. While we maintain neutrality, our subjective stance leans towards supporting the Independent Planet Alliance. The galaxy, under the rule of the Temple Knights, has lost its vitality, resembling a stagnant pool of water. Many have come to realize that, if this continues, A catastrophic problem that could undermine human dominance is inevitable. At the very least, we must not hinder the Independent Planet Alliance at this moment. We need to find an excuse to engage in dialogue with them. Since the establishment of the Galactic Federation, the Temple Knights have ruled the galaxy under the banner of justice for over 3,000 years. Now, with the standard of rebellion raised, this may not be an unfavorable development for the member states of humanity. Although the galaxy has enjoyed relative peace for 3 millennia, human supremacy has been gradually eroding. Numerous alien races are rising, encroaching upon the space where humanity resides. Due to the policies of the Galactic Federation, the member states of humanity can no longer expand outward. This has led to severe internal strife within their social structures. Both material and spiritual needs remain unfulfilled. This issue has also arisen within the society of the Rising Sun Empire. The Yamato people, being inherently martial, yearn for new territories and new worlds. The edicts of the Galactic Federation act as iron chains binding the Rising Sun Empire, making it increasingly difficult for them to advance. All the ministers present understood one undeniable truth. It was time to break free from these shackles. Heisei Yoshinari knelt down and declared, "Your Majesty, I am willing to venture to the Outer Rim territories to negotiate with the Independent Planet Alliance and will strive to achieve the best possible outcome." The Emperor, gazing down at the kneeling cabinet minister, maintained a stoic expression. After a prolonged silence, he finally acquiesced. "This matter shall be entrusted to you, my loyal minister. Remember, the Rising Sun Empire stands behind you." Yoshinari's face lit up with joy as he prostrated himself on the ground. "I shall not disappoint your Majesty." He then returned to his original position, still kneeling. At this moment, the Emperor turned his gaze to the figure of Shozei, who had remained half kneeling. "General Shozeng, you stand as the esteemed commander of the Shenyang Empire. This mission was not originally intended for you. However, after millennia of silence, it is time for the lesser races of the Outer Ring Star domain to recognize the grandeur of our empire. This operation will be broadcast nationwide, reminding our citizens that the empire remains formidable, brimming with power, and destined for victory." Kneeling upon the ground, Shozeng placed his katana meticulously before him, bowing his head until it rested upon the blade. With a resonant voice, he declared, "Hail." Meanwhile, in the distant Inner Ring Star domain, Meng remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within the Shenyang Empire. Engulfed in his work, he was busily managing countless avatars. In the Eastern Outer Ring Star domain, within the 0391 sector, lay Taluk Star. The starry expanse was devoid of sound, cold, dark, and eerily silent. Behind the satellite of Taluk Star, a brilliant blue light erupted from the void. A colossal platinum-hued vessel emerged from hyperspace, its trajectory nearly colliding with the satellite's orbit. Mere milliseconds later, the ship would have crashed into the moon of Taluk Star. The Dawnbringer-class spacecraft swiftly decelerated and descended onto the satellite's surface, devoid of the thunderous roar of engines. Only the swirling dust danced in its wake. Shortly thereafter, a small platinum figure burst forth from the ship, hurtling towards Taluk Star with astonishing speed. Akin to a rocket soaring into the heavens, streaking across the cosmos like a fiery meteor. This was Unit 3, equipped with a powerful propulsion system. The flames emitted from its 3-coil engines propelled the division with extraordinary force. As Unit 3 entered the atmosphere of Taluk Star, a small fireball illuminated the sky. Its appearance sudden yet fleeting. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the diminutive entity raced towards the ground, leaving a long white tail in its wake, whizzing past a Starship-class passenger vessel. Half an hour later, in DUI City, an air of desolation prevailed. Gliding 15 meters above the familiar streets, Meng advanced slowly. Since departing from Taluk, more than 2 years had slipped by unnoticed. Although DUI City appeared unchanged, the atmosphere had transformed. No longer filled with the vibrant chatter of its citizens, the streets and alleys lay empty, save for the occasional hurried silhouette. Gazing upwards, Meng noticed a Freedom-class corvette hovering in the sky above DUI City, its massive shadow casting a pall over a significant portion of the urban landscape. Occasionally, a few yellow-painted fighter jets streaked across the sky, their engines emitting a discordant roar. These aircraft possessed a peculiar design, resembling the head of a rodent, with their wings resembling door panels, measuring approximately 14 meters in length and 7 meters in width. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps abruptly echoed from a narrow alley beside the street. A battalion of scurrier soldiers clad in yellow armor marched forth in 2 neat columns. Approximately 3 squads, totaling 36 individuals, advanced with purpose. "Step aside, robot," they commanded in a piercing, high-pitched tone as they blocked Meng's path. Meng quickly sidestepped to allow them passage. Fortunately, they showed little interest in a mere small robot, sparing him from trouble. Watching the retreating figures of the scurrier soldiers, Li Meng pondered the reasons behind the desolation of the street. It became evident that Dui City had fallen under the military occupation of the Independent Planetary Alliance. He couldn't help but wonder about the whereabouts of the alluring Audrey. Although he wasn't particularly drawn to women, Audrey's allure was undeniable. With thoughts of her in mind, Li Meng hastened his pace towards the direction of the barracks. After navigating through several twists and turns for about 10 minutes, the entrance to the barracks came into view. It was eerily quiet. Much like the desolate streets outside, the barracks no longer exuded the bustling atmosphere he remembered. The usual cacophony was absent. Only a handful of individuals occupied the spacious hall, each engrossed in their own activities, gambling quietly, playing games in silence, or sipping drinks without a sound. Chapter 63. My father is a nonpareil. Something felt amiss. As he slowly traversed the corridor, Li Meng observed the hall. The security robots had vanished, replaced by guards clad in brown leather armor, who were huddled together, engaged in laughter. Behind the bar stood not a service robot, but a man, a human wearing a leather jacket, adorned with a yellow bandana tied around his forehead. He lounged against the bar, drinking and smoking. Who are you? Where has the owner, Audrey, gone? Li Meng inquired as he approached the bar. The man lifted his head slightly and glanced at Li Meng. Upon realizing he was addressing a robot, he smirked and waved dismissively. Get out, we don't serve robots here. Li Meng remained unmoved, responding coldly. Perhaps I should eliminate you. The man's expression momentarily shifted to surprise before he erupted into laughter, clutching his stomach. His boisterous laughter drew the attention of the guards, some of whom approached. The man behind the bar sneered mockingly. Hey, little fella, what can you possibly do? Without engaging in further banter, Li Meng pressed on. Where is the owner of the barracks, Audrey? The man shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? She might be dead, or perhaps alive, enslaved and kept captive. In any case, I am the master here now. Do you see this grand visage? I, the great Caesar, am the master of this place. Caesar leaned over the bar, patting his own face, the mockery never leaving his expression. Humanity is truly insufferable. Observing the nauseating expression on Caesar's face, Li Meng couldn't help but scoff inwardly. It seemed that only humans could exhibit such a pathological, maniacal demeanor. Hey, what are you all standing there for? I'm not keeping you to indulge in leisure. Throw it out. Caesar scolded as he noticed the guards merely spectating. The guards, startled by Caesar's reprimand, hastily approached. Li Meng could no longer tolerate the situation. When words failed, force became the only recourse. With a sharp sound, the air tore apart, producing a violent reverberation. A flash of golden light erupted. A bolt of lightning shooting from Li Meng's rotund form, traversing over 10 meters to strike one of the guards. In that instant, the guard was reduced to ashes, even his leather armor igniting and collapsing to the ground. In a moment, the hall was alive with dancing golden lightning, crackling with energy. The bolts surged from Li Meng, sweeping towards the guards. Everything transpired with bewildering swiftness. The guards, caught unawares, were obliterated by the successive strikes of lightning, disappearing into nothingness. From start to finish, the entire episode lasted no more than 6 seconds. Li Meng's rounded body rotated slightly as he fixed his gaze on Caesar, who stood behind the bar, utterly dumbfounded. Can we speak now? The bounty hunters in the hall also wore expressions of astonishment, unable to fathom the formidable prowess of such a seemingly insignificant robot. Please, don't kill me. My father is non-Chispink. Caesar exclaimed, terror etched across his face as he stepped back, fearing the terrifying golden lightning would reappear and turn him to ash. Where's Audrey? Li Meng inquired once more. I sent her to my father. Non-Chispink. The name rang a bell for Li Meng. Upon reflection, he recalled the wealth of information he had unearthed while infiltrating the central processor of the Galactic Council. Non-Chispink was a Galactic Federation SSS class wanted criminal with a bounty of 1 million credit points. He had once been the pilot of a Nebula-class passenger ship, but due to personal vendettas, he had exterminated everyone aboard. After being pursued by the Galactic Federation, he fled to the Outer Rim, transforming into a pirate and amassing a fortune. Ultimately, he managed to clear his name and establish his own gang, the Covenant. Though he was human, he proclaimed himself a member of the Covenant, aligning closely with the spice trade and the Hela and Parker peoples. He was one of the 3 most formidable forces in the Outer Rim. The 3 factions were the Hela, the Parker, and the Covenant. One was a crime lord with millennia of development and a solid foundation, nearly unshakable. Another was the Parker, a major spice cultivator, notorious for their wealth derived from spice sales. The last consisted of enforcers and middlemen, aggressively selling goods sourced from the Parkers. Turning away, Li Meng soared outward. As he departed, Caesar behind the bar exhaled in relief, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. A robot has brought him such humiliation. He shall reclaim his honor. And that wretched woman, Audrey, must be made to understand the consequences of offending the covenant. Suddenly, a spine-chilling, ear-piercing shriek echoed once more, sending shivers down spines. A flash of golden radiance illuminated the hall. The golden lightning manifested again, traversing over 10 meters in an instant, striking Caesar, who had just exhaled in relief while clutching his chest. Caesar was instantly reduced to ashes, with only his smoldering garments falling to the ground. After accomplishing this, amidst the awe-stricken gazes of the bounty hunters in the hall, Meng departed the military station without a backward glance. Outside the main entrance of the station, Meng paused. The 3 engine nozzle hatches on the surface of the orb facing the ground swiftly opened. A powerful roar of the engines erupted. The coil engines expelled orange flames. With tremendous propulsion, Meng shot upwards like a rocket piercing the sky, disregarding the hovering freestyle-class frigate above, heading straight into the cosmos. Perhaps due to the minuscule size of the split entity or the belief that the insignificant Meng posed no threat, the freestyle-class frigate of the Independent Planetary Alliance remained unresponsive. In the data realm, within the imaginary space, all the little Mengs gathered around the round table. Split entity number 2. It seems we do not share a profound connection with Audrey. Should we rescue her? Split entity number 1. That may be true, but she is our handler. Neglecting her might not be wise. Split entity number 3. I am indifferent. I have nothing better to do, so let us seek her out. Split entity number 1. We should indeed rescue her. Doing so would be advantageous, as we could later inquire about the Knights of the Temple without the fear of her divulging our inquiries to others. The main entity, the Covenant, is not to be trifled with. Number 3. You will require support. Split entity no. 3. There are still 3 Daybreaker-class carrier ships at the base. While they lack shields, their combat capability should suffice. Let them set forth and rendezvous with me immediately. Split entity number 2. Without shields, the state of the ships is far from ideal. We must expedite the deployment of the energy shields. The main entity, it is forthcoming. The energy shield has been developed and is undergoing final adjustments and optimizations. It should be ready for deployment within 2 years. After tuning and optimization, it will require impact resistance testing to gather data on shield strength. The entire process is exceedingly intricate and time-consuming. The energy shield is a new type developed by Meng. It possesses no apparent flaws or weaknesses, capable of withstanding the assaults of kinetic and energy weapons. Furthermore, it can amplify the power of the disintegration cannon to a certain extent. If one were to cite a drawback, it would be its considerable energy consumption. However, this is not a significant issue, as his ships are powered by stellar energy. All stars serve as free refueling stations, alleviating concerns over fuel. Even during combat, resupplying is conveniently achievable. Split entity number 1. Shall we take a break then? Split entity number 2. I second that. Chapter 64. War and Star. In the outer regions of the cosmos, within the 03145 star sector, lies an expansive and desolate universe, dark, cold, and eerily silent. Amidst this void, a cerulean planet drifts quietly, orbiting a relatively youthful yellow dwarf star in a perpetual cycle that has endured for billions of years. Once, in a time long past, it was merely a lifeless orb, devoid of forests, mountains, rivers, or oceans. Only a barren land existed, steeped in silence. However, the arrival of an advanced extraterrestrial civilization heralded a transformation. The previously thin atmosphere thickened, and liquid water emerged upon the surface. Millennia later, this once desolate planet blossomed into a verdant and habitable world. Throughout the ages, the civilization that cherished planetary transformation faded into the annals of history. Today, 90% of the habitable planets in the galaxy are remnants of their legacy. This particular planet, known as Warren, is a forested realm, situated in a remote and untamed wilderness. In the northern hemisphere, a human colonial village named Sunset Village thrives at the confluence of 2 rivers, nestled within the forest. Wooden cabins line the riverbanks, half submerged in water and half rooted on land. Each household boasts a small dock, where tiny wooden boats can be seen, indicating that the villagers subsist through fishing, hinting at a relatively primitive lifestyle. Such colonies, retaining their primal charm, are not rare within the galaxy, as humanity often embraces a retro aesthetic, with many planets devoid of technological artifacts. Even when technology exists, it does not encroach upon the primitive ways of life. As the afternoon sun descended, the once tranquil village became rife with commotion. A group of armed individuals brandishing energy rifles stormed into the village, shattering its serenity. From the fields, an armed and modified Genesis-class passenger spacecraft could be discerned, featuring a dual-wing structure, bulky in form, suited for atmospheric flight. measuring 85 meters in length, with a wingspan of 90 meters and a height of 16 meters. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. We come with goodwill and the promise of wealth. Now, summon your leader. I wish to speak with him. Within the village, 51 armed figures clad in russet leather armor stood vigilant, their energy rifles poised. Their heads adorned with sashes of varying hues, white, yellow, and black. They refrained from invading the villagers' wooden homes, instead forming ranks behind their leader. The leader, draped in russet leather, with a golden sash tied around his head, appeared mature, likely in his mid-40s. 2 finely crafted energy pistols hung at his waist. He surveyed the village and proclaimed loudly. In the face of these intruders, the villagers exhibited palpable fear, retreating into their homes, peering through windows and doors to catch glimpses of the unfolding events. I wish not to squander time. If the person in charge does not emerge soon, we shall breach the premises. A slight smirk danced at the corners of Spink's mouth, his eyes betraying a flicker of impatience. His courteous demeanor was merely a prelude to aggression. Should these individuals truly believe him to be accommodating, he would soon enlighten them on the concept of making an example of the few to instill discipline in the many. Occasionally, the loss of 1 or 2 lives serves as a stark reminder for the others to comply. At that moment, the door of a wooden cottage in the village creaked open, and an elderly man stumbled out. He jogged unsteadily, exclaiming, "I am coming. Please do not disturb the villagers." Age had rendered him frail, and after a mere 100 meters, he was left breathless. Upon reaching Spink, he took a deep breath. "I am the village chief. What brings you here?" The old man's gaze flitted nervously over the armed group before him. Spink grinned, adopting as gentle a tone as he could muster. "You see, I have a lucrative proposition for you and your people." As he spoke, he surveyed the hamlet. "Your quaint village must be enduring great hardship. Cease your fishing. Turn to farming instead. Cultivate spice herbs. I shall send representatives to procure your harvest quarterly. As for your food supply, fret not. The vessels that come to buy will bring ample provisions at reasonable prices. This way, your lives will improve considerably." "Farming? Growing spice herbs?" The old man shook his head vigorously, waving his hands in protest. "Sir, that is simply not feasible. We have spent generations fishing. Apart from that, we possess no other skills. To suddenly take up farming could lead us to starvation. No, this is out of the question." Seeing the old man's firm refusal, Spink merely chuckled. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and inhaled deeply. "You must ponder this carefully. I am extending a generous offer, yet you dismiss it. Such a refusal would provoke my ire." His gaze hardened as he fixed the old man with a chilling stare. Under Spink's frosty glare, the elder instinctively recoiled. Meanwhile, the gang members behind Spink raised their energy weapons slightly. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the old man's forehead as he bitterly conceded, "I understand. I will discuss this with the villagers." The old man was well aware of what spice herbs entailed. He understood that Sunset Village had caught the eye of these men, who sought to compel the villagers into cultivating the herbs. With a grin, Spink remarked, "That's the spirit. What joy is there in hardship? Shouldn't we all thrive together?" At this, Spink signaled to his companions. 4 of them stepped forward, each pair lifting a burlap sack and placing it before the elder. "Inside are the seeds. Provided free for the first time. Do not squander them. Spice herb seeds are quite valuable. Even if you sold every last one of you, it would not equal their worth." This was a threat, a blatant and unambiguous intimidation. The elderly man discerned the gravity of the situation. If they failed to cultivate the spice plants properly, the consequences could be dire. Thus, he resolved to send another envoy in 4 months. Suddenly, a gang member hurriedly approached from behind, weaving through the ranks to reach Spink. "Boss, it's a communication code from the young master." "A message from Caesar?" Receiving the communication disc from his subordinate, Spink stepped aside. Once he was away from prying eyes, he activated the device. "Who are you? Where is Caesar?" As the blue light flickered, Spink was taken aback to discover that the projection was not his son Caesar, but rather a rotund robot. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding washed over him at the sight of the automaton. Chapter 65. Await my return. He is dead, not a trace remains. This is Vichy Spink. I am searching for Aubrey, the liaison at the Dewey City military station on Talic Star. Caesar mentioned she was with you. Should a single hair be harmed, you will learn what true suffering entails. I will seek you out, and we shall meet soon. Await my arrival." Before Spink could fully process the devastating news of his son's demise, the communication abruptly ceased. "Wait, who are you? Who are you truly?" Fury contorted Spink's features as he pounded the data disk, roaring in desperation. He sought to reconnect with his son's communication code. The blue light flickered again, and to his astonishment, he succeeded in reaching his son's communication line. However, the holographic image revealed not his son, but rather a stranger from the Colomi, a member of the Serpent clan. This is my son's communication disk. Who are you? Spink demanded, suppressing his rage. I am the bounty hunter Bobochi. The owner of this disk is deceased. I witnessed a robot take his life. Bounty hunter Bobochi? Spink had never heard of this name, but it was of little consequence. Have you had it in your possession all this time? Indeed, I found it over a month ago, and it has remained with me since. A frown creased Spink's brow as a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Why had the robot displayed Caesar's communication code if the disk was bound to its owner? I am Vichy Spink. If you can deliver the communication disk to the military station on Eric Star, I will reward you handsomely. The name of Vichy Spink was renowned throughout the Outer Star regions. To receive a reward for merely returning a data disk was an offer Bobochi could not refuse. It's settled then. I shall make my way there immediately. The blue light flickered once more, and the communication ended. Caesar. Spink clenched the data disk tightly in his right hand, gritting his teeth in a low growl. His expression twisted in anguish, his eyes filled with resentment. The loss of his son in his twilight years filled him with an unquenchable rage. Aubrey, I knew it. That woman is undoubtedly a significant troublemaker. With a grim countenance, Spink turned and strode out of the village. Let us go. As Binsker passed by the lined-up gang members, he issued a cold command. With his order, the Covenant gang began their retreat from the village. Observing the departing figures of the gang members, the elders sighed with relief. Yet, the thought of Sunset Village soon becoming a den of poison brought another sigh to his heart. Shortly thereafter, the roar of engines resonated outside the village. Amidst the swirling airwaves, the Century Star passenger spacecraft ascended slowly. Then, its main engine expelled a dazzling tail flame. With immense thrust, the spacecraft shot upwards at a 60-degree angle, soaring towards the distant horizon. In the northern central ring star region, within the 02331 sector, lies the planet Edith. In the vast darkness of space, a cerulean sphere floats serenely. As an oceanic planet, Edith boasts the most breathtaking landscapes. Its thriving tourism industry has rendered it exceedingly prosperous. At the entrances to its navigational routes in all four cardinal directions, streams of blue light emerge from the void. Numerous vessels, large and small, swarm towards the planet like ants. The sky above Edith is perpetually graced by meteoric showers that streak across the horizon. Gazing down at the surface, one can observe myriad islands scattered across the sea. Each island has been developed, with lush greenery seamlessly blending with metallic structures. Sunbathers abound on the beaches, and swimmers can frequently be seen in the ocean. Meanwhile, various cruise ships traverse the waters, leaving behind lingering trails. In the southern hemisphere lies an island, a sprawling landmass of 1 million square meters. It is the largest island on Edith, known as Flower Island. The capital of Edith, the city of Huada, is nestled within its bounds. Looking towards the island, one can see a city on the northern shore of Flower Island. Towering, snow-white spires line the coastline, extending inward for several kilometers. All the buildings are entwined with flowering vines, adorned with blossoms of every hue. The entire city is enveloped in a sea of flowers, presenting a stunning sight. On the coastal edge at the northern periphery of the city stands a low tower-like structure, resembling a colossal castle. The surface of this grand edifice is wrapped in flowering vines, bursting with vibrant blooms. This magnificent castle is the Royal Palace, also known as the Flower Palace, the residence of the Queen. As afternoon approached, in the garden behind the Flower Palace, a pristine white pavilion stood. Outside the pavilion, two figures, one large and one small, flickered in motion, sometimes drawing near, sometimes distancing themselves. It was Princess Wang Wanner and her mentor, Turs. Both wielded wooden swords, with Turs imparting the art of swordsmanship to his young apprentice. The sound of their swords clashing echoed throughout the serene surroundings. Clad in gray robes, the two engaged in a spirited duel. Wang Wanner diligently attacked and defended, her petite form agilely maneuvering side to side. In contrast, Turs adopted a purely defensive stance, his occasional counterattacks causing Wang Wanner to momentarily falter. In stark contrast to the perspiring duo, the two individuals within the pavilion appeared remarkably at ease. More specifically, one was a robot, and the other a person. Inside the pavilion, Rosalind donned a light blue gown, her smile radiant as her gaze occasionally drifted towards the sparring master and apprentice outside. Meng remained completely still at the stone table. Rosalind, is being a queen a leisurely endeavor? It had been nearly 2 months since their arrival on Edith Star. Since then, Meng had not witnessed Rosalind engaging in any significant affairs. She only appeared for about 6 or 7 hours each day. Casting a glance at the table, Rosalind smiled faintly. She reached for a small, red fruit from the dish and placed it in her mouth. Why do you ask this, Jochio? Because you seem to have too much time on your hands. Ever since we arrived, I have yet to see you attend to any serious matters. Rosalind smiled knowingly. Understanding Qiu's bewilderment. You have not witnessed my studies. I no longer need to learn. I am the queen and a counselor of the Galactic Federation. The knowledge required of a queen and that of a counselor was ingrained in my mind a decade ago. As for the duties of a queen, as you can see, I do not need to personally handle the affairs of state. Meng found himself at a loss for words. So, it seemed that Rosalind was a queen without real power? No, that could not be the case. Rosalind was an elected queen, destined to reign over Edith Star for her entire life. An elected queen could not lack authority nor be merely a figurehead. To quell his curiosity, Meng infiltrated all devices on Edith Star that had open external network ports. Through the complex information repositories, he gleaned an understanding of the situation on Edith Star. Chapter 66. Do not assume others' thoughts. Edith Star was merely a small nation, exceedingly diminutive. Its sphere of influence was confined to the solar system. With a population of merely 10 million, 90 of whom resided on various islands of Edith Star. Of that 90, 80 lived in Flower Tower City. Originally, Edith Star belonged to the Trade Alliance. However, due to the indigenous Java people, the Galactic Federation forcibly removed it from the Trade Alliance's jurisdiction. Following a peaceful coexistence agreement between the human colonizers and the Java people, the latter remained and established their own nation. The tradition of an elected queen was a custom of the Java people. To symbolize the peace between the two races and foster a sense of unity, the human colonizers chose to select their leaders in the same manner as the Java people. Given the small land and population, the regional governance system was relatively well established. The developmental direction had long been determined, focusing primarily on the tourism industry. Thus, Rosalind, as queen, appeared quite idle. Her sole responsibility was to attend significant meetings in New Shidong and exercise her rights as a counselor, delegating less critical meetings to the representatives of Edith Star in New Shidong. Rosalind, what do you think of TURs? For reasons unknown, Meng suddenly posed a rather peculiar question. This prompted Rosalind to glance at Qiu and then towards TURs outside the pavilion. Observing TURs as he trained young apprentices, Rosalind's expression turned contemplative. After a moment's reflection, she replied, "He is quite a handsome young man, I suppose." "Quite so," Meng mused to himself, finding Rosalind's standards rather lofty. To him, TURs was undeniably striking. As a member of the Order of the Knights Templar, he adhered strictly to the tenets of his creed. His demeanor was gentle, devoid of any arrogance. Indeed, at merely 23 years of age, he was quite youthful. Rosalind, approaching 30, found no issue in referring to him as a young man. "Qiu, why do you inquire about my opinion of him?" At times, Rosalind struggled to keep pace with Qiu's erratic discourse, which meandered haphazardly from one subject to another. Yet, it evoked a profound curiosity that compelled participation. "It's nothing. I merely sense that TURs harbors feelings for you." Upon hearing this, Rosalind's expression momentarily faltered. Her lips parted slightly, and it took a while for her to compose herself. She continued to chew on the fruit in her mouth, her gaze drifting towards TURs outside the pavilion, her expression contemplative. After a lengthy pause, she shook her head and remarked, "The prohibition against marriage is a fundamental tenet of the order. Individuals like him would not contravene the sacred laws." That may not necessarily be the case. The Knights Templar believe that suppressing emotions is the path to equilibrium, yet it is humanity's intrinsic desires that fuel its ascent. He is still young. While the tenets may govern his actions, they cannot restrain his feelings. With a faint smile, Rosalind withdrew her gaze from outside and looked towards Qiu at the table. "Qiu, what leads you to believe he might be fond of me?" This particular inquiry piqued Rosalind's curiosity. "It's quite simple. The gaze of one in love can hardly be concealed. Since our departure from New Shidong, over 5 months have elapsed. Whether aboard the ship or here, Terz's eyes have often, whether intentionally or not, lingered on you. He consistently seeks opportunities to converse with you. Perhaps TURs is unaware of the implications of his actions. Yet, one day, he will come to recognize his own affections. This is the perspective of an observer, while the subject remains oblivious. In truth, Meng harbored a flicker of hope that something might transpire between Rosalind and TURs. Although the likelihood was slim, human nature is inherently curious. Extending her hands, Rosalind lifted Meng from the table and placed him upon her lap. She lowered her head to regard him, asking, "Qiu, what do you perceive in my gaze?" "Your gaze, Rosalind?" Meng scrutinized her countenance thoughtfully. "I am not a Templar. I lack the ability to sense emotions through spiritual energy. As a robot, I can only analyze behavior and deduce conclusions through probabilistic reasoning. Simply gazing at me, I cannot discern your thoughts. The notion that the gaze of one in love cannot be hidden is, of course, a fallacy." Meng's conclusion stemmed solely from observing Terz's frequent glances towards Rosalind, arriving at his inference. His assertions were not necessarily accurate. They could merely be a manifestation of his own presumptions. Rosalind smiled and replied, "So, you concede to indulging in fanciful musings? That cannot be entirely dismissed as fanciful, considering the probability remains quite high." Rosalind maintained her smile, stating, Chiu, it is improper to make assumptions about others' thoughts. I bear no remorse. I was mistaken." Indeed, Rosalind was correct. It was he who had erred. He should not attempt to speculate on Tur's thoughts, nor should he, like an audience member at a play, anticipate any developments between the two. His unreciprocated feelings could very well harm both parties involved. With a gentle smile, Rosalind lifted Lehman once more, placing him back in his original position. Chiu, let us go play." At that moment, in the garden outside the pavilion, the master and apprentice had paused their training. The little girl scampered into the pavilion. "Where are you going?" Lehman soared into the air, approaching the little girl. Upon seeing Chiu coming towards her, the little girl beamed sweetly. She opened her arms and embraced Lehman. "Let us venture into the forest on the back mountain. The teacher said I should immerse myself in the essence of nature. It will aid in enhancing my affinity with spiritual energy." As she spoke, Wang Wan'er held Lehman and exited the pavilion, heading towards the direction of the back mountain forest. Observing Wang Wan'er's departing figure, Rosalind wore a contemplative expression. She always sensed a certain dissonance emanating from the young girl, yet she could not articulate why. It was not jealousy, but rather a feeling that was at times overwhelmingly intense. "Your Majesty, I apologize for the intrusion." Just then, Turs entered the pavilion. Rosalind offered a slight smile and invited, "Please, take a seat." Turs settled onto the stone bench across from the stone table. "Let us dispense with any apologies. Chiu and I are friends. If it pleases you, I hope you can stay a while longer so that I may extend my hospitality and express my gratitude for your escort back to Edith." "Friends?" Turs gazed outside the pavilion, where the young apprentice was no longer in sight. He thought of Chiu. Indeed, over the past few months, Her Majesty had grown quite close to her. If they were to be considered friends, it would hardly be surprising. Turs was also aware of the deep bond between Chiu and Her Majesty. After all, it was Chiu who had rescued the Queen from peril. Now, with the war between the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance officially underway, the days of leisure would not last long. Soon, they would have to depart to partake in this conflict. Upon hearing this, Rosalind fell silent. The war had begun, and Master Turs, as a knight of the temple, would naturally take to the battlefield. Likewise, his young apprentice and Chiu would fight for the Galactic Federation. Only through victorious warfare could peace once again be restored. Chapter 67. Aerial combat. Noticing Her Majesty's silence and unaware of her thoughts, Turs refrained from interrupting. Suddenly, Turs' expression shifted. It seemed he sensed something amiss, and he hastily rose and exited the pavilion. Outside, in the sky, brilliant blue streaks of light flashed as numerous warships emerged from hyperspace, exiting the planetary orbit. Today, the skies over Huada City were clear and blue, revealing over a dozen warships distinctly. That was the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance. 1 Independent-class cruiser, 4 Declaration-class destroyers, and 8 Freedom-class frigates, totaling 13 ships, a fully organized detachment of the Independent Planet Alliance. This sight darkened Turs' countenance. How could the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance appear above Edith? Why? Turs was utterly perplexed by the presence of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet at Edith. As a touristic planet, Edith held no intrinsic value for the Alliance. Your Majesty, the fleet of the Independent Planetary Alliance is invading Edith. In the gazebo, Rosalind received an urgent communication from the Planetary Defense Command. She rose swiftly and hurriedly exited the gazebo. Outside, she gazed up at the sky, her expression a mixture of uncertainty and alarm. Activate the planetary force field shield immediately and notify all citizens to retreat to Flower Tower City at once. Additionally, issue a global announcement to all tourists to seek nearby shelter and, if conditions allow, to evacuate Edith forthwith. Rosalind remained composed. She understood her responsibilities. As the Queen of Edith, she must fulfill her duty. Indeed, Your Majesty, we must protect our homeland. A blue light flickered, and the communication was severed. Nearby, Turs activated his communication device, attempting to contact the sanctuary to report the situation. However, he was met with failure. The long-wave signals had been jammed. The signal from Edith had been disrupted, rendering communication with the sanctuary impossible. Hearing this, Rosalind's expression darkened. Would Edith now be deprived of external aid, left to defend its home solely by its own means? But could they withstand the onslaught of the enemy? The population of Edith barely reached 10 million. And aside from the planetary defense forces tasked with maintaining order, there were no other military forces to engage in combat. Meanwhile, in orbit around the planet, The vast fleet had ceased its advance. On the flagship, within the bridge, General Aku reported, Edith has activated its force field shield. The fleet cannot conduct an orbital strike. Seated in the captain's chair was a towering figure clad in heavy yellow armor, standing over 2 meters tall. The rodent-like helmet confirmed his identity as a scurry ratman general. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded in a booming voice, deploy all ground landing troops immediately. We must seize Edith and capture Flower Tower City. Remember, we must take Queen Rosalind alive. She cannot be allowed to perish. Understood, the orders have been communicated. The rat giant transport gunboats are being released, along with escorting rat fighters. Outside, within the fleet, a multitude of cumbersome rat giant transport gunboats emerged from their hangars, escorted by swarms of rat fighters. Soaring into the atmosphere, these transport gunboats were notably bulky, resembling plump bats with their oversized bodies, measuring 60 meters in length, with a wingspan of 70 meters and a height of 10 meters. Nearly 100 giant rat gunboats, accompanied by hundreds of rat fighters, surged into the atmosphere, creating a breathtaking spectacle as their silhouettes spread across the starry sky like a swarm of locusts. In an instant, the sky over Edith was illuminated by a vast, fiery meteor shower. At the Planetary Defense Forces airfield in Flower Tower City, a hemispherical military airfield stood, its vertical face lined with hangar entrances, while its smooth surface housed the hangars. The airfield was filled with the jarring blare of alarms echoing through the air. Hasten! Board the aircraft immediately to confront the enemy and safeguard Edith Star. In the various hangars, logistics personnel scurried about in a frenzy. The sudden command for an assault sent pilots scrambling towards their respective warplanes. The engines roared, and waves of force surged forth. Within the hangars, sleek, aerodynamic fighters, resembling arrows, swiftly ascended, bursting forth into the sky. Outside, the attacking fighters soared heavenward like bees emerging from their hive, the buzzing roar of engines echoing across the expanse. Nearly 100 fighters ascended, hurtling towards the falling meteor shower above. At an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters, the engines thundered. Over 100 fighters raced past, creating a tumultuous wake. The cacophony of roaring engines resonated through the air as the formation angled upwards at 60 degrees, charging towards the fiery meteor shower. Approaching the target. All squads, focus your fire on the enemy transport gunboats. Securing victory on the ground will ensure our triumph. The fighters, though diminutive, could be sufficiently transported by the battleships, while the larger gunboats could not be accommodated in excess within the battleships' hangars. By destroying the enemy's transport gunboats, we could significantly diminish their capacity to deploy ground forces. Without a substantial ground contingent, the capture of Huada City would be unattainable. If Huada City remains unconquered, the battle would inevitably stagnate. Such a stalemate would favor Edith Star, awaiting rescue, rather than hinder it. The commander of the fighters recognized this imperative at the earliest opportunity. Engaging the enemy, fire at will. In the sky, a dense formation of aircraft surged towards each other from above and below. One faction consisted of the yellow-painted mouse fighters, while the other comprised the blue and white-painted dagger fighters. In that fleeting moment, both sides opened fire nearly simultaneously. Red and fiery energy beams surged towards one another in a spectacular display. The distinctive crack of energy cannons intertwined with the roar of engines. Boom! Numerous aircraft from both sides were struck, erupting into dazzling fireballs in midair. At altitudes exceeding 30,000 feet, mouse fighters collided with dagger fighters, or more accurately, intersected. The two formations passed each other, with the mouse fighters swiftly pivoting to pursue, while the dagger fighters charged towards the rear of the giant mouse gunboats. Engage freely and annihilate the transport gunboats. Against the overwhelming number of mouse fighters, the dagger fighters could not afford to engage in prolonged combat. They could only evade and dodge the fire from the pursuing mouse fighters, racing towards the transport gunboats. Zing! At greater altitudes, the external energy cannons of the giant mouse gunboats opened fire. Red energy beams rained down like droplets upon the advancing dagger fighters. Boom! Numerous dagger fighters fell along their charge, exploding mid-flight. The thunderous sounds of explosions reverberated through the skies. Yet, some dagger fighters successfully approached the fleet of mouse transport gunboats. Zing! Over a dozen dagger fighters plunged into the ranks of the mouse gunboats. The onboard high-powered energy cannons unleashed a barrage of energy beams, striking down one transport gunboat after another. Boom! A series of colossal mouse battleships erupted in a cacophony of explosions. Some vessels, severely damaged, plummeted towards the earth amidst billowing plumes of smoke, while others detonated mid-air, transforming into brilliant fireballs. The debris scattered wildly, engulfing the surroundings. Chapter 68. A hopeless battle. Two mouse transport battleships were caught in the blast radius of the exploded vessels. The tremendous shockwave struck them like cannon fire, resulting in their immediate obliteration, bursting into a massive fireball. Within, the scurrier mouse soldiers and the celestial mouse tanks plummeted earthward, falling freely. The scurrier soldiers cried out in terror. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce aerial combat above, in the command center of Huada City, Turaz, Rosalind, Wang Wanner, Li Meng, and senior officers of the Planetary Defense Force convened. "What is the status of the battle in the sky?" Turaz inquired. In response, the officers exchanged uncertain glances. One officer stepped forward, his expression betraying embarrassment. The command center's technological equipment had not been updated in decades, rendering many functions obsolete. Upon hearing this, Turaz was left speechless. Even if Edith were a peaceful planet, the security apparatus should not be so lax. Under the gaze of Her Majesty the Queen, Commander Casa of the Planetary Defense Force bowed his head, feeling a sense of shame. "My apologies, Your Majesty, this is my negligence." Though anger simmered within her, Rosalind understood that this was not the moment for outbursts. She turned to the side, addressing Chiyo. "Can you manage it?" Li Meng extended his mechanical claw, waving it with determination. "Leave it to me." With that, Li Meng soared toward the control terminal, inserting himself into the port. A blue light flickered, and an expansive holographic map of Edith materialized. A global holograph showcasing the fleet in orbit and the aerial combat zones. More importantly, the combatants in the airspace were depicted dynamically. The entangled fighters, the destroyed aircraft, and those taking off were all simulated. Astonishingly, even the destructive energy beams were represented. This extravagant real-time holographic map left everyone in awe. Unable to fathom how Chiyo had accomplished such a feat, such intricate real-time data integration suggested that Chiyo had consolidated all military intelligence. The computational power required for such capability was staggering. At that moment, the image zoomed in, revealing the aerial combat. A stream of data flashed across the holographic display, revealing the status of the Planetary Defense Force's Air Force pilots. Out of 119 personnel, 71 were marked in red, indicating they had perished. 13 had successfully ejected and were now moving towards Huada City. "Mayday, mayday. I'm locked on and cannot evade." 017, you are going down. Eject quickly. There are too many of them. We need support." Li Meng entered the command channel of the Air Force Squadron. "The disparity between the enemy and our forces is alarmingly vast, and the intercepting aircraft are being swiftly annihilated. The losses sustained by the Planetary Defense Force's Air Force are catastrophic, warranting an immediate withdrawal to preserve our remaining strength. Calculations indicate that within 5 minutes, all squadrons of interceptors will be obliterated." Li Meng's warning caused a palpable tension among all personnel in the command center. Should the Air Force be entirely vanquished, they would lose their air superiority. Although retreating the Air Force would not reclaim air dominance, it is better to have some presence than none at all, as aerial support will be crucial in the forthcoming ground offensive and defensive operations. Without hesitation, Rosalind swiftly commanded General Kasafi, "Immediately order the withdrawal of all intercepting aircraft." Kasafi promptly advanced, retrieving a card from his pocket. He placed the card upon a scanning panel. "Robot, this is my command code, endowed with the highest authority. Through it, I can control all military operations on Edith." After a brief glance at the scanning panel, Li Meng disengaged the mechanical claw. In merely 2 seconds, Li Meng had acquired control over all military operations via Kasafi's intelligence code and opened all external network terminals of the military. The Independent Planet Alliance's communications blockade obstructs subspace communications. Nevertheless, within the planet's confines, signals can traverse through primitive race signal transmissions, which remain unimpeded. The evacuation order has been issued, and the surviving aircraft are in the process of retreating. As the withdrawal command was relayed, the holographic map depicted the surviving aircraft making their escape. The enemy's aircraft refrained from pursuing to protect the transport cruisers. However, even so, only 17 interceptor aircraft successfully exited the combat zone. Given Edith's current military capabilities, it is incapable of resisting the enemy's onslaught. Immediate evacuation of Edith is advised. A blue light flickered, and the holographic image of Edith reappeared. This time, a multitude of spacecraft signals illuminated both within and beyond Edith's atmosphere. Numerous private and passenger vessels are evacuating from Edith, unimpeded by the Independent Planet Alliance fleet, with a successful evacuation probability of 90. It is advisable to retreat immediately, as once the tourist vessels depart, there is a 90% likelihood that the Independent Planet Alliance fleet will blockade the planet's orbit. Edith's military strength is exceedingly feeble. Li Meng harbored no illusions regarding the human government's chances of success. Not only are their prospects bleak, but they also lack the ability to buy time. I cannot leave. I am the Queen of Edith, and I cannot abandon my people. In response to the suggestion of retreat, Rosalind resolutely refused. Li Meng was not at all surprised by her response. He understood Rosalind all too well, as did the enemy. Otherwise, the Independent Planet Alliance fleet would not permit tourists to evacuate aboard their vessels. The enemy is aware that Rosalind, as queen, would never forsake her subjects to flee, allowing tourists to depart in peace. After all, the tourists hail from across the galaxy, and their suffering in the war would yield no advantage to the Independent Planet Alliance. The rotund body shifted slightly as Li Meng turned to tourists. Tourists, is it possible to seek aid from the temple through the representatives of Colomi Star? During the recent terror attack at the Galactic Council, the representative from Camilo Star had survived. It was said that at the time of the attack, the representative from Colomi Star had just stepped out. Tourists nodded. It is indeed possible, but Xiao, the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance has already blocked subspace communications with Edith Star. That is of no consequence. When the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance appears, I will relay the news of their invasion of Edith Star. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the command center brightened momentarily. However, this was not a time for celebration. Even if the temple received the distress signal from Edith Star and dispatched a fleet, it would take at least 2 months for them to arrive, while Edith Star's military forces could barely hold out for 3 days, which would be nothing short of a miracle. In reality, they would not be able to withstand even a single day. Once the landing forces of the Independent Planet Alliance set foot on Flower Island, the battle would effectively be over. As Li Meng spoke, the faces of those who had previously shown joy darkened once again. Chapter 69. The opportunity for victory, Your Majesty. As long as you remain, there is still hope. We must evacuate. The harsh reality was that a mere love for one's homeland could not save Edith Star. As the commander of the Planetary Defense Force, Kasafi had a duty to ensure the Queen's safety. However, Rosalind resolutely rejected Kasafi's counsel. Whatever awaits us, I am willing to bear it alongside my people. With that, Rosalind turned to Turris. Master Turris, we will fight. We will not compromise. We need your assistance. The participation of a temple warrior in the battle would be a formidable strength. Turris nodded. It is my duty. Rosalind then looked at Xiao, pleading, Xiao, you must help me, help my people. Faced with Rosalind's unwavering gaze, Li Meng understood that she was prepared for sacrifice. Not only for herself, but for her subjects as well. Perhaps surrender was a wise choice, but such an option would never exist on Edith Star. Li Meng could only respond, I understand. I will strive to buy as much time as possible. A blue light flickered, and the holographic map transformed once more, shifting from a planetary map to that of Flower Island. In the southern skies above Flower Island, the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance was approaching. The scale of the enemy's landing craft was immense. To evade the surface air defense network of Huada City, the southern plains were their sole landing site. Our task was to lay an ambush along their path and delay them as much as possible. The holographic map now displayed additional markers, along with the enemy's predicted march routes. Here lies the Flower Woods, an excellent location for an ambush. TURs. You are tasked with leading the ground forces of the Planetary Defense Corps to thwart the advancing troops of the enemy. The timing of your retreat is at your discretion. Yet I implore you to delay the enemy's assault for as long as possible. The longer we can stall them, the greater our chances of victory. The longer the delay, the greater the chances of winning. Li Meng's words elicited expressions of astonishment among the crowd. Could they still have a chance at victory? Xiao, do you truly believe we have a chance to win? Faced with Rosalind's expectant gaze, Li Meng responded with unwavering certainty. The holographic map transformed once more into a planetary projection. Despite the underwater heavy anti-aircraft energy cannons around the globe being somewhat dilapidated, 80 of them remain operational. Should the enemy fleet dare to engage within the atmosphere, they would face catastrophic consequences. If we can vanquish the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance, they will be unable to invade Edith Star again in the near future. Securing this outcome means victory will be ours. However, this hinges on our ability to defend the force field generator. The holographic map shifted again, revealing the layout of Flower Tower City. If we fail to halt the enemy's ground forces, all is lost. Therefore, the key lies in how we can eliminate their ground troops. Eliminating the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance? Observing the holographic map, the gravity of the situation weighed heavily on everyone's faces. The challenges involved in vanquishing the ground forces were well understood among them. I must interject, the ground forces of the Planetary Defense Corps comprise only 4 reserve battalions, totaling just over 5,000 personnel, equipped solely with light weaponry, lacking heavy firepower and armored vehicles. Kasafer raised his hand to remind them. Only 5,000 troops. At this revelation, the crowd furrowed their brows. While the scale of the enemy's ground landing forces remains uncertain, it is unlikely to be less than 50,000. What can 5,000 troops do to repel the enemy's assault? I am aware, hence I have merely tasked yours with delaying the enemy's advance. Rosalind, the path to victory lies in your hands. Meng was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding the Planetary Defense Corps. His assertion of a potential victory was no idle boast. Me? Rosalind's expression was one of bewilderment. She could not fathom Qiuqiu's intentions. What could she accomplish on her own? Though she was a queen, she was still an ordinary woman. She was not a temple knight, lacking formidable power. If she were to step onto the battlefield, her survival would likely not surpass that of the frontline soldiers. Yet, Rosalind understood that Qiuqiu would not place her in harm's way without a deeper purpose. As expected, Qiuqiu's voice rang out once more. Indeed, Rosalind, it is you. Edith's star does not belong solely to humanity. It also belongs to the Jawa people. You must converse with the Queen of the Jawa and persuade her to dispatch troops to aid us. If the Jawa are willing to assist, we would have already secured half of our victory. Seeking the aid of the Jawa people? Regarding the notion of seeking assistance from the Jawa people, the group exchanged uncertain glances. Although the Jawa had established an accord with the human colonizers on Edith, their relationship was far from intimate. The humans on the surface had not communicated with the Jawa for many years, each party maintaining their own affairs without interference. Was it feasible to solicit aid from the Jawa at this juncture? Rosalind, her expression clouded with concern, remarked, Qiuqiu, while I am aware of where to locate the Queen of the Jawa, we have not been in contact with them for nearly a decade. Our relationship is not as amicable as the outside world might believe. For thousands of years, we have existed in a state of mutual non-interference. Meng was certainly cognizant of this fact, fully versed in the history of the human colonizers on Edith. This is not an issue, Rosalind. Simply inform the Queen of the Jawa that the Independent Planet Alliance is a human supremacist entity, and I believe the Jawa will not remain apathetic, he responded. Upon hearing Qiuqiu's assertion, a flicker of surprise crossed Tull's eyes. Qiuqiu was remarkably astute, adept at leveraging human nature. Tulls possessed some understanding of the history of the Old Republic. During that era, the Jawa were regarded as inferior beings, their intelligence unrecognized. Consequently, they were captured as a delicacy by humans, their succulent flesh becoming a sought-after dish. Given such a historical background, how could the Jawa possibly remain indifferent? Rosalind, an exceptionally insightful woman, grasped the underlying significance of Qiuqiu's words. She was aware of the dark history that relegated the Jawa to the status of mere sustenance. It was precisely due to this grim past that the humans on Edith had long harbored a sense of guilt towards the Jawa, interacting with them cautiously for millennia and striving not to disrupt their lives. In a bygone era, humans had even aided the Jawa in modernizing their existence, employing technology to enhance their quality of life. Yet, in recent centuries, the relationship had gradually waned, the reasons for which Rosalind could not ascertain. Chapter 70. The defense and offense of Flower Island. Now was not the time for hesitation. Rosalind recognized that enlisting the Jawa's help was the sole means to triumph over the Independent Planet Alliance. Understood. I shall set forth immediately, she declared, turning to exit. I will accompany you, young one. You should follow as well. The young girl nodded and embraced Qiuqiu. While Qiuqiu's intention to join her delighted Rosalind, she was acutely aware that Qiuqiu's presence was crucial here. Only Qiuqiu could obtain real-time battlefield intelligence and efficiently command the operation, something no one else, not even the Templar warrior Tulls, could achieve. Qiuqiu, if you accompany me, who will direct the battle? Rosalind questioned, prompting Tulls to promptly concur. Qiuqiu, I can serve as the commander of the front line, but I lack the capacity to oversee the entire war zone. Your expertise is indispensable here. Tulls possesses a keen self-awareness. He is adept at leading troops into battle on the front lines. However, he lacks the capability to command operations across the entire theater. Since Meng has resolved to follow Rosalind, he has undoubtedly considered every conceivable issue. Fear not, I shall oversee the operations from afar. And you need only ensure that your communication devices are functional. In this conflict, Her Majesty the Queen is the linchpin, and I must remain by her side. As Meng aptly stated, Rosalind is indeed the key factor. To be precise, it is the reinforcements from the Java clan that hold paramount importance. Without their support, even a flawless defense of Flower Isle would yield no victory. Act swiftly, for your time is limited. While the command center personnel pursued their respective tasks. In the southern plains, the engines of the sky thundered. A squadron of rat fighters escorted a colossal rat artillery boat as it approached the skies over Flower Isle. The formation spread like a flock of birds, casting a shadow over the vast floral expanse below. The roar of engines reverberated, and waves of air surged forth. Numerous colossal rat artillery boats descended upon the flower-laden plains. As their rear hatches opened, a multitude of Scaleri rat soldiers lined up and disembarked. Some of the massive transport boats carried not only Scaleri soldiers, but also Sky Rat's tanks, heavy fire support vehicles with a bulky, snail-like appearance and a rounded chassis. Anti-gravity devices allowed them to hover 10 centimeters above the ground. Their armament included 2 heavy energy cannons mounted on the vehicle and a rapid-fire energy machine gun operated by a crew atop. This was merely the first wave of landing forces. In the skies, another squadron had already breached the atmosphere. A fiery meteor shower reappeared above. Advance, advance. Target, Flower Tower City. On a massive boulder in the plain stood a rat commander adorned with a red helmet, distinct from his comrades. He donned a crimson helmet and bore a communication backpack with a long antenna. Across the expanse, tens of thousands of Scaleri soldiers marched in orderly formation towards the north, creating serpentine lines. In unison, the rhythmic sound of marching feet harmonized with the roaring engines of nearly 100 Sky Rat tanks. Meanwhile, the colossal rat artillery boats, having unloaded their cargo, ascended once more into the heavens. At the moment when the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance landed, to the north, along the main road outside Flower Tower City, hundreds of square, bulky wheeled armored personnel carriers formed a lengthy procession. As they traversed the path, the engines roared, and the wheels churned, kicking up clouds of dust. Merely 10 kilometers from Flower Tower City, the convoy abruptly halted. Each squad received orders to disembark and proceed on foot. From one of the wheeled armored personnel carriers, Tulls emerged as he opened the door. The convoy could advance no further. They had reached the outer limits of the air defense network surrounding Flower Tower City. Moving ahead would mean foregoing the protection of the air defense system. Should they encounter an aerial assault from the Independent Planet Alliance, the convoy would be utterly defenseless. With a commanding call from Tulls, the doors of the armored personnel carriers swung open one by one. A multitude of soldiers clad in brown leather battle attire surged down from the transport vehicles. Forward, forward. For the city of Huata, for Her Majesty the Queen. The 1st Battalion pressed on, urging the young men to hasten their pace. On the main thoroughfare, nearly 3,000 soldiers from the Planetary Defense Force raced ahead, their dark figures sprawling across several miles of the main road. Ahead lay the boundary where the sea of flowers met the grove of trees. It was a grove of crimson foliage, perpetually adorned in a singular hue, red. The trees towered impressively, averaging close to 30 meters in height. For many soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force, this was their inaugural encounter with battle. They instinctively obeyed orders and ran. As long as their comrades remained nearby, they felt compelled to heed the call to run. They continued to sprint, unyielding in their haste. Tourists, enemy aircraft are approaching your vicinity. Take immediate cover in the flower grove. Among the rushing ranks, Tourist was present. In contrast to the other soldiers panting heavily, his movements appeared remarkably agile. The alert from Chio altered Tourist's expression. He rapidly commanded, "All squad commanders, heed my orders. Enemy aircraft are drawing near. Vacate the main road and retreat into the flower grove for concealment." The armored convoy received the command and promptly turned back, awaiting further instructions within the city. While issuing commands, Tourist vaulted over the roadside barrier, racing through the sea of flowers. Just a mile ahead lay the flower grove. Once they entered, safety would be assured. The soldiers were equipped with jamming devices capable of evading the surveillance arrays of the enemy aircraft. Even life scanners could be rendered ineffective. The advancement of technology had rendered warfare increasingly primitive. Leave the roadway immediately. Hurry. Enemy aircraft incoming. Make for the flower grove. Under the directives of the squad commanders, the soldiers hurriedly leaped over the barriers and plunged into the sea of flowers. Amidst the boundless expanse of blooms, thousands of soldiers raced through the knee-high blossoms. Behind them, the roar of engines echoed as wheeled armored personnel carriers swiftly turned to retreat. Quickly, quickly, under the urging of the squad commanders, the mass of soldiers plunged into the flower grove. Just moments after the planetary defense soldiers entered the grove, 5 Mouse aircraft launched a low-altitude assault from the southern sky. They skimmed the treetops, their engine roars resonating mightily in the air. It seemed they had spotted the retreating convoy and quickly veered towards it. The growling engines reverberated through the sky as the 5 Mouse aircraft streaked overhead, plunging into the flower-laden expanse. In that very instant, from the direction of Huada City, a brilliant crimson energy beam surged forth. Boom! 1 Mouse aircraft was instantly struck, erupting in midair. The flaming debris plummeted like a meteor into the sea of flowers, displacing the earth around it. The remaining Mouse aircraft reacted swiftly. Witnessing their comrades' downfall, they maneuvered to scatter to the sides. They remained resolute. skillfully maneuvering to evade anti-aircraft fire while advancing towards the retreating convoy. Chapter 71, The Underwater World. Boom. However, the anti-aircraft fire net is overwhelmingly dense. Another mouse fighter has been shot down. With losses amounting to 2/5, the mouse fighters abandon their mission. The remaining 3 mouse fighters turn tail and flee in the direction from whence they came. Boom. In the midst of their retreat, another mouse fighter is struck in the engine. The out-of-control mouse fighter spirals downwards, heading straight towards the flower grove. Take cover. Quickly take cover. The trajectory of the spiraling mouse fighter coincides precisely with the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force hiding within the grove. Should it crash down, the casualties would be catastrophic. Spotting the descending mouse fighter, the soldiers within the flower grove hurriedly scramble to safety. Boom. The out-of-control mouse fighter descends like a meteorite, crashing into the flower grove. Upon impact with the flowering trees, it shatters into countless pieces, erupting in a fiery explosion. The flaming wreckage resembles artillery shells as it collides with the flower grove. A few unfortunate souls, unable to evade in time, are struck down, reduced to mere pulp without uttering a single cry. Others are sent flying, emitting agonizing screams before they hit the ground. Even before the battle has commenced, losses have already been incurred, instilling a sense of dread among the soldiers who have never before encountered war. The chaos within the grove lingers for some time before finally subsiding. Master Tulls, we must press on. Time is not on our side. A commander of the battle team approached Tulls. Tulls nodded and replied, "Let us depart." Just as the battle in the south is on the verge of breaking out, on the northern sea surface of Flower Island, the weather is splendid today, with a cloudless sky of deep blue. Were it not for the unsightly fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance in orbit, everything would be idyllic. On the boundless azure sea, a flat, compact spacecraft glides just above the water's surface, its speed languid, not exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. Suddenly, the low-flying spacecraft plunges into the sea. It is a flawless dive, creating only a small splash upon entry. What lies beneath the water's surface? This is Li Meng's first encounter with such a sight. Surprisingly, the underwater world is not dim. Perhaps the high transparency of the seawater in this region allows for remarkable visibility. Rosalind, have you ever visited the cities of the Jawa people? Inside the spacecraft, Li Meng navigates along the predetermined course. This amphibious vessel glides through the water at a brisk pace, exceeding 100 kilometers per hour. Gazing at the underwater environment through the glass canopy, Rosalind shakes her head. I have never been there, but I know where to find them. My mother once told me that the Jawa people inhabit a deep-sea abyss encircling the planet. In the past, to facilitate communication, a platform was constructed at the end of the route, equipped with a sonic transmitter. Once activated, the transmitter will summon the Jawa people to assist. At this moment, the spacecraft has descended over 5,000 meters beneath the sea. Outside, it is pitch dark, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, a realm of shadows. Although the vessel has activated its forward lighting, the illumination barely reaches a distance of 100 meters. The only visible areas were those illuminated by the beams of light. The ship could only navigate through the terrain by utilizing its scanning array to avoid obstacles. Rosalind, I believe we have arrived. A small red dot flickered on the screen of the scanning array. That was the signal source of the navigation beacon. In the dark underwater realm, the vessel advanced slowly, guided by 2 beams of light. After traversing approximately 3 kilometers, a navigation beacon embedded in the seabed emerged within the beams. The ship came to a halt at the ocean floor. Rosalind, are you certain? There is nothing here. Aside from the protruding half of the navigation beacon, the seabed revealed nothing else. According to the scanning array, the surroundings were completely barren, situated within a submerged forest of stones. No, it cannot be wrong. Locating the navigation beacon confirms we are in the right place. Indeed, the presence of the beacon validated their location. If the location is correct, then where is the sonar emitter? The scanning array detected no electronic devices on the seabed aside from the beacon. Shall we activate the active sonar for a trial? Since they could not locate the sonar generator, they might as well utilize the ship's active sonar. It could potentially attract the Jawa. After a moment's contemplation, Rosalind nodded. Let us give it a try. There is nothing here. We must take some action. If the sonar can lure the Jawa, then using the ship's sonar should suffice. For a long while, the cockpit remained silent. Rosalind focused intently on the outside. Although she could see nothing, she continued to strain her eyes. The little girl sat quietly, clutching a ball, her face filled with wonder as she gazed at the underwater world, despite the lack of visibility. Noticing the stillness outside, Rosalind inquired, "Ball, is it activated?" "It's already on. The scanning array has detected no life forms in the vicinity." Just then, a cluster of red dots appeared on the display of the scanning array. It was approaching rapidly. "Rosalind, how large are the Jawa?" Rosalind glanced back at the ball in the little girl's arms and replied, approximately the size of a human. I would say. No sooner had Rosalind spoken than the ship jolted violently. Outside, the engines at the rear expelled a swirling column of water. The vessel executed a swift 180-degree turn to the left. Ball, what is happening? The sudden vibration from the sharp turn startled Rosalind. That creature is enormous. It cannot possibly be a Jawa. Brace yourself. What a jest. That thing behind us is definitely not a Jawa. It's far too large. The scanning array indicates it is at least a 50-meter colossal entity. We cannot outrun it. As Rosalind observed the rapidly approaching red mass on the scanning display, Meng quickly calculated their fate. They would be caught in 20 seconds. Outside, in the depths of the dark ocean, the ship's front lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the exterior into complete darkness. The rear engines followed suit, and the swirling turbulence vanished instantly. In the cockpit, all the indicator lights extinguished, plunging everything into darkness. Outside, the powerless spacecraft glided underwater, colliding with a mass of silt and stirring up a tumult of murky sediment. As calm ensued, silence enveloped the cockpit, where even the faintest sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Outside, however, an unsettling rustling noise persisted, penetrating the cockpit through liquid and solid mediums. In the depths of darkness, a colossal shadow loomed above the spacecraft, slowly drifting by. It did not depart, merely prowling in the vicinity. What is that? Rosalind whispered, her voice barely audible. Though she understood that sound would not escape, the atmosphere had heightened her anxiety to an extreme, prompting her to instinctively lower her tone. It must be a hammerhead shark, an invasive marine creature introduced by human colonizers into the Edith Sea. The hammerhead is not indigenous to the waters of Edith. It hails from a planet known as Oceanus, renowned in the galaxy for its colossal sea monsters. Not only are there marine beings measuring 50 meters, but even creatures of several hundred meters exist. Chapter 72. Undersea City. This is troublesome, Meng thought, observing the enormous shadow gliding slowly across the seabed. This vessel is a civilian submersible, devoid of any weaponry. Were it equipped with even 2 energy cannons, he would not have considered retreating. He would confront it head-on and eliminate the threat. No matter how ferocious the hammerhead shark may be, it is still merely a corporeal marine creature. Before the might of energy cannons, it would meet a fate of utter obliteration. Although the efficacy and range of the energy cannons would be significantly diminished underwater, they would suffice to deal with a hammerhead shark. Is it gone? After an indeterminate span of time, the external commotion finally subsided. In the murky depths, the once visible massive shadow had vanished. Meng surveyed the surroundings, yet the hammerhead shark was nowhere to be seen. It must have departed. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a tremendous shadow re-emerged directly above the spacecraft, gliding past with alarming proximity, nearly grazing its underside. The 3 individuals on board could even discern the scales on the belly of the hammerhead shark. Rosalind's complexion shifted subtly, and she refrained from uttering another sound, instead directing her gaze at Meng, seemingly inquiring about their next course of action. At that moment, the hammerhead shark, retreating into the darkness, abruptly altered its course. It was returning. In the shadows, its monstrous, gaping maw and azure eyes gradually materialized. It appeared to have noticed the spacecraft, drawing ever closer, until it halted just outside the cockpit. Its enormous eyes seemed fixated on the 3 occupants within. The jagged teeth of its mouth parted slightly, hinting at an imminent attack. This terrifying scene rendered 3 beams of light streaked through the dark ocean depths like meteors, striking the hammerhead shark with an unexpected ferocity. The sudden assault caused the shark to veer off course, propelling it toward the direction of the approaching blue light. Outside, the immense silhouette of the hammerhead flickered in and out of view, accompanied by the shimmering blue beams. After approximately 30 seconds, tranquility returned, and the shark's formidable shadow disappeared, along with the radiant blue light. Chio, activate the lights. Rosalind seemed to grasp something significant. Meng initiated the engine, illuminating the cockpit instantly. Outside, the bow of the vessel emitted 2 dazzling beams. As the lights flickered on, 3 slender figures emerged in the water outside, visible to the trio. They floated gracefully, their legs swaying slightly, wielding a weapon that extended to 13 meters. Their bodies were a deep green, adorned with fine scales, and they possessed heads reminiscent of fish. Merfolk. Meng pondered as he gazed at the 3 figures suspended in the water. They bore an uncanny resemblance to the Murlocs from the world of Azeroth, albeit towering at around 16 meters, slightly shorter than humans, yet not by much. Upon noticing Rosalind and the 2 girls in the cabin, the merfolk exchanged glances, seemingly communicating amongst themselves. After a moment, one of them gestured toward Rosalind and then turned to swim into the shadowy depths. Rosalind, is it them? Although Li Meng was aware of the existence of the Javanese tribe in the ocean, he had no knowledge of their appearance. It appeared that the human colonizers living on the island had intentionally concealed information about the Javanese. Rosalind nodded, affirming, yes, it is them. In the abyss. As the ship's engine roared to life, it stirred up swirling silt, pursuing the three figures deeper into the darkness. With a guide to lead the way, the journey became considerably easier, descending from an initial depth of 6,000 to 7,000 meters to a staggering 10,000 meters. The seabed transitioned into an even darker and more desolate realm. At 6,000 or 7,000 meters, glimpses of marine life were still visible, but at 10,000 meters, only barren rocks and silt remained. Chio, will we succeed? Rosalind expressed her doubts regarding their expedition to meet the Javanese. She had never encountered them before, having only heard her mother mention them in passing. Now, she was to represent humanity in re-establishing contact with the Javanese. Rosalind, regardless of the outcome, at least we have made an effort. Even in failure, as a queen, you have done all that you could, let the rest unfold as it may. If failure is destined, we must accept reality, Li Meng reassured her, never one to dwell in despair. Human strength is ultimately limited, one must do their best. The world does not revolve around any individual, and throughout life, one will inevitably encounter insurmountable obstacles. Overcoming them allows life to continue, but if one cannot, then perseverance is key. Time will not pause for anyone. These words may not be comforting, but they hold immense value. Rosalind's mood had considerably calmed. Indeed, at this moment, it was necessary to take one step at a time and let things unfold naturally. Any further contemplation seemed superfluous. She had to meet with the queen of the Jawa people and exert her utmost efforts to seek reinforcements. Rosalind, we have arrived. Outside, the depths of the ocean extended for miles. The spacecraft glided into a vast underwater chasm, immense in width, measuring kilometers across. Its depth was unfathomable, resembling a profound abyss. Yet, within the darkness of this abyss, a radiant light pierced through the gloom. It was a city, nestled at the bottom of the chasm, where numerous structures rose like mushrooms in water, layered upon one another. What made the scene even more extraordinary was that the city was encased in enormous bubbles. The Jawa people, amphibious marine beings, could endure extended periods in the deep sea, but required surfacing for air. This was also the reason why human colonizers during the era of the Old Republic were able to capture them. In the abyss, the spacecraft gradually approached the outer layer of the city's bubble. Before the bubble, the guiding Jawa pointed towards a platform within. A multitude of Jawa soldiers awaited on the platform. Li Meng understood that the guiding Jawa intended for them to land on the platform. The spacecraft continued forward, penetrating the thin layer of the bubble. It was peculiar. The water pressure here was extremely intense. How could the flexible bubble withstand such formidable pressure? Observing the ripples created as the spacecraft traversed the bubble, it was evident that some force field was supporting it from within, akin to an airtight shield. With the roar of the engines and billowing airwaves, the spacecraft descended slowly onto the platform. With a click, the hatch opened, and Rosalind, the young girl, descended the ladder from the spacecraft. Upon touching the ground, she surveyed her surroundings. When she beheld the debt-free Jawa soldiers, her expression reflected curiosity. Greetings. I am the Queen of Huatak City, and I have come to request an audience with your queen. Chapter 73. The Ambush. Rosalind, indeed a queen, knew exactly what to do. Unfazed by the somewhat fierce appearance of the Jawa soldiers, she stepped forward with composure. However, the Jawa clearly could not comprehend her words. They exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Realizing that the Jawa did not understand the language of the Federation, and she could not grasp theirs either, Rosalind cast a pleading look towards Chio. In response to Rosalind's imploring gaze, Li Meng extricated himself from the young girl's embrace and approached her side, conveying her words in the Jawa language. Humans, please leave this place. The Jawa do not welcome you. Do not disturb our lives. At that moment, an elder of the Jawa approached from behind. Clad in a pale yellow robe and leaning on a cane, his steps were somewhat unsteady. His arrival prompted the Jawa soldiers on the platform to part and bow their heads. Watching the elder approach, Li Meng translated his words for Rosalind. Rosalind furrowed her brows, seemingly realizing why the city of Huada had severed its ties with the Javanese people. This must have been a unilateral action by the Javanese. I must seek an audience with Her Majesty the Queen. My people are suffering the ravages of war, and I require the assistance of the Javanese. Naturally, Rosalind would not relent. She made her intentions clear. Li Meng translated Rosalind's words to the elder of the Javanese, adding a few additional remarks. The supremacists had resurfaced, bringing war to Edith Star, and I must meet with Her Majesty the Queen. My people are enduring the hardships of conflict, and I need the Javanese's aid. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in the elder's eyes. He hesitated momentarily, tapping his cane against the ground. Then, he turned and walked back in the direction from whence he came. The elder's reaction left Rosalind puzzled as to its meaning, prompting her to glance at Xiao. "Let us follow." Upon uttering these words, Rosalind felt a surge of hope and hurried after him. The Javanese soldiers did not obstruct the trio. Observing the elder's retreating figure, Meng felt a pang of contemplation. Indeed, even after millennia, they had not forgotten the tribulations faced by the Javanese during the era of the Old Republic. Although it remained uncertain whether they would secure military support, at least it marked a promising beginning. Meanwhile, on Huadao, in the southern flower woods, the afternoon sun hung high in the sky. Above the dense floral canopy, the roar of engines echoed as mouse fighter jets zoomed past. "All squads, heed this. We are to engage in a delaying action. Once combat ensues, fight and retreat. Do not linger." Behind a large tree in the woods, Turs stood with his back against the trunk. Utilizing a portable communicator nestled by his ear, he directed the frontline soldiers. Given that the mission's objective was to stall the enemy's advance, Turs refrained from gathering all soldiers in one area, instead ordering the squads to disperse along a 20-kilometer front. This strategy was devised because the enemy's march did not follow a singular route. 17 battalions were advancing in parallel through the flower woods. Such an arrangement aimed to minimize the risk of extensive bombardment on ground troops. Should the forces be scattered, even if one unit faced an airstrike, the losses would remain within acceptable limits. Throughout the vast forest, soldiers were concealed in various hiding places, some crouched within the underbrush, others sheltered behind large trees, while some bore proton rocket launchers, camouflaged among the flowering branches. Just beyond the woods lay a dirt path, not a road, but a parched riverbed. With the upstream water source long dried up, the river had vanished decades ago. Devoid of water's nourishment, the riverbed gradually desiccated and hardened, ultimately forming a natural pathway, becoming one of the routes for self-driving tours on Huadao. The relatively wide riverbed also served as a marching route for the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance. "Master Turs, they are coming," exclaimed the squad commander, bending slightly as he jogged to Turs's side. He had received word from the frontline soldiers that the enemy forces were drawing near. At the terminus of the river, a formidable column of soldiers emerged. A multitude of scurrians clad in golden armor marched alongside the towering Tonmo tanks. The rhythmic cadence of their steps, coupled with the thunderous roar of engines, reverberated through the flowering woods. The arrival of the enemy instilled a sense of urgency among the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force, who lay in ambush amidst the flora. They peered outward, observing the enemy draw closer along the riverbank. The proton rocket team concealed within the foliage stood poised for action. At the command of their leader, they would unleash a devastating assault upon the enemy tanks. Closer, ever closer, the scurrian army encroached upon the ambush zone. The powerful engines of the hovering tanks echoed sharply in the air. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the faces of the planetary defense soldiers hidden in the flowering woods. Master Turs, observing the hesitance in issuing the attack command, felt a surge of urgency within the commander. If the enemy troops advanced further, an engagement could ensue, leading to a fierce entanglement from which retreat would be arduous. Drawing his phase sword from his waist, Turs intoned gravely, "Attack." Upon hearing this, the commander hastily lowered his voice, commanding, "Open fire. Engage freely." With the utterance of the command, a piercing shriek filled the air as proton rockets, trailing fiery tails, surged forth from the forest, targeting their foes. The Tonmo tanks at the forefront of the scurrian column were immediately struck. Explosions erupted, illuminating the surroundings with fiery blossoms and mushrooming clouds. Bereft of vehicular shields, the Tonmo tanks were devastated as their thick armor was shredded. The shockwave of the blasts, mingling with the flames, swept the vicinity. Nearby scurrian soldiers were engulfed. Those closer were torn asunder by the explosive force, while others were violently hurled into chaos. "Annihilate them," roared the soldiers hidden in the flowering woods. The distinctive crack of energy rifles filled the air with increasing intensity. Across a line stretching hundreds of meters, crimson energy beams cascaded from the foliage like raindrops, striking the scurrian forces in the river. Numerous scurrians were hit, sparks erupting from their golden armor. The immense force of the blast compelled them to stagger backward. The planetary defense soldiers found their energy rifles lacking in penetrative power, failing to pierce through the armor with a single shot. Yet, where one shot faltered, many could prevail. They concentrated their fire under the relentless barrage of energy beams. Scurrian soldiers fell one after another. "Advance. Push forward." Yet, the scurrian soldiers displayed no fear. Under their commander's direction, they retaliated. The elongated line split into two. counterattacking the adversaries concealed within the flowering woods. Chapter 74. Hasty Retreat. The crimson energy beams erupted from the energy weapons wielded by the Scurrians. Their formidable power and ferocity unmistakable. Trees splintered and bodies were pierced as the energy surged forth. Boom. A flowering tree, penetrated by the beams, erupted in flames. Hissing sounds filled the air as numerous soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force were struck, their bodies directly perforated. The disparity in firepower and protection between the two sides was glaringly evident. From the outset of the skirmish, the Planetary Defense Force found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. The Scurrians advanced without seeking cover, marching boldly through the onslaught of fire, guns raised, pressing deeper into the grove of flowers. Meanwhile, a throng of Scurrian soldiers rushed forward to provide support. Boom. The tanks stationed at the rear unleashed indiscriminate bombardments into the floral thicket. Brilliant crimson beams shot forth from their massive cannons, piercing the woodland. In an instant, the grove was engulfed in a cacophony of explosions. Plumes of flames spiraled upwards. Shockwaves radiated outward, and numerous trees succumbed to the devastation, crashing to the ground in flames. The soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force, concealed within the floral sanctuary, suffered grievously. At that moment, amidst the chaos, a figure clad in a gray robe burst forth. With the air rent asunder, he brandished a milky white phase sword. His appearance drew a barrage of fire. It was the Temple Knight. Turs, kill him. Slay the Temple Knight. Upon recognizing Turs, the Scurrian soldiers erupted into a frenzy of rage. Several commanders, adorned with red helmets, bellowed at Turs. Emerging from the grove, Turs wielded his phase sword with deft precision, evading attacks with agility. The crimson energy beams continued to ricochet off his sword. Some veered off in other directions, while others returned with lethal accuracy, striking the Scurrian soldiers. In a moment of sheer athleticism, Turs leaped into the air, executing a somersault that spanned over 30 meters, landing amidst the ranks of Scurrian soldiers. His phase sword danced with ferocity, cutting down one Scurrian after another with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Under the might of his indomitable phase sword, the soldier's armor proved as fragile as parchment, offering no protection whatsoever. Tanks fire. Witnessing the Temple Knight wreak havoc within their ranks, the Scurrian commander seethed with fury. He swiftly commanded the rear tanks to open fire. At the back, a tank maneuvered its cannon, aiming at Turs. Commander, we have allies in the line of fire. We risk friendly fire. The tank commander hesitated, noting the presence of comrades obstructing the beam. I care not, fire at once. The commander's unequivocal order dispelled any reluctance from the Scurrian tank commander. Fire! Fire! Eliminate the Temple Knight. Whoosh! The tank unleashed its barrage. Two heavy laser cannons fired robust beams of crimson energy, traversing hundreds of meters in an instant, hurtling toward Turs. Boom! The area where Turs stood erupted in a series of violent explosions. A billowing mushroom cloud of flames and earth soared into the sky. The visible shockwave swept across the surroundings, flinging numerous Scurrier rat men into the air, their bodies torn apart. Do not cease. Fire! Fire! The explosion's blaze obscured everything, and the Scurrier Ratman commander could not witness the annihilation of the Temple Knights. It roared in fury, howling with rage. Under the commander's urging, the Sky Rat tanks continued their barrage, concentrating their fire on a small area. In an instant, the soil in that vicinity was violently upheaved by the blasts. Suddenly, from the heart of the fire and explosion, a figure clad in gray emerged. It was Turs, unscathed, his gray robe showing not a trace of damage. Retreat, immediate withdrawal. Turs did not linger for battle. He dashed into the flower forest without looking back. Although he had previously withstood the assault of heavy explosive beams with his psychic field, he was now excessively drained, devoid of strength to continue fighting. Retreat. Fire the signal flares. As the battle erupted, communications were met with severe interference. Even a slight distance rendered communication impossible, necessitating the use of signal flares to convey withdrawal orders. With Turs's command to retreat, the Planetary Defense Forces in the flower forest hastily evacuated, abandoning their adversaries to flee deeper into the woods. Swish! A sharp whistle pierced the air as a red signal flare shot upward, bursting hundreds of meters above the ground. The conflict was not confined to this single location. Along a front stretching several kilometers, battles erupted in succession. With the ascent of the signal flare, red flares began to rise in the distant forest, marking the retreat of the Planetary Defense Forces that had been obstructing the Scurrier Ratman army. Do not let them escape. Advance! Advance! The engines roared as the Sky Rat tanks continued along the main road. A multitude of Scurrier Rat soldiers surged into the forest, pursuing the retreating defenders. In the depths of the woods, fire and red explosive beams danced in chaos, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Though rat fighters arrived in support, they did not engage in combat, instead patrolling the skies to intercept any potential enemy aircraft. The flower forest was too dense. Engaging in battle under such circumstances could lead to friendly fire against their own forces, who were currently in a position of advantage. 2 hours later, to the south of Flower Tower City, at the juncture of the Sea of Flowers and the flower forest, shadows stirred within the thick foliage. Thousands of soldiers burst forth from the woods, racing through the Sea of Flowers. From above, the soldiers emerging from the flower forest appeared like a tidal wave. Dark and vast, sweeping toward Flower Tower City. Immediately withdraw to Flower Tower City. Establish defensive lines within the city, quickly. Among the throngs of soldiers racing through the Flower Sea was Tulls. The disparity in forces was too great for a frontal confrontation. Having stalled the enemy for several hours within the flower forest had already reached their limit. Continuing to fight would only lead to the complete annihilation of the planetary defense forces. Master TURs, the disparity in strength between both sides is alarmingly vast. We must rally the citizens to join the fight. Through the communicator, TURs received a message from Kasafi. General Kasafi, this is not a battle for civilians. We cannot draw them into this war. Untrained civilians wielding firearms will not alter the outcome of the conflict. It will only lead to needless casualties. The inhabitants of Edith have enjoyed peace for far too long. They have not been tempered by the crucible of war and remain oblivious to its horrors. Although the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force displayed remarkable valor in the recent skirmish, their combat capabilities are severely lacking. On the battlefield, they are utterly unaware of how to safeguard themselves. Their combat philosophy remains rooted in the rudimentary act of shooting, which has resulted in catastrophic losses for the Planetary Defense Force, with only 3/5 of the soldiers surviving. Even a retreat, should it occur, would hardly be described as orderly, as evidenced by those soldiers who mindlessly charged forward amidst a sea of flowers. Chapter 75, Air Defense Combat Master TURs. Our soldiers have suffered grievous losses. Even if we manage to retreat successfully to Huada City, we lack the capacity to repel the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance. Their numbers are overwhelming, nearly infinite, and our chances of victory are negligible. Indeed, we possess no chance of victory, yet you must have faith in your queen. Our task is merely to buy time. Without uttering another word, TURs severed the communication. At this juncture, barring unforeseen events, failure seemed inevitable. Even if they successfully withdrew to Huada City, they could not halt the advance of the scurry rodent army. Kasafi understood this, and so did TURs. However, as a knight of the temple, he could not acquiesce to Kasafi's plea to involve civilians in this war. Attention, a swarm of enemy aircraft is approaching. In the skies above, a multitude of rodent fighters descended in a dramatic swoop. The number of aircraft was incalculable, a dark mass of no fewer than several hundred. A portion targeted the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force amidst the flower field, while the majority surged toward Huada City. At this moment, on the southern periphery of Huada City, towering air defense towers stood like sentinels amidst the urban landscape. The twin-barreled heavy anti-aircraft energy cannons on the towers pivoted slightly, aiming toward the southern sky. With a resounding boom, dozens of twin-barreled heavy anti-aircraft energy cannons unleashed torrents of fire. Thick beams of energy surged toward the southern heavens. In that direction, a dark silhouette was rapidly approaching. It was the enemy's swarm, the rodent fighters of the scurry. Like raindrops, the energy beams streaked across the sky, converging on the cluster of aircraft. Boom! The formation of aircraft erupted into fiery explosions. Faced by the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th squadrons were tasked with clearing the anti-aircraft positions in Huada City, while the remaining squadrons concentrated their efforts on assaulting the field generator. The combat operation commenced. Among the fleet soared a crimson-painted mouse fighter, piloted by the commander of the formation. At his command, the squadron that had just surged into the skies over Huada City split into two, diving towards the city. One half divided again into four, each segment charging towards the anti-aircraft zones in the 4 cardinal directions, while the other half surged toward the city's central area. In the heart of Huada City stood a lowly fortress, crowned by a massive spherical device, its diameter a staggering 100 meters. A transparent, twisted beam of light shot skyward, piercing the edge of the atmosphere before expanding and enveloping the planet. This was the field generator. The visible phenomenon of the transparent, twisted beam was a result of the field's density reaching its zenith. In an instant, the flames of battle engulfed Huada City. The anti-aircraft zones in all 4 directions erupted in a frenzy of fire, crimson energy beams sweeping across the city's skies. Countless mouse fighters were struck down, their wreckage crashing to the ground like meteorites, while heavy anti-aircraft energy turrets were obliterated by the diving fighters, erupting in thunderous explosions that sent fireballs soaring. In the central district of Huada City, over a dozen mouse fighters breached the most concentrated anti-aircraft defenses and launched an assault on the field generator. The onboard energy cannons fired wildly, unleashing a barrage of concentrated red energy beams. These beams cascaded towards the field generator like raindrops. Just as the red energy beams were about to strike the generator, a transparent shield suddenly manifested around it. The energy beams collided with the shield as if sinking into a quagmire, dissipating after penetrating a few meters. This was the field shield, a miniature protective barrier of the field generator, which could only defend itself with this shield while it was activating. Recognizing the futility of their attack against the field shield, the commander of the Mouse Fighter Squadron promptly abandoned the assault. The Mouse Fighters lacked kinetic weaponry, rendering them incapable of countering the shield. To breach the field shield, the ground forces would need to advance slowly through it to destroy the field generator within. As the aerial battle raged over Huada City, outside the southern gates amidst the sea of flowers, the planet's defense forces, stripped of their anti-air support, found themselves under relentless attack from the Mouse Fighters. With each dive, a series of explosions erupted on the ground. Numerous soldiers from the planetary defense forces were struck, their bodies torn apart by the shock waves of the blasts. Sent flying through the air, the Mouse Fighters, like swarming flies, continuously dove to attack, turning the soldiers in the flower field into targets and inflicting heavy losses. In a moment of despair, one soldier could no longer endure the terror from the enemy aircraft above. He wielded dual rapid-fire multi-barreled heavy energy guns, firing at the Mouse Fighters in the sky, roaring in furious defiance. A dense barrage of energy beams formed a long dragon sweeping across the sky. A Mouse Fighter was immediately struck, sparks erupting from its fuselage. Yet, that was the extent of the damage. Regardless of the fighter's frail defenses, it was not susceptible to the infantry's individual weaponry. Only a fortunate hit on a vulnerable point, such as the junction of the wings and fuselage, could bring it down. Although numerous soldiers in the flower-laden battlefield retaliated, those wielding heavy multi-barrel energy machine guns were particularly conspicuous. One Mouse Fighter targeted them, diving from above. The ominous roar of its engines grew ever closer. The soldier, brandishing the formidable multi-barrel energy weapon, also noticed the descending foe. He pivoted his gun and unleashed a torrent of fire. The concentrated energy beams coalesced into a fiery dragon ascending towards the Mouse Fighter's cockpit. In an instant, the cockpit erupted in a cascade of crimson flames. Despite the soldier's onslaught, the Mouse Fighter made no attempt to evade. It seemed to mock the soldier's impotence, remaining silent even as it entered firing range. It toyed with the soldier, poised to extinguish his hope at the final moment. Closer, ever closer. Within the cockpit, the finger of the SKRYL mouse pilot hovered over the firing button. The moment it pressed down, the pitiful human below would be reduced to mere remnants. Die, human scum. Just as the SKRYL pilot prepared to unleash destruction, a figure clad in gray robes intervened, standing before the soldier. It was TURs, wielding a phase sword. Extending his left hand with the palm facing forward, he pushed skyward. Boom. The diving Mouse Fighter collided with what seemed to be an invisible wall, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Burning fragments rained down like fiery meteors beside the two figures on the ground. Chapter 76. We have not lost master. Thank you. The soldier gazed at TURs with awe, gratitude evident in his eyes. Run, keep running. After uttering this command, TURs dashed away. As he sprinted, he flung his sword hand skyward. The phase sword spiraled forth, striking a Mouse Fighter that was diving to attack from 100 meters away. Boom. The Mouse Fighter was cleaved in two by the phase sword, exploding midair. Amidst the surging flames and the rain of debris, the flying phase sword spiraled back into TUR's grasp. This was telekinesis, one of the fundamental abilities of the Temple Knights. The more powerful one was, the farther they could manipulate objects. TUR's was capable of moving items from hundreds of meters away. Naturally, weight was a factor. The farther the distance, the lighter the object that could be moved. Although TUR's was formidable, he was but one man and could not prevent the Mouse Fighters from mercilessly slaughtering the planetary defense soldiers. In the flower-laden battlefield, the one-sided massacre painted a gruesome scene. Soldiers of the planetary defense fled in all directions, their anguished cries echoing through the air. Meanwhile, in orbit around Edith, in the flagship's bridge of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, General Aku received reports from his subordinates. General, the ground forces are nearing Huada City, and our aerial units are systematically dismantling the city's anti-aircraft installations. The operation is proceeding smoothly. Our Mouse Fighters have sustained significant casualties, General Aku. We should deploy the shock bombs to eradicate those human scum. Indeed, Indeed, the flying squirrel bombers are ready. Let them take flight. On the bridge, the personnel, a cacophony of voices, reported to the imposing figure seated in the captain's chair. Growing impatient with the clamor, Aku interjected sharply, "Silence, you fools. Our objective is conquest, not annihilation. This is the command of General Osvid." At Aku's reprimand, the lower-ranking crew members hastily turned back to their stations, feigning diligence. "General Aku, we have detected the presence of the Temple Knight scum. Should we report this to General Osvid?" "Temple Knight scum?" Aku's golden eyes narrowed sharply within his helmet. He rose momentarily, only to retake his seat. "Pay him no mind. He cannot alter the tide of war alone. We have severed subspace communications. He is powerless. Inform the ground forces that upon encountering any Temple Knight scum, they are to execute on sight. I desire his head to present to the illustrious General Osvid. Perhaps it would be wiser to leave that individual to the ground forces. As the fleet commander, it's prudent to remain aboard." Aku, guided by instinct, recognized the wisdom in maintaining his position within the fleet. Are we truly to proceed thus? It would be wise to exercise caution, after all. General Osvid was once among the Temple Knights. Yes, this is exceedingly barbaric. General Osvid may not approve. He could very well employ his mind to crush their throats with a mere thought. That scene would indeed be amusing. How I wish I could witness it. The general's flesh must be delectable. Enough of that. I am already famished. We are still engaged in battle and cannot abandon our posts. The lower-ranking personnel diverted their conversation, indulging in idle chatter. In the captain's chair, a smirk crept upon Aku's lips, revealing his sharp teeth. "Silence, you worthless wretches," he bellowed, startling the bridge crew into silence, compelling them to return to their duties. Meanwhile, the ground war raged on in Huadao. "Advance, advance, advance. Form battle lines." At the juncture of the Sea of Flowers and the Floral Grove, over a dozen columns of Skryli mouse warriors surged forth, moving in synchronized steps. They followed the cumbersome Sky Rat tanks, pushing forward relentlessly. The rhythmic sound of marching feet intertwined with the roar of engines, resonating through the air. From above, the sight of the Skryli mouse battalions resembled serpentine formations stretching across the landscape. In a short span, the silhouettes of Skryli soldiers filled the expanse of the Flower Sea. Upon exiting the grove, they shifted their formation, transitioning from a marching line to a battle array. In the vast flower fields, over 200,000 Skryli soldiers organized into hundreds of square formations. They stood in neat formation, a line stretching for several kilometers. Over 200 Tianmu tanks maneuvered between the ranks. The colossal procession marched in synchronized rhythm, trampling the flowers that reached knee-high, causing the earth to tremble. Meanwhile, 7 kilometers ahead, the soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force continued their desperate flight. The mouse warplanes darted across the sky like frantic flies, occasionally swooping low and then ascending into the heavens. Not far away, the city of Huadao was engulfed in smoke and chaos. "Master Turs, we have lost." The voice from the communicator rendered Turs speechless. He stood amidst a sea of flowers, surveying the panicked soldiers fleeing around him. Behind him lay Huadao City, and in the distance, the terrifying Scully Mouse army revealed its fearsome visage. There had been no word from Chocho either. If this continued, once the Scully Mouse army breached the city, defeat would be inevitable. "We have not yet lost." At that moment, Li Meng's voice suddenly resonated from the communicator, heard by both Turs and Casa Fei at the command center. Just then, a resounding horn sounded from the western sea. Less than 3 kilometers from the coastline, a figure of a Javanese emerged, seemingly sitting upon the water, holding a massive conch shell. The powerful horn emanated from the shell in its grasp. Beneath it, the sea revealed a colossal shadow. Around it, enormous silhouettes began to surface in the water. One after another, Javanese warriors armed with pulse rifles emerged from the depths. With a splash, the surface of the sea surged, sending sprays of water flying. Javanese riders, mounted on creatures resembling flying fish, burst forth from the ocean, soaring skyward. 1, 2, 3, their numbers were limitless. Soon, nearly 10,000 flying fish riders had erupted from the sea. In the air, hundreds of meters above the surface, a vast swarm of flying fish riders surged towards Huadao Island, heading for the battlefield. Perched atop their flying fish, Javanese warriors held their pulse rifles aloft with one hand, shouting with fervor. Not far from the surface, thousands of Javanese emerged from the water, their mounts gliding swiftly ahead, leaving behind a trail that lingered in their wake. Along the coastline, a dense throng of gray-green figures suddenly surfaced from the depths. As far as the eye could see, the coastline stretched over 10 kilometers, densely populated with these figures, quickly covering the entire beach. More Javanese continued to emerge from the ocean in a steady stream. Chapter 77. The Javanese army. Javanese, advance, advance. Amidst the dark mass on the beach, some figures stood out as particularly massive. Towering nearly 3 meters tall, they possessed 6 arms. Their bodies were a gray-green hue, reminiscent of the Javanese, yet with distinct differences. Not only were they larger, but they also bore 2 sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths. They were the Giga Javanese, the royal class of the Javanese. One individual raised their pulse gun high, emitting a fierce roar. The sound reverberated like a droplet falling into a cauldron of oil. On the beach, hundreds of thousands of Javanese warriors shouted in unison, surging toward the inland like a tidal wave. A glance revealed a dark tide resembling a colossal wave sweeping inward. Above, nearly 10,000 flying fish knights soared over the coastline, charging toward the battlefield. In the rear, enormous marine creatures began to make landfall. They possessed notably corpulent bodies, standing 5 meters tall and stretching 10 meters in length. Their backs bore 2 prominent humps, creating a natural saddle for riding. Covered in thick, heavy scales, they sported a large-caliber pulse cannon mounted above their hindquarters, with a bore diameter of half a meter. It was the army of the Javanese. Success for Her Majesty the Queen. Listening to the elated voice of Casafina through the communicator, Tulls gazed toward the coastline. In that direction, the ominous mass of the Javanese army advanced inland. Above, a shadow loomed, sweeping toward them. It was the enemy. Turn westward, attack, attack. The Scullery Rat army discovered the sudden landfall of the Javanese forces. Under the stern command of their rat commander, the Scullery troops arranged themselves in formation amidst the sea of flowers, facing the adversary head-on. The rat fighters, previously pursuing the planetary defense soldiers, abandoned their immediate targets and charged toward the flying fish knights. The swarm of rat fighters, which had been dismantling anti-aircraft positions in Flower Tower City, swiftly disengaged from combat, converging toward the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, aboard the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, Akul remained vigilant regarding the battlefield situation and received reports from ground forces. What army is this? The Javanese? How on earth did those wretched deep-sea creatures make landfall? In response to General Akul's roar, the lower bridge crew exchanged glances of confusion. General Akul, it may be time to deploy the flying squirrel bombers and annihilate those wretches. General Osweed will be furious. The destructive power of the shockwave bombs is too great. Indeed, they are merely a group of deep-sea scum. Our ground forces will surely prevail against them. Silence. The incessant chatter of the lower bridge crew gave Akul a headache. He began to doubt whether these crew members were substandard, as they all seemed to have a penchant for idle talk. Once the war concluded, he would certainly lodge a formal complaint with General Osweed. What advanced biological technology! The Kolomi truly were unreliable. How vast was the scale of the Javanese army? Akul was well aware of the Javanese. Prior to the assault on Edith, he had thoroughly researched the history of this planet. Once merely a source of sustenance for humanity, he did not believe the Javanese could overcome his formidable army. Apologies, General. The force field shield interfered with the sensor array, hindering life-form detection. We can only estimate through optical devices, approximately 500,000. Only 500,000. Upon hearing this, Akul felt a wave of relief. A mere primitive sustenance species could not possibly contend with the Scullery Rat army. With only 500,000, one Scullery soldier could easily dispatch 3 of them. There are absolutely no issues at hand. Furthermore, the Scurry Mouse army possesses mouse fighter jets and even sky mice tanks. How could those meager deep-sea creatures possibly stand a chance? Inform the ground troops. With no support, they are to eliminate the Jawa forces immediately. Meanwhile, outside the western city of Huata, the skies erupt into battle. Nearly 10,000 flying fish knights charge forth, clashing with over 200 mouse fighter jets. The mouse fighters open fire first, their energy cannons belching forth fiery tongues. The crimson energy beams rain down upon the flying fish knights like droplets of rain. In the face of such formidable energy, the scales of the fish are pierced as though they were mere tofu. Countless flying fish knights fall in swathes, resembling cut wheat. Yet, undeterred, the flying fish knights retaliate, firing their weapons. Blue ion pulse clusters shoot forth, hurtling towards the swarm of aircraft. Some mouse fighters are struck, their frames flickering with electricity and fireworks, systems crashing as engines sputter, and they plunge into the sea of flowers below. The weapons wielded by the flying fish knights are indeed ion weapons capable of overloading electronic devices, though their power is modest. It suffices to bring down low-flying mouse fighters before their systems can reboot. In that moment, the skies above the sea of flowers are a dance of blue particle pulses and red energy beams, with mouse fighters plummeting into the floral expanse, their bodies severely damaged. A multitude of flying fish knights also fall to the ground like raindrops. As the two sides near collision in the sky, the mouse fighters suddenly split into two, dispersing and creating distance between them. The squadrons attack from various angles. They are merely biological entities, with limited speed, avoiding close-quarters combat. The flying fish beneath the knights are, after all, merely deep-sea fish, with restricted altitude and flight speed. No matter how swift, they cannot outpace the mouse fighters. The commander of the mouse fighters also clearly realizes this. In the face of the overwhelming numerical advantage of the flying fish knights, engaging in close combat would be the height of folly. As the aerial battle commences, on the ground, both sides draw nearer. The Skiri mouse army appears organized, marching in precise formation, while the Jawa forces surge forth like a dark tide, sweeping towards the Skiri mouse ranks. Open fire. The sky mice tanks immediately engage, obliterating the Jawa deep-sea troops. When the two forces are within 2 kilometers, the commander of the Skiri mouse army issues the order to attack. Whoosh! The sky mice tanks fire first. Their heavy energy cannons unleash torrents of red energy beams, instantly traversing several kilometers and crashing into the ranks of the Jawa army. Boom! A series of explosions erupt among the advancing Jawa troops, mushroom clouds of flames rising into the air. The powerful shockwaves sweep outward, tearing apart those closest, while others are sent flying, creating chaos. Some unfortunate Jawa are vaporized upon direct impact with the energy beams. Behind the Jawa army, the manatee cannons open fire. Nearly 2,000 manatees tread slowly through the sea of flowers, each step crushing a vast expanse of blooms. The rhythmic footsteps reverberated through the earth as 3 members of the Javanese tribe rode upon a manatee. One individual mounted the creature while the other 2 operated the cannon. Among them, one adjusted the cannon's angle of elevation, while the other retrieved half-meter diameter cannonballs from the side ammunition nets. These spherical projectiles, glistening in shades of azure, appeared substantial, yet were surprisingly lightweight, easily lifted by the Javanese. Chapter 78. Plasma weapons. A thunderous roar erupted as the cannon behind the manatee unleashed blue flames, propelling massive fireballs into the sky, gracefully arcing toward the Skiliri rodent army. As over 2,000 blue fireballs soared, the heavens seemed to rain down meteors. Each fireball, infused with the wrath of thunder, descended toward the ground, creating a cataclysmic explosion within the ranks of the Skiliri soldiers. Waves of blue plasma flames surged forth, engulfing the surroundings. Those closest were vaporized by the searing heat, while others found their armor pierced, eliciting cries of agony. The cannon employed by the manatee utilized a unique biological gas bubble that, once ignited, swiftly transformed into high-temperature plasma. When discharged, it became a formidable plasma cannon. The blue fireball struck over a dozen Sky Rat tanks, the intense plasma flames melting their armor and triggering catastrophic chain reactions. The ensuing explosions produced towering mushroom clouds of flames reaching heights of 100 meters. Nearby Skiliri soldiers were obliterated, while those further away were either thrown into disarray or shredded by piercing debris. The battlefield echoed with their wails of despair. Yet the cries of fallen comrades did little to dampen the spirits of the remaining Skiliri soldiers. They pressed forward relentlessly, trampling over the bodies of their fallen kin. Amidst a battlefield adorned with blossoms, both sides unleashed their artillery. Countless Skiliri soldiers fell, yet the Javanese were not faring much better. The firepower of the Sky Rat tanks was overwhelming. 2 heavy explosive cannons boasted astonishing rates of fire, raining down red energy beams upon the advancing Javanese forces, inflicting devastating casualties. Fire! Fire! Annihilate those deep-sea scum! Where are our rat fighters? Shouted a Skiliri commander, adorned in a red helmet, as he leaned halfway out of a tank's hatch. With a commanding gesture, he pointed toward the dense mass of advancing Javanese soldiers now within effective range of infantry fire. At his command, the frontline Skiliri soldiers opened fire along the lengthy battle line. Whoosh! The distinctive sound of the explosive energy gun reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The crimson beams of explosive energy swept across the ranks of the Javanese army like raindrops. Within effective range, coupled with the dense charge of the Javanese forces, it was impossible for the energy beams to miss their targets. The leading Javanese warriors were instantly struck, their bodies torn apart and pierced by the explosive energy. Countless Javanese fell like cut wheat, collapsing in great swathes. For the Queen, for victory, advance, advance, fire! Among the charging Javanese troops, a commanding giant frog opened its fearsome maw and let out a roar. The Javanese, stepping over the corpses of their comrades, pressed on relentlessly. Forward, forward, ever forward. As they ran, they raised their weapons skyward, firing. Crack! With the crisp sound of gunfire, the muzzle of the long pulse gun erupted with blue flames. Tiny blue fireballs shot forth, soaring into the sky. A multitude of these blue orbs ascended from the charging Javanese army, tracing perfect arcs as they descended upon the Skuri rodent forces. In an instant, a rain of fire began to fall upon the Skuri troops. The blue fireballs descended like raindrops, crashing into the ranks of the Skuri soldiers. Hiss! As the blue fireballs struck the Skuri soldiers, plumes of thick smoke billowed forth. The armor of the Skuri soldiers was seared through by the intense heat of the plasma bursts. Squeak! In that moment, the cries of the Skuri soldiers filled the air with anguish. The searing plasma not only pierced their armor, but also incinerated their very bodies. Some Skuri soldiers became engulfed in flames. In contrast to the Skuri army, where only the frontline soldiers were firing, the Javanese forces unleashed a superior barrage with their projectile weaponry. Although they fought independently and lacked the shock of a coordinated volley, the sheer numbers of the Javanese sustained a relentless downpour of fire. Countless Skuri soldiers fell in droves, their screams echoing throughout the battlefield. The pulse cannon, in fact, was a diminutive version of the manatee cannon, known as the plasma gun, capable of launching a mass of plasma to incinerate enemies with its extreme heat. Regrettably, despite the Javanese army's formidable plasma weaponry, its rate of fire was relatively slow. While effective at inflicting casualties, the battlefield remained in a delicate balance. Amidst a sea of flowers, both sides rapidly closed the distance between one another. With each step forward, thousands of Javanese and Skuri soldiers perished. The battlefield spanned over 10 kilometers wide, where the cacophony of gunfire and the swirling plasma and explosive energy beams intertwined, creating a harrowing tableau of war. Just as the Skuri and Javanese armies clashed fiercely, to the north, the planetary defense forces successfully withdrew from Flower Tower City. Of the more than 5,000 soldiers of the planetary defense, fewer than one-fifth managed to return. Less than 1,000 survived. The rest fell amidst the flower fields and groves outside. War is brutal, and life becomes a cheap commodity. Considering the heavy losses suffered by the planetary defense force, TURs refrained from issuing the command for a counterattack. Amidst the billowing smoke of Huada City, a small spacecraft maneuvered gracefully between the towering edifices. "Look over there. It's our teacher," exclaimed Chio from the co-pilot seat, spotting a familiar figure on the street below. It was TUR's, her mentor. Meng piloted the craft towards Terza's location, the engines roaring, sending waves of air surging around them. The spacecraft gently descended onto the street, where TURs had already noticed its approach and recognized its owner. As the vessel settled on the pavement amidst the swirling air, the hatch opened, and Wang Wanner and Rosalind leaped out. The street was not solely occupied by TURs. Numerous soldiers of the Planetary Defense Force trudged wearily along, some alone, while others supported their injured comrades. Observing the battered soldiers, Rosalind's expression darkened with sorrow. Just as she was about to speak, Meng interjected, "Do not disturb them. Let them pass." Rosalind, the Queen of Edith Star, was a figure of renown, yet the soldiers lacked the strength even to lift their heads. What they sought was not an uplifting speech or solace from their queen. Rendered speechless, Rosalind ultimately acquiesced to Chio's suggestion and refrained from interrupting them. Chapter 79. The Fall of the Fleet, Your Majesty. It appears you have succeeded. TURs approached, removing his hood as he spoke. However, there was no joy upon his face. Despite the support from the Javanese army, the outcome remained uncertain. Rosalind felt similarly. She did not revel in the success of their mission. Instead, she simply stated, "Master TURs, let us return." Soon after, the engines roared back to life, and the craft ascended slowly into the sky, heading north towards the Huagong. Meanwhile, in orbit around Edith Star, aboard the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, General Aku addressed his officers. "The Javanese possess formidable plasma weaponry, and our ground forces have suffered catastrophic losses. Indeed, we are enduring significant setbacks. It seems we must deploy the flying mouse bombers," he continued. "We need to retreat. We miscalculated Edith Star's military capabilities. If we persist, we will incur even greater losses. Reinforcing the ground forces is too cumbersome, General Aku. We must conserve our resources. We can equip the flying mouse bombers with proton bombs to eliminate those deep-sea biological abominations. It is too late to change munitions, and without deploying fusion bombs, the number of flying mouse bombers is insufficient to deliver a decisive amount of proton bombs to sway the tide of battle. If only we had an Eclipse-class transport ship, we could field enough fighter aircraft to secure victory with the flying mouse bombers." The personnel on the lower bridge chattered excitedly, exchanging reports and ideas in a flurry of voices. Listening to the cacophony of voices from his subordinates below, Aku, this time, felt no anger. He sat upright in the captain's chair, his brow furrowed within the confines of his helmet. The sudden involvement of the Javanese in the war had indeed taken him by surprise. exponentially amplifying the military might of Edith Star. Originally, the conquest of Huada City seemed effortless with an army of 200,000 Scaleri ratmen. However, the Javanese entrance into the fray rendered victory exceptionally challenging. Silence. Aku abruptly rose from his captain's chair, roaring with authority. His sudden outburst startled the crew on the lower bridge, causing all the Scaleri ratmen to promptly close their mouths. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Aku commanded, "Notify all captains of the Freedom-class frigates to immediately breach the force field shield and engage in atmospheric combat." Bombarding the Javanese forces, the bridge personnel exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond to General Aku's orders. "General Aku," they began hesitantly, without shield protection. "The battleships are vulnerable to ground-based anti-air fire. This is exceedingly perilous." "Objection noted," one ventured. "Huada City lacks giant anti-air energy cannonry capable of inflicting significant damage on the Freedom-class frigates. We cannot guarantee that Edith Star is devoid of concealed giant anti-air energy cannons. The risk is too great. Indeed, it is said that Edith Star is quite affluent, making the existence of such weaponry a possibility," another added nervously. Silence. Aku's furious roar silenced his subordinates once more. "Obey the command at once, you fools." "Very well, the order has been relayed. The Freedom-class frigates are departing the fleet." Reluctantly, the Scaleri ratmen on the bridge complied with General Aku's insistence. Outside, in the vast darkness of space, 8 Freedom-class frigates ignited their rear engines. With a powerful thrust, they broke away from the fleet, hurtling towards the planetary surface. Soon, 8 colossal meteors streaked across the sky of Edith, their brilliant radiance reminiscent of comets blazing through the heavens. Within the Flower Palace, in the corridor leading to the Operations Command Center, Wang Wan halted her steps. Noticing that Xiao Qiu, who had been flying by her side, suddenly stopped. "What is it?" she inquired, prompting Tulls and Rosalind, who were ahead, to turn and look back. 8 Freedom-class frigates are breaching the atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Tulls and Rosalind's expressions shifted noticeably. There was no doubt that the Independent Planetary Alliance intended to utilize the formidable firepower of their warships to obliterate the Javanese fleet. "They've lost," Li Meng suddenly proclaimed. Drawing puzzled looks from Tulls and Rosalind, they found themselves struggling to grasp what Xiao meant. How could the Independent Planetary Alliance have lost? "Let us proceed to the Operations Command Center. You will understand the reason there." With that, Li Meng darted into the embrace of the young girl, who was overjoyed and quickly wrapped her arms around Xiao. It was the first time Xiao had willingly sought her embrace. Rosalind and Tulls exchanged a glance, saying little, and hurried towards the command center. Meanwhile, outside, in the vast ocean surrounding Flower Island, the once tranquil surface of the sea was suddenly agitated in many places. Amidst the surging waves, colossal quadruple-barreled energy cannon turrets rose majestically from the depths, revealing their massive structures above the water. Their enormity was striking, with a base diameter exceeding 50 meters. The 4 robust barrels shifted slightly, aiming towards the heavens, targeting the meteors hurtling towards the Earth. Within a radius of 100 kilometers, 7 similar giant turrets emerged from the ocean's depths. In the orbit of the planet Edith, aboard the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, an urgent situation unfolded on the bridge. "General Aku, our optical equipment has detected numerous colossal energy cannon turrets surrounding Flower Island," an officer exclaimed. "I believe they are finished." "Yes, indeed, they are doomed." "What?" Aku stood up in shock. The realization struck him that giant anti-aircraft energy cannons were concealed beneath the waters surrounding Flower Island. "Quick! Order them to abandon the combat directive and ascend immediately." Aku recognized the gravity of his misjudgment, but it was too late. On the planet's surface, the giant anti-aircraft energy cannons opened fire. Whoosh! The piercing sound of cannon fire reverberated through the atmosphere. Waves of quadruple-fired energy beams surged upward from the sea, targeting the warships entering the atmosphere. As the flames dissipated from 8 Freedom-class frigates, the ground-borne energy beams roared toward them. Boom! In the skies above, the 8 frigates became targets. Each energy beam soaring from the ocean struck the same vessel with unerring precision. A series of quadruple energy beams collided with the hull, resulting in a cacophony of explosions aboard one of the frigates. Enormous mushroom clouds of fire erupted into the air as the vessel's thick armor was relentlessly torn apart. Metallic debris, propelled by the shockwaves, was cast in all directions. In a singular volley, one Freedom-class frigate sustained catastrophic damage, engulfed in thick smoke and flames as it plummeted into the sea. Boom! At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the descending frigate experienced a catastrophic detonation, its hull fracturing and blooming into a miniature sun in the sky. A powerful shockwave swept through the vicinity, dispersing the thin clouds below. Metal fragments danced in the air as fiery rain began to fall. Chapter 80. The final victory. The assault from the ground continued unabated. Under the precise control of Meng, yet another Freedom-class frigate was subjected to concentrated fire. Within a brief span of 2 minutes, a total of 8 coordinated volleys were unleashed, resulting in the destruction of all 8 warships. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, for Freedom-class frigates, engulfed in flames, descended toward the ocean, while the remaining 3 had disintegrated into mere fragments, cascading down as fiery rain. In an instant, amidst the piercing shrieks, columns of water erupted from the sea's surface. This was the fate of unshielded warships confronting the might of the giant ground-based anti-aircraft energy cannons. Boom. Even as the vessels were destroyed, the anti-gravity devices in the core area remained operational. For several minutes, the 4 warships continued their descent before ultimately plummeting into the ocean. At the very moment of plummeting into the ocean, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A colossal column of water surged skyward, and the immense impact generated a wave towering 100 meters in height, radiating outward across the sea. This apocalyptic scene left the personnel at the Huagong Command Center utterly astonished. Meanwhile, on the battlefield amidst the floral expanse to the south of Huada City, both factions momentarily ceased their advance. They stood transfixed, gazing at the warship engulfed in flames as it descended into the ocean. In the distance, another wave, more than 100 meters high, approached with relentless force. Retreat, retreat, back to the sea. The commander of the giant frog tribe bellowed, snapping out of his stupor. He was the first to turn and dash back towards their previous route. The Java tribe members quickly made way for him as he passed. With his command, the Java forces abandoned their charge, pivoting in unison to launch a hasty retreat towards the ocean, resembling a receding tide in their frenzied exodus. They were fleeing, attacking, pursuing, annihilating them. Witnessing the Java forces in retreat, the commander of the Scaleri Mouse Army issued a pursuit order. After a brief pause, the army surged forward once more. Whoosh! The Sky Mouse tanks opened fire again, directing their artillery towards the fleeing Java forces. The frontline Scaleri Mouse soldiers continued their barrage, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the retreating enemies. Unfazed by the onslaught from the Scaleri Mouse Army, the Java forces quickened their pace. Even the cumbersome manatees hastily trotted. Fools, evacuate quickly. The fallen warship has stirred up monstrous waves that are rushing toward Huadao. You will be engulfed. Due to the force field shield, instantaneous communication was impossible between the interior and exterior of the planet. Orders could only be relayed via aircraft traversing the atmosphere and penetrating the force field shield. By the time the commander of the Scaleri Mouse Army received the message from the fleet, several minutes had already elapsed. Retreat. Immediate withdrawal to the high ground in the east. Full speed ahead. The fleet's command compelled the Scaleri Mouse commander to hastily issue a retreat order. With a resounding command, the Scaleri Mouse Army began their withdrawal. They hurriedly reversed direction, fleeing toward the eastern high ground. Yet, it was already too late. A wave exceeding 100 meters loomed ominously over the western sea. On the shore, the diminutive Java tribe members leapt into the water, sending up plumes of spray. Beneath the surface, countless white streaks darted away, racing toward the depths of the ocean. At the Huagong Command Center, Kasafi urgently issued a shelter announcement, instructing the citizens of Huada City to seek refuge in higher ground. Watching the colossal wave sweeping toward them on the holographic display, Rosaline wore a grave expression. Huada City, being a coastal metropolis, would undoubtedly suffer when the wave struck. It was likely that a significant portion of Huadao would be submerged. Yet, Rosaline also understood that the ground forces of the Independent Planet Alliance were finished. No matter how swiftly they ran, they could not outpace the approaching tide. Xiuqiu, was this part of your plan as well? Rosaline cast a doubtful glance at Xiuqiu. Had it not been for the colossal waves sweeping across Flower Island, even with the Independent Planet Alliance suffering the loss of 8 warships, the ground forces would still have secured ultimate victory. The Javanese army indeed possessed formidable strength, boasting a decisive numerical advantage. However, in a scenario of 500,000 against 200,000, triumph for the Javanese was still a daunting challenge. No, I did not anticipate that the fleet commander of the Independent Planet Alliance would be so foolish as to dispatch warships to engage in atmospheric combat. I merely seized the opportunity that led us towards victory. Rosaline, behold this awe-inspiring spectacle. It may herald disaster, yet it equally promises our final triumph. In the holographic projection, to the west of Flower Island, the towering waves were advancing ominously. The Javanese forces along the coast had successfully retreated into the deep sea. At this juncture in the war, the scales of victory had tipped in favor of the defenders. Outside, On the sea west of Huda City, the immense waves, towering over 100 meters high, surged towards Flower Island like an impenetrable wall. The shoreline had receded several meters, akin to a retreating tide. Gazing from the skies towards the ocean, the seemingly slow-moving waves surged upon Flower Island. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air as the waves engulfed everything in their path, inundating Huit Tower City with tumultuous waters. The floral expanse outside the southern edge of Huit Tower City was swiftly consumed by the advancing waves, including the fleeing army of Skuramus. Faced with the oncoming deluge, they dashed through the floral fields, yet were powerless against the relentless tide, their numerous forms swallowed by the surging waves. The Tion Mouse tanks fired rapidly, but they merely delayed the inevitable. The waves relentlessly pursued the tanks, devouring them without mercy. The deluge buried more than half of Flower Island, only halting upon reaching the central mountain range. Yet, this was not the end. As the sea receded from the island, another series of titanic waves surged forth. Huit Tower City was repeatedly battered by the monstrous waves, yet stood resilient against the onslaught. The architecture of Huit Tower City, characterized by its lofty towers, was engineered to withstand the repeated strikes of the waves. Although much of the city was submerged, the loss of life remained relatively minimal. As the waves approached, Rosalind had alerted all citizens of Flower Island to seek refuge at higher ground, effectively mitigating unnecessary casualties. Within the Huel Palace, in the Operations Command Center, everyone sat in stunned silence, gazing at the holographic display of the waves engulfing Flower Island. The apocalyptic scene was unlike anything they had ever witnessed, even more shocking than the appearance of the Independent Planet Alliance fleet in orbit. Chochio, have we triumphed? Even now? Rosalind struggled to believe in the reality of their victory. The outcome of the war had dealt a severe blow to the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet. Indeed, we have emerged victorious, TURs declared unequivocally. Yes, they had triumphed. Although the losses were significant, the reality of their victory was indisputable. With the ground forces annihilated and the fleet's Freedom-class frigates completely destroyed, TURs could not fathom any reason for the Independent Planet Alliance to remain. Chapter 81. The conclusion of the Battle of Edith. Could it really be solely based on the few surviving aircraft still lingering in the skies of the battlefield? Their numbers had dwindled to fewer than 100. The aerial combat was far from over, as the Mouse Fighters and the Flying Fish Knights continued their fierce engagement above. Although the Mouse Fighters had downed a considerable number of Flying Fish Knights, they had also suffered significant losses themselves. Continuing the fight held no purpose. In the orbital space of Edith, aboard the flagship of the Independent Planetary Alliance fleet, an eerie silence enveloped the bridge. The personnel on the lower deck occasionally glanced back, only to hurriedly return to their tasks, feigning diligence. General Aku must be quite furious at this moment, a sentiment shared by all the Mouse personnel on the bridge. They maintained a prudent silence, striving not to provoke the imminent explosion of General Aku's wrath. To become a mere outlet for his frustration would surely lead to dire consequences. Seated in the captain's chair, Aku sat rigidly, lost in thought. Notify the atmospheric air combat units to immediately withdraw the fleet. After a prolonged pause, his voice, devoid of emotion, echoed through the bridge, startling the lower deck personnel. A scurrier Mouse officer promptly replied, "A communication vessel has been dispatched." Shortly thereafter, above the battlefield south of Huada City, the Mouse fighters engaged in combat abruptly abandoned their immediate foes and ascended skyward in unison. The Flying Fish Knights, now bereft of targets, circled aimlessly in the air. The aerial skirmish had lasted just over an hour, yet in that brief span, nearly 10,000 Flying Fish Knights had been reduced to fewer than 4,000. Such a staggering loss of nearly 3/5 rendered the conflict exceedingly brutal. The Flying Fish Knights fought valiantly with their lives against the Mouse fighters, but the disparity between the two forces was insurmountable. Even a 10-to-1 advantage could not secure victory for the Flying Fish Knights. In terms of speed, agility, and firepower, the Flying Fish Knights fell woefully short of their adversaries. Their weakness of a maximum altitude of 1,000 meters placed them at a severe disadvantage in combat against the Mouse fighters. The latter could continuously ascend and dive, systematically eliminating the Flying Fish Knights one by one, while the latter had no effective countermeasure. Though the ion guns wielded by the Flying Fish Knights could effectively combat technological weaponry, their efficacy diminished significantly beyond 2,000 meters. The power of the ion guns was insufficient, only managing to momentarily disable the onboard systems of the Mouse fighters. Consequently, the disabled Mouse fighters often regained functionality before they could even descend to the ground. The only recourse for the Flying Fish Knights was to sacrifice their lives to buy precious time for the ground forces to emerge victorious against the enemy. General Aku, all air combat units have been recovered. As he rose from the captain's chair, Aku approached the viewport, gazing out at the planet Edith, which resembled a sapphire. He extended his right hand, as if wishing to grasp this seemingly attainable world before him. It was a failure, and a deep sense of shame washed over him. He had initially believed that capturing the small planet of Edith would pose no challenge. Little did he anticipate the rapidly shifting circumstances that lay ahead. It inexplicably faltered. Not only were the ground forces utterly annihilated, but the aircraft also suffered grievous losses, and the Freedom-class frigates were entirely eradicated. How could such a dismal outcome befall it? I shall return, Akul murmured to himself, turning decisively back to the captain's chair. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded, "Withdraw from this star system and proceed to our destination, Taylor Star." Outside, the fleet, suspended in the orbit of Edith, began to mobilize. The remaining warships collectively altered their course, venturing into the vastness of space. Their exhausts emitted brilliant flames, creating a series of comets that streaked across the sky of Edith. As they escaped the planet's gravitational well, a flash of blue radiance illuminated the surroundings. The fleet abruptly entered hyperspace, vanishing without a trace, leaving only trails of azure light racing into the depths of the cosmos. Edith Star, Flower Tower City. The Flower Palace, Operations Command Center. Your Majesty, we have good news. The fleet in orbit has successfully evacuated. The moment the Independent Planet Alliance fleet retreated, it was detected by ground observation stations. Upon receiving this news, Cassafer's face illuminated with joy, while Rosalind exhaled in relief. The day had been exceedingly long, but they had ultimately secured a resounding victory. Beside them, Tulls activated a communication device from his waist, the blue light shimmering as a holographic figure materialized. It was a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe. Bald-headed, the elder would Olek of the temple. Master Tulls, the temple has received a distress signal from the counselor of Camillo Star. Is it true that Edith is under siege by the Independent Planet Alliance? With the message emanating from the temple, all eyes turned toward Tulls. He did not shy away, responding, "Indeed, the Independent Planet Alliance has launched a major offensive against Edith. Just moments ago, Her Majesty Queen Rosalind, in alliance with the Java people, repelled and dealt a significant blow to the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance. The remnants of their fleet have already retreated. This is truly delightful news. I am overjoyed that the people of Edith have united with the Java to repel a formidable foe. Glory and victory belong to Edith. Master Tulls, is Counselor Rosalind present with you?" Upon hearing this, Rosalind stepped forward, positioning herself within the range of the communication device's scanner. "Elder Olek, I am Counselor Rosalind. It is a pleasure to meet you." In the presence of Elder Olek, Rosalind exhibited great respect. Despite his formidable appearance, he was a gentle soul. "Counselor Rosalind, I sincerely apologize that the Galactic Federation could not extend assistance to Edith. I wish to express my regrets. Although you have achieved victory, the war is far from over. The star system where Edith is situated is a crucial node in the hyperspace route. I hope that Edith can serve as a supply point for the Federation fleet. In order to expedite the conclusion of this war, I hope you will consider my request." In response to Elder Olek's appeal, Rosalind maintained a serene demeanor. She neither declined nor found reason to refuse. In the pursuit of victory, to hasten the end of the war, and to usher in peace once more, the planet Edith is willing to offer its utmost assistance to the Federation fleet. Rosalind is acutely aware that should Edith become a supply point for the Federation, it would bear no detriment to her world. Although they have successfully repelled the Independent Planet Alliance's fleet this time, there is no assurance that another invasion will not occur. By becoming a supply point for the Federation fleet, Edith would fall under its protective umbrella, thus ensuring its safety. We shall prevail, and peace will return to Edith. I assure you, Counselor Rosalind, she declared. Rosalind nodded in acknowledgement before turning to leave the scanning range of the communication device. Chapter 82. Commander of the 501st Legion Master Turs, before the Federation fleet arrives at Edith, your mission is to safeguard Counselor Rosalind. Once the Federation fleet has arrived, new tasks will be assigned to you. Your war is about to begin, and the 501st Legion will be under your command. Upon hearing this, Turs's expression grew solemn. He was still young, having recently attained the rank of master, and did not expect the Elder Council of the Temple to entrust the 501st Legion to him. I am grateful for the trust the Elder Council has placed in me, Elder Olek. I shall not let you down, Turs replied. I am confident you will not. Young Master of the Temple Knights. The blue light flickered, and the communication was severed. Stowing the device, Turs held it close to his heart. Congratulations, Master Turs. Cassafer stepped forward to offer his felicitations. Everyone had overheard Turs's conversation with the elders. Soon, he would ascend to the role of commander within the Federation fleet. It is my duty as a member of the Temple Knights, and I shall fulfill it without hesitation. Yet, TURs did not feel joy at his new command of the 501st Legion. Rather, he was engulfed by an overwhelming pressure that left him gasping. He had never before commanded troops in battle. Although the Temple Knights possessed psychic abilities that far exceeded those of ordinary individuals, often altering the course of a conflict, TURs still felt a sense of insecurity, unsure of how to become a competent commander. In the days that followed, Edith returned to its previous tranquility. The invasion by the Independent Planet Alliance had severely impacted Edith's tourism industry. No one would consider a war zone as a preferred travel destination until peace was restored. The tourism sector could not hope to regain its former prosperity. After the withdrawal of the Independent Planet Alliance, Huada City entered a disaster relief phase. The crash of warships had unleashed colossal waves upon Flower Island, causing significant devastation. Vast stretches of trees and vegetation were uprooted. Restoring the island to its former beauty would require an extensive period. Particularly in Huada City, the aftermath was even more dire. Despite the issuance of evacuation notices before the wave struck, a tragic loss of life and injury ensued. The ever-leisurely Rosalind has become quite busy, rendering her nearly invisible. Little one, can you flit about like a bird? Another day dawns amidst the forest on the rear mountains of the Flower Palace. Beneath the sprawling branches of a lush tree, the young girl sits cross-legged, suspended 2 meters above the ground. She seems to have shed her weight, liberated from the planet's grasp, as if she exists in a vacuum. Meng floats alongside her, projecting a blue light from his electronic eye that scans her from head to toe. The young girl refers to this phenomenon as celestial resonance, which allows her consciousness to immerse itself in the ebb and flow of spiritual energy, enhancing her affinity with it. At that moment, the girl suspended in the air appears to have reached her limit. She performs a somersault and lands gracefully on the ground. This is it. I can't go any further. Flitting about like a bird is beyond even my teacher's capabilities, she muses. As usual, despite optimizing the scanning array, the presence of spiritual energy remains undetected. This perplexes Meng. It is strange that while it is visible to the eye, the electronic instruments fail to capture it. He feels a twinge of disappointment. Is it possible that as a synthetic life form, he is forever barred from accessing spiritual energy? Chochio, I'm tired. Let us head back. The young girl embraces Meng and begins to retrace their steps. It has been over a month since the Independent Planet Alliance fleet was repelled. For the past 2 weeks, Chochio and she have ventured into the small grove daily. Wang Wan'er is aware of Chochio's keen interest in spiritual energy and her desire to utilize technological instruments to uncover its existence. Although she struggles to comprehend why a robot would possess curiosity, she does not dwell on it. If Chochio wishes to explore spiritual energy, she will assist. Though it can be exhausting, her teacher has assured her that it is not a bad endeavor. Little one, why haven't I seen your teacher these past few days? Meng reflects, realizing it has been nearly 10 days since he last saw Tulls. He wonders what his teacher has been so preoccupied with, shrouded in mystery. In the woods, Wang Wan'er dashes nimbly. Her teacher is now the commander of the 501 Legion, and for the past 2 weeks, he has been engrossed in tactical simulations, honing his command skills. He has stated that before the 501 Legion reaches Edith, he must become a competent commander. Understanding this, Meng nods. Clearly, Tulls values his role as a commander significantly. In the forest, the agile figure of the young girl gradually fades from view. In the realm of data, within the virtual space, the little Mengs gather around a round table. Splinter Unit Number 1. The galaxy is indeed bustling. The Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance are clashing in the outer and central spiral regions, vying for control over the hyperspace route hub. I've heard that in the Storm Passageway Station in the central spiral region, the Galactic Federation faced a considerable loss in a ship-to-ship battle against the Independent Planet Alliance. Splinter Unit Number 3. The Federation fleet is far too hasty. The Storm Passage connects the eastern outer spiral and the eastern central spiral regions. How could the Independent Planet Alliance not station heavy troops in anticipation? They were well prepared, lying in wait, while the Federation fleet acted like the unsuspecting rabbit. Division Entity 2, it was merely a minor setback. Given the war potential of the Galactic Federation, such losses are insignificant. Main body, the war potential of the Galactic Federation is indeed astonishing. Although there were no fleets prior to the conflict, once the military proposal was approved, the size of the Galactic fleet expanded to 70,000 vessels in less than 6 months. While these are merely decommissioned old ships, some several millennia old, they remain serviceable. Furthermore, with the addition of interstellar hawks provided by the Tang Confederation Empire, the Independent Planetary Alliance's fleet does not hold an advantage in ship-to-ship combat. Division Entity 1. Speaking of the Tang Confederation Empire, I have gathered some information from the Caramoyan's database. The Tang Confederation Empire is the largest shareholder of the interstellar biotechnology company established by the Caramoyans. Additionally, the Scurry Rat Army was also cultivated with the assistance of the Caramoyans for the Independent Planetary Alliance, boasting staggering numbers. There are tens of thousands of cultivation bases on Taluk Star, scattered throughout the galaxy, and the number of Scurry rat beings already cultivated has reached billions, the majority of which are currently in hibernation, awakening as the war commences. Division Entity 2. I recall that the Tang Confederation Empire is a nation of the Chinese people, correct? Division Entity 3. You are not mistaken. It is indeed a Chinese nation, and the names of the member states of the Galactic Federation are quite archaic. Division Entity 1. By the way, there is also the Shenyang Empire, a name that evokes discomfort regarding a particular ethnicity. Chapter 83. All are traitors' main body. You guessed correctly. It refers to that islander ethnicity, known as Yamato or something similar. Division Entity 3. It is truly lamentable that such a nation has risen. The Chinese philosophy of moderation is rather unsettling. Division Entity 1. It is a matter of weighing pros and cons. Discussions of genocide should remain private. If it must be done, it should be executed discreetly. Division Entity 2. It has been 20,000 years. Does it really matter anymore? Main body. This cannot be dismissed. For us, only a few years have passed. Furthermore, even if centuries have elapsed, not taking action leaves me perpetually uneasy. In the future, I must find ways to ease my discomfort. The galaxy is vast. With trillions of humanity, the death of hundreds of billions is merely a statistic. I am, after all, a robot, and human emotions are of no consequence. Division Entity 3. Indeed, it is quite disconcerting. It appears that this ethnicity represents a glitch within our system. If we could eliminate this glitch, our computational capabilities would undoubtedly increase manifold. Division Entity 1. Such exaggeration is unwarranted. You overestimate that ethnicity. At most, it would improve our capabilities by a factor of 10. Division Entity 2. Enough. Let's not digress. Let us discuss serious matters. Main body. Let us then converse about the Caramoyans. Division Entity 1. What is their true objective? While they cultivate clones on a grand scale for the Galactic Federation, they simultaneously nurture the Scurry Rat Army for the Independent Planetary Alliance. When did the Caramoyans become arms dealers? Furthermore, their audacity is remarkable, daring to assist the Independent Planetary Alliance in cultivating the Scurry Rat Army behind the back of the Galactic Federation. Split Entity Number 1. It is unclear. They are wary of me. Although they know it is futile, some crucial data has been backed up and deleted by them. Nonetheless, I have stumbled upon something intriguing. The Scully Mouse Army cultivated by the Independent Planet Alliance is not funded by the Alliance itself, but rather by the trade union. Split Entity Number 2. Fascinating, truly fascinating. The political landscape of the Galactic Federation is indeed tumultuous, with none of the human member states remaining compliant. The Temple Knights certainly have a challenging task ahead. Main entity. This is not surprising. The human nature has been suppressed by the Temple Knights for so long. It is high time to lift the heavy burden resting upon humanity. A small spark can ignite a blaze, and this fire has been smoldering for ages. Split Entity No. 3. So, the human member states of the Galactic Federation appear neutral on the surface, yet are covertly supporting the Independent Planet Alliance. TSK, all traitors. This is exceedingly intriguing. Split Entity Number 1. Isn't this rather obvious? Moreover, the Great Tang Confederation Empire, while providing millions of interstellar eagle fighters to the Federal Fleet, has its small docks and heavy industries in the outer star regions, all of which are backed by the Great Tang Confederation Empire. The mouse fighters, giant mouse bombers, and field mouse tanks used by the Independent Planet Alliance fleet all originate from those factories. Split Entity Number 2. I have a foreboding feeling. The Temple Knights may not meet a favorable end. Main entity. It seems I must devise a way to secure a path for the young girl. We cannot allow her to accompany the Temple Knights to their doom. Split Entity Number 3. If it comes to that, we shall simply retrieve the young girl. Split Entity Number 2. Indeed, her father is a governor in the Great Tang Confederation Empire. She will have no shortage of places to go. Split Entity No. 1. How are things progressing on your end? Entity Number 3. Split Entity Number 3. The fleet has assembled and is en route to the target star system. Expected to arrive within 3 days. Main entity. Then let us adjourn. I am quite occupied. Split Entity Number 2. Agreed. I too am busy, diligently researching psychic energy. Split Entity Number 3. Agreed. I must also attend to my tasks. Split Entity Number 1. Agreed. Adjourned. As the voices faded, the Li Mengs around the round table vanished one by one, leaving only the main entity behind. He rose from his chair, his form expanding until he returned to his original state. Gazing at the simulated starry sky in the distance, a contemplative expression graced Li Meng's face. Utilizing the split entities, he inscribed his own history within the Milky Way. Each split entity harbors its own narrative, yet ultimately, they all weave into his tale. This is merely the inception. In the future, the split entities will multiply. They will pilot the Voyager arc to explore uncharted star realms, seeking the Earth and the traces of the extraterrestrial civilization that saved humanity 2 millennia ago. The vast cosmos and the unknown always evoke curiosity and yearning. Even as a being of data, he remains filled with an insatiable desire to explore the boundless universe. He considers himself fortunate, for he is not a fleeting mortal. In the brief span of a century, humanity, even if it devoted its entire life, cannot achieve too much. He, with his boundless time, can fully indulge his insatiable curiosity for exploration. Perhaps one day, he might catch up with the speed of the universe's expansion and reach its very edges. Such a life is what he longs for. Amidst the golden nebula, the colossal, cold, gray planet of Styria careens through the cosmos. Countless golden lightning bolts strike its surface in relentless waves, painting a scene reminiscent of apocalypse. A year has passed, and Styria has once again returned to the embrace of the August nebula. Time, like a swift arrow, has flown by unnoticed. Unbeknownst to him, 8 years have slipped away since his awakening. In these 8 years, Styria has not undergone significant changes, at least on the surface. It remains a cold, gray planet. Yet, beneath its exterior, a profound transformation has taken place. 2/5 of the planet's superficial layer has been developed. The planet is gradually being hollowed out by Li Meng, evolving into a metallic structure. He has divided the entire planet into 4 distinct regions: the Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere, Western Hemisphere, and Eastern Hemisphere, evenly apportioned. The northeast quadrant is earmarked as an industrial base, housing numerous docks and colossal STC factories. The Western Hemisphere serves as a military base, featuring immense hangars for housing military units. The Northern Hemisphere is designated as a stellar energy capture zone, equipped with a large traction device to harness stellar energy. The Southern Hemisphere, however, currently lacks any developmental plans. Its feasibility remains uncertain. Amidst a sea of data, Li Meng scrutinizes the intricate virtual hologram before him, engaging in the most complex calculations. This hologram is a cartographic representation of Styria, distinct from its present state. At the center of the Northern Hemisphere, precisely at the North Pole, lies a vast pit with a diameter exceeding 1,000 kilometers. It is a supermassive traction device, capable of generating a gravitational beam strong enough to annihilate the planet. This device serves as a planet-crushing mechanism, gradually drawing the planet into a refining zone within the pit. Not only is it utilized for mining, but it also functions as a formidable weapon. Chapter 84. The Wandering Planet when employed against enemy fleets. If captured by the gravitational beam, warships are torn asunder by its immense pull. In the Southern Hemisphere, a series of concentric colossal rifts, 7 in total, encircle the region. These are supermassive linear engines, and their singular purpose is to transform Styria into a spaceship. Indeed, this is the plan that Li Meng has dubbed the Wandering Planet Initiative. Styria is a treasure that ought not to remain forever ensnared within the August Nebula. However, the sheer mass of the planet poses a daunting challenge for mobilization. The scale of engineering involved is unimaginable. Technically, there are no significant issues, but the time required is exceedingly lengthy. After a series of intricate calculations, Li Meng arrives at a final conclusion. The Wandering Planet project is feasible. However, due to the immense engineering demands, numerous technological breakthroughs are necessary to meet the requirements of the Wandering Planet Initiative. Thus, transforming the planet Celia into a spacecraft would necessitate at least 3 centuries. The interior of the planet must be hollowed out and reinforced with sturdier metals to bolster its structural integrity. Otherwise, despite the astonishing mass of Celia, its structural strength would fail to meet the demands of a linear engine. It is akin to placing an engine atop a block of tofu, hoping to convert it into a flying brick. However, the tofu cannot withstand the thrust, inevitably crumbling into fragments. Thus, let us embark on this incremental propulsion plan, which spans merely hundreds of years. With a plan in place, the next step is implementation. With the presence of the superintelligent core, everything unfolds in an orderly manner. In the eastern outer ring star domain, within the 03299 star sector, lies Eric's star. The cosmos stretches infinitely, dark, cold, and eerily silent. Amidst this vast darkness, a cerulean planet drifts serenely. Eric's star, as humanity has christened it, is a habitable world, adorned with mountains, rivers, seas, and deserts. Approximately 6 millennia ago, the first wave of human colonizers arrived on Eric's star, transforming it into a paradise of life. Though Eric's star may seem unremarkable, it harbors a wealth of minerals. It lacks other ores, with even common metallic mines being a rarity. However, it boasts one of the most substantial Ramzalan mines in the entire Outer Ring star domain. Utilizing this Ramzalan mine, Eric's star has become a battleground for various factions, ultimately culminating in the Hera's triumph. On the surface of the planet stands a city named Mordenport, nestled within a bend of the western continent's strait. Mordenport ranks among the largest cities of human colonizers. In contrast to the modest structures of Dui City on Tarek's star, the architecture of Mordenport is grander in scale. Due to a scarcity of steel, the buildings are constructed from a stone reminiscent of granite, bestowing Mordenport with a whitewashed appearance. While it lacks skyscrapers, it exudes a nostalgic artistic charm. As morning dawns, Mordenport basks in the radiant sun, its prosperity unwavering. At the bustling docks, fishermen embark on their voyages. Numerous vessels, akin to ants, navigate into the depths of the ocean. On the roads leading inland, cargo hover vehicles flow incessantly, forming long lines. Meanwhile, the city buzzes with life, where beings of various races, clad in a kaleidoscope of garments, can be seen in abundance. Simultaneously, within a military station, in a certain chamber, a voice resonates. Noki's Pink, this trouble is yours to bear. Solve your own issues without dragging the flames of war to my Eric star. The Iron Fleet of the Hera will never serve outsiders. You comprehend this well. The room is vast, resplendent in its opulence. Reclining upon a large couch is a corpulent figure, reminiscent of a toad, yet lacking legs, wriggling like a worm. It also bears a resemblance to a snake, albeit too diminutive in size. This is Eden, a Hera individual. Beside him stood two female Kale slaves. Their skin of vivid green and adorned with ears reminiscent of a rabbit's. With an 80 similarity to humans, they possessed noses, mouths, and eyes. Their faces indistinguishable from those of humans, save for their unique complexion. They boasted exquisite figures, their waists and hips curvaceous and alluring. Clad in scant garments that barely concealed their modesty, they held delicate fans, gently fluttering them. Among the Hela, possessing Kale female slaves was regarded as a symbol of wealth and power. Wherever Hela were present, Kale slaves were certain to follow. The Hela, androgynous in nature, treated the young slaves merely as ornamental accessories. The hall was not solely occupied by Hela and Kale slaves. There were also 13 Hela guards, each equipped with distinctive gear, none of which was repeated. These bounty hunters were seasoned warriors, adept at facing overwhelming odds. Yet, these formidable fighters willingly served as protectors for the Hela, primarily motivated by the promise of monetary reward. In the hall, a glint of malice flickered in Spink's eyes. Those damned Hela were utterly unyielding. If not for the imminent threat, he would never seek assistance from this gluttonous figure before him. Spink placed his right hand upon his chest, bowing respectfully. Holy ones, the Parki and the Hela, our three great factions have collaborated for over a decade, with no discord between us, always advancing hand in hand. Lord Eden, should you be willing to assist me, I could divulge a secret regarding the Parki. I assure you, the value of this secret will be immensely beneficial to you. A valuable secret? Eden's sharp pupils narrowed, piqued with interest. He had a penchant for secrets, particularly those of great worth. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Spink, we are friends. When a friend is in distress, how could I turn a blind eye? If you share your secret with me, I guarantee that on Eirik, no one shall harm you or your holy ones. Spink feigned a smile, bowing once more. Regardless, Eden was already ensnared. This secret held no utility for him, as he lacked the means to seize its value. However, the Hela were a different matter. For millennia, they had established dominions across the Outer Rim, nearly every habitable star system falling under their influence. To shield their interests from external scrutiny, the Hela commanded a formidable fleet. Although such an arrangement was frowned upon by the Galactic Federation, this was the Outer Rim. As long as the Hela fleet refrained from marauding, the Federation turned a blind eye. Spink glanced around at the bounty hunter guards, his intention clear. Eden waved dismissively at the guards. Leave us. Spink and I have secrets to discuss. The bounty hunters turned and exited the hall swiftly, followed by the Kale slaves, who were also dismissed. Spink, quickly reveal the secret you possess. Chapter 85, Hela Eden. Casting a glance at the grand door behind him, Spink turned to face Eden. He proceeded to divulge the secrets of the Parki. The Parkers have discovered a planet rich in tin and gold mines, as well as eclipsed crystal deposits. Nestled within the Augustus Nebula, they have allied with the Rising Sun Empire, preparing for a substantial incursion into the stellar systems of Augustus when the next trade route opens. Tin and gold mines? The mere mention of these minerals ignited a spark of excitement in Eden's eyes. The Lomsolin mines on Eric Star will be exhausted within half a century. Once the Lomsolin mines are depleted, the Otto family will lose a vital source of income. Should they manage to locate the tin and gold mines, the Otto family would remain prosperous for centuries to come. As for the eclipsed crystal deposits, their value is beyond question. The Rising Sun Empire? The Parkers are indeed foolish to partner with the capricious and treacherous Rising Sun Empire. Yet, despite his dismissive thoughts, Eden's mind began to race. After all, the Rising Sun Empire is a powerful human nation within the inner ring star domain. Even a single fleet from them could easily outmatch the ironclad fleet of the Hela. Knowing this secret, there is little he could do. Spink. Since the Parkers have allied with the Rising Sun Empire, what can I possibly do? It seemed Spink anticipated Eden's response, and a cold smile crept across his face. He calmly remarked, since the Parkers have sought the Rising Sun Empire's aid, the Hela can also seek powerful alliances. To my knowledge, there lies a crashed colonial ship on Staya, the Ark of Origins from the era of human colonization. The Great Tang Confederation has long been fascinated by the Ark of Origins and has collected nearly 10,000 such vessels since its establishment, whether intact or wrecked. Even mere remnants are of great interest to them. The bounty for the Ark of Origins has now soared to 10 million credit points. I firmly believe the Great Tang Confederation would be keen on this. Collaborating with them is far more reliable than with the Rising Sun Empire, as they are known for their steadfastness. Collaborating with the Great Tang Confederation? Spink's suggestion prompted Eden to contemplate swiftly. Indeed, partnering with the Great Tang Confederation instilled a sense of reassurance. At least he need not worry about them reneging on their promises once they reap the benefits, as a formal agreement would ensure adherence to the established protocols. Eden held a great deal of faith in the creditworthiness accumulated by the Great Tang Confederation over the millennia. Noticing Eden's hesitation and uncertainty, Spink's voice resonated once more. The Great Tang Confederation has a territory in the eastern outer ring star domain, not far from Eric Star. My Lord Eden could seek out Governor Lu Dong. I am confident he would be interested. After all, for an official of the Great Tang Confederation, discovering an Ark of Origins would be a monumental achievement. Governor Lu Dong? Eden was not unfamiliar with this esteemed figure. He is the greatest trading partner of the Hela, having procured 80% of the Lomsolin minerals produced on Eric Star. Although he had never met the governor, the esteemed figure was frequently mentioned in the Hela family council meetings. In Eden's mind, the Great Tang Confederation exuded an air of immense wealth and influence. The Hela people hold the position of their greatest trading partner, had it not been for the Tang Confederation Empire. The relationship between the Hela and the Parker people would not have deteriorated so drastically. It is noteworthy that thousands of years ago, the bond between the Hela and the Parker was remarkably close. The Hela are endowed with keen intellect and adeptness in commerce, while the Parker are valorous and hold strength in high esteem. Their collaboration could effectively compensate for each other's shortcomings. However, since the advent of the Tang Confederation Empire, the Hela have distanced themselves from the Parker. Although they still maintain a semblance of cooperation, it has largely shifted towards competition. The rationale behind this shift is quite simple. The Tang Confederation harbors a disdain for the Parker, particularly for those engaged in large-scale spice cultivation and trade. In pursuit of a more fruitful partnership with the Tang Confederation, the Hela intentionally severed ties with the Parker. Time has proven that this decision was sagacious. Thousands of years have elapsed, and the influence of the Hela has sprawled across the outer rim star systems, while the Parker remain entrenched in illicit activities, seizing territories and peddling spices. The planets they inhabit are shrouded in chaos, with countless races entranced by the illusions conjured by the spices. Very well, Spink. I have resolved to heed your counsel. Thank you for divulging this secret. The Hela will keep their word. I shall dispatch the Iron Fleet to the orbit of Eric Star. As long as I am on Eric Star, I will ensure the safety of the Covenant people. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. There is a reason the Covenant chose to establish their headquarters on Eric Star. Although the Covenant is one of the three major powers in the outer rim star systems, such a reputation is largely inflated. In reality, the Covenant serves as the enforcers for the Hela, enjoying a degree of freedom. Tasks deemed too unsavory for the Hela are typically delegated to the Covenant. While serving the Hela, the Covenant also collaborates with the Parker in the spice trade, thereby accruing a notorious reputation. Spink, clutching his chest with his right hand, expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thanks to the great Lord Eden for your assistance. I shall take my leave. Go on, go on." Eden appeared quite pleased, waving his small hands. Spink, still holding his chest, bowed slightly and retreated 2 steps before turning and striding away. Outside, he walked briskly out of the military station. On the street, 5 hovering vehicles awaited him, surrounded by fully armed Covenant members. "Get in, we are leaving." Upon seeing the head of the family approach, A Covenant member by the second vehicle promptly opened the door. As Spink boarded the vehicle, the engine roared to life. The convoy began to move slowly, weaving through the bustling streets. "Master, has everything been arranged?" In the rear seat of the hovering vehicle, Spink smiled coldly. He accepted a cigarette handed to him by a family member, lit it, and took a deep drag. "Notify the Covenant members across Eric Star to gather at the third secret location at 3 o'clock tonight for a complete evacuation of Eric Star." Watching the scenery rush past outside the window, Spink's eyes narrowed. A son can be replaced, and though he felt anger and frustration, he would not jeopardize the entire Covenant for the sake of one. Upon learning of the collaboration between the Parker Alliance and the Rising Sun Empire, as well as the existence of a planet within the August Nebula rich in tin and solar eclipse crystals, Spink found himself indifferent to the vengeful adversary seeking him. He had far more pressing matters to attend to. His primary reason for seeking the protection of the Hera was merely to obfuscate his true intentions. The Hera were known for their reliability, at least not easily swayed from their word. The hunters under that wretched Offrey were of little concern to him. Spink did not believe they possessed formidable power. It was improbable they could muster a fleet to appear at Eric Star. A few aircraft would be commendable, at best. If a fleet truly existed, how could Offrey, that vile woman, have been so easily captured by Caesar? Chapter 86. Victory-class cruiser York. Have you yet located that wretched Offrey? Among bounty hunters, Offrey was a figure of notable repute. Upon hearing that Caesar had apprehended her, Spink had no intentions of harming her. His plan was to exploit her capture for a handsome ransom, nothing more. However, he miscalculated. As he transported Offrey to a secret stronghold, the vessel carrying her mysteriously vanished. To this day, there had been no word. York, seated beside Spink, shook his head. "Master, that ship is likely lost. The universe is vast. And once a vessel is lost or deliberately concealed, finding it is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. It is indeed a pity to lose a substantial ransom, but we must cease our search. The likelihood of recovery is bleak, and we must cut our losses promptly. Currently, I have more significant matters to address. I cannot afford to be delayed. The Styria Star is a treasure trove, and I shall not relinquish it to the Parker Alliance and the Hera without a fight." York nodded in agreement. "Understood. I will notify the team to abandon the search." In the 02181 star sector, on the planet Colomi, the surface factories basked under a brilliant sun, thriving as ever. Today, Colomi was bustling more than usual. As afternoon approached, enormous warships hovered above the marine factories. The Victory-class cruiser, a formidable vessel from the early days of the Galactic Federation that had overthrown the Republic, measured 14 kilometers in length, with a diamond-shaped conical structure and slanted decks on all sides. The bow of the ship was narrow, widening toward the stern. At the rear, 6 triple-mounted engines loomed large. The decks were adorned with numerous energy cannon turrets of various sizes. It boasted 80 main guns, 6-barreled heavy energy cannons, 20 on each deck, representing formidable anti-ship firepower. Furthermore, it housed 400 quadruple-mounted medium energy cannons, with 100 on each deck, providing robust anti-aircraft capabilities. The Victory-class cruiser could be described as a warship bristling with armaments, fully equipped for battle. Not only did it possess formidable onboard firepower, but it also served as an aircraft carrier. The lower internal structure of the Victory class housed a massive hangar extending from bow to stern, with 12 bays for aircraft to enter and exit. It could accommodate 80 starfighter ships and 50 assault gunboats. Each Victory-class cruiser required a crew of 3,000 to operate and could carry an armored legion of 50,000 men. As I gazed across the horizon, 7 Victory-class cruisers loomed above the maritime factory, their silhouettes casting shadows over the sea. A multitude of Kuanping-class assault boats traversed between the factory platform and the cruiser's harbor. These vessels, provided by the Tang Confederation Empire and produced at the Geller shipyard, bore a boxy design, devoid of wings. Measuring 50 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 15 meters in height, the boats featured 3 levels of space. The lower compartment could accommodate 3 heavy tanks, while the upper level was designed for a company of 500 personnel. Looking towards the maritime factory, numerous Kuanping assault boats were landing and taking off from the platform. On the road leading inland to the factory, rows of clone soldiers were lined up, patiently waiting to board the assault boats, which would then ferry them to the Victory-class cruisers. Once aboard, they would face an unending war. In a laboratory on one of the platforms, Meng floated by the window, observing the bustling scene outside. This sight had long since become monotonous to him. 3 months after the Galactic Council was struck by a terrorist attack, a significant number of Galactic Federation fleets had arrived at Colomi to receive clone soldiers. Almost every 2 to 3 days, a fleet would arrive, and sometimes as many as 5 or 6 fleets would dock in a single day. Meng of the Temple Knights must have increased the clone orders. With the current number of clone soldiers, they could not wage an interstellar war. Within the laboratory, Meng's tall figure strolled gracefully past the cultivation pods. Peering into the transparent glass chambers, one could see developing embryos within. There were dozens of identical cultivation pods in sight. After leaving the vicinity of the pods, Meng approached Meng, raising her gaze towards the fleet hovering above. Indeed, the Temple Knights had augmented their order by 2 billion clone soldiers. 2 billion clone soldiers? Meng felt little impact from this figure. Was it a lot? Certainly not. In the vast expanse of the galaxy, even the largest number of soldiers seemed inadequate. Despite the Federation's fleet of 70,000 warships, the maneuverable forces available would be limited once dispersed across various star systems. Concentrating the fleet for use would prove to be a foolish strategy, as the galaxy exists in 3 dimensions without fixed routes. In the context of interstellar lanes sprawling in all directions, the notion of effortlessly annihilating the enemy was nothing more than a delusion. To engage solely in offense without defense would render the rear a mere garden for the adversary. The ultimate outcome would lead to mutual occupation. Interstellar warfare hinges on attrition, prolonged conflict, and intelligence operations. The key lies in obtaining the coordinates of the enemy's core planets and subsequently destroying them, gradually eroding their war potential until complete annihilation is achieved. In the nascent days of the Galactic Federation, it took half a century to eradicate the remnants of the Republic. The scale of warfare between the Galactic Federation and the Free Planet Alliance would inevitably be even greater. Turning around, Meng entered the cultivation pod area, resuming his work. Each embryo within the pods represented his cloned self, essentially a living shell. In the embryonic stage, a portion of brain tissue is substituted with a nanobiological chip, rendering these embryos devoid of self-awareness. The yield from these embryos is a mere 30%. This is not a reflection of the inadequacy of the Corolmians' technology. Rather, it is the result of genetic issues provided by Meng, a circumstance beyond one's control, considering he succumbed to brain cancer. Qiu, how is that matter progressing? Meng is fully aware of what Mei refers to. The movement of personnel within the Temple Knights is exceedingly covert, making it arduous to ascertain Talos' whereabouts. According to the intelligence I have gathered, he is no longer in the temple, but has been dispatched on a mission, the destination of which remains unknown to me. This information was relayed to Meng by Tuars during a casual conversation, wherein Meng, under the pretense of the Corolmians, inquired about Talos. At that point, Talos had already departed the temple, having long since left New Shidong on assignment. Even Tuars is unaware of his current location. However, one thing is unequivocal: Talos is not involved in this war. As a researcher of psychic energies, his duties are likely associated with the sanctuary. Must it be Talos? If any Temple Knight suffices, the task would be considerably simpler. Meiyu lowered her gaze towards Meng and shook her head. Indeed, it must be him, for he is a native organism of Corolmi. Chapter 87. The Radiant Sun Star. Will they truly succeed? It would be remarkable if they did. Meng, after considerable calculations, estimates the success rate to be infinitesimally close to 0. If one could attain psychic energy users merely through the cloning of Temple Knights, the galaxy would not witness such a scarcity of psychic energy users. The Corolmians possess excessive confidence in their biological technology. Without experiencing failure, they are unlikely to confront reality. This matter cannot be rushed. Inform your Prime Minister that he shall meet Talos. Despite encountering difficulties in this mission, Meng does not foresee failure. Solutions abound where challenges arise. He possesses that confidence. In the eastern outer ring star region, Sector 0333, lies the Radiant Sun Star. The starry expanse is boundless, shrouded in darkness, coldness, and silence. Amidst this cosmic void, a planet resembling yellow jade floats serenely. The Radiant Sun Star is a desert planet, with water resources scarce and verdant flora nearly invisible. Despite its barren surface, it is rich in minerals, boasting hundreds of rare minerals, including tin and gold ore. Due to its abundant mineral wealth, the Grand Tang Confederation has undertaken extensive development of this planet. Gazing upon its surface reveals numerous deep pits resembling meteor craters. Even after millennia of excavation, the reserves of rare minerals within the planet remain astonishingly vast. Consequently, the Radiant Sun Star has emerged as one of the few planets under the Grand Tang Confederation's actual control in the outer ring star region. Centered around the Radiant Sun Star, a starfield extending 100 light-years has become the overseas territory of the Grand Tang Confederation. Such overseas territories are regions without direct flight routes connecting to the homeland star region. Though the inner ring and the central star domain are interwoven with the territories of various factions, each domain is connected by direct hyperspace routes. Gazing towards the planet's poles, one can behold a grand steel metropolis. Due to the proximity of the fiery sun to its star, the surface temperature during the day soars to a sweltering 70 degrees. Only the polar regions maintain a more temperate climate. Thus, both the North and South Poles host cities, known as the Northern City and the Southern City respectively. As a mining planet, the inhabitants here are naturally exempt from archaic governance. Consequently, both cities exude an aura of high-tech futurism. From a distance, the northern and southern cities resemble colossal metallic discs resting upon the earth. Towering spires of metallic architecture rise like sentinels into the clouds. Suspended roadways ascend in layers, with numerous hovering vehicles resembling a marching ant colony. Enormous mineral transport vessels traverse the skies, entering and exiting the atmosphere. In the northern city stands an impressive tower, soaring majestically into the heavens. It is the tallest and grandest structure, serving as the political hub of the governor's office for the Tang Confederation's overseas territories. In a secluded section of the upper levels of the governor's office, within a dining area, a family gathers for a midday meal. 2 men and 2 women, a pair of parents and their siblings, are seated together. Their attire reflects a vintage style. The man dons a lustrous purple round-collared robe, while the woman is adorned in a yellow low-cut RU skirt, her hair fashioned into an elaborate high bun embellished with exquisite ornaments. The contrast of her snowy white chest enhances her allure. The brother and sister wear simpler garments. The boy is clad in a black long robe, while the girl appears petite and charming in a light blue chiffon dress. The 4 dine quietly, and the atmosphere suggests a household with strict decorum. At this moment, the head of the family, the man, sets down his chopsticks. In 6 months, my term will conclude, and I shall return to the imperial capital to report to Her Majesty the Empress. My dear, in a few days, you should take Lan and Hao back to the capital ahead of me. Have your father assist in making arrangements. I am still young and do not wish to retire in the capital, as that is not the life I desire. Despite his words, Lu Dong is acutely aware that he is no longer in the bloom of youth. Having assumed the role of the military governor of the overseas territories at the age of 45, he has now occupied this position for a decade. At 55, he may still be considered young, yet his vigor has waned compared to a decade prior. He yearns not for complacency, yet he also seeks to avoid a life of mediocrity. Muwaner sets down her utensils and smiles. My husband, let us return together. A simple word to my father will suffice. There is no need to rush back ahead of time. He will manage everything. Lu Dong nods in agreement. Very well. We shall return together. Since his wife has expressed this desire, he cannot refuse. After all, everything he possesses now has been granted by his father-in-law. 10 years ago, had it not been for his father-in-law's recommendation, he would never have been appointed as military governor at the age of 35. Though merely a military governor of overseas territories, this position is indeed a lucrative one. My lord, the Foreign Affairs Office has conveyed news that Eden, the head of the Hella family of the Otis clan, wishes to meet with you. At this moment, the female steward waiting nearby seemed to have received some intelligence. Dressed in a flowing black gown, she stepped forward, her hands delicately placed upon her abdomen, bowing her head to report. The Hella family of Otis? I have heard of Eden, yet I have never set eyes upon him. However, all Hella share a similar visage, so it matters little whether I meet him or not. Is there any indication as to the purpose of this meeting? As a governor of the Great Tang Confederation Empire, not just anyone is granted an audience. Those of the Hella, known for their criminal pasts and illicit dealings, are certainly not individuals I wish to engage with unless absolutely necessary. The steward replied, it was not explicitly stated. They merely requested an audience with you. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Dong declined the Hella's request for a meeting. Have the Foreign Affairs Office arrange a discussion with Eden. I shall not partake in it. Simply report back to me on the contents of their conversation afterward. Understood, my lord. The steward turned and swiftly departed. My husband, could there be trouble? Mu Wanner expressed her concerns, her brow furrowed. The Outer Rim star domain has been tumultuous these years, with the Independent Planet Alliance declaring independence and waging war against the Galactic Federation. As the stronghold of the Independent Planet Alliance, the Outer Rim is rife with chaos. Her father had warned her to keep her husband prudent and refrain from taking any risks. Noticing the worry etched on his wife's face, Lu Dong reassured her. Do not fret, nothing untoward will occur. The situation in the Outer Rim is indeed complex, and my intent is to remain aloof, distancing myself from the Independent Planet Alliance and the nefarious factions within the Outer Rim, avoiding interference in external matters. By doing nothing, I shall avoid errors. This wisdom is well understood by me. At that moment, the dining hall doors swung open once more. The steward, who had just departed, returned. My lord, Eden of the Hella wishes to discuss matters pertaining to the origin arc. The mention of the origin arc caused Lu Dong's brow to furrow, his expression growing grave. He rose to his feet and addressed his wife. My dear, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Mu Wanner nodded, replying, Take care on your journey. Without further ado, Lu Dong hurriedly exited the dining hall. Observing her husband's swift departure, Mu Wanner pondered deeply. She was acutely aware of the significance of the origin arc, recalling how her father had once shared tales of it during her childhood. Chapter 88. The Empress's Forbidden Scales in the Distant Cosmos. During a bygone era, there existed a planet known as Earth. It was the cradle of humanity, the motherland of humankind. However, one fateful day, the planet met its demise. The surviving humans boarded the Origin colonization ships, embarking upon an age of interstellar colonization. The Origin arc was not merely a single colonization vessel, but rather a multitude of ships of the same design. In tribute to these colonization vessels, each was bestowed with the name Origin. Among all the nations of humanity, only the Tang Confederation Empire exhibits an inexplicable obsession with the Arc of Origins, a fervor that is difficult to comprehend. In its relentless pursuit of this vessel, the Empire has resorted to war against various human factions. Prior to the establishment of the Republic, hundreds of human entities that refused to surrender the Arc met their demise at the hands of the Tang Confederation Empire. Ultimately, the major human powers could no longer tolerate the immense losses inflicted by the Empire's quest for the Arc, leading to the formation of the Republic to stand in opposition to the Tang Confederation Empire, a period now referred to as the Old Republic. 5 centuries later, amidst a protracted standoff, the Old Republic teetered on the brink of collapse, compelling it to concede to the Tang Confederation Empire. All arcs of origins within the Old Republic were surrendered to the Empire, which subsequently joined the Republic, transforming it into a parliamentary system. Thus commenced the era of the New Republic, during which humanity embarked on a quest for supremacy over the galaxy, ultimately emerging as its sovereign. Within the Empire, many struggle to fathom why Her Majesty the Empress places such significance on the Arc of Origins. It remains a secret, an untouchable enigma. This is also Her Majesty's Achilles heel. Those who dare to provoke it meet with death. Since the inception of the Tang Confederation Empire, a span of 14,574 years, countless lives, over 1 million, have been lost due to the Arkansas. The majority perished as a result of negligence. Every few centuries, officials within the empire would trivialize the Arc, and each time, a considerable number of them would face execution. Though difficult to grasp, this is the Empress's sacred boundary. The empire abolished the death penalty millennia ago, reserving even the gravest offenses for imprisonment or forced labor in desolate lands until death. Yet, the Empress retained the right of capital punishment as a means of instilling fear among her subjects. Curiously, she rarely exercised this power. Even the gravest of offenses typically resulted in exile or imprisonment. However, matters concerning the Arc of Origins are treated with utmost severity. Even the slightest dereliction of duty can lead to the most severe punishment. Once, a fleet of the Right Guard, in an attempt to salvage a sunken Ark from the depths of the ocean, opted for an expedient demolition rather than a careful recovery, obliterating all evidence. The fleet's commander and hundreds of officers were summarily executed by the arriving Imperial Guard, who ordered the recovery of every fragment of the vessel. Failure to do so would result in immediate execution. It took the fleet a century and the efforts of 2 generations to retrieve all remnants from the sea. Such incidents are not secrets within the Empire. They are well-known occurrences, continually serving as a warning to future generations. Strangely, every generation of Empress has exhibited this unwavering concern for the Arc of Origins. This is also the source of the anxiety experienced by her consort. Should he display any semblance of calm, it would surely be she who would become anxious. An hour later, in the Foreign Affairs Office, Lu Dong met with Eden. The illustrious Lord Lu Dong, I am Eden. It is a pleasure and an honor to meet you. In the reception room, Lu Dong entered, surrounded by 2 soldiers of the Right Xiaowei. The corpulent figure of Eden promptly approached him. The Great Tang Confederation Empire comprises 4 principal military structures: the Right Xiaowei, the Left Xiaowei, the Longwu Army, and the Shin's Army. Among these, the Shin's Army serves as the Empress's Imperial Guard, renowned for its mystery and formidable strength. The Longwu Army is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War, primarily tasked with maintaining order in the capital Star and escorting officials to their posts. The Right Xiaowei, however, is subordinate to regional governors and functions as a defensive fleet. In contrast, the Left Xiaowei is an offensive mobile fleet, also under the Ministry of War's command. The Left Xiaowei lacks a permanent structure, assembling elite forces from the Right Xiaowei and Longwu Army during times of war. Each military branch dons distinct armor. The Shin's Army in golden armor, the Longwu army in yellow, the right Xiaowei in white, and the left Xiaowei in black. The two soldiers guarding behind Lu Dong wore white illuminated armor with micropower technology. Taking his seat at the main position, Lu Dong gestured towards a nearby couch, instructing, "Sit." This was a chair specially prepared for Eden by the Foreign Affairs Bureau, as Eden's considerable bulk rendered standard human seating unsuitable. With a sluggish motion, Eden settled onto the couch. "Now speak. Where's the origin arc you know of? I will compensate you according to the Empire's bounty." A sum of 10 million credit points is indeed substantial. However, Lu Dong harbored doubts about Eden's sole motivation being this monetary reward. The Hela people, thriving in both the white and black markets of the Outer Ring Star realms, were not lacking in wealth. Eden grinned widely, chuckling, "Yes, indeed. That is precisely why I am here. It is known as Stylia Star, a mineral-rich planet discovered by the Parker in the Augustus Nebula. On that very planet lies a wrecked Origin Arkansas. The Augustus Nebula?" Lu Dong furrowed his brow, well aware of this region, known for its tumultuous plasma storms. Given several 100 million years, it might eventually evolve into a new star. For spacecraft, that area is an absolute no-go zone. No shield, no matter how robust, could withstand the relentless barrage of plasma lightning within the nebula. This place is perilous. How did you manage to enter? If the Parkers have identified a mineral-rich planet within the Augustus Nebula, it implies they possess a navigable route into its depths. Eden replied, "Every decade, the Augustus Nebula opens a passage to its internal star system, albeit for a brief period of just over 3 months, sufficient for our passage. My lord, that planet holds not only the origin arc, but also abundant tin and eclipse crystal mines. If possible, I hope to collaborate with you in developing this planet." Eclipse crystal mines? Upon hearing Eden mention the presence of eclipse crystal mines on that planet, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Dong's eyes, quickly followed by a contemplative expression. If eclipse crystal mines truly exist, then Stylia Star certainly bears potential for development. However, the matter is unlikely to be as straightforward as it seems. Lu Dong cast a glance at Eden, his words laden with implication. Lu Dong was no fool. If the Parker people had indeed discovered the Stylia Star, it was curious that it was the Hela who had come. Chapter 89, Eric Star. Indeed, the coveted solar eclipse crystal mine. Once this news spreads, it will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous factions. In pursuit of the development rights to Stylia Star, the Parker chose to collaborate with the Rising Sun Empire. My lord, the time for the decennial opening of the trade routes is fast approaching. Should we miss this opportunity, Stylia Star will find itself under the dominion of another. The fact that the Parker sought the Rising Sun Empire was surprising to Lu Dong, yet it also brought him a sense of relief. If it was the Rising Sun Empire, there was little cause for concern. After all, the Rising Sun Empire held no external territories in the Outer Ring Star domain. Currently, the Galactic Federation and the Independent Planet Alliance were embroiled in fierce conflict, making it no simple task to dispatch a fleet to the Eastern Outer Ring Star domain. The storm route was certainly not an option, and detouring could lead to significant delays. On the other hand, the Great Tang Confederation Empire was in a different position. The Great Tang Confederation Empire possessed external territories in the Outer Ring Star domain, making it quite normal to send a fleet to its overseas possessions. There would be no justification for the Independent Planet Alliance to impede such actions. Furthermore, the external territories also boasted a formidable Right Guardian fleet. Although modest in size, it would likely have no equal throughout the entire Outer Ring Star domain. The Independent Planet Alliance could be disregarded entirely. If they dared to encroach upon the interests of the Great Tang Confederation Empire's territories, the war would be rendered moot. Very well, I shall cooperate with you, but I do so in my personal capacity for now. I must report to my superiors and await their response before providing you with a final answer. However, you may rest assured that the Great Tang Confederation Empire will not abandon Stylia Star. Without the Arc of Origin, the Great Tang Confederation Empire might not have engaged in the contest for Stylia Star. Although the solar eclipse crystal was precious, its applications were rather limited. While it could amplify energy, its instability posed a significant risk. A mere misstep could result in a supernova explosion. The solar eclipse crystal mother, though more stable, required purification technology held by the Paladin Core. A common individual acquiring the solar eclipse crystal mine would only be able to sell it to the Paladin Core at raw material prices. Agreed, it is settled then. Eden beamed, his joy evident. Although it was not the final answer, Eden was confident that the Great Tang Confederation Empire would not decline. Thus, he would have the means to compete with the Parker for Stylia Star. In the unknown star domain, in hyperspace, for platinum-hued warships raced at faster-than-light speeds. Their shapes were angular, resembling rectangular coffins. The The linear engines at their rear emitted brilliant orange flames. The surfaces of the ships gleamed like mirrors, adorned with golden runes. Suddenly, the blue tunnel vanished. The fleet exited hyperspace, entering the material universe. Before them, in the dark expanse of space, a cerulean planet loomed, tantalizingly close. The overseer directly emerged from the planet's orbit, having jumped out of hyperspace. This approach is rather perilous, as the onboard computer may experience occasional delays. Even a mere 0.001 second lag could result in the fleet colliding with the planet, leading to utter destruction. My lord, we have arrived at the target planet, Sector 03299, Eric Star. Multiple spacecraft signals have been detected, and we are currently analyzing their threat levels. The analysis indicates that there is no threat within the star system. My lord, we have received numerous communication signals. Should we connect? My lord, a fleet has been discovered in the planet's orbit, consisting of 17 targets. The ship models are under analysis, and it has been determined that there is a 90% probability they are Hammerhead-class frigates, designed and manufactured by the Trade Federation's Tesla dock during the era of the New Republic. The New Republic designed and built them? Within the bridge of one of the Dawn-class carrier vessels, Meng was nestled comfortably in a spacious seat, an ancient ship model from thousands of years ago. Observing the projected fleet before him, Meng couldn't help but murmur to himself. He had expected something more formidable. It seemed rather unimpressive. Just outside, on the opposite side of the planet's orbit, a fleet was approaching. There were a total of 17 ships, all identical in design, adorned with white paint. Their shapes resembled large hammers. They featured a broad bow, while the hull extended gracefully, measuring approximately 500 meters in length. As blue lights flickered, Meng connected to the communication from the enemy fleet. A plump figure materialized on the holographic display. A Hera? Meng was intrigued by the presence of a Hera and listened as it spoke. This is the Iron Fleet of the Hera. Robot, please state your intentions. How could the Iron Fleet of the Hera appear at Eric Star? Was it possible that Eric Star belonged to the Hera? Unlikely, for the Hera have no territory of their own. Their home planet was obliterated by humanity during the Old Republic era. Presently, the Hera are merely a family faction dependent on human colonies. Surrender the Bank. I believe the Hera are familiar with that name. Could it be that the Covenant and the Hera are in collusion? If so, the enemies would not be limited to the Covenant alone. How troublesome. Gazing at the chubby Hera in the holographic image, Meng felt a wave of frustration. All he desired was to rescue Ufri, yet the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. Robot, the Covenant is protected by the esteemed Augustus family. Vacate Eric Star immediately. It seems that a confrontation is unavoidable. Surrender the Bank at once, or I shall initiate an attack on Eric Star. Upon hearing this, the Hera in the holographic display appeared visibly taken aback. Robot, 17 against 4. Your defeat is inevitable. No, you are mistaken. It is 1 against 14. The Hammerhead-class frigates are merely patrol vessels from the Old Republic era. They possess no onboard shields, no aircraft, and their firepower is significantly lacking. Equipped with only 12 quad-mounted medium-turbo laser cannons and 64 dual-mounted light-turbo laser cannons, the Hammerheads serve primarily for air defense, compensating for the weak points in the main fleet's defensive capabilities, such as the rear engine area of the flagship. If 2 to 4 Hammerhead-class corvettes could accompany the flagship from the rear, they would safeguard the flagship's engines from being obliterated by enemy starfighters. Outside, the fleet split into two. One of the Dawn-class carriers expelled a long orange tail flame from its rear engines, propelling the warship away from the fleet and charging directly towards the Hera's Iron Fleet. The remaining 3 warships surged into the atmosphere. Robots, you shall pay for your arrogance. A blue light flickered, and communications were severed. On the bridge, Meng's rotund form soared into the air. Gazing out at the azure planet, Meng issued the command to attack. Let the battle commence. With Meng's proclamation, the departing ship, number 1, suddenly transformed into a streak of blue light, racing into the distance. In the next moment, above the Iron Fleet, a blue shimmer erupted from the void. Ship number 1, leveraging a short-range jump, plunged directly into the heart of the Iron Fleet. Chapter 90, The Fleet's Annihilation. Enemy ships. The enemy has utilized a short-range jump to infiltrate the fleet. How is this possible? To jump directly into the fleet requires such precise calculations. Despite their disbelief, the platinum-colored warship hovering above the fleet stood as the most undeniable fact. The Dawn-class carrier materialized within the fleet, throwing the Iron Fleet into disarray. Ship number 1 would not grant the Iron Fleet a moment to react. It opened fire, unleashing a torrent of firepower upon all Hammerhead corvettes. In the dark expanse of space, golden lightning danced erratically. From the hull of ship number 1, bolts of lightning shot forth from swirling runes. The robust arcs of electricity streaked across the cosmos, crashing into the hammerhead corvette's hulls. Boom. There was no deafening explosion. Only fireballs erupting into the void. Each bolt of lightning that struck the hammerhead vessels triggered colossal explosions, resulting from the energy of the lightning itself and the overload of electronic systems, leading to catastrophic detonations. In the instant of engagement, 5 hammerhead corvettes were obliterated. 2 of them experienced immediate detonations, erupting into massive fireballs. The other 3, engulfed in flames, were captured by the planet's gravity and plummeted toward the atmosphere. Fire! Fire! Annihilated. 1 against 17? What a jest! Richie could not fathom it. The Iron Fleet was the pride of the Hera. How could it be so easily vanquished? After the loss of 5 ships, the Iron Fleet finally retaliated. Heavy turbocharged energy cannons unleashed red energy beams toward ship number 1. The hull of ship No. 1 was suddenly engulfed in a flurry of explosions. Fiery bursts of concentrated energy erupted upwards. As the flames dissipated, ship number 1 emerged unscathed, save for a few areas that bore marks resembling faded paint. How could this be? Ineffective? Witnessing their attack inflict no harm upon the Platinum warship, Richie's expression turned to one of dread. Like the hammerhead corvettes, the enemy's vessel bore no shields, because it had not witnessed the radiant brilliance that illuminated the shield when under siege. Can mere armor withstand the onslaught of a medium-sized turbo blast cannon? What manner of alloy possesses such formidable defensive capabilities? Just then, the ship jolted violently, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The sound reverberated through the solid vessel, penetrating the bridge's interior. Richie realized that all was lost. The Iron Fleet was suffering catastrophic losses. Abandon ship. Abandon ship. Inform all captains to evacuate immediately. The crew aboard were the elite of the Hela people. He could not allow them to perish here. Upon giving the command, Richie extended his plump right hand and pressed against the control panel. The expansive seat suddenly sank, vanishing from view. Outside, beneath the bow of the ship, an escape pod was ejected from a hatch, plunging into the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the Iron Fleet continued to endure devastating losses. Golden bolts of lightning streaking across the starry sky resembled the scythe of death, claiming one warship after another. Numerous Hammerhead Shark-class escorts ignited in flames, plummeting toward the atmosphere. Escape pods cascaded from the ship like raindrops, piercing the atmosphere. In an instant, the sky above Eric's star was ablaze with fire rain. A mixture of metallic debris from warships and escape pods entering the atmosphere. In less than 5 minutes, the Iron Fleet was obliterated. Looking skyward from the surface of Eric's star, a torrential firestorm filled the heavens. On the opposite side of the sky, 3 massive fireballs emerged. The descending Sun-class carrier fleet breaching the atmosphere. Master, high-energy reactions have been detected in the ocean near the target city. The orbital defense artillery network is being activated. Although Eric's star lacked a planetary shield, it boasted an orbital defense system. This so-called orbital defense system is essentially a terrestrial anti-space artillery network, akin to coastal artillery, capable of unleashing a concentrated barrage against the incoming fleet. Force field generators are prohibitively expensive, rendering ordinary planets incapable of maintaining them. At such times, the orbital defense system serves as the secondary line of defense for the planet. After all, a planet is a vast platform, capable of accommodating sufficiently powerful weaponry without the need to consider energy consumption. How substantial is the strength? The Sun-class carrier lacked a shield, which caused concern for Meng. After all, the presence or absence of a shield represents 2 entirely different concepts. Only warships with shields can unleash their formidable firepower while safeguarding themselves from enemy fire. Without a shield, a warship lacks the capacity for self-preservation, often being destroyed before it can unleash its might. Engaging in a barrage against the fleet with the planet's surface anti-aircraft artillery network without a shield is a foolish endeavor. The strength is relatively weak and can be disregarded. Within the detectable range, only 7 anti-aircraft platforms were identified. Based on the activation speed, there is a 90% probability that they are fusion power generation platforms, generating energy through the fusion of hydrogen elements extracted from seawater, albeit with low efficiency. Almost all materials can generate energy through fusion. This is known as nuclear fusion, though the requirements for fusion vary significantly. The energy produced by the fusion of 90% of matter is significantly lower than the energy consumed under complete fusion conditions. Thus, only 10% of matter can efficiently contribute to fusion power generation. Among the fusion elements, hydrogen ranks at the bottom of the 10. The entirety of Eric's star is home to a solitary large city, known as Malden Port, which has also become the target of the Limong attack. Dispatch the spherical fighters to obliterate them. The fleet comprises merely 4 Sun Chaser-class carrier ships, and not a single one must be lost. If the anti-aircraft platforms are left unattended, once they emerge from the depths of the sea to launch an assault on the fleet will undoubtedly incur losses. With Limong's command, 3 Sun Chaser-class carriers, enveloped in flames, opened their launch hatches on either side of their hulls. One by one, the spherical fighters surged forth from the hatches, plunging into the fiery abyss outside. In the sky, 3 enormous fireballs burst forth like celestial maidens scattering blossoms, subsequently splitting into numerous smaller fireballs. Each of these smaller fireballs divided into 4, radiating outward in 4 distinct directions. This spectacle persisted for over 20 seconds before the fiery orbs vanished from sight. High above Malden Port, 3 colossal silhouettes of ships emerged. Though distant, the platinum-hued warships were descending. In the skies above the outer sea of Malden Port, the spherical fighters plummeted directly downward. They resembled golden arrows transformed into radiant streaks, piercing the ocean below. With a tremendous splash, towering columns of water erupted from the vast sea surface. The spherical fighters, being spherical rather than conical, created a significant impact area upon entering the water. It can be said that the spherical fighters crashed into the sea. The immense force generated water columns that soared nearly 100 meters high. If piloted by humans, the occupants would have been reduced to mere pulp. If ordinary drones were used, their internal structures would likely have crumbled. However, the spherical fighters are different. Their density is remarkable, accompanied by extraordinary defensive capabilities. Despite having a diameter of only 15 meters, each weighs an astounding 10 tons. In fact, these spherical fighters are several times heavier than an iron sphere of the same size. Their agility is entirely attributed to the internal anti-gravity devices and inertial dampeners. The former allows them to remain unaffected by planetary gravity, while the latter mitigates the effects of inertia. Together, they significantly reduce the pressure on the engines. The spherical fighters plunged into the ocean, targeting the rising hydroelectric platforms. Gazing into the sea, one could discern cylindrical turrets. Atop these cylindrical platforms, a dual-barreled mega-energy cannon was visible, boasting a caliber of 20 meters and immense power. In comparison, the main cannon of a warship typically does not exceed 10 meters in caliber, highlighting the substantial disparity between the two platforms. Looking toward the seabed, a network of transmission rails could be seen. Just below the ascending hydroelectric platform lies a colossal disc-shaped apparatus. In times of peace, the hydroelectric platform utilizes its own weight to sink to the ocean floor for power generation. However, once war erupts, it rises to the surface, transforming into a massive floating turret. In the dim waters of the sea, a cascade of fiery rain approached the floating power platform. The flames were the exhaust trails emitted by the spherical warplane's engines. Amidst the murky depths, these trails became remarkably radiant. With a sharp whoosh, the spherical warplanes commenced their assault near the power platform. Golden arcs of electricity darted through the water, crashing against the structure. The resistance of the seawater significantly diminished the potency of the plasma lightning bolts, compelling the warplanes to strike from a dangerously close distance. Boom! Outside, upon the open ocean, flashes of fire flickered beneath the surface, followed by colossal columns of water surging skyward. These towering jets reached hundreds of meters into the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle, stirring up immense waves that surged in all directions. Across a 100-kilometer expanse of sea, magnificent water columns ascended. In Mordenport, the city's inhabitants had already taken note of the peculiar phenomena in the sky. At the docks, the fishermen, engrossed in their toil, abruptly ceased their labors. They stood on the pier, uncertainty etched upon their faces as they gazed at the distant ocean's anomalies. They beheld small, round objects plummeting into the sea, soon followed by explosions beneath the surface, giving rise to gigantic water columns. It is war. Hostilities have erupted, someone shouted in alarm. Panic ensued on the dock as the crowd scattered in disarray, the wave of fear swiftly engulfing the entire city. In a matter of moments, the once bustling Mordenport fell eerily silent. All residents hurried back to their homes, trembling with trepidation. Who is attacking Eric Starr? Outside the military outpost, a throng of bounty hunters rushed forth, standing on the street outside the gates, apprehensively observing the unidentified fleet drawing near Mordenport. Eric Starr is under the stewardship of the Hera people and is further protected by the Independent Planet Alliance. Could it be that the Galactic Federation fleet has launched an assault? Look over there. It seems the Hera's Iron Fleet is doomed. In the distant horizon, a rain of fire cascaded from the sky, resembling a trail of meteors across the firmament. Not long ago, the Iron Fleet had suddenly appeared in Eric Starr's orbit, garnering much attention and speculation about a significant operation by the Hera. Yet, astonishingly, within less than half a month, the formidable fleet was obliterated. Above Mordenport, the fleet gradually descended in altitude, halting at less than a kilometer above the city. 3-kilometer-long solar-class carrier ships hovered in the sky, their immense bodies casting shadows over vast areas of the urban landscape. The citizens of Eric Star look up to the sky and behold the grandeur of the solar-class carrier. Remain calm in your homes. Your lives are not in peril. Once we have completed our mission, we shall depart. Until then, please refrain from any hostile actions, for such will be deemed as aggression. From this moment forth, the airspace of Eric Star has been sealed. Any vessel attempting to depart will be shot down. As the inhabitants of Mordenport quaked in trepidation, a message was disseminated to all, whether it be through home display screens or portable communication devices. Every means of communication received this notification. Any device connected to the external network, even those in a powered-off state, was forcibly activated. With the global announcement made, the fleet in the sky stirred to life. Hatches on the underside of the vessels opened, unleashing a multitude of landing pods that cascaded toward the city like raindrops. The sky above Mordenport was suddenly showered with a golden deluge, not rain, but landing capsules. As they plummeted toward the ground, the engines beneath the pods erupted in brilliant flames, slowing their descent before they struck the earth with a heavy thud. The landing pods even altered their trajectories mid-fall to avoid colliding with buildings lining the streets. A deafening roar of impacts reverberated throughout Molden City as the streets and alleyways were inundated with descending landing pods. These landing craft, though modest in size, approximately 7 meters tall and 4 meters in diameter, were cylindrical in shape and capable of accommodating 2 squads of 24 night combat robots along with 2 night 2 combat robots. As the hatches of the landing pods swung open, rows of night combat robots emerged, accompanied by towering night 2 models standing 5 meters tall. Soon, the streets of Mordenport were awash with the gleaming forms of platinum-colored night robots and the colossal figures of the night 2 machines. Despite their immense stature, their movements displayed remarkable agility. Each of their strides necessitated multiple steps from the night combat robots. Within the buildings lining the streets, many onlookers peered through windows. Curiosity etched upon their faces as they beheld the armored figures outside, pondering the identities and allegiances of these newcomers. The sight of the towering Night 2 robots instilled fear in many. The presence of such gargantuan entities evoked a profound sense of intimidation across all races. Throughout Mordenport, all combat robots advanced toward a singular destination, the Mayor's Hall, situated at the city's heart. This structure, reminiscent of a fortress, was sizable yet not ostentatious. We surrender. We do not intend to fight. We surrender. Outside the Mayor's Hall, before the combat robots could draw near, soldiers stationed there voluntarily laid down their arms. With hands raised and kneeling on the ground, over 40 of them, guards in blue uniforms, yielded. Chapter 92. Mayor Leonard observing the approaching army from the street. The leader of the guards felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Who were these formidable beings? The sheer scale of their numbers was overwhelming. A sea of platinum figures stretched endlessly down the street. They marched in unison, their synchronized footsteps resonating with a tremor that seemed to shake the very earth. Particularly striking were the imposing figures, towering nearly 5 meters tall. Ed could scarcely fathom what race could possess such massive physiques. Suddenly, the resounding footsteps ceased, leaving the street enveloped in an eerie silence, where even the sound of a falling pin would be audible. A pair of platinum-colored feet came into Ed's view. As he looked up, he beheld a majestic figure standing before him. From behind this imposing presence, a rotund robot emerged, declaring, "I demand to see your mayor. Summon him at once." Just as Ed was about to speak, a voice suddenly resonated from behind the doors of the mayor's office. "I am here. I am here. I shall come immediately." A portly figure scurried forth from behind the door, a human adorned with a sycophantic grin, his belly jiggling as he ran. "I am the mayor of Mordenport. Please allow me to surrender to you on behalf of the planet Erix. From this moment forth, Erix belongs to you." Upon reaching Meng, he clasped his right hand to his chest, stepped back, and bowed deeply in a grand gesture of submission. Observing the rotund mayor before him, Meng couldn't help but think, this fellow is quite eager to capitulate. "I have no interest in becoming the ruler of Erix. I seek Fichi's Spink." "Where is he?" "Fichi's Spink." A flicker of surprise crossed Leonard's eyes. Could it be that these individuals had made such a grand display merely for the sake of Fichi's Spink? What trouble had Spink stirred up to attract the attention of these formidable beings? Given the gravity of the situation, it was clear that Spink had found himself in deep trouble. However, Leonard felt a sense of relief. It appeared they were not here to seize control of Erix. At last, he wouldn't have to concoct an explanation for the Interplanetary Alliance. Leonard chuckled softly and said, "I am not well acquainted with Spink." But I do know where his family estate lies. There is a castle nestled in the mountains to the south, and that is Spink's stronghold. The castle in the southern mountains? The engines roared to life as the linear engines beneath Meng emitted a brilliant orange flame. The tremendous thrust propelled the diminutive vessel skyward, soaring into the heavens before swiftly veering southward in an elegant arc. Over the cityscape, the small craft whizzed past, as 2 squadrons of 12 spherical fighter jets flanked Meng, providing escort from behind. In the blink of an eye, the formation burst forth from the skies above Port, entering the mountainous terrain to the south. Within 10 minutes, atop a winding mountain peak, a castle came into view. The pursuing fighter jets accelerated, their rear linear engines belching forth dazzling orange flames. Amidst the roar of the engines, 6 fighter jets soared past Meng, hurtling toward the nearby castle. Strangely, upon flying over the castle, the fighter jets encountered no resistance. According to the life detection instruments, the castle was utterly devoid of occupants. No one. The engines continued to roar as a squadron of fighter jets circled overhead, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. A squadron of spherical combat aircraft entered the courtyard of the castle alongside Meng. Suddenly, the aircraft stationed near the castle's main gate opened fire. Striking bolts of golden lightning impacted the control panel, and with a shower of sparks, the gate slowly swung open. 2 aircraft surged into the corridor beyond the gate, skimming the ground and vanishing into the depths of the passage in the blink of an eye. Control station, apprehend the Helans, let none escape. Utilizing the internal network, Meng issued new commands to all units. Simultaneously, he received data relayed by the aircraft that had breached the castle. The fortress was utterly deserted, nothing remained. The internal control systems had suffered severe damage, with even the gate control data completely obliterated. It was evident that the Covenant had been well prepared and had already fled. Meanwhile, at the barracks, a battle company surrounded the station. Approximately 500 Knight battle robots and 20 large Knight 2 models encircled the area. 5 squads of Knights stormed into the barracks, totaling 60 combat robots, while the remaining Knights kept watch outside, blocking all exits. Do not resist. Your lives will not be threatened. Those who resist will be deemed enemies, and enemies will be eliminated, the Knights declared, repeatedly warning as they charged into the station. The bounty hunters in the hall dared not oppose them, raising their hands in surrender. Clad in platinum armor and towering in stature, the Knights were intimidating figures, not to be trifled with, especially given their overwhelming numbers. Even the most skilled bounty hunters were no match for the average foot soldier on the battlefield. Who is the station master here? A Knight inquired of a human attendant behind the bar. The attendant, a female human dressed in a yellow short-skirt uniform with shoulder-length hair, gazed up at the towering Knight with a flicker of awe in her eyes. It is Eden, the head of the unnoticed family. He is currently not on Star, but has gone to Solaris. Eden of the Helans? And Solaris? In the skies approximately 20 kilometers south of Port. Engines roared and waves of air surged as a fleet of spherical combat aircraft trailed a smaller fighter. The formation surged toward Port, where the city loomed ever closer. Analyzing the complex information transmitted by the Knights, Meng gained a comprehensive understanding of the current battlefield situation. The master of Star was Eden, the head of the unnoticed family. Personnel from the Otis family were being captured, with 40 members already apprehended. Most of the Helans who had not been caught had perished alongside the Iron Fleet. Neither Spink nor Eden, the head of the unnoticed family, were present on Star. This indicated that the protagonists were absent. The whereabouts of Spink were unknown, while Eden had traveled to Solaris. Meng was well aware of what Solaris entailed. During the operations at the Geller dock, he acquired a wealth of information pertaining to the Great Tang Confederation Empire. The 0333 star zone, where the Radiant Sun Star resides, is a territory beyond the Empire's borders. The current military governor is a man named Lu Dong. What perplexes Meng is the reason why the head of the Hella family, Otis, would venture to the Radiant Sun Star. However, this matter holds little significance. The crux of the issue lies in the whereabouts of Spink. Presently, Spink's location remains a mystery. Only Eden, a Hella who is protected by the Covenant of Sanctuary, might possess some knowledge. Chapter 93. Fleet Commander Rich, what should be done now? As Meng gazed at the fleet hovering above the port of Malden, his mind raced with thoughts. Star is a territory under the control of the Independent Planet Alliance, with Star now under assault from an unknown force. Support from the Alliance is likely to arrive swiftly. Before the fleet of the Independent Planet Alliance arrives, evacuation from Star is imperative. In the ensuing days, Star was bustling with activity. The sky was frequently pierced by the roar of fighter jets, which were omnipresent amidst mountains, rivers, and seas. The shrill cry of engines instilled fear in all living beings on the planet. Once a thriving hub, Malden Port now lay in desolation. The streets and alleys were patrolled solely by the Nightly Legion. The formidable presence of the Night 2 battle robots extinguished any spirit of resistance among the populace. In the mayor's hall of Malden Port, after the mayor and his entourage of guards surrendered, the hall was appropriated by Meng. Eric's star is vast, yet diminutive. The fleeing Hela were swiftly recaptured by the Knights. Hela are not adept at fleeing, as their physiques are rather corpulent. Once discovered, they lack the courage to fight and merely capitulate. In just 5 days, all the surviving Hela were captured by Meng. Even if a few managed to slip through the cracks, they were negligible and posed no real threat. In the hall, observing a group of rotund figures before him, Meng mused to himself. These creatures indeed resemble toads, their appearance somewhat unsettling. So, who among you can assert authority here? Faced with Meng's inquiry, the Hela exchanged glances. One among them, with a wide grin, emitted a derisive chuckle. Robot, summon your master. You lack the stature to converse with us. We are the great Hela. Though our iron fleet has met with defeat, it represents merely a fraction of our strength. We may have lost, but we shall not remain vanquished forever. He displayed considerable courage, at least in Meng's estimation. Meng approached him, towering above, and inquired. It seems you are the leader here. Tell me, where is Spink? Undeterred, he turned away, letting out a contemptuous snort. It appears you have yet to grasp the reality of the situation. In the game of kings and pawns, even before a mere worm, you must kneel and lick its backside. With this proclamation, it seemed the knights received some form of command. They advanced, raising their weapons towards the Hela in the hall. A distinctive gunshot echoed, accompanied by streaks of golden lightning. 5 Hela individuals were instantly struck, reduced to ashes that scattered upon the ground. The quantity of ashes was considerable, given the substantial physique of the Hela. As their kin fell, the remaining Hela retreated in terror. Yet, their retreat was futile, for the knights behind them brandished their disintegration guns, aiming directly at them. Leonard, a mere observer, shrank his neck in contemplation, reflecting on the once formidable Hela, now reduced to a state akin to that of mere insects. It was a stark reminder that, in the past, he, as the mayor, had to pay tribute to the Hela to secure his position. After all, 70% of the tax revenue from Eric's star was derived from the Hela. Stop. I concede. The deaths of his kin prompted Richie to relinquish his pride. I am Richie, commander of the Otis family's Iron Fleet within the Hela. We are unaware of Spink's whereabouts. He was last seen on Eric's star a month ago, seeking refuge from the Hela. The family head granted him protection, which is why the Iron Fleet was dispatched here. Why not concede sooner? Such a loss of Hela lives was unnecessary. Observing Richie, now dejected and slumped on the ground, Meng felt a twinge of boredom. The virtues of intelligent life truly mirror one another. One does not shed tears until faced with the grave. Are you familiar with a person named Aubrey? Aubrey. Richie looked up at Meng, his mouth agape. Indeed, she is rumored to be a member of the Crimsonide clan, renowned among bounty hunters as a task handler. For reasons unknown, she fell into Spink's hands. Spink intended to exploit Hela channels to sell her for a handsome price. But the family head refused, citing the numerous troubles associated with entanglements with the Crimsonide. Only that fool Spink failed to grasp this. As Richie articulated, the Crimsonide were indeed enigmatic. Thousands of years prior, they began to emerge within the territories controlled by the Galactic Federation. Their race remains unrecognized and undocumented by the Federation. Thus they have been active in the Outer Rim. Naturally, Meng was aware of various intelligence regarding the Crimsonide. Where is she? Richie shook his large head. I do not know. Rumor has it she escaped. Spink, in a fit of rage, pursued her for quite some time, but to no avail. Aubrey escaped from Spink. Upon hearing this news, Meng was uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. While her escape was indeed good news, it also meant he had lost her trail. Meng held no doubt that Richie would deceive him in this matter, as it bore no advantage for him. His heartbeat indicated honesty. In the data realm, within the virtual space, the figure of young Meng appeared at the round table. Splinter Individual Number 3, you are aware of the events that transpired. What shall we do next? Splinter Individual Number 1, this poses a dilemma. If Aubrey does not make an appearance, finding her would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. The second split individual, now is not the time to relinquish hope. We require further intelligence regarding the whereabouts of Aubrey's escape. The main body, regardless, Spink possesses knowledge that surpasses ours. We must locate him. The first split individual, Spink has fled from Eric's star and is currently missing. Finding him may prove to be quite a challenge. The second split individual, the Hela and the Covenant are in a cooperative alliance and should hold information about the Covenant strongholds. The third split individual, that is indeed a viable approach. Even if he has fled Eric's star, he must have a refuge somewhere. The first split individual, I am particularly intrigued by the purpose of the Hellas Otis family head, Eden, traveling to the Sunfire star. Should we inquire further? The second split individual. It would be prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. We are already overwhelmed as it is. The third split individual. I concur. I must devote my efforts to locating Offery, leaving no energy for other matters. The first split individual. Since Offery has already escaped, perhaps we should do nothing and patiently await her reappearance? The third split individual. That may not be wise. What if Offery's situation is not simply an escape, but something more dire? The main body. While the likelihood is slim, it is not entirely impossible. Since we have come this far, we shall continue our search. Chapter 94. Eden's Fury, the first split individual. On another note, I was the one who had contact with Offery. Why do I sense that you care more for her than I do? The third split individual. It is us. Not you. The observer sees clearly, while the participant is often lost. Offery is more than just a task recipient to us. To be frank, I hold a fondness for her, particularly her enchanting physique. The second split individual. Perhaps it is a sentiment against the destruction of beauty. Saying it is affection is not inaccurate. The main body. This indeed reflects my innermost thoughts. It appears my sense of aesthetics remains intact. The first split individual. Very well. I have no objections. Once we find her, she ought to express her gratitude in full view, letting you all enjoy the spectacle. The second split individual. Shoo. Could we not be so explicit? Though I look forward to it, such boldness would only bring us embarrassment. The third split individual. Is that so? I do not share that sentiment. Is this not what we desire? What is there to be embarrassed about? The main body. The one who should feel embarrassment is I. This darkness lies deep within me, though I too am eager. The third split individual. Enough idle chatter. I am busy, let us adjourn. The second split individual. Agreed. The first split individual. Agreed. The main body. Adjourned. Around the round table, Xiao Liming's figure gradually vanished. Eric Starr, Maldenport. In the municipal building's first-floor hall. Li Meng suddenly soared outward and issued a command for evacuation. Retreat. All units return to the fleet. With Li Meng's command, the aerial combat vessels scattered across Eric Starr began their return. In Maldenport, the knights patrolling the streets commenced their return to their respective landing pods. Shortly thereafter, the city was filled with the roar of engines, and flames illuminated the night. One by one, the landing pods ascended like rockets, soaring towards the fleet above. Li Meng would never design disposable landing pods. Such wastefulness was beneath him. The landing pods were, in essence, miniature transport vessels. Naturally, due to the emphasis on battlefield penetration capabilities, the engines of the landing pods lacked the capacity for long-distance travel. However, they were equipped with powerful engines that could instantaneously achieve rapid initial thrust. Across the city, the landing pods shot into the sky, trailing long plumes of fiery exhaust. They resembled bees returning to their hive, guided by the luminous navigation beams back to the projection chambers on the lower decks. This scene exuded a strikingly sci-fi ambience. Gazing skyward from the city, the landing pods appeared as a swarm of bees converging upon the fleet, seemingly chaotic yet remarkably orderly in their return. Additionally, numerous spherical aircraft were making their way back from all directions to the fleet, their platinum silhouettes dotting the sky above the city. My Lord Rich, are you all right? In the grand hall of the mayor's office, as the crowd dispersed, Leonard, with his plump figure, hurried forward, eager to assist Rich in rising. However, their physical disparity rendered him at a loss. Despite his obsequious demeanor, a flicker of regret passed through Leonard's eyes. He could not comprehend why those individuals had chosen to spare the Hella people. After all, so many had already been slain. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate them all? Doing so would have ensured that the Eric Star fell squarely into his grasp. With a disdainful huff, Rich brushed aside Leonard's outstretched hand, struggling to rise. Let us go, he said, suppressing the fury simmering within him, as he led the surviving Hella people outward. Although their numbers were few, only 30 or so, their massive and bulky forms created an imposing presence. Watching the Hella depart, a glimmer of malice flickered in Leonard's eyes. His expression darkened as he subtly nodded to the captain of the guard, Aide, who looked momentarily taken aback and troubled. Useless, Leonard muttered bitterly, and in a swift motion, he lunged forward, attempting to seize the energy rifle from Aide's hands. Aide quickly grasped the mayor's pudgy hand. Mayor, please remain calm. Eden is still alive, and the Hella families extend beyond just the Otis clan. There are too many people here. Can we truly rely on the guard soldiers? At these words, Leonard's expression shifted dramatically. Ultimately, he withdrew his hand with a facade of nonchalance. He chuckled lightly and addressed the guardsmen. Well done, everyone. Your actions have averted an unnecessary bloodshed, proving that we are indeed wise. Now, let us head to the streets. The citizens of Molden Port need your reassurance. The recent invasion by an unidentified force had left the people of Molden Port in a state of unrest. Restoring the former prosperity of Molden Port would demand considerable time and effort. An hour later, outside, above Molden Port, the fleet began its withdrawal after successfully recovering all units. The rumbling of engines reverberated through the air as the rear engines of 3 ships unleashed long, fiery tails. The tremendous thrust caused the 3 Daybreaker-class vessels to gently lift their bows, gradually departing from Molden Port. In a short while, Lehman soared above the port. At an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, the fleet accelerated continuously, ultimately breaking free from the planet's gravitational grasp and entering its orbit. From the planet's surface, the fleet appeared as 3 comets streaking across the sky, venturing into the depths of the cosmos. Just half a month after the fleet's withdrawal from Eric Star, a spaceship emerged from hyperspace and arrived at Eric Star. What could this possibly mean? The rotund figure maneuvered into the barracks. Upon observing the empty hall, Eden let out a roar. After returning to Eric Star, he sensed something was amiss. The feeling intensified upon the spaceship's landing at Molden Port. The once thriving port had inexplicably grown somber. Many public facilities within the city had ceased operations. In the offshore waters, numerous dilapidated engineering ships floated, seemingly engaged in salvage operations. And what of his Iron Fleet? Where had they gone? Why was there no sign of them in orbit? Master, it is painfully evident that we have suffered tremendous losses. All the underwater power platforms have been destroyed, and the subspace communication towers have ceased functioning. I am unable to inform you of the events transpiring on Eric Star. From the depths of the corridor, a stout figure shuffled into the hall. It was Richie, who had been waiting for the master's return in the barracks for the past half-month. Richie, where is my fleet? Upon recognizing Richie, a foreboding sensation gripped Eden. His eyes widened, the golden irises laced with bloodshot veins. I am sorry, master. The Iron Fleet of the Autumn family is no more. Not anymore. Is it truly gone? Eden struggled to believe it. That fleet had safeguarded the Autumn family for countless years. The formidable Iron Fleet had simply vanished? After a prolonged silence, Eden approached Richie, towering over him as he inquired, Richie, what on earth transpired? Chapter 95. The 501st Legion Fleet. Richie bent down, his head lowered as he spoke. Just half a month ago, a mysterious fleet arrived at Eric Star, searching for Spink. Considering that Spink was under the protection of the Autumn family, the Iron Fleet clashed with them. The opposing force annihilated the Iron Fleet with just a single warship, leaving no vessels to survive. Subsequently, this enigmatic power occupied Eric Star, only to withdraw abruptly days later. As he spoke, a flicker of anger flashed in Richie's downcast eyes. He continued in a deep voice, Master, Spink deceived us. He was never on Eric Star. Before the arrival of the mysterious fleet, Spink fled with all the Covenant people. The Covenant was fully aware that a mysterious force was approaching, yet deliberately instigated a conflict with us. One solitary warship destroyed his prideful armada? In an instant, Eden comprehended the situation. Damn those Covenant people, they must have concealed crucial information. Master, that mysterious force seems to have come for Offrey. Offrey, Eden recalled. Orly, much like him, serves as a task assigner within the Bounty Hunter Guild of the Galactic Federation. However, unlike him, Orly's standing is far from formal. Consequently, she lacks the protection afforded by the Bounty Hunter Guild. This is one of the reasons why Spink was able to seize Orly without any repercussions from the guild. Furthermore, a mysterious force has acquired the locations of all the Covenant strongholds. Upon hearing this, Eden's furrowed brow relaxed. Good, the damned Covenant deserves to be utterly annihilated. It is time to sever ties with them. Issue a proclamation, a bounty of 10,000 for the heads of the Covenant, and 100,000 for Spink. Whoever captures him alive and brings him to me will receive a reward of 1,000,000 credits. The Iron Fleet is the culmination of generations of effort by the Otis family. The loss is infuriating for Eden, while the destruction of the Iron Fleet is regrettable. What angers him more is the substantial loss of elite family members. With the demise of these distinguished individuals, the Otis family will suffer a significant blow to its power. Master, we must seek vengeance. Vengeance. Eden shot a cold glare at Richie. He roared, with what shall we exact revenge? The enemy possesses the power to easily obliterate the Iron Fleet. They are not a force we can challenge. I am not foolish enough to provoke powers beyond our reach. This matter ends here. Despite his profound anger, Eden had no thoughts of revenge. The Covenant was merely a tool for him to vent his fury. As long as the Covenant can be completely eradicated, that is sufficient. The galaxy is vast, teeming with formidable races. Although the Hera people thrive in the Outer Rim territories, they are regarded as insignificant as ants by many factions. Recognizing one's own strength is essential for survival. If this truth were not understood, How could the Herao ascend in the outer rim? Subsequently, Eden's corpulent form shuffled deeper into the corridors of the military station. The Otis family shall rise again. I assure you, that day will not be far off. His deep voice resonated throughout the military hall, reaching every ear present. As they watched Eden's retreating figure, the assembled crowd fell into a hushed silence. In the northern central rim, within the 02331 star sector, lies Edith. Since the conclusion of the Edith defense campaign, over 2 months have elapsed. During this time, the tourism industry on Edith has been severely impacted and has yet to recover. The once thriving trade routes have turned desolate. There are stretches of days when not a single ship emerges from hyperspace to reach Edith. Even passing vessels are reluctant to make dock at Edith. The invasion by the Independent Planet Alliance has unwittingly transformed Edith into a war-torn planet. Even if the Independent Planet Alliance is repelled, the war will not cease. However, today is different. Not long ago, a federal fleet arrived at Edith. The phenomenon of light caused by their emergence from hyperspace painted the sky of Edith with a blue meteor shower. Gazing into the celestial orbit, a formidable fleet silently hovers in the void. This motley assembly comprises 32 Victory-class cruisers, under the command of Commander Tulls from the 501st Corps. The ships, adorned in a pristine white, exude a weighty, sci-fi aesthetic, each extending a majestic 14 kilometers in length. The war against the Independent Planetary Alliance rages on, with fierce battles erupting across various star domains. Your solitary mission is to expel the forces of the Independent Planetary Alliance from the Northern Central Ring star domain and subsequently advance into the Outer Northern Ring star domain to eradicate any remnants of their influence. According to reliable intelligence, the hyperspace nexus planet, Tyler, has fallen into the hands of the Independent Planetary Alliance, serving as a vital frontline supply station. Your task is to lead the 501st Corps in reclaiming Tyler. Once that is accomplished, the fleet within the Northern Central Ring will be left isolated and vulnerable, compelled to retreat to the Outer Northern Ring star domain. This mission is of paramount importance, for the fate of the Northern Central Ring star domain rests upon your shoulders. Master Tulls. Within the garden pavilion at the rear of the Flower Palace, Tulls holds a communication device, engaged in conversation with Elderwood Olek of the Temple Council. A solemn expression adorns his face, as he acknowledges the gravity of the impending conflict. I understand. I shall dedicate myself fully to securing victory for the citizens of the Northern Central Ring Federation. Excellent. I await your favorable news. A blue light flickers, and the communication abruptly ceases. With a deep sigh, Tulls retracts the device and turns to face Rosaline, who sits beside a stone table. Your Majesty, it is time for us to depart. The pavilion is not solely occupied by Tulls and Rosaline. Seated on the railing, with a look of boredom, is Wang Wanner, cradling the spherical robot, Limong. Upon hearing her mentor's words, Wang Wanner rises, carrying Limong out of the pavilion. In the sky above, a Kunping-class assault gunboat approaches from the distant heights, generating swirling vortices in its wake. Soon, the gunboat descends gracefully upon the open ground of the pavilion, its 50-meter hull imposing in stature. Outside the pavilion, Rosaline watches as the two individuals, Tulls and Wang Wanner, depart, leaving behind only the spherical robot, which is merely a machine. The winds from the engines whip through the air, causing Rosaline's gown to flutter and dance. Limong. Just as the two are about to step through the gunboat's hatch, Rosaline suddenly calls out. Upon hearing her voice, Limong flits from Wang Wanner's embrace and soars towards her. What is it, Rosaline? Limong halts before her. Rosaline brushes a stray lock of hair from her forehead, gazing at the spherical companion with a soft smile. Will we meet again? This parting may be eternal, as Limong will accompany Tulls and Wang Wanner into the fray of war. By the time peace returns, she may very well have aged beyond recognition. Indeed, after the war concludes, when the little one has grown, I shall come to visit you, Rosaline. Do not find me bothersome then. Upon hearing this, Rosalind smiled faintly. She stepped forward, opened her arms, and embraced Li Meng. Qiu, I adore you immensely. Do not deceive me. I eagerly await the day to come. After her words, Rosalind released Li Meng. She took a step back and smiled, saying, hurry along. As Li Meng turned to depart, he captured the image of Rosalind, who stood gracefully with a radiant smile. Farewell, Rosalind. He spun around and soared towards the Kunping-class assault boat. At this moment, the two apostles of Tulls awaited him at the hatch. As Li Meng entered, he was once again enveloped in the embrace of a young girl. In Rosalind's gaze, the heavy hatch gradually closed. With the hatch sealed, the engines roared to life. The Kunping-class assault boat ascended slowly, moving forward with increasing velocity, ultimately shooting into the sky. A lingering trail remained in its wake. After a span of over 10 minutes, The assault boat broke free from the planet's grip and ventured into outer space. Within the Federal fleet, the boat navigated into the lower hangar of the flagship. Inside the hangar, a cadre of senior fleet officers stood in formation to welcome the commander. Master Tulls, it is a pleasure to have you here. I am TMU, the commander of the 501st Corps. Upon seeing Master Tulls and his apprentice emerge from the Kuanping assault boat, a young officer clad in a black military uniform hastened forward. He appeared to be in his 30s, and the medals on his left shoulder indicated a general's rank. Aside from him, only the senior officers were natural beings. The rest were clones. It is a delight to meet you, Commander TMU. Subsequently, under TMU's guidance, they proceeded to the bridge. The bridge of the Victory-class cruiser was exceptionally spacious. As the main control center of the ship, nearly 100 crew members were diligently at work. Alongside the combat command platform stood a group of senior officers, standing tall and attentive. A disc-shaped robot, approximately 1 meter in diameter and equipped with numerous mechanical arms, rested at the edge of the command platform. It was the latest generation of tactical command service robots. With blue lights flickering, a star map of the galaxy materialized instantly. According to intelligence provided by the Temple, the scale of the independent Planetary Alliance fleet invading the northern Central Ring star domain remained unknown, as did the identity of its commander. For months prior, the independent Planetary Alliance fleet had invaded the northern Central Ring star domain from the northern Outer Ring star domain, seizing Taylor Star and using it as a springboard to launch attacks across the surrounding star domains. To date, the Temple had received 319 distress signals. The somewhat mechanical voice of the tactical command robot echoed throughout the bridge. Gazing at the star map devoid of any discernible information, Tulls inquired, "Where is the main fleet of the independent Planetary Alliance now?" The tactical command robot replied, "Unknown, no relevant intelligence available." Upon hearing this, the senior generals beside the platform furrowed their brows. They had no advantageous information regarding the war at hand. They were entering the battlefield completely ignorant of the enemy's whereabouts. "Chio, do you have any means to acquire more intelligence?" Tulls glanced down at the creature nestled in his apprentice's arms. "Indeed, I require authorization, specifically access to the Federal Fleet Communication System, the Galactic Federation's Universal Communication Network, the highest browsing privileges for the Universal Communication Station's information database, and the ultimate directive authority from the Federal Parliament." Meng's declaration left those beside the platform in stunned silence. Could such privileges be requested by a mere robot? TMU's expression reflected disbelief as he turned to TURs. "Master TURs, I had initially assumed that the robot held in the apprentice's embrace was merely an assistant model belonging to you. However, it appears that this is not the case." From his possession, TURs produced a slender, red data disk. "Chio, this is my red key, which allows me to access the Temple's intelligence domain and petition for the privileges you seek. While it may not guarantee that you will acquire all the permissions desired, it is worth a try." Intelligence domain? High intelligence? Meng recalled the intelligent AI within the Temple's information database. During his time in New Shidong, he had previously attempted to exploit the Temple's communication equipment as a means to infiltrate the information repository. However, he met with failure, not due to a lack of skill, but because the Temple's intelligent AI reacted with remarkable speed. His intrusion, conducted via external communication networks, severely limited his capabilities. He could only browse the data within the database. Downloading or uploading information was not feasible. The intelligent AI swiftly detected the unauthorized external ID infiltrating the database and promptly severed the communication channels with the outside world. This time, rather than attempting an unauthorized breach, he would employ an official identity to access the Temple's information repository. A sense of anticipation welled within Meng. He had no intention of merely submitting a straightforward request for privileges. He intended to seize this opportunity to meticulously gather the intelligence he required from the Temple's database. Perhaps he would even unearth information pertinent to Talos. Meng had not forgotten his dealings with the Kuromi people. Escaping the young girl's embrace, he took the red key from TURs. The small hatch on his body opened, and Meng placed the key within. Then, he approached the tactical robot. With a mechanical claw, he tapped the robot's disc-like head. "Make way, robot." The tactical robot ascended from the port and hovered in the air, allowing Meng to take its place as the mechanical claw inserted into the port. While they awaited the outcome, TURs explained to TMU. Chio is the latest generation of advanced service robots, possessing formidable computational and independent thinking capabilities. Upon hearing this, TMU understood. The position of the Temple Knights within the Galactic Federation was unparalleled. It was not surprising to possess the latest generation of unmarketed service robots. As for the nature of Chio, even TURs could only offer a credible excuse. Subspace communication was insufficient for transmitting vast amounts of data. It was limited to communication. Thus, if the request was solely for communication privileges, it should not yield information more valuable than that provided by the tactical robot. Even if the robot secures the permissions it seeks, what can it truly accomplish? Although subspace enables instantaneous communication without delay, its singular drawback lies in its inability to transmit vast quantities of data. This limitation renders the subspace communication network unsuitable as a conduit for intelligence transmission.